its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
The back-to-school deals at Kohl's are so good, it'll feel like spoiling yourself. With 20% off the stuff your kids will actually wear, like jeans, tees, sneakers, and more. You can do it all without overdoing your budget. See? Sometimes parents get spoiled too. Head to Kohl's or Kohls.com to start the year off right for less. Select styles. Coupon ends August 10th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Now through August 10th at Big O Tires, get up to $120 in combined rebate and instant savings on select sets of Michelin tires with installation purchase. Visit BigOTires.com for details on this great Michelin offer. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Ugh. Kitchen ants? Runaway roaches? A spider? A spider? A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Greatness is here! All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
What would we do without childcare providers? At Coco Kids, we value your impact. Coco Kids supports you with free resources, referrals, and more. Visit cocokids.org today to learn how we can support your childcare business.
O'Reilly! Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Downtown Berkeley, 57 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Right. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With the nice
All right, good morning, everyone. What is going on? Happy Friday to all. Happy payday Friday to all that celebrate. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky. Brand new day, Giants, and the trade deadline has come and gone. They get right back at it later on tonight. And in the meantime, we gotta sort of try to figure out what happened in the last 24 hours, which is obviously the result of, I would say, the last 6 weeks. But before we dig in, we got sound from Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and more coming your way here on The Roast. What's up, Shasky? Good morning.
What's up, buddy? I think yesterday was an interesting day. It was an interesting day on probably multiple levels. I thought it wasn't about what they got back in return. Time's going to tell. Mm-hmm. You know, I remember everybody throwing this ticker taper parade on the day that Darren Ruff was dealt for a haul. We got a haul. I mean, you're seeing Carson Seymour, who's one of the guys that was in that haul. And, you know, I mean, if he's a serviceable reliever, that'd be a great trade. Great trade. So we don't know, okay? Time will tell. I just think what it represented for the San Francisco Giants was the self-awareness and the actual realization of what they are currently and where they want to go for next year and into the future. And, you know, some really good Giants who brought great contributions, good contributions, depending on how you view it. Seeing them take a hike and open up spots for other guys, I think was the right move, number one. And specifically Yaz and I think Tyler Rogers, because they're not under contract for next year. And those are guys that, although did decent to great contributions for you,
yeah,
like it was time to see what other people have to bring to the table. Now, Camilo Doval, I think, represents kind of frustration for me in the sense of untapped, unrealized potential that tantalized you at times, but for whatever reason, it felt like couldn't sustain. And it almost was like the teaser of the entire Farhan regime. Man, we found this guy. He came out of nowhere. Wow, he throws 103. Wow, if they could get him right, what could he do? And then he showed you like, hey, I could lead baseball in saves on a team that's in 79-win team. It's like, wow, what could he be? And then disappointment. And then just, is he ever going to be right and be that elite guy that he showed flashes of? Like I think Camilo's the most frustrating Giant over the last 5 years if I was going to like pinpoint one. Because I do believe he has like high-end upside talent. But I also understand why you made the move. And then it felt like, I don't know, of the guys you got back the right haul. I just thought so many messages were sent yesterday by Buster Posey and the Giants.
Yeah, I think the biggest message for me was Buster Posey, whether it's because he was forced to or because he wanted to, he's interested in change. You look at the guys that they sent out, and to me yesterday, we'll find out if any of these players turn out to be anything. Maybe the Giants use them in other deals to go get more guys. A lot of them are AAA, close to ready talent. We can talk about all that. Yesterday was about distancing yourself from the prior regime. I thought it was about Buster Posey and Zach Manassian, who obviously was a part of the Farhan Zaidi era, distancing themselves from the way they'd done things the previous couple of years. And it didn't include a fire sale. It was obviously an idea we batted around a lot yesterday. They didn't sell on Ray. They didn't even get off of Flores or Verlander or other expiring contracts. They got off of Tyler Rogers, Mike Yastrzemski, Camilo Doval. Yaz and Rogers particularly were, like, those are Farhan guys. Yaz came over in a throwaway deal in 2019. Tyler Rogers, also previously with the Orioles organization, was a guy who basically they found and turned into an absolute gem and became a big part of this team. Both made great contributions in the 2021 season. Yaz is Mr. Grand Slam, had all these massive moments throughout his 6+ seasons here. But yesterday was about getting rid of, I don't want to call it a stench, but just a feeling of, well, we're not really going anywhere. And we don't really know what we're doing. I think we're going to, like, Posey's trying to establish some direction. So yesterday, I did think they took maybe not every step that everyone wanted to. Maybe they didn't get every prospect or all the highly touted guys that people wanted to. But they took a step in the direction of distancing themselves from where the Giants have been, honestly, for the majority of the last 6 seasons, which is kind of about 500.
You can make an argument Tyler Rogers has been their most elite player over like a 5-year period.
Definitely the most consistent.
From the entire 5 years. I mean, Yaz is different for me. I'm going to throw this at you. You could agree, disagree. Maybe it doesn't move you one way or the other. I don't know. I have seen Mike Yastrzemski, to me, and what he represents with the Giants is very reminiscent of what Gary Payton II brings to the table for the Warriors.
I like that.
Okay, and the reason where I'm going with this is like on a winning team, on a good team, boy, he's a perfect fit. He's a perfect fit. I think Yaz with an unbelievable pop hitter in left field. Yaz is a great ball player to have in the 7, 8, 9 slot.
Is a fourth outfielder on a good team, on a great team.
Sure. Late game substitution, absolutely. I think you can get away with starting him every single day if you have the right lineup around him and he's batting commensurate to where he should be batting. Again, 7, 8, 9. Like that's where he should be. On this team, he has been miscast, in years prior as a 3, 4, 5 hitter, which he's not. It's not his fault. But like because of the circumstance and the roster around him, he's
or a leadoff guy.
Well, that's what he was doing this year. And why? Because Jung-Hoo Lee stinks. And as a leadoff guy, as a top-of-the-order catalyst, I think that's what we all wanted him to be. Ideally, when you look at his splits, versus lefties versus righties, he last year was way closer against lefties and righties than he had ever been at any point. He's not a guy you want to have with long stretches against lefties. That's not exclusive to him. There's a lot of left-handed hitters that struggle against lefties in general. But to your point, yeah, he's more of like a platooner, right situation kind of guy. But he's a winning player. And similar to Gary Payton, and I've said this for a while, if I'm the coach, I'm the manager, and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to win today, Yaz a great defender. He is going to do the little things like put a bunt down properly in a specific game situation to help you move that runner over. He is going to be able to go first to third. He's a smart ball player. Think of how many times he did something dumb on the base pass in the last 6 years. I can't think of one. Can you?
No.
Right? Like he's a smart, good ball player. I like Yaz. Like I do. I like Yaz. But I think he represents the frustration of fans as an avatar. And the reason why I think is such is because when you're a middling team that isn't necessarily that playoff team that I think he can really contribute on, when you're not competing for championships, when you're hovering around 500, he's just good enough to stymie the opportunities for younger players who you have high hopes for and may not be better than that guy today. Matos is not better than Yaz today. He's not. He's just not. I don't know if he's ever going to be better than him. But every day, he is stymieing the opportunity for a guy to get a look at like a Matos, like a Luciano. Maybe it's Grant McCray. All these random guys. In the same way, I defend Steve Kerr for playing GP2 ahead of a Moses Moody, ahead of a Jonathan Kaminga. Because I do think GP2 is going to help that team on that night win today more so than those other guys. But it's like the development you need to be committed to see on the back end if they're ever going to be better than that guy. Does that make sense?
I think it does. And look, by the way, shout out to everybody on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This is what we got coming up today. Bobby Evans, former Giants general manager, now back with the team in an advisory role, is going to join us at 11 o'clock. And then, of course, Bonte Hill is coming on at 9 o'clock live from Niners training camp, all in the River Islands guest line. I think what you're getting at, and what I also feel is Yaz and Rodgers, they're overachievers.
100%.
And that's what the Giants have been for the last, I think they're players, not the team itself. Outside of 2021, that team overachieved by every single metric,
it's incredible
estimation, expectation. That team overachieved in every way possible. But that's not sustainable. Putting together a ball club of overachievers is eventually going to run you into trouble. And I think that's what Buster Posey has, as much as, look, he was on that team. He's gotten rid of now 4 of his teammates, if you include Duvall, Rodgers, Yaz, and Lamont Wade, who he released earlier this year. The only guy, I believe, that's left from that 2021 team, and outside of, at least on the position player side, is Wilmer Flores. So he's trying, I think he's identified this group of guys as, although they accomplished something great in an individual season, that can't be what leads the Giants for the next 5 years. And so while, again, the haul may not have been great, it's about the message and the direction that the front office is trying to send.
Do you play video games?
I don't as much anymore. But
okay. Have you ever played like Madden or any
of
2K?
course. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So, and again, this is not how everyday life. Some guys just go up and down. They're all over the place. And some guys like Rich Gannon, out of nowhere in their 30s, get incrementally better. But like if Yaz is a video game player, let's say he's at a 75 right now, okay, in terms of his overall. That would be his rating, right? And those guys that I'm referencing, the Matoses, the Lucianos, they're somewhere between a 65 and a 70 today, okay? Right? Overall.
Sure.
Okay, I'm just throwing out numbers. Yaz is 34 years old. By the end of this year, maybe he's a 74. And by the end of next year, maybe he's a 73, all right? And right now, your guy Matos is a 65. But if you play him for a couple of months, and I'm just hypothetical, and he goes off and he shows something, maybe by the end of next year, he's a 76 or a 77. Maybe he's not. Maybe he stays at 65. But I think you kind of owe it to yourself to get a look at that guy. You know what I mean? To get a look at some of these combinations of guys who today are not better overall ball players than what Yaz is. But I'm owing it to me, these guys, the team, the organization, to get a look. Just to get a look. And I think you could make the case, hey, play that overachieving guy. Like, and I'll give you probably one of the greatest examples of an overachiever, Ryan Vogelsong.
Yeah.
You can have a Ryan Vogelsong in your rotation when you have Kane and Lincecum and a young 20-year-old Bumgarner.
Yeah, you can't have him lead your rotation.
Exactly. And so, these supplemental role guys, Wilmer's another one. They're great when you have foundational pieces that are playing like all-stars. You can have those guys in the mix. And I just think that Yaz too many times was miscast by the front office, not the fans, miscast by the front office because of the lack of no one else in that lineup as a 3-4-5 hitter, and he's just not. I mean, I bet if I looked at his game logs, the amount of times he was forced to hit 3, 4, or 5 is so unfair. It's just so unfair to him. For the longest time, I did the same thing with Brandon Belt, and I know Belt's a significantly better overall player than what Yaz was. I never viewed him as a 3-4-5 hitter. On a great lineup team, he's a 6 or 7 hitter. That's where you want him. But you're miscast. I think Chapman currently is miscast as a 4 hitter on this team. I want him as a 6 hitter. Don't you?
I mean, in a perfect position, but if Chapman is giving you, like, we talk about it a little bit. Like, I do think his injury messed up a bit of what was happening this season.
Agreed.
But I mean, I think on those A's teams that he was great on. The year he hit 36 home runs, I think he was hitting 3rd or 4th. But when he's not, when he's hitting 240 like he's a 5 hitter. He's on the back end of the middle of your order who's going to give you pop, but is not somebody you expect to step to the plate and hit 285. I think like Yaz. You're right. During the 2021 season, he was hitting in the bottom half of the lineup. Sometimes he'd hit a little bit higher, but that's because he had protection around him. That's how he hit 25 home runs on a guy that you didn't expect to have that much pop. So, like, the Giants right now are trying to figure out who needs to stay, who needs to go. I am curious what people thought about the trade deadline in regards to the people that did stay. Like, I was a bit surprised that they didn't move off of Wilmer Flores, that they didn't move off of Justin Verlander. Verlander's a little bit different because he has a no-trade clause, but Flores is somebody that, like, yes, you went out and you got a top 20 prospect, the guy who's in, I think, single A with the Royals, not that Junior Marte, a different Junior Marte, and I got bamboozled too by that. But then you basically are just shipping him on. I mean, you could have done that with Flores. What it means to me is that I think they're trying to get more of a look at what's in their outfield.
Yes.
And they feel like whether it's they're close to the bigs or already in the bigs type of talent, is going to be able to fill that spot more than we might not see Eldridge for a whole lot this season.
No, we might. But the other thing I would like to caution myself with, I did this not to this degree. I was skeptical on Fitzgerald. I was excited with what I saw, but just because one of these guys, or 2 or 3 of these guys in the outfield, does something significant over the last 2 months, does not mean that they're going to be able to carry that over into next year, and that's who they are. Fitz had, a 3-week stretch where he looked like Willie Mays at the plate.
He hit like Willie Adames last July.
It was unbelievable. And then defensively, he was kind of an adventure. Ryan Walker was amazing in the final 2 months of the season last year. And we kind of found out, that might not be exactly who he is. So we just need to caution ourselves. Yes, I want to get a look at all these guys, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to correlate to next year. Wilmer Flores. I don't get it. I like Wilmer. I think Wilmer would have helped a lot of different teams out there. I don't even think it's about getting anything back. It's about more just kind of moving on. Right now, Luciano, give Luciano some looks as a DH. I don't care if he's batting 220 down in the minors. I really don't care. I think that these guys all deserve opportunities to just get a look so that you know what they are before you say goodbye to them or before that you make long-term plans for them. I don't understand why they got rid of him. Tyler Rogers makes total sense. I was surprised Tyler Rogers' haul felt better than the Yankee haul that you got for Camilo Doval. Now, again, these guys have to be good, so both hauls could just end up stinking.
Well, this is something
was surprising.
I'm interested in because, and we're going to talk to Bobby Evans at 8 o'clock, sometimes the number next to the prospect isn't everything.
Sure.
Some teams' farm systems are better. Some teams are worse. The Yankees, for example, have put out a lot of really good catching prospects. Carlos Narvaez in Boston, Yankee catching prospect. Agustin Ramirez, who smacked the hell out of the Giants earlier this year with the Marlins, catching prospect. I don't know. Maybe that guy, Jesus Rodriguez, the Giants just loved, even though he's not a top 10 guy, as opposed to Tidwell and Gilbert from New York. But I do have to say, I guess I was a little underwhelmed when I saw it, just compared to what the rest of the closers were netting their teams.
Sure.
And look, if those guys pan out, they turn out to be good, it's a great trade. But yeah, I was kind of with you. I wanted them to trade Duvall yesterday, but then after I saw what they got for him, in a way, I'm wondering, Shasky, should they have just tried to keep him?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I also wonder, did they wait till the end to start shopping him?
It was at the buzzer.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, did they, were they hey, we're pretty content on keeping him? And then all these relievers go, and even though they traded Tyler Rogers first, were they more intent on keeping him? Then they saw what some of the other hauls were for some of the other closers and all right, we got to do it. But by then, maybe the market wasn't as hot on closers. I don't know. I can make an argument Camilo Doval is one of the most frustrating woulda, coulda, shouldas in the last decade, just in base sports, because I do think there's a good player in there somewhere. I don't even know how good. If I told you he found his way and somehow took the closer spot, whether it's in New York or somewhere else, and he finished his career with 350 saves, would it really surprise you?
350 saves?
Yeah.
It would.
He's at 100 and something already.
Well, it would, just because of how inconsistent he is.
Okay.
Yeah, it would.
I think he's got the talent. But again, to realize that talent is a whole separate thing. But if I also told you he flamed out, would you be surprised there?
No, I wouldn't. And look, his best year was in 2023. He had 39 saves, led the NL in saves, and it was an all-star season. It was Tranquilo Camilo. It looked like he was going to be the next Rob Nen or the next big closer for the Giants. And
be easy.
This year, he definitely showed flashes, but there was never that level of, all right, this game's over. The moment, and that's how it felt in 2023 and before. When Camilo Doval came into the game, that game was done. And last year and this year, there's been a little less of that.
I think his biggest problem, there's two of them. There's, first off, command of whatever that fastball is, that cutter. He went from 103 to, all right, now I'm going to throw this cutter, and he could never locate it. And then he would fall in love because he couldn't locate it with the slider, which wasn't a great pitch for him. It really wasn't. Even though I know we think it is, it's not. He would fall behind in counts. He would walk too many guys. And one of the hallmarks of poor relievers is you walk guys. You can't walk guys. And I wonder how much the pitch clock got into his dome. Because he used to go super slow, and then the pitch clock came around, and it felt like he short-circuited in New York that first weekend when the pitch clock came around, whatever it was, 2023, and he just never really quite was the same. And look, you could make an argument he never really truly recovered from the scar tissue from Game 5 where he couldn't throw a strike and grooved one into Bellinger, and he went right back up the middle. You know, that series against the Dodgers, Game 5, that ninth inning, is etched in my brain. I'm sure it's etched in everyone's brain. And it's just every time he would miss a couple of pitches, here we go. You know, and it's just he has the talent, but there was the mechanical issues of throwing strikes. There was the mental component of throwing strikes. He just would short circuit on the mound, and it felt like you saw it coming.
Camilo Duvall goes to the Yankees. Tyler Rogers to the Mets. Mike Yastrzemski to the Royals. The Giants make 3 moves yesterday. They get a haul of prospects back. We're going to listen to Buster Posey and Zach Manassi and break them down for you when we come back. And we're going to listen to a lot of sound today. Posey, his general manager, spoke to the media yesterday on a Zoom call, and I think there's a lot to glean from it, both about what the front office is feeling right now, the frustration of the last 6 weeks that drove them to trading 3 players, and a potential resignation, not just to the rest of the season, but kind of what they're trying to do right now. You know, what direction did yesterday signal, and how much of the front office is believing that, I don't know, maybe the last 6 weeks is not who they are, doesn't need to determine where they go. Did you like that they didn't buy? Did you like that they sold? Did you like what they got? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Sutton will throw it in, right hash, in the front court. Gets it to Sykes, put it on the floor, runner in the lane to beat the buzzer, no good! Valkyries win 68-67, and they're 2-0 against the Mystics, and they move into the top 8 in the WNBA standings. Holding on for dear life, but they pull it out. 13-13 at 500 through 26 games with 18 to play. What a win here for the Valkyries.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Spadoni alongside Shasky. Big win last night for the Valkyries, 68-67. You heard the final call right there from Kevin Dana right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to 500. They drop the Mystics and move above them. Top 8 now in terms of the playoff position. And Kate Martin, 14 points. Veronica Burton had 10 and 10. Nearly a triple-double last night. Valkyries playing good basketball, Shasta.
Kate Martin is my spirit animal. I love watching her play. She's just a dog. No, I'm dead serious. She is a pit bull. I love watching her play. Going back to Iowa, she's just always been a solid player. I thought that was one of their best under the radar acquisitions this last year. She's just a good player. And she wasn't playing a lot prior to the injury to Kayla Thornton, but it's good to see her playing more.
Well, and look, I was out yesterday at an anonymous cafeteria, was watching the game while I was checking out the Hall of Fame game.
Can we stop this cafeteria, Cap? I mean, what are we doing? It's not a cafeteria. You guys are at a bar. Just call it what it is.
Well, I wasn't with the rest of the crew. I'm just saying I was out yesterday. I was on Polk at, bouncing between spots.
I think it's creepy that 65-year-old Matt Steinmetz refers to the bar as the cafeteria.
They serve food.
What is he, Mr. Belding in this particular circumstance?
Well, but maybe
Saved
I went
by
to get
the bell?
Maybe I went to get tater tots. Maybe I didn't go to grab a
You have an establishment where that serves alcohol. I mean, geez Louise. You shouldn't have alcohol anywhere near a schoolyard. That's a cafeteria. Cafeteria is for school kids.
Cafeteria.
Or a hospital.
For adults. Anyways, I was out there yesterday watching the Hall of Fame game, watching our former Niners great Trey Lance walk right down the field.
Now I want to know where you were.
I was at Greens. on Polk.
Okay, keep going.
So I'm sitting at the...
Such a hipster block now.
I'm sitting at the... Yes, it is, actually.
If I told people 20 years ago what Polk Street actually looked like and what it looks like now, your mind would be blown.
Bob's Donuts is still the same.
Yeah, Polk was gross.
It was gross, doggy. It was gross. And then Swan's Oyster Depot tried to, repair the whole area. Red Devil Lounge. I remember watching Barry Zito strumming a guitar at the Red Devil Lounge one night. Yeah, he must have been high on peyote or something. I don't know. But keep going. Just continue your
you
Polk
can still
story.
Find some grudge.
You are a hipster, but
Shout
keep
out
going.
Cozy Car. You can find some grudge down on Polk Street.
Yeah, but it's not even close to what it used to be. I would pull into a parking spot and there'd be 5 naked guys who are homeless fighting each other over the needle that they were going to punch themselves with.
Just go closer to Market. You can still find some.
Oh, trust me, I'm well aware.
So I'm sitting there watching.
I've ruined your story.
No. I'm just watching the game with a couple fans, and they're season ticket holders for the Valkyries. And I'm sitting there watching Trey Lance go right up and down the field for the Chargers, and watching the football game. And they are just they're doing play-by-play like Kevin Dana was doing. It was just really cool to go out to just a random bar and see season ticket holders for the Valkyries basically just be locked into this game like they were at Chase Center. It was cool.
There used to be a joke back in the day. You guys are the only San Franciscans or people who have intimate knowledge of the street names in San Francisco. There used to be, if you find yourself on Polk, you better run to Bush and Hyde. Joke. I know. I'm going to let it hang there. Carter's laughing because he got it, but you know what? I'll get canceled one day. I'm literally just naming streets, but that's what they used to be.
Bush and Hyde.
Carter's laughing. Come on.
All right, let's get
Shout out McTeagues.
Yeah, let's get into some of this Buster
Shout
Posey
out. Where's
sound.
Tim Coyne? Where's Tim Coyne? Where's Rimmer at? My homie. God, Polk Street. You guys are such hipsters.
You want to keep going?
I mean, it's funny to me. I'm stopped in my tracks when I hear about you guys hanging out on Polk Street.
You have a friend named Rimmer?
Well, that's his nickname. Oh, yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, we're talking today about all these fake people that apparently everybody knows.
Oh, no, the Coin family is a great family. I love them. I will not disrespect them in any way. I love Timmy. Timmy's one of my favorite people on the planet. Guy's jacked out of his mind. You and him would get along.
I believe it. All right, you want to listen to Posey?
Let's hear Posey.
All right, so this was yesterday from the Zoom call after the Giants, of course, made 3 trades yesterday and the day before. Tyler Rogers to the Mets, Camilo Doval to the Yankees, and actually, technically after the buzzer, after the 3 o'clock deadline, Mike Yastrzemski goes to the Royals for prospects and more. This is Buster Posey on how difficult it was to go from essentially buyers 6 weeks ago to a place where now you're below 500 and you had to move off of players.
We wanted to be in a different position to add. Unfortunately, the way we played, had to make a decision here to try to add some talent that we felt like could help us going forward. Look, I knew when I took this job that one of the harder parts was going to be at some point, moving on from guys that I had a personal relationship with and I played with. Yeah, that's not an easy phone call or conversation to have in person. But overall, I think Zach and myself and the rest of the group are happy with the players that we have coming to put on a Giants uniform now.
I didn't get the feeling that yesterday, and we'll continue down listening to, I didn't get the feeling Posey sounded happy yesterday.
No, I think he was frustrated because, look, nobody is planning to be mediocre or below average, right?
No, but some people are more prepared for it than others.
Oh, no, that I would agree with. Like, when you're fielding a bad team. Trust me, I've coached many teams where I'm like, yeah, I'm just looking at the layup line here, and we don't got it.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm well aware of that. But I also think that, there are certain guys that are maniacally competitive. John Lynch, Posey. These guys are like competitionaholics.
Exactly.
Not saying that some of the other guys aren't that run these teams, but I do believe that there is like a thirst to win at all cost for some people that supersedes others. And I think that he is extremely disappointed that they've had to do this.
Well, and this next one to me really, really says it all. Like, if I'm going to try and I think it was Ann Killing that asked the question, like, how did this happen? This is the question that everybody has wanted answered, that everybody can't figure out. And so let's go to the source. Let's go to the president of baseball operations. Hey, Buster Posey, what the hell happened the last 6 weeks?
6 weeks ago, there was so much excitement and positivity around the Devers trade. Can you explain what happened besides just playing bad baseball? I mean, how did this nosedive occur?
No, I can't explain it. I mean, I think we all wish we had something that we could concretely point to. But it's a really rough stretch. And unfortunately, it's one that, again, we wish we weren't in this spot that we were trading away and we were adding at this point. But no, look, like I had the conversation with Bob after the Rogers trade and just said, from my end, the expectation is for us to go out and we're going to play hard. We're going to play hard the rest of the way. The expectation is we need to play better. I've said it from the beginning, there's a brand of baseball that our fans expect. And that's going to always be the goal. The goal is every day to go out and try to win the game in front of you. Obviously, you're not going to win every day, but the mindset, no matter what the standings say, no matter how bad you feel like it is, that's what we have to do. And, Bob obviously is on board with that.
I think he's just as confused as everyone else. I think that even he, and this is why baseball is great. It can also it can be a female dog. It can be awful because something like this can happen over 6 weeks, and even someone who's a Hall of Famer and is at the head of this organization cannot figure out what just happened. I think Buster Posey is confused about the last 6 weeks. I think he is frustrated because he can't explain it. No one can explain what's happened to this team, why suddenly guys can't run the base pass, why suddenly guys can't communicate, why guys can't throw strikes, why guys can't get hits when they need to, why they're going 0 for 23 in a series with runners in scoring position. He knows that it's happening, and the results are what they are. but he cannot explain why they've nosedived over the last 6 weeks. And I think it's gotten to the point where he's frustrated by it, and that's why they had to sell.
There's no doubt. And, you look at his just his baseball, like his record on the teams that he was a part of. Very few guys waltz into baseball and go to an 88-win team the year prior, all right? Because that's when he first came up, was 09. I went to one of Bumgarner's, he did a spot start at the end of 09. And that was an 88-win team. People forget, the 09 team was really good. They were really good. The playoff format is not what it is today, but they probably would have been in that mix had they not. And then he goes right to a team that wins the NL West. I mean, he's a big part of that in 2010. I believe they only had one losing season, the first 5 in baseball. I think that 2013, the wheels kind of fell off on him. So, he's just accustomed to winning, I guess is what I'm getting at. And I think that very few guys start their careers on a better situation than he did as a player. And then, taking over what he took over with this team, he took over the reverse of what he stepped into as a player. So this is kind of uncharted territory for him in the sense of, he is used to winning. I think in general, I know the back end of his career, there was a lot more losing. Yeah. 17, 18, 19. He sat out 20, comes back 21. They're a winning team. I mean, they're the all-time winning team for a regular season Giants team. But I think more times than not, he was accustomed to being in contention, in the winning zone, winning. So this is all new to him. You could feel it. I mean, I could hear it in his voice, the tone.
Exactly.
It seemed almost melancholy.
It spoke volumes. All right, it's time for the Golden State Valkyries' strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, it was a big win last night for the Valks, beating the Washington Mystics by just a point, 68-67. Kate Martin led the way with 14 off the bench, including this 3 to give the Valkyries a 7-point lead in the fourth quarter.
7 seconds to go. Crossover drill. Picks up the drill. Pick and roll. Back Bentley to Martin. Left wing 3. Drills it with 2.8. Big shot for the Valkyries. 62-55.
KD on the call, 95-7 the game. And that was the strongest player in the game. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, when we return here on 95-7 the game, Evan in for Spadoni with Shasky on the morning roast. Again, going to dig deeper into Posey and his comments from yesterday, what it signals about where the team is, where they can go, and what happens from here. We also got 49ers training camp news coming up later on. Bobby Evans at 8 o'clock, Bonte Hill at 9, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from San Francisco. Excellent work by Alejandro and the rest of the guys. They did emergency repairs on our building garage door. They showed us how to manually open the door while we were waiting for parts on order. I highly recommend.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors
and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Spadoni's going to be back on Monday. Getting's in for him alongside Shasky, talking about what transpired yesterday during the trade deadline for the Giants, what it signals for the future, and really what Buster Posey said about it yesterday. I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me, Shasky, is listening to Posey. We heard him before the break. We're going to continue to talk about him and play the sound. I think we're seeing the player turn into the executive in real time. Like, he's realizing, just because baseball is baseball, that this thing is, it's going to throw him a curveball or two. And I think because of what you talked about before the break, that he's a maniacal winner. He's someone that expects to win and has been synonymous with winning as a player, that he's going to have to leave that in the past. Like, just because you're a great player, just because you dominated college, high school, and then, of course, in the pros, that has no bearing on what is going on right now. When you're the president of baseball operations, it's your job to figure out where your team is at and how to get it to the promised land. And I think that over the last 6 weeks forced him to reconcile with the fact that this team is further away than he wanted it to be, and that, like we were talking about yesterday, we all thought it is, or thought it might be. You know what I'm saying? Like, this team is going to take some time, and I think that maybe we were just premature, and he might have been premature with his go time comments, with assuming that Devers was going to get this team to all these different places. Like, he's had to, I think, kind of take his lumps in the last 24 hours, 48 hours.
Players want to win tonight. or today, or however you want to phrase that. Coaches want to win tonight. So a lot of the things that they do, it doesn't matter what the sport is. So a lot of the things that they do in terms of lineup decisions, combinations, rotations, plays, personnel groupings, pick the sport. They want to win tonight. The GM's job is to field the team as best you can for tonight with your eye on next week and next year and the year after that. And you have to balance how much you should be in at any given time, you know what I'm saying, on the now versus sacrificing the future. I think the 49ers right now are in an interesting spot where they had to kind of sacrifice the now to be able to get some stuff for the future that costs a lot less now. That may not be as good now, today, but you're hoping down the line is significantly better. Whereas in years past, it did feel like they sacrificed the future, which is today, to be better back then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's different in baseball versus the two salary cap sports. But I also think that in baseball, like, Posey's assuming that every team that he's a part of is going to be a winner. Until it's not. And that's what's been so, I don't know, like, jarring, just humbling about the last 6 weeks is like they have just cratered and absolutely collapsed to the extent that, again, we're hearing him talk as if he's just confused, I think frustrated, obviously. Did not expect, I think even a week or two ago, to be having to answer questions about trading Camilo Doval, Tyler Rogers, and Mike Yastrzemski. And this is how it went on going from a buyer to a seller.
You know, I don't know if there was like a aha moment when we said, all right, we've got to do this. I think Zach and I and Jeremy had, just been watching the type of games we're playing. And again, we wish we were in a spot that we were adding. But as poorly as we played since the All-Star break, I think we all felt like it was the best decision for the organization to try to get some pieces coming back that'll help us in the future.
Yeah, they got off of 3 guys. They didn't completely strip things down, though. And that's where I think that as much as he sounds frustrated, his actions are also telling me, like, that's why I think he's confused. Because I don't believe that he believes that this team is as bad as they've played. And that's why they didn't completely get rid of everyone. Even though there were a couple of guys we thought they might have moved on from, Flores and Verlander being at the top.
Yeah, and he also said, I think you're right on that. I think he is confused. I think that's actually a pretty good word. And sometimes sports happens, and there's really no explanation. I know people want, like, who's the fall guy? Sometimes stuff just happens and you just underperform. Things like that are just part of sports. But, he was talking about Robbie Ray, and he's like, we needed to be blown away on Robbie Ray. That, to me, is actually a good exercise. I think over the last couple of years, there's been too many times like, oh, we didn't even consider it, whether they did or didn't. I don't want to hear that publicly, on a Blake Snell, on a Carlos Rodon. Mm-hmm. No, we think, I remember Farhan had a line. They had one time through their rotation fully healthy. That was after Robbie Ray returned. He was like, we have the best rotation in baseball. We would never even consider trading Blake Snell. And it was like, okay, come on, man. Like, I didn't even want to hear that at that time. And whether that's true or not, I think the way you present things needs to be, you got to use good PR. And I think saying that, hey, we did listen to offers for Robbie Ray, but we needed to be blown away. That tells me two things. Number one, they are worried about competing for next year. They're not just going to mail in 2026, which is obvious because you have a significant payroll investment, but also that, like, we did our due diligence. We did our due diligence and we searched and we looked high and low to try to find something, and it just didn't materialize to our liking. So, like, that tells me they did their job. And I wanted to hear that as a Giants fan yesterday.
Well, that's what made the Doval trade, I guess, interesting to me. And this is from the 415 in the Boxer and Grusin Work Injury Attorneys text line. 888-957-9570 is the number, by the way. Giddings in for Spadoni with Shasky. What'd you make of yesterday? If you want to chime in on the conversation, please do. Morning, can you please discuss the Doval trade? Looking at the numbers and stats, it seems like the Giants received a very light return. Did Posey panic during the last minutes? It did come down in the final minutes by the 3 o'clock deadline. And then, is Doval really not valued by Major League Baseball? I figured they'd get at least a top 60, maybe top 10 prospect for him, because they did get a top a couple top 25 guys. But I guess it was
25 in that team system.
Yes, in the Yankee system.
Maybe they mean top 60 overall.
Overall?
Maybe,
yeah,
I don't know.
Look.
That's rich.
It is very rich. But again, like there were a couple of relievers that netted top guys. I think the Phillies gave up 2 top 10 prospects for Johan Duran. Helsley got a top 8 player from the Mets. And I forget who. Mason Miller obviously got a top 3 guy from the A's.
I wonder 2 things. The first is, are we overrating Doval's value relative to how baseball sees him?
Potentially.
Right. So that's one aspect. And then the other aspect is, did the Giants kind of come late to the party on opening up the doors on who they would trade? Because, David Sampson was on with us. He used to run the Marlins, and he basically said, like, if you think these deals are done on a whim, you're tripping. Like, these things take weeks, days or whatever. It's not like, hey, you just pick up the phone and call like in Moneyball. He says that's just not how it works. And so, maybe, Ev, like, maybe they waited till Monday to finally, like, put Doval out there, because maybe up until Monday or Tuesday, they were like, no, we are standing pat. We actually think we're in it. And then after you lose 6 in a row at home, maybe your algorithm changed. And by then, maybe teams have moved on to other closer deals or guys that they actually like a little more. And they would have considered Doval earlier in the process. But again, they've moved on to acquire something else. That I don't have the answer for. We won't know. But I wonder it.
Well, just reading the market, it does feel like Doval was... He's a good reliever. He's a closer on some teams, but he's not the guy that everybody wanted first.
Yes.
Like, again, Duran got traded first.
Totally.
Helsley got traded first. Even Bednar, who the Yankees also picked up and gave up a higher prospect for, got traded for first. And then you're looking at Mason Miller, who might be the crown jewel of them all. Like, that's 4 closers that got dealt before Doval eventually the Giants got off of at the end, the very last second, literally, of the deadline. So, I think that the Mets probably asked about him. They got Tyler Rogers. Like, I have to imagine that they talked about Doval.
No, they apparently, that was who they wanted originally.
Rogers.
The Mets. That was a report like a week or 2 ago, like right going into that series.
And that tells me that they felt like Helsley was better than Doval.
Yes.
Otherwise, you would probably just try to get both of them. Because
it's a great point.
You could just use that 8th overall prospect they gave up to get Helsley to go and acquire Doval. So, yeah, I think that might be telling us what the market said, what other teams think about him.
And I also wonder, like, on the Robbie Ray thing, I think they waited till the very end on Robbie Ray, which I think was the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
I think he, more than any of the other guys we're talking about, was like if we're going to trade this guy, let's make sure we're really out of it, which makes total sense. That's the smart thing. But, in retrospect, it's like, maybe if they were first to market to put him out there, maybe they would have gotten blown away earlier in the process. These are all woulda, coulda, shouldas and unknowns. But these are the parts that fascinate me, the deals that don't get done that we hear about so often. And
also, like, the starting pitching market was relatively bare. Like, the Twins sold everybody. If you go and look at the list of the players the Twins got off of, they got off of everyone except Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
Because also another player that did move that was expected to was Sandy Alcantara from Miami. Both of those teams needed to be blown away. I don't know what the potential ask was for Miami, but Boston, Minnesota was asking Boston for one of their ready-made outfielders and prospects, and they didn't want to give that up. I think that the Giants probably wanted a similar type of deal for Robbie Ray. And if they had gotten it, I do think that they would have considered trading him. But again, you have to be willing to walk away from a deal. And I think that's where I'm also reading what the Giants did specific to Doval. And I do think that after seeing how everything played out, looking at some of the pitchers and even some of the bats that weren't dealt, the Giants wanted to get off of Doval to deadline.
I agree.
I don't know if they sold low. That remains to be seen.
We'll see.
But they determined sometime in the last couple of weeks that he was someone they were going to trade.
It's funny we talk about like the woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I saw all the deals. How did it land for Giants fans seeing Carlos Correa get dealt? There's an alternate universe where he's
back
still
to
like
a team he could win a World Series with.
No, I know, but there's an alternate universe where I was thinking about yesterday's deadline. As Doval, as this guy goes.
Yeah.
There's an alternate universe where the Giants got Correa. He underperforms. He's got like 9 years left on his deal or 10 years left on his deal. And he's like almost untradeable at that point. Did that cross your mind at all as you were watching all these deals go down yesterday?
Well, there's that one was interesting because I think one of the big issues was just the money. Like I think the Twins had to eat, was it $50 million?
Yeah, I think he's got 105, whatever it is. He's got 100 left.
Yeah, so they had to just eat money for a player that they didn't get much out of, and that was a fire sale. The Twins completely sold just about everything they had. And Ryan was someone they didn't have to deal because he's under team control. But some of those moves that the Giants either missed out on or didn't make, look, in a couple of years, you might be looking at some of the guys on your own team like that.
Sure.
I mean, Adames, Devers, Chapman, these are all guys on long-term deals. Chapman's the oldest of the three. But, you hope, like what Carlos Correa was yesterday for the Twins is what you hope never happens to an albatross contract.
You hope that does not become the Rafi Devers deal.
Yes. Yeah, and I have to assume that at least you're going to get a couple more years of good play. Because like Correa, the moment Correa signed, I think he's had one good year with Minnesota.
I mean, you look at it, he's missed a lot of time, and he's underperforming. The power numbers aren't what they were.
He's always been injury prone.
Yeah, and the team did have success, and down the stretch, he was good for them in, was it the year they went to the playoffs, 2024? Whatever year it was, he was a good player down the stretch for them, but overall, his numbers have been deflated since leaving Houston. He has not been the same player.
No, and of course he's going to go back, and I bet he's going to be awesome for them.
Of course he is.
Him and
Altuve will be stealing signs again.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Well, they'll also probably be competing for a World Series, which absolutely pisses me off. The other thing, too, it's like, what? All right, so one of the things that did hit me about the collection of players that they got. So Tidwell and Gilbert from the Mets, Rodriguez and Vreeling from the Yankees, and even a couple throwaways, guys. 3 of those guys are AAA players. Vreeling is 24. He's kind of been pushed up against the AA wall. But I did think it was interesting that Posey identified, and Manassian as well, they identified players that are close to or ready-made. And I did think that was something that was purposeful, which also indicates to me that Posey is, he's not looking for a long sort of rebuild. Otherwise, I think they might have been able to get players that are younger or identified guys in single A or rookie ball. But that's not something I believe they're interested in. I think they were looking at the deadline for guys that either can come up, who knows, someone like Yaz might have been moved because they think that Gilbert is pretty close to getting to the show, and we got to build some at-bats for him. Tidwell has already gotten and broken through into the major leagues. That's someone who can help your rotation.
These are names that nobody knows. Like, I'm just being real.
You're going to know them soon.
No, I know, but most Giants fans, like on acquiring them, nobody knows. But I love how we freak out, and not myself included. Like, oh, it's this ranking and that ranking. What position? Forget the player, forget their ranking. What position was the most like, they acquired that position?
Catcher.
Why?
Because that player can actually hit, and Patrick Bailey is someone that we have a lot of questions about. I mean, I think that's
I'm with you in lockstep.
That's the quote-unquote centerpiece of that deal for Doval. Jesus Rodriguez is a catching prospect from the Yankees who has hit 300 at pretty much every single level that he's gotten to.
His stance is pretty interesting.
He's got an 850 OPS. He hits the ball hard. And he's somebody that I do think that Posey, along with Manassian, looked at and said, you know what? Let's see. Because Patrick Bailey has given us virtually nothing at the plate since he's gotten to the show.
Yeah. To me, I'm in the same agreement as you. Getting a catcher was, I thought it was paramount in the draft, and I didn't think that they drafted enough of that position. And I think getting this guy signals like, all right, you're on notice, Pat Bailey. Like we can't go into next year with Kisner, and I think Kisner's been serviceable. He's been fine. We can't go into this year with Pat Bailey and Kisner. We have to be better than that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Well, let's hear from the general manager of the Giants, who broke down all the prospects they got yesterday. If you're wondering who these guys are, some of their tools, here's Zach Manassian.
Blake Tidwell and Drew Gilbert, both highly regarded, high draft picks within the past couple of years. So Tidwell's got a big arm, plus breaking ball. Gilbert, left-handed hitter, plus defender, plays with an edge. Two players that we've had interest in since they were draft eligible. So, pretty excited about them. Jesus Rodriguez, catcher we got back from the Yankees. AAA, swing the bat, can really throw, athletic enough to move around the field. And we think he could be a quality defensive catcher. Parks Harbor is a hitter that we got, one of the better performers in minor league baseball this year after being a non-drafted free agent. Tristan Vreeling was another higher draft pick out of Gonzaga with a good arm, pitched up to AA. Velocity's been trending up. Carlos De La Rosa is a young left-hander, another person, arm strength. We think there's some upside there. And in the Yaz deal, we're excited to get back Junior Marte, young pitcher in low A, having a great year, 2.7 ERA, he's big body, 6'5", arm strength.
So that's just a quick synopsis of all those players. But again, the theme, I think, again, is he's trying to find guys that are going to push some of his current roster either to a higher level or potentially out.
What a name, Parks Harbor.
He's hitting 320.
I know. I think he was an SEC guy and then transferred to ACC. But
wouldn't it be kind of nice if he parked a couple in the harbor here?
You took my joke. I love
sorry.
it. No, it's okay.
Great minds think alike.
It's an incredible name, is it not?
It is.
Parks Harbor.
It's a great baseball name.
I mean, like if Madden gave me that name as a creative player name, I would draft that guy. 100%.
You got Parks Harbor. You got Blade Tidwell.
I love these names.
Blade. And that's what
I'll give you my
baseball
favorite.
Doesn't have enough of anymore.
No, they don't.
Great names.
One guy that I was all in on, and he never ended up materializing, like Tank Carradine. The name Tank Carradine was just a great name. It was a great name. You're a football player. Tank Carradine, no?
Oh, man, that's one of the reasons I wanted Scattaboo.
Scattaboo.
I mean, Scattaboo is just a great name for a running back.
It's a great, yes.
He's looking pretty elusive.
Oh, God, I love some of these names. These are great. No, you're 100% right about picking up somebody who is a little more ready-made and ready to go. I also think that speaks to how bad their AAA and AA, like just lineups are. And there aren't a lot of reinforcements to help them at the big league level. So I think they did what they needed to do. And although it stinks in terms of the big picture, it was necessary. I don't understand. Like, I didn't think Verlander was going to get them anything. And I know you're trying to do right by him, but like, who wants Verlander? He only was, at a couple of decent starts. Who's really like jumping over themselves to acquire him right now? I didn't think that was a plausible thing that could happen, them dumping him. Maybe they try to throw him on waivers or something. I don't know. We'll see.
No, but I mean, it's like the starting pitching market was pretty barren. And to the point where it's like, I think it was Bailey Falter, the guy who carved up the Giants the other day for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Like, that might have been one of the more under-the-radar moves and acquisitions by the Royals. The biggest name that left yesterday was Merrill Kelly, going from the Diamondbacks to the Rangers, who believe they have action. And even the Padres picking up in the Miller deal, middle-of-the-pack starter like J.P. Sears. Did you think anything about, or did you feel some type of way when you saw, exactly, the San Diego Padres, a team that is not the best in the division, acquire Mason Miller, J.P. Sears, and then go out and get Ramon Laureano, Ryan O'Hearn, and by the way, a catcher. Like, they got basically everything they didn't have.
They are so aggressive.
And they kept Cease.
But why have they been able to be so aggressive? Like, they've dealed and wheeled and wheeled and dealed for like 5 straight years. I looked at this. These are A.J. Preller trades.
I was going to say, did you see the list of players that he has dealt away?
It is incredible. Trey Turner, James Wood, Max Fried, Josh Naylor, Andres Munoz, Mackenzie Gore, David Bednar, C.J. Abrams, Xavier Edwards, Hunter Renfroe, This guy that the A's acquired, this 18-year-old that everyone's talking about, River Ryan, Robbie Snell. I mean, it is like a who's who of the top dudes that would want to be available over the last couple of years in terms of prospects. It's wild.
Someone take that guy's Amex card. Like someone take his credit card because he's going to max it out at some point. And like the fact that he's able to just continue to throw all of these prospects at the wind. Number one, you have to respect it because
they have the prospects.
They're going for it.
That to me is the most fascinating thing. Is your organization has had all of these prospects, so they've been really good at identifying and developing. But keep going.
No. I mean, look, it also means they've got a great scouting department.
Yes.
I mean, and that's why as much as like I hear people that say, look, you gotta trade guys to get pieces to rebuild. It's like. The best organizations are competitive and they continue to draft and develop well. The Padres go to various Latin countries. They identify guys in the draft. They hit on all their dudes for the most part. And their system has been upstanding for, the last 10 years since basically that list of players started with Trey Turner.
That's incredible.
It's unbelievable. And that's how they're able to, and you know, the part that always frustrates me too, if I'm looking at it from another organization, is they know which ones to keep. They didn't trade Tatis.
No.
They didn't trade Merrill. They didn't trade a few of these guys that have come along to be superstars or look like they have the potential to be superstars. And yet, they still have enough in the coffers to move off of a DeVries, to move off of anybody on that list, to go out and get the players they need.
Well, I think they've also done a good job picking the right guys in free agency who will go there. You know, getting Machado was huge. I know the Bogaerts deal doesn't look good today at all.
No.
There was a time when I remember they paid for Hosmer and everyone thought that was just the craziest overpay of all time. Getting Machado was a boon for them because I do think you don't get Machado. A lot of this looks like, Machado's been awesome.
Well, that was their. Like the first guy to fall.
Yeah, that was the
their
first planting of the
first
flag.
big free agent they acquired, and Machado's been everything that they could have hoped for. And that's why I think someone like Buster Posey, not at the same level, but he's like, I got to be able to go get an Adames to show that I have money that people will take. I have to trade for Rafael Devers and acquire this big money because that will show that we're legitimate. And the trade deadline, they sold. But I also don't think, and this is where I want to go next, I also don't think that Posey is... I don't think they've thrown in the towel yet, and I can't necessarily figure out why. We also got training camp news coming up in just a little bit. Bobby Evans at 8 o'clock with the San Francisco Giants. Bonte Hill at 9. All coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky back after this.
Blade, dude. I love these names.
Allow me the pleasure of introducing you to Blade, Laser, Blazer.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Stop. Do you know how fast you were going? I'm going to have to write you a ticket to my new movie, The Naked Gun.
Liam Neeson.
Buy your tickets now and get a free chili dog. Chili dog not included.
The Naked Gun. Now playing. Rated PG-13.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Yeah. Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
No! Spadoni's going to be here on Monday. He's going to be back. Evan Giddings filling in for him on a payday Friday. Everybody's feeling good, Shasky. I mean, you should. What? Well, except for Carter, you look hungry, brother. You look hungry.
We're all hungry. We're starving.
Now, is this something you guys do on Fridays? You grab food for?
It's cheat day.
Ah,
I bought in on it.
I see. Cheat day.
Da-da-da-da-da. I'm loving it.
Days. Yeah, I'll be cheating a little bit later at the cafeteria.
You guys, dude, this cafeteria talk. I mean,
just you got to be at least a little subtle. Don't want to let everybody in.
You sip your tea vigorously.
Shasky, it has been fun hanging out with you for the last couple of days, and I do feel like one thing about the morning show that by the time that you and I generally are done, like Spin will be back Monday, I feel like I finally get into a rhythm. Like yesterday, I was all right. God, by the end of the show, I woke up at 3:30 and I'm in early and I'm just like, I'm all over the place. My body's all off. Now I kind of feel like I'm just starting to get into that rhythm. And by the third day, I think I would be right there, as maybe not as energized as you when you get in the morning, but I'm starting to build the rhythm over time, and now I got to just cut it off and go right back to my normal cycle.
Everyone,
how do you do it?
Everyone thinks that this is, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Doing this for 6 years, the difference between waking up at 3:30 and 4:30 is monumental. The difference between waking up at 4 and 5 is light years. Light years. Everybody, it's easy to wake up. No, it's not. No, it is not. And it's not about doing it for a couple days or even a week. Try doing it for years on end. I've done it for 6 straight years, and I know there's plenty that have done it for 20, 25 years in the market. And there is an obsession and a craziness, and the amount of years I've shaved off the back end of my life, I can't even imagine.
Well, hopefully not too many, buddy, because we want you to stick around. But it's taken you time to evolve into the kind of person you are. I also think that, to bring it back to the deadline, this is one of the first sort of evolutionary steps we're seeing Buster Posey take. Like, he's been resigned to becoming a seller. The Giants have been resigned to selling. But that's a part of the game. Like, I don't know if Posey... Like, I do wonder how easy, or not easy, but how difficult he thought this season was going to be. Like, they were on a roll. He goes out and gets a bat, something they've never had before. And he probably thought at that point, like, all right, I know what I'm doing. And that's where baseball, to me, is different than every other sport, because it will humble you so fast.
Sure.
And that's what happened to the Giants. And I think that's what I'm hearing from Buster Posey.
Do you think that when he took over the job last year in late September, you think he didn't realize this was a multi-year, like, build-up?
No, I think he did.
Okay.
But like many of us, it's a results-based business. And the immediate returns were, we might actually be ahead of schedule. I'm expecting my package to get here in a month, and it looks like it's going to show up in 2 weeks. And then it gets delayed because we got issues in customs. And then it gets delayed even more. And now I'm wondering if my package is even going to get here at all, to the point where I got to pivot. I got to go out and buy something at the store because my package ain't coming. And that's where I think Posey got eventually to at this deadline. Like, do I want to sell? I don't think Posey wanted to sell.
No.
Even maybe a week ago. But he knew it was the right thing to do. And that's the kind of the frustrating truth about where they're at.
I also think the clarity for the rest of the roster is, perform or you're gone. I mean, I think we've kind of figured that out. And even if you do perform, but you're not in the cards long term, you will be taken care of. Duvall's going to the Yankees. He's going to get a great opportunity to win. Tyler Rogers is going to the Mets. He's going to get a great opportunity to win.
I am a little worried about Camilo at Yankee Stadium.
You know where this Camilo thing plays out, right?
I do wonder how he's going to handle the Bronx lights.
It's one of two things. It's incredible or awful.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Dude,
right?
Eventually he's going to have a bad game. And he's going to get booed so hard off that. I remember the first time that Sonny Gray got booed at Yankee Stadium, and he got flack for it because he went off the mound and he was smiling. He was kind of chuckling. And he said it was because he just never been booed before. Huh. He's playing in Oakland in front of 5,000 fans, and even during the playoffs, the atmosphere is different. But he goes to Yankee Stadium and gets shelled, and he's like, dude, I was not ready for what the Yankees fans were bringing. And Duvall, he's had rabbit ears in the past. He can get his own head.
You ever bombed on stage?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know about a stage, but I've had embarrassing moments on the mound for sure.
No, I'm talking about and when you're performing on stage in front of
oh, yes.
Not playing well and there's 15 people in the stands is not the same as bombing. Because I consider bombing on stage means it's a packed room full of people, whatever, gymnasium, a stage, whatever the circus is, and you're there and the spotlight is on you, because that's the equivalent of walking off Yankee Stadium getting booed. I've had a few opportunities where I'm, performing, emceeing, whatever, and you just know it's not going well, and you got to have thick skin. You just got to keep moving. You just got to keep doing it. And it's an uneasy, filled with anxiety moment. It's bad.
It's
bad.
It's going to be tough for him.
It's bad.
It is going to be tough. Now, he doesn't have to close for them, but gosh, I guess I'm tempering expectations because I can just see Yankees fans eating him alive. I just can't. It's going to be tough for him.
The worst thing when you are bombing in any individual thing is when you hyper focus on one person who might be criticizing you or doing something body language wise. That's when it irritates you the most. If it's just white noise and you're just trying to keep it moving, it's all good. When you focus, Carter's nodding his head. He agrees with me. When you focus on one person or one thing, it could totally ruin you. I don't know. Again, if you've ever been on stage and bombed in anything, it's a horribly low feeling.
Well, that's like a trick that I learned because I have a lot of anxiety. A trick that someone told me when I was younger. If you want to maintain eye contact, don't actually look them in the eye. Like look right in between their eyes or at their forehead. In that way, you can. It's like a mental block.
Interesting.
You're just trying to get over.
I was thinking weed would help the anxiety.
No, weed can actually make it significantly worse.
Nah, for me, it always calmed me down and put me in the zone.
Depends on the strain.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, my paranoia can go out.
Anxiety is something we all suffer from, varying degrees of it. It's a big time stressor for me on a variety of levels.
That's probably why I drink so much coffee. Just try and.
Well, that's the ADD for me.
Simmer me down. All right, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Well, one thing we haven't really gotten into, Shasky, is whether or not it was a miss on Robbie Ray. And here's what Buster Posey talked about. This is kind of what you mentioned earlier, why they didn't deal Robbie Ray.
Robbie's been great this year. Again, pitching and defense wins. Feel good about him going into the season next year. Yeah, there were some calls, but I mean, we would have had to have been blown out of the water. We obviously didn't get there.
So the first thing I want to ask you is, do you think that they should have tried to trade him? Because it sounds like they didn't get the offer they wanted, but he was not someone they were going to budge on. No. Meanwhile, I think Doval was someone they were willing to.
I think they took the right tact. I think the open it up, see what you can get. If you don't like it, close shop. You know what I mean? Like it's all good. I think that's what you should do in this circumstance. If he was 28 or 29 or 30, I'm not viewing it the same way. He's 33. And because of, just the nature of pitching, how any throw can be put you on the shelf for a year and a half. Like, I think you owe it to yourself to just see what that individual might be able to net you, given where he's at in his career, contract-wise, et cetera. So, no, I thought it was the exact right mode. Now, Wilmer Flores, I view different than Robbie Ray. Wilmer Flores, to me, we kind of know that he's not going to be on the team next year.
Yeah.
We kind of know that he's a redundant player to the skill sets that are already currently on the team. We kind of know he can't really play defense. So to me, that was one that it was just head scratching that they didn't just, and dump isn't the appropriate word because I don't know if you dump a Wilmer Flores, hypothetically, but find a home for him for something that maybe isn't the most glamorous return. That one was the most surprising, I think, of yesterday.
Wilmer?
Yeah. I don't think JV had a big market, Verlander, and I think Robbie Ray, they would have needed to be blown away, and maybe they just didn't get that offer. Just Wilmer, what are we going to do there?
I think it signals that Eldridge is not as far along as we think, because I think if he was, you would feel fine with Wilmer Flores moving on. Maybe you bring up a corner infielder to just grab a couple DH spots in the meantime, and then you see Eldridge in a couple of weeks or a month. I mean, that's how I think it goes. But, I also think it's because the guys they got rid of were kind of ancillary. Like Yaz, as fine of a player as he is, he's not. I didn't view him as an everyday guy.
I mean, he played probably the fourth or fifth most amount of games on the team.
But he wasn't someone that I viewed as, I guess, integral to their success. He's a really good right fielder. had some moments, but at the plate left a lot, I don't know, for me, wanting like a lot of players. I just think that like the tone of Posey was almost sort of like reluctant to concede defeat. Like, I don't think that this team is giving up. And I don't think that Buster Posey, I think he wanted to use the deadline to get some pieces back. And look, in their system now, they acquired, it's a 12, 13, 16, and like 24th ranked prospect. So they replenished the farm a little bit. But it signals to me that Posey doesn't believe this team is that far away. And that might be foolish. I don't know how far they are, but I also think that he's still not willing to completely concede.
Nor should they. And I think every individual on this team has something to play for. You know, Willard Dibs, finish the year out on a high note. Don't just give me one great month. Like, I want to see him finish the season out on a high note. Matt Chapman, stay healthy, finish the season on a high note. Rafi Devers, can you just get can we get 3 weeks of hot Rafi? Boy, I'd feel a lot better. Right? And then I look at all the young guys that are vying for time. Pat Bailey, let's see it. Let's see it, dude, because your job is up for grabs. Casey Schmidt, you want to be the second baseman of this team next year? You've got to earn it. You've had a nice little season. Like, if you look at his numbers, he's had a nice year. But you've got to finish it out, right? And then I look at Elliot Ramos. I'd like to see him bounce back here in this second half in terms of the mental mistakes, right? Jung-Hoo Lee. Jury's still out on you as an everyday player for a full season. It just is. Right field, open competition. Who wants it? Hayden Birdsong, you going to get called back up in the final couple months? Lane Roop, can you finish out the year? Because you only have like 110 or whatever career innings pitched. That's your high.
Yep.
Like, I want to see you finish out the year on a high note. And then there's so many other guys that we could reference in terms of, minor leaguers getting opportunities to come up. And then I look at the coaching staff. I think you're on notice too. I think you've got a lot to play for. So this thing, and I'm not saying you're saying it, but I think from some Giants fans, season's over. No, it's not. No, it's not. A lot of guys have a lot of things to play for.
Well, and that's why, I hear Posey as like a guy he's not willing to accept defeat. And I think that's a good quality. Like, he's somebody who expects to win. And that's why the rest of the way, that even though the Giants are in all probability not going to make the postseason, yeah, you still got to bust your ass every single day. Like, that's the expectation. And if you don't, well, now there's some guys that they just acquired at the deadline that could take your spot and that are going to challenge potentially going into next season. I think that Posey is, like, in a way, last year was, September, he came in to kind of survey the land, evaluate things. The last 2 months of this season, I do believe Buster Posey is back to being in evaluation mode.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing. And like, not just the players. I think you're completely right. I think the coaching staff has to be under a microscope. And because if you don't believe that they can turn this thing around, well, then they might not be the people for you next year.
100%. If you're just looking at roster, what's open? What right now for the rest of the year? Right field's wide open. Who's going to take it? Right?
Yep.
Okay. I think catcher's open. Now, Bailey, it's either Bailey can prove that he belongs or prove that he doesn't belong.
Well, but Bailey could be your backup. I mean, the starting spot, I think, absolutely next season.
Starting spot's up in the air for me. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay. I think second base.
Well, I would hope.
I think second base is still up in the air. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's fair.
And even though Casey's had a nice little run here, I think we learned our lesson from Tyler Fitzgerald. You can't have just a couple of good months. You gotta finish. And even then, do it again next year, right? I think closer role is completely up in the air.
It is now.
Who wants to grab it? Setup man is up in the air. Who wants to grab it? So in a hypothetical, let's say Ryan Walker gets an opportunity to close before Randy Rodriguez because they just don't think Randy's ready yet. Well, Randy has an opportunity to solidify himself as the setup man if he can't be the closer, right? So there's kind of a domino effect between those two. And then I look at starting pitching. 2, maybe 3 spots up in the air. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Right? There's a lot to play for. And then you get back to the manager. I think he is managing for his job. I think the staff is managing for their position simultaneously. Pat Burrell is a hitting coach, Matt Williams at third, and all the different guys they have on the staff. I think it's all up in the air right now. So I mean, I just rattled off 7 things that this team has to play for, and that doesn't include guys on big deals who need to continue to earn those deals.
Like, I'll say this. I do think that Bob Melvin is going to be back next year just because I don't see how this team can continue to play at this awful of a level. But if they do, then yeah, you have to think about what's next. Like,
100%.
I think what I'm looking for is a couple things. Yes, all those positions you talked about. You'd like to see some guys, maybe it's a Wiz and Hunt, maybe it's someone else in the minor leagues come through and try at least grab the 4 and 5 spot in the rotation and give you some idea going into next year. But really what I want to see, because I'm going to be honest, I don't think we've seen it at all this year.
What's that? Chapman,
Adames, and Devers all playing well at the same time.
I've been asking for this for
weeks.
Like
seriously, this is your core, this is your big 3. Can we get all 3 of these guys on the same page at the same time? One of them has been good, or 2 of them have been good. All 3 of them have not been the dudes they were paid to be so far this year, and that's a big reason why your offense has been so mid.
I wonder, as you bring that up, like Chapman was getting red hot right before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, he was. And then Adames got hot right after they picked up Devers. I just wonder, if the Chapman injury doesn't go down, and they're a couple games better than what they are right now, would that have been a good thing or a bad thing to be buying on this team? Would this have been fool's gold, or would this team have been worth it, or would just everything feel different and so you would be forced to go all in and it would have been the right move?
Well, real quick before I answer that, I want to remind people we got Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, currently in an advisory role with the Giants, coming up at 8 o'clock. Bonte Hill live from 49ers training camp at 9 o'clock, all right here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We do have some Niners stuff coming up. Got to talk about Trey Lance last night in the Hall of Fame game. But what I'll say to that is we were kicking into this around last night. I almost feel like the Chapman injury could have been a blessing in disguise because this team clearly has, we just went through them, a lot of holes. A lot of holes. And in a way, if Chapman had remained healthy, let's say you're 3 or 4 games above 500, but you're still kind of sputtering a bit. Buster Posey might have bought at the deadline. Like, in a way, the Chapman injury, along with, you could argue, the Roop injury, you could argue a couple of other guys beginning to regress, kind of forced you into a position that maybe you were supposed to be in, I guess. It highlighted some of the flaws on your team that you needed and were going to have to eventually address. So some might look at it and say, yeah, that sucks. Chapman's red hot. We could have kept playing well. I could also take the other side and sort of what we batted around yesterday and saying, maybe it's a good thing. Like, maybe the Giants, this is a season where you had to take your lumps. It's the first year of the Buster Posey regime. I'm sorry, I did not expect this team to win a World Series.
No.
That's not how it goes, especially when your team the last few years has been about 500.
Even if they would have gotten into a 5-game series, that would have been a pretty great year, I think, for almost all Giants fans. Would it have not?
Well, it would have been awesome. I mean, it would have been 4 years since the playoffs.
It would have been a great year, I think. So, no, I think that's the perspective you have to have. And I think as the season went on and you start to realize, like, oh, okay, they're not as good as we thought they were, and certain things aren't sustainable. The guy that I don't think we talked enough about the last couple of weeks, like Hayden Birdsong, can this guy bounce back? Can he bounce back? Can they figure him out? Can they figure out whatever's ailing him mentally, physically, mechanic-wise, in the same way they did Camilo Doval from one year to the other? But can they do it over this little stretch here? Coming up here, like, can they figure this thing out? One of the things people have forgotten about from the 2010 run, Bumgarner had lost his way mechanic-wise in the playoffs. He was awful in the 2010 playoffs in terms of his mechanics and everything, and mentally. And they got him right toward the end, and he had that huge game, obviously, against the Rangers. Game 4, Sammy, off the top of my head. Game 4, they got him right. And it was one of the... yes, Carter?
Sam's not here.
Oh, my bad.
Thanks, Sam.
It was the hallmark of Dave Righetti and Bruce Bochy and their ability to get people right who were scuffling mentally or physically. And, like, again, that's like one of the greatest examples of all time. But they need to kind of figure out what's wrong with him. because he had no confidence. It looked like his mechanics were off. He couldn't throw a strike on command, and he looked awful, quite frankly.
I think we will see him back this year. I think that Hayden Birdsong's place for now, and maybe in the future, is in the bullpen. That's where he was at the beginning of this year when he was really, really good. I also think that's one of the reasons why you didn't mind moving a Rogers and Doval, mainly a Doval, because you can always find bullpen help. The Giants have done, sure, they haven't done a lot of things great in the last few years, but they have found ways to develop serviceable, if not sometimes elite bullpen arms. Ryan Walker on line 1, Tyler Rogers on line 2. Rainer Rodriguez is homegrown. Doval is as well. Like, they have found quality bullpen guys, and I don't think it's crazy to look at Birdsong and say, all right, yeah, you're a little bit erratic, but you got some great stuff. Let's get you in 1 inning, maybe 2 innings, and see what you can do at the back end of this bullpen that's going to need some help anyways.
Yeah, there's other guys that they've traded over the last couple of years that people kind of forgotten about now, but like Will Smith was a great acquisition and was a good player for you. Remember him?
Yeah.
I know he's a one-pitch guy, but like...
Jake McGee.
Jake. You're so right. But they found a lot of different arms in that bullpen that have contributed and been good. Like this year, the guy that's actually been significantly better than anyone wants to give credit to, Lucchesi, has been awesome. Like he's been really good for them this year.
And you got Eric Miller coming back.
That injury scares me.
Yeah, elbows are always tough.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. Like, I think that they've got some intriguing opportunities here. Randy Rodriguez is the one for me. Like, I wonder what they do with him. Does he go setup man and they go Ryan Walker in the closer spot to kind of start? Or do they just go, hey, we're going to do baptism by fire and we're going to throw Randy Rodriguez in there and we're going to keep Ryan Walker in the 8th inning? I think most Giants fans would say Ryan Walker's not a closer. He would be a nice setup man and Randy would be your guy, but maybe Randy's just not ready for that yet.
I mean, a lot of people didn't think Sergio Romo could be a closer either. He was just a great setup guy, and he turned out to be solid. But here's Zach Manassian yesterday.
Santiago Casilla as well. That's a good call.
On how they fill Doval's role.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of maintain the same stance. We want Bob and the coaching staff when it comes to the lineup day to day on how we do that. Certainly feel like we have some pretty good in-house potential replacements with Randy's been great. Ryan Walker's pitched in that closer role before, so feel like we have some pretty good options there.
And that's the other part about it too. It's like I know that you want to win. You want to go out there and compete. What yesterday signaled is there's not as much pressure on you anymore, and I do wonder how guys are going to play now that they saw their front office not give up, but essentially say, look, guys, if you want to make a run, it's going to be on you. But if you don't, we're kind of prepared for that. Like, that's why we made the moves that we made, because we're prepared for this team to not see October.
Yes, I think that's the appropriate tack that they needed to take. If you were to rank who's on the team right now, youngsters, who's the last 2 months the most important for now, given the moves that they've made? Wisenhunt. I know Birdsong's still in AAA right now, but I'm just going to I'll lump some of these.
The young guys.
Okay. Luciano, Wisenhunt, Birdsong, Matos, Grant McCray. I believe McCray's coming up. Sounds like they bought out his contract. Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey. Who are like the top 2 guys that you think the next 2 months are the most important for next year as well? Like, as in, what they do in these final 2 months is really going to make or break how you view them for next year.
Well, I think the most important young player they have is Elliot Ramos.
All right.
Like, that's a guy that I need to mentally, not physically, like mentally figure it out the next 2 months. Because I think that he's their most impactful bat of their like younger core. But of the rest of the guys, I'm looking around and I am looking towards the bullpen. I would say Randy Rodriguez would be at the top of my list. I would like to see if he can establish himself as the closer of this team for the foreseeable future. Although, to be fair, a lot of guys don't really develop into closers immediately. It takes them a couple of years.
I went down this long rabbit hole when Doval first came up of Hoffman, Wetland, Rivera, Lee Smith. Like, just pick whoever you want as a closer, who you think is one of like the top. Almost all of them didn't have their first 40 save season until they were 27, 28. Now,
Francisco Rodriguez didn't take over as a closer till year 4.
Yes.
With
they had Trent
Anaheim.
Percival.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the setup guy.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Frankie Rodriguez is ridiculous. But it was also, back then, it wasn't as specialized as it is now. You know, for a lot of like Lee Smith and guys like that. But no, the point that I'm getting at is a lot of these guys, you know, cut their teeth as setup men or as seventh inning guys before they get that closer role.
Yeah, I mean, so from there, to me, Ramos and Rodriguez would be the top of my list. The next guy I got to figure out if he's in my long-term plans. It's Patrick Bailey. I have to figure out if I can get something from the bat, because what he's done since he's gotten to the major leagues at the plate, and I know that he had a couple of good months. I think it was last season, the beginning of the year, but he's a career 226 hitter with a 618 OPS. That's awful. Like that is, and it'd be different if you had any sort of pop. His career high in home runs is 8. You cannot be a catcher that doesn't hit and doesn't hit for power. Like you cannot be a one-tool starting catcher. That's probably, to me, the guy that I'm looking at and trying to figure out if I can get anything from him. Because if you don't think that he's going to be a big league hitter or have any sort of power behind home plate, I'm sorry. Like, that profiles to me as a backup catcher.
100%. But that'd be another wasted top 15 pick. It's just, it's frustrating. He doesn't drive the ball at all. He slaps it the other way. He's switch hitter, so he's got 2 different swings going on right now. So there's a variety of things. Like, there's plate discipline,
and maybe the guy they got from the Yankees is supposed to be the answer, Rodriguez. But I also have to figure out if he's gonna come up and be a dude.
To be determined.
Yeah.
But Pat Bailey, like, if you're asking me now, I think they've already made the decision on Pat Bailey. I think they have enough evidence on him. I don't think that they think he's going to all of a sudden turn it around. It's not like the Ramos situation where he came up for a couple weeks, went down, was in AAA, and like, they've seen him at the big league level. They've been with him every day, 3 years now. I think they've got a feel for what he is.
Well, I think we all quietly know what he is. We're just hoping that he turns into something else.
Not good enough.
Now, the other guy that you gotta, and maybe pressure is no longer on his shoulders. And look, the last couple of months he can just kind of play like himself, get back to being his old self. It's Devers.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of the elephant in the room of when this guy is going to be able to start playing like the guy we expected when they traded for him. A player that's an 850, 900 OPS, a player that's again advertised as a top 10 hitter in baseball, is advertised as a threat in the middle of your order, is advertised as all these things that, quite frankly, we've seen for 2 days.
In Atlanta.
Those were the only 2 days that we have seen Devers really do the damage that we were kind of promised when they traded for him.
Yeah, I still think he's a really good player, but his discipline is just all over the map. He will get down 0-2 and then foul off a bunch of pitches, work the count to 3-2, and then roll over to first base. And it's a great at-bat. Like, you're like, wow. Like, a lot of other guys would have been, been out meagerly after 3 or 4 pitches here, but he's just not driving the ball the way that he needs to, and it just feels like, I feel like he's trying to win it all back in terms of fan love and his status and everything with one swing. And to me, it's not about one swing. It's about 2-3 weeks of being a good player and just being a little more discerning at the plate. Patience for me is important with him.
Hey, Devers, or pardon me, Posey, are we going to scale back Devers at all coming up the last 2 months?
Robbie's been great this year. Everything I'm hearing is he's good to go. He's healthy. The guy likes to be on the field and plan on him being out there.
Sorry, one more time. I got fat fingers.
No, everything I'm hearing is he's good to go. He's healthy. The guy likes to be on the field and plan on him being out there.
First base, it's yours for now. That's another thing too. It's like I got to figure out if he could play first base.
I have questions.
He could play
on that.
first base.
Don't you?
Yeah, I do. It's one of the reasons why I felt like they should just push it until the offseason when they were competing, when they were going for it. But now, turns out that might be the perfect time to see if he could play first.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be an adventure over there all year. He's learning on the fly. It doesn't look good. Like Casey Schmidt is already a way better defensive first baseman than Devers.
Yeah.
And I don't think Casey's great either. He's learning on the fly, but I way more trust him over there than I do Devers. Don't you?
Yeah. I trust Wilmer Flores more than I trust Rafael Devers at first base.
Wilmer's pretty bad.
Well, he just can't move, but I know he can catch the ball. I mean, that's kind of where they've gotten to. I think that the Giants the last few months are back in evaluation mode. You hope you could compete in the meantime. Like I want them to play well. I just think that being 6 games out of the wild card when specifically the Padres loaded up the way they did, even a team like the Reds bought at the deadline, you're too far out of it. And it does suck because I think that I don't know if Posey would, or should get as aggressive as someone like A.J. Preller just because they don't have the coffer to do it. But I did think that it was really interesting to see the Padres, I would say, go in more than they ever have before outside of acquiring a player like Juan Soto at the deadline. Like, they got 2 position players. They got a closer who might not even close because Suarez is still there, a starting pitcher, a catcher, and they didn't sell the 2 guys that they were rumored to maybe get off of, which was Suarez, who's an expiring contract, and Dylan Cease, who they reportedly don't want to bring back in free agency. Like, the Padres, who are a team that is probably not going to win the division, though it's within reach, they're all in. And in a way, it's like that's kind of... That's where I've hoped that a Bay Area baseball team could get to the point where we're looking at a stage where, all right, they're all in, and even though they might regret that, a lot of these, they probably regret trading Mackenzie Gore, James Wood, and C.J. Abrams, who are all looking like studs and start for the Nationals. They're all in, and I have to respect that kind of approach from an aggressive team.
But right now they have, you can make the argument they have 3 multi-year All-Stars for the next couple of years playing every single day. Center fielder, Tatis, right field, and your third baseman, Manny Machado, right? So, now is the time for them to go all in on that. It makes sense. The Giants don't. I don't know. If I were to say, name their All-Star next year of their everyday players, I don't know.
No, it could be one of 4 guys.
The best money would be on Devers, right today. But even then, he hasn't looked like an all-star with the Giants right now. So I want it to happen.
I'm not saying they're close to what the Padres are doing, but again, that to me is the place I hope that Posey can one day take this organization.
But right now, in this analogy, it would be like the Niners.
We're talking about did they get enough as opposed to did they give up too much.
I hear you. But I think we're at the Arizona Cardinal phase of where the Giants are, comparing themselves to what the Padres are kind of in the Niner zone, where the Niners were the last few years, all in to win a Super Bowl. They're all in to try to win now. This is their core. This is their window. Whereas I don't view the Giants in that same window.
Do you think that the Giants, who's closer to a title, the Niners or the Giants?
Niners.
How much? How far?
Well, they've got multiple Hall of Famers and Pro Bowlers. I don't know how far. Football's so weird. I don't know. They're one more offseason away, I think, from being right back in the mix. Or they could be one more offseason away from totally blowing everything up. They go 6-11 again this year. Anything's on the table.
Yeah, that's why they're so young, and that's where
it's also football.
I'm thinking about the 3 Bay Area teams, and I'm kind of wondering where people feel like, the title hopes are for these 3 teams. We realized over the last 6 weeks the Giants' title hopes are dead.
No, they're a long way away.
But the Niners are a team that's been there recently, but is kind of rebuilding. The Warriors are far away, it appears, but they don't really have anywhere to kind of turn the clock back on because they're not a young team. And and maybe that's why, like, I'm thinking about the all three teams, and it's like there's varying degrees of hope. And we're going to talk about the Niners coming up here in a little bit. We also got Bobby Evans coming up in about 7 minutes.
Trade I want to make.
A trade?
Yeah.
Yes. Well. Yeah. We're going to discuss that.
Speaking of deadlines.
Yeah, that's something. Let's do that after Bobby Evans. How about that? Because there is a trade out there for the Niners that I think is kind of just sitting there, potentially sitting there. But we're gonna break down the deadline. It really just kind of peeled back the curtain of what happens at a trade deadline like the one that just transpired for the San Francisco Giants with Bobby Evans. And then Bonte Hill is going to join us at 9 o'clock live from Niners training camp, all on the River Islands guest line. I'm listening again to Posey yesterday. I'm listening to Manassian, and I just get the feeling that they are a group right now that is they were forced into dealing players away. And I think it kind of cut them because, like the rest of us, they believe that this season had potential, and very quickly it spiraled out of control. Is that on the manager? Is that on the players? Is it on the front office for believing a little too much? I heard one of my friends yesterday, Shask, and I want to throw it at you, saying maybe they were too quick on Devers because maybe this team is far away. Like maybe this team wasn't a Devers away and just thought it was, and now they've kind of handicapped themselves with an additional $280 million.
Well, look, the money is an element, and throw that to the side. They've spent poor money forever. You gave him up for a guy that the Boston Red Sox already gave up in Dibs. He got traded yesterday for a rental. Okay, that's number one. Harrison wasn't helping you. He's still in AAA. And Jordan Hicks. Like, yes, it's a significant amount of money. Won't disagree there. You do the deal all day. You basically gave up three things that aren't helping you ever.
I'm with you. It's time for the injury report. All right, we got an update on Jawan Jennings from Kyle Shanahan, and it was not a good one. After leaving practice with a calf injury over the weekend, Shanahan said there is no timetable for Jennings' return to the field. Shanahan also confirmed that Jennings' calf injury is on the same leg that he had issues with earlier this year that cost him time in OTAs. So, not good news on the Niners front. They'll be back at practice later on, and of course, moving towards their first preseason game just about 11 days away. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, on the other side, Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, now in an advisory role with the team, joins us live on the Morning Roast. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Giddings in for Spadoni with Shasky. Back after this.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale isn't just hot, it's sizzling. Everything in our stores will be 25% off. Add 2 years interest-free financing, that's smoking hot. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everyone. What's going on? Happy Friday to all. If it's a payday for you, congratulations. It is over here, and I'm feeling really, really good. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky, Carter Lubman in the back, holding it down for you here on the roast. And we got somewhat of a bombshell piece of information just about 5 minutes ago from Sam Amick of The Athletic that I want to get you right after we talk to Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants and an advisory role with the team right now. It has to do with Jonathan Kaminga, and I think it is very, very interesting. So that's what's coming up in just a little bit.
Wow.
Latte Hill at 9 o'clock as well.
Wow.
I mean, that's what I'll tease. It is something that I think we've all been kind of wondering about and ruminating on as far as numbers go. And it's interesting because we just had the MLB trade deadline, and it's basically trade season and the hot stove season for the NBA right now. The Warriors and this Kaminga thing just won't ever end.
Is this verified? Like Sam Amick, and we're going.
I'm hitting up Amick right now to see how real this is.
Okay. You're gonna
the update we saw was not
it is
from
real.
Amick.
No. It is from Amick.
Mentioned it was from Amick.
It is from Sam Amick of The Athletic. The article is right in front of me. We will get into that in just a moment.
Okay.
It is confirmed.
And the report's on there. Okay. Wow. I mean,
no, it is published on the New York Times.
Why don't you just say it right now? What it is, and then we'll get right back into it. For those that haven't listened, Warrior fans out there, you want some sort of conclusion with Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors. What does it say on The Athletic? Sam Amick, who's a very respected writer.
All right. The Warriors earlier this week, team sources say they've offered a 3-year, the Kings have offered a 3-year, $63 million deal for Kaminga in a proposal that would send veteran guard Malik Monk and their 2030 first-round pick lottery protected to the Warriors. And the Warriors insisted the first-rounder be unprotected, so they turned it down. We'll get back to that in just a moment. We'll get back to that.
This is never going to end.
In just a moment.
It's never going to end.
Because we do have to chat right now. Sam, do we have him? All right, we got him. We got to chat with Bobby Evans. All guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the island's River Islands in Lathrop? Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, with the team in an advisory role right now. Bobby, thank you so much for joining us here on The Roast. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to be with you.
Well, obviously, a lot happened in the last 48 hours for the San Francisco Giants, with them sending Tyler Rogers to the New York Mets, Camilo Doval to the New York Yankees, and Mike Yastrzemski to the Kansas City Royals. As someone who has had to be in those war rooms, make those kinds of decisions, what is deadline day like? I mean, take us through whether it comes down to the wire, how much you're looking at in advance. What is trade deadline day for a general manager?
Well, trade deadline day is probably the most chaotic of all of the lead up to it, but there's a lot of chaos in advance too. I mean, there's so much prep that has to be done to know your system, so you know who you can give up without putting yourself at any disadvantage in a deal, but also knowing the system of other organizations, so that if you're forced to sell, you're able to bring in good talent to the organization. So there's so much prep work, but the adrenaline, is highest on the final day, of course. And there's so many deals, as you saw, that get done at the very end. And I always wonder why can't these deals have been done, 2 hours earlier or 2 days earlier? But for some reason, just the adrenaline of all these teams at the last minute, we're trying to plug in the final elements of a deal 4 minutes before the deadline yesterday. And so I give our guys credit because, they have to stay calm in the midst of the chaos. And but it's an exciting day, but it is, I describe it as a very stressful day because there's so much that goes on and so many elements that you can't control, but as you saw it, a lot got done in the game. It was very much of a exciting deadline, I think, for baseball.
Yeah, and for the Giants as well. And I don't want you to give away too many of the secrets, but like when you're out there and your team is kind of oscillating between, hey, do we stand pat? Do we buy? Do we sell? Or I call it more building. Do we build for the future? How early do these talks, one way or the other, get going? And at what point do you think you have to choose a direction? Because it feels like a lot of this happened really quick for the San Francisco Giants. How early do these talks get going one way or the other? And does your current record really impact how rushed some of these decisions can be leading up to the deadline?
Well, I think that when you're a team, you're looking at the standings of other teams, and you're careful to reach out to teams that are either if they're clearly selling, you don't have any hesitation. But when a club is kind of in that middle ground, you have to be very careful, and you just call and you inquire. You got Buster and Zach and Jeremy kind of manning the phones, and they're calling, inquiring about, hey, what are you guys looking to do? And that's when a team will tell you, hey, we think we're gonna move these guys, or we're considering these options. And I think that Zach and Buster were getting those kind of calls about our guys, and they're couching it as, if we decide to move, this is what we'll need. and so you kind of prepare kind of what a deal might look like. But I think that, I think it is hard when you're in that gray area. I think in many ways, the way the club's played the last month, it's become less gray. And I think that ultimately is, as hard as it is to try to build for the future, it's necessary sometimes to be able to read kind of where the club's at. And it has been a rough stretch here. And it doesn't mean at the same time we can't turn it around. We just have to, do it with different people in those roles. So.
Bobby Evans joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Bobby, it's the $1 million question, and I got to ask you because we've all been trying to figure out what's going on, and Buster himself, it sounded, I don't know if it's confused or certainly there's frustration that builds over this 6-week period of bad baseball, but I got to ask you, what do you think happened over the last 6 weeks?
Well, I know that we're seeing a lot of teams, and we've been there before too. I mean, that All-Star break, somehow, you want to come out hot, and we've come out cold before, and it's a very helpless feeling. I think that the scoring guys, we're getting guys on base, but we're not bringing them home, and not hitting well with runners in scoring position. And we've seen Adames really get it going here, and we've got to get more than one guy going. We got to get multiple guys going, and the bottom half of our lineup has really struggled too, and that puts a lot of pressure on the top of the lineup, which actually gives your starting pitcher ability to pitch around some of your better guys because there's not as much to damage down below. So you that if you can get through the top of the order, you can get the bottom of the order out, and it really puts some pressure offensively on our top of our order. And I feel like that there's no explanation I can give you for this other than to say that it's been really disappointing, and yet at the same time there's a lot there to work with, and so we've got to find a way to put ourselves back in a position, looking ahead to win these close games and hopefully be more aggressive offensively than we have been. And I feel like that there's never been I don't know if there's ever been a harder lineup or harder challenge with the pitching in the game today. I mean, there's just so much movement to these guys' stuff. There's so much velocity. I feel like that these hitters have a lot to contend with, but yet, we feel like we've got the right guys in the right position. We do have to find ways to deepen our lineup, and I think that's part of our challenge right now.
Bobby, what are you guys going to do in right field? With Mike Yastrzemski getting traded away, he was a very good Giant. And I know it was a difficult decision for a variety of reasons, but if you had to take a stab at some of the names that we might see out there, who do you think it is over the next couple of months?
Well, I think we'll look at everybody in the system that has not yet come up. Even Gilbert, who we just traded for, I think could be in the consideration at some point to get some at bats. But I think more recently we've got Encarnacion going through rehab, and he'll come back and face lefties. But McRae, has had a good season, so we'll probably get a chance to see him sooner than later. So, again, we've got Luciano's had a really good run against lefties this last month, and so hopefully we'll get a chance to see more of him. But I think we'll get a chance to see a little bit of everybody now, and so I think that's going to be important for the future.
One more for you, Bobby, from me. It's just, what is the goal for the team now, the remaining 2 months of the season? I know that the front office sent a message, and the team, understandingly so, kind of discussed Chapman, Webb, the captains, that they didn't do enough for the front office to be buyers at the deadline and got off of a couple players. But from your perspective, having been in this position, now back with the team, what do you think the goal should be over these last 2 months?
I mean, you want to win every game you can. So everything is about putting a great product on the field day in and day out. I mean, we have high expectations, and I think one of the best ways to finish these last 2 months is play winning baseball. I think there is going to be opportunity, though, for us to see some of the young arms, to see some of the young position players, which is very important. And I think that we'll now have a chance to do that. You can't call up an entire 40-man roster, so you can only call up so many guys, and so it won't be necessarily as many as you'd like to see, but you'll get to see a good number of them here in the last 2 months, and I think that'll be an important part of it. But I think Buster's message is we need to play winning baseball, and whether we're in a race or we're edging our way out of a race, we've got to play winning baseball. So I think that's the expectation of the staff, of the players, and I think that when you see two incredibly great Giants from the relief corps leave, as well as longest termed Giant in Yaz, it feels like a gut punch perhaps to that clubhouse, but at the same time they still have a job to do, and there's guys coming in to replace them that will do their best to try to contribute. And I think they have to focus on winning baseball, and there's no better way to start next season than to finish strong this year. So hopefully we can do that, and even with a little less weapons in the clubhouse.
I got you, Bobby. Well, thank you for giving us some clarity, taking us behind the scenes, revealing kind of what goes down and what this team may be looking for down the home stretch. We really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Appreciate it. And I will say just real quick, we lost a great Giant recently in Bill Newcomb.
Mm.
And one of the things that when Bill came in, he sat down with Brian and I and Jeremy and Dick Tidrow, and he was very big on, hey, let's look at the process. I know decisions matter, but look at the process and how can we improve the process. And I feel like that Bill, made a huge contribution to us in helping us look deeper at our process. And having watched the process that I'm seeing Zach and Buster go through, I really feel like they've done a great job building a process that should lead to really strong and great decisions for the organizations going forward. So I think there's a lot to look forward to, and I just want to mention Bill in this because he's such a big part of our success. So
absolutely,
well said.
We're going to miss him. So
yeah, well said. I hope you and your family are doing well. Did your boys play summer ball, Bobby?
Oh yeah, my little guy was playing in the 11U Pony League. And
nice, a little Donnie Jr.
Yeah, the FYBL All-Stars, little Jackson, and he had a fun summer with a great team, and we got to zone in the West Coast and didn't advance, but it was fun.
Yeah, Willie and Donnie were coaching with Gerald. That was a good group of boys. Congratulations to them. Enjoy the rest of your summer, and thanks for coming on, Bobby.
All right, thank you guys.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Bobby Evans with the San Francisco Giants helping us wrap up the trade deadline here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All right, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. Baseball talk done and out of the way.
I just can't.
You guys built a sounder for that?
Wait, you haven't heard that yet?
No.
Play it again. It's the screaming.
I love seeing everyone's reaction to it the first time.
It's the best.
my
It also
God.
shows how much people don't listen to this station.
All right, well, we do have a little bit of a bombshell that was dropped about, I would say 20 minutes ago. It came out right before the beginning of the hour from Sam Amick of The Athletic, who, by the way, is going to join us at 8:30 to help really break down all of this. But I want to read a little bit from the piece for those that haven't had a chance to glean it on The Athletic, and we're going to review it with Sam coming up in just about 10 minutes. But he does confirm in the article, as ESPN reported last week, that Kaminga and his camp turned down the Warriors' 2-year, $45 million offer and the team option, which may have signaled more of a willingness to sign the $7.9 million qualifying option. And they've described that as a quote, nuclear option, primarily for the Warriors. But plan A at the moment for the Warriors to shut down communication with interested teams en route to convincing Kuminga to take this current deal, which would keep them below the second apron. Plan B, the Kings and the Suns' ideas, according to Amick, are not cutting it. The Suns and Warriors did not progress in any serious talks. So while it's notable, the report that they'd offered Kaminga 4 years at $90 million, it's, quote, irrelevant so long as the Golden State Warriors continue to show zero interest in what the Suns have to offer. The best offer on the table was reportedly Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 second-round picks. Now, for the Kings, who spoke with the Warriors earlier this week, according to Amick. They offered Kuminga a 3-year, $63 million deal in a proposal that would send veteran guard Malik Monk and the Kings' 2030 first-round pick, lottery protected, to the Warriors. That would require the Warriors to move salary elsewhere to stay under the first apron. So perhaps Moses Moody or Buddy Hield would also be going out. Those protections have been the primary sticking point, according to Amick, as the Warriors have insisted that the first-rounder be unprotected, thus the stalemate. The floor is yours, Shasky.
I mean, I don't even know what you want me to... which part would you like me to respond to? The unprotected part? No, we want the pick to be unprotected. So
it sounds like the Warriors turned it down because... And I do think that Moody and Hield, and we can get into this with Amick too, might also be a part of it, but it sounds like the sticking point is whether or not that pick was protected.
Yeah. If you're bringing back Monk and he intends to play here... Yeah, Moody or Buddy would probably have to go anyway, right? That would be my perception of that. Monk, the ball sticks in Monk's hands. He's a dribbler. He's a scorer, though. He is a scorer. He's a very high energy-like player that I think can bring a lot to the table. He doesn't solve some of their issues, though. He gives more shooting, which they do always need more shooting, right? But he doesn't defend on the perimeter. He's not really a guy that's going to set up others, per se. Puts a little pressure on the rim. I like Monk as a player. I do. I'm intrigued by him. I don't think he's the end-all, be-all, and I don't know if he necessarily solves things. I keep coming back to this. Do the Warriors even want Jonathan Kuminga? I don't know. They send
I think they do.
Okay.
I don't think that he wants them.
Well, that I agree. No, I agree with that point. I think it's clear Kuminga doesn't want to play for them, which I understand.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm coming down to, I get mixed signals from the Warriors. Do you want him or do you not want him? Oh, we want him at the right price. We'll move him at the right price. And it's just I just feel like we've gone through this charade of we like him a little, but not enough, but too much to want to deal him, but not enough for that deal. You know what I mean? It's just, I think they just have to make a decision. Either you want him or you don't want him. And you're either going to have to lose a little on a trade if you don't want him, or pay a little too much and sacrifice maybe acquiring someone else because you do like him. It's one or the other. Either you're losing on one end or you're losing on another end, but you're probably already going to lose.
Well, I think that's becoming increasingly clear. I think you're spot on. They're going to have to sell.
I sound so confused.
No, they're going to have to sell. I think we're all confused.
I mean, the whole thing. I'm twisting myself into a pretzel trying to figure out you ever watch Back to the Future?
They're going to have to take the Duvall deal.
Do you ever watch Back to the Future?
Yeah.
Okay, number 3.
Marty McFly.
Number 3, there's this whole thing this is the point of no return, meaning the train is pushing the DeLorean because the DeLorean doesn't have tires and they don't have the nuclear fusion power to get it going 88 miles per hour. The only way they can do it is on this train track. And this train track runs out of room, okay? And so either you're going to go into the future and go back to where you came from, or you're going to die in the ravine.
I'm going to get real dorky here.
I know. Okay, maybe this is such a dated reference. I love Back to the Future. It's one of my favorite trilogies ever. I know
Back to the Future.
Some people don't like it.
One of the better trilogies out there.
Right, but they have this sign, the point of no return sign.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've already crossed the point of no return. Either we're heading into the future with Kaminga, or we're crashing into the ravine and we're trading Kaminga and we're probably getting pennies on the dollar. It's one or the other. And I think they got to just kind of pick a lane here. And look, if you want to reintroduce Kaminga into the locker room, you might go into the future and Biff is running a casino and he might be dating your mom. You know what I mean? Or you might just go into the ravine. I know that yeah, I know.
Sorry.
It was one
These
of
are actually pretty good
scenarios.
references, I'm not going to lie.
What?
No, they're all deep cuts.
These
the way
are
you're
going back to the future on you. Or you're going into the ravine and it's we're taking Devin Carter and some look at you're laughing. But it's what are the options? What honest to God, you're gonna lose no matter what. Either you're tempting fate by bringing him back on a qualifying offer and he's frustrated and you're frustrated and you're just you're doing a science experiment, seeing if it doesn't bubble over, or you're taking less on a deal. It's like all of these options, there's like degrees of losing. You've already lost. It's how big of a loss are we taking?
Yeah, and that's why I think that this is the next step in the negotiation.
I sound insane.
No. Look, the first deal that the Kings offered the Warriors was Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a first.
But I don't want Saric.
No, I don't want him either. But I don't
want those guys.
But my point is, this is a better deal than that. Now, they're still turning it down.
I agree. But it's degrees better.
But that's how you know that this is... I think it's trending towards them eventually trading him. The question is for how much.
Exactly. I agree. He's made it clear. Like, I think we all agree. He don't want to play here anymore.
No, I don't think he does. And that's why I would not bring him back, because I don't think you can have a player, specifically in a year where Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green might be close to the end. Like, you can't have a player on the team that you could risk messing up the season for, especially that player ain't even starting. But
that's a great point.
What I'm gleaning from this, and again, we're going to talk to Sam Amick coming up in about 5 minutes here, but what stage in the negotiation is it now? Is it getting close? Does this signal that the Warriors are willing to play a little more into the hands of the Kings? Do they not want a player like Malik Monk at all? Because I think that's another thing I'm curious about. Do they not like the archetype of player?
I was surprised they flat out said no to Dylan Brooks. Because that was reported that they basically said like they have no interest in Dylan Brooks because he would have been part of maybe conceptually some hypothetical trade deal. That's just one of the million Brett Siegel tweets that I've seen where it's like the Warriors have no interest in Dylan Brooks. Like and I don't even know if it's true. I don't know what's true anymore. Okay, and that's I know fair. Sam Amick is extremely respected and credible, and he's getting like real information. But I'm just saying there's so much misinformation outside of him. I don't know what's real, what's not. I'd consider Dylan Brooks.
I would too. I think that's the best player that I've heard of among all of these deals.
But I don't even know if that's real.
I'm not sure it is. But we're going to try to get to the bottom of it with Sam Amick coming up here in just a moment, who again wrote an article in The Athletic that came out about a half an hour ago about the next stage of this Jonathan Kuminga cycle, according to The Morning, the Jonathan Kuminga crisis. What is happening right now? The Warriors have turned down an offer from the Kings that would involve Malik Monk, a 3-for-63 deal for Kaminga, a protected first-round pick. The protection appears to be a sticking point. Moody, Hield might have to be in the deal. We're going to try and flush this all out with Sam Amick coming up in just a little bit. The Phoenix Suns have a 4-for-90 offer on the table. The Warriors aren't interested in what they have to offer. What's going to happen next? Is the return enough? Are we close to a resolution as we move just about a month away, or 2 months away, from the qualifying offer deadline on October 1st? All right, all that is what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. The Athletic Sam Amick coming up next on the Morning Roast.
Kaminga crisis! Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Foodies, it's time to treat your taste buds. Foodie Week is coming to Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Indulge in exclusive menus and limited time dishes at your favorite dining spots, including Italy, King's Fish House, Mastro's, and so much more. From gourmet creations to crave-worthy comfort food, this is your chance to explore a world of flavors in one place. Plus, enjoy special offers that make every bite even sweeter. Bring your family, your crew, and your appetite to Foodie Week at Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Visit today and savor the moment.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days, now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Don't miss comedian Louis Black's farewell tour, Goodbye Yeller Brick Road. He'll be performing at the Masonic in San Francisco on August 16th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. Joe Shasky with you. We got Sam Amick of The Athletic coming up in a moment. About a half an hour wrote an article that dropped on The Athletic about really the next stage in a potential resolution with Jonathan Kaminga, a potential sign-and trade. He talked about a couple of different teams that he's been reported to be linked with, the Kings, the Suns. The Kings, the most interesting of the two. We spoke with the Warriors earlier this week, 3 for 63. Malik Monk would be involved, a protected first-round pick. The protection appears to potentially be the issue. We're going to get down to the bottom of it with Sam in just a moment here. This is the next step in a potential resolution, and they have between now and October 1st. A $7.9 million qualifying offer is technically still on the table for Kaminga and his camp. I personally don't think the Warriors can afford to let it get there, but we're going to see how this thing plays out. It's been quite some time, and we are trying to get to the bottom of it. And we will right now on the River Islands guest line. All Island All guests on 95.7 The Game come to you courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the island's River Islands in Lathrop? Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We now welcome Sam Amick of The Athletic to the Morning Roast. Sam, good morning. What's going on, man?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Well, obviously we just got done sort of going through your piece, but if you could sort of sum it up for our audience in regards to the next stage, it sounds like, of the negotiations between Jonathan Kaminga, the Sacramento Kings, the Phoenix Suns, and what has led to, as you've described, sort of a stalemate between the two sides. What is the latest on Jonathan Kaminga and a potential resolution here?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing I was trying to offer clarity on is it hadn't really been known exactly what the Kings were putting out there in terms of an offer and why the Warriors, hadn't bidden on it just yet. And so that's, Malik Monk, who's obviously a pretty darn good player, a guy who was in the 6th Man of the Year running not too long ago, and who, until this recent front office regime change was kind of seen as part of their future. Malik and a first-round pick that eventually got to a place where it was 2030 lottery protected. The Warriors, as has been reported, ESPN had this part first, is like they've reached the stage where they seem to be done talking about sign and trade scenarios. They're telling teams that, all right, we can't get to a middle ground here. And honestly, it really feels like the Sacramento thing has been a whole lot closer than Phoenix. My understanding on the Suns side was that, that the Warriors look at their roster and just really don't see much that gets the job done as far as an, executable sign and trade scenario. And that part's interesting because Phoenix is offering a whole lot more money and years than the Kings are for Kuminga. Sacramento's coming in with 3 years for $63 million, and the Suns reportedly are 4 for $90. So everywhere you look, to your point, there's just obstacles, and I think we're back in a holding pattern for the moment.
So do you get the sense that this might have been the best deal on the table? But I mean, from your prerogative, for all parties involved?
Yeah, I do. And honestly, I don't want to get this part, kind of strike the wrong tone, but because I'm not trying to indicate that it's close at all. The Warriors have not, they've characterized it as not being very close with the Kings. But, hypothetically, in my mind, if the Kings were willing to budge on the protections, so the first discussion was the 2031 first-round pick, and the Warriors would get the least favorable of the Kings or the Spurs first-rounder. Warriors didn't want that. So then they talked about 2030, and if and that's lottery protected. So to me, if the Kings down the road came off those lottery protections, maybe did top 12 or kind of, budged a little bit from there, does that change it for the Warriors? And then the other, element that has got to be accounted for is that the Warriors, to do this deal, would have to move off of either Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. And my understanding is that there's avenues for them to do that. As far as appetite, I don't know how they see. I mean, you guys know, like Buddy had some incredible moments in the playoff run last year. And so I don't know as far as just their preference, how they see that. That's another complication. But I'd see more of a pathway to that deal than any other. And to your question, yeah, I think that's the best thing out there as far as what I know.
All right, so I just have to come out and ask, directly, do you get the sense Jonathan Kuminga just does not want to be on the Warriors at all?
Yeah, I think that's pretty evident. He's talking about or signaling that he's potentially willing to pick up the qualifying offer, which is, about as dicey a move as you can come across in today's NBA. If you break down the math and you start talking about $7.9 million, versus the 21.7 the Warriors are offering him to stay, it's tough for him to make that up, in his next contract. And I think speaks volumes about how he sees that situation. He wants control, and he wants, his freedom, but that's where restricted free agency is challenging. As far as just take the contract and the money aside and the mood, I mean, that part, we know the backstory. Steve Kerr is somebody who has obviously at times been frustrated by the limitations in Jonathan's game, and it's pretty evident that the Warriors are willing to move on. The thing that they are trying to salvage here is that they really need that salary slot. There's only so many ways for them to meaningfully add to this roster and try to continue the Steph, Draymond, now Jimmy Butler era. And if Jonathan takes the QO, then you're pretty limited when the February trade deadline comes around as far as like picking up real impact players. So, I mean, they're trying to thread the needle here, and that's where it goes back to the staring contest.
Gotcha. We're chatting with Sam Amick of The Athletic, senior NBA writer, who wrote earlier this morning essentially why Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors remain locked in a stalemate. New details have come down about the Suns and the Kings in regards to last week's reports. Sam, from the Kings' perspective, this is, I'm with you, the best offer that we've seen so far. Do you think the Kings would be willing, and I know the Warriors have said publicly that they've shut down sign and trade talks, but do you think that the Kings would be willing to go any further, perhaps in regards to another player? The Warriors have been rumored to like younger pieces they want to build around, a Keegan Murray, a Keon Ellis, or do you think Malik Monk is the best, sort of the highest that Sacramento would go?
So it feels like the focus for the Warriors, I mean, for one, I was actually told that Keegan and Keon have not even been discussed for what it's worth. And then on top of that, the Warriors' focus seems to be on the pick. And it does seem to feel like, if the Kings went, the Warriors' request is then go completely unprotected on the 2030 first rounder. And I think if the Kings obliged, then it feels like that deal would get done. And so it feels like the focus is more on the pick than it is them trying to get any other young prospects from the Kings. And the Kings it's funny because as a team, they're not in a great spot. Obviously, they've got this roster they've got so much work to do, but the leverage that I do think they have is that Scott Perry, their first-year GM, he just got there. And his owner knows that it's going to take him a minute. And so I think he can have patience and prudence and tell the Warriors genuinely that I don't need to make this deal. I'm going to go ahead and keep trying to chip away at this roster and do things over the course of time. They see Kaminga as somebody, who I think certainly would get the fans excited about another young prospect, and they're all in on the idea, but only to a certain point. And it does feel like they're willing to walk away, which certainly the Warriors wish was not the case.
Sam, if this trade did consummate, if maybe they come off the protection, maybe the Warriors gave in, how do you think Malik Monk would fit with the Golden State Warriors?
I like it. I like Malik's game. It's funny. Last season, after the Kings traded De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio, you saw the limitations in Malik's game because they put him in the primary point guard spot, and he's a fantastic playmaker, but there's just something that didn't work about it. You just don't want, I don't think, Malik being the number one guy at that spot. The Warriors landscape is so much different where, you talk about him being complimentary, but being dynamic and not being asked to do some of the things that were outside of his skill set like he was last year. The guy can light it up. You know what I mean? He just absolutely can light it up. And if you even compared, like, let's say that in the Warriors front office, it was a Buddy versus Malik comparison. Malik doesn't shoot the lights out quite like Buddy does, but he can shoot that thing. And he also, in an ISO setting, just when you need to give Steph and Jimmy, a break offensively, he's dynamic. I've seen him win games for the Kings. You guys remember in the playoff series between the Warriors and the Kings, Malik had some amazing games. Yep. So basketball-wise, I think it could be fantastic. And then you add that to a high-level first. Like, it's a pretty decent offer that again, I could see transpiring in an actual deal down the road.
What do you think the Warriors want? And not necessarily just the front office, like the high-paid players on the team and the head coach. What do you think their preference is in this entire scenario? He signs a 2-year deal or whatever was on the table, takes the qualifying offer, or they just move off him altogether?
I think it's the former. I think there's a level of frustration that he won't just take this deal because, even with Jonathan's social media post yesterday where he's talking about how he's going to bet on himself all day, like, it's not as if – I understand you're not getting the contract you want, but your starting salary with the Warriors would be $21.7 million. That's a heck of a pay raise from before. And while it does come with the type of restrictions you don't want, team option in the second season, the request to waive the no trade clause that would be part of it, like, it's still – it's a pretty decent NBA salary for a guy who is continuing to try to prove himself. He's not an established guy in this league. We just, he has moments, but it's been fits and starts. So I think their preference is for him to do the deal because as much as it does appear that they like a player like Malik Monk, the February trade deadline could bring other scenarios, other opportunities that might work even better. And it leaves the Warriors with that flexibility and that salary slot to go shopping, like, for a big number and a guy who can make an impact.
The last couple of years with the Warriors, just stuff has happened regarding money, extensions, etc. And it's really, the drama has carried over to the court, and it's been a net negative, I think, and everyone would agree. And you've covered the game, this league, this team for a long time. What does it look like with Kaminga at any salary being reintroduced back onto this team? Not that he's the bad guy. I'm not trying to make him out to be. I'm just like, how does that play out in a locker room coming back, given everything that's happened this offseason? Can everyone just play nice and move forward, or will there be lingering effects?
So, my feeling is I think the players can, but, man, there's just a lot of scar tissue between the coaching staff and Jonathan, and especially – I thought about this last night as I was writing this piece. Like, if he takes the qualifying offer, I know fan and media-wise we're guilty of glossing over, because they make so much money, they're not as human as everybody else. But think about the human factor and going to work every single day knowing that you just took the option that jams up your employer strategically in a pretty major way.
Yeah.
And you are compromising your own security in a pretty major way at the same time. That's a calculated risk by definition. Like, from a work comfort environment type standpoint, that sounds miserable to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like I did this because that is the strategy, but now we have to live together and work together. And I say live together because these guys this is not a 9-to-5 deal. You guys are together all the time. So does that, how does the coaching staff use Kaminga if he's on the qualifying offer and there's maybe hard feelings about him taking that approach? Just what is the vibe? What is the mood? I could see it impacting, what they're trying to accomplish for sure.
Chatting with Sam Amick here on the Morning Roast of The Athletic. Senior NBA writer wrote this morning about Jonathan Kuminga. More details coming out in the negotiations and really the stalemate right now. So with everything that we've learned and what you've added to in the last week, Sam, do you get the feeling that this is a resolution that's close to happening? Or do you think that this could be a situation, it doesn't have to happen, it can take it all the way up until October 1st and potentially with the qualifying offer. Do you think it ends up being an 11th hour situation, or do you think with the details that we've gathered over the last week that we could come to a potential close sometime soon?
Yeah, as of today, it feels like we might be in this thing for a while longer. The problem is that there's nothing to apply pressure right now. All the uncomfortableness that we just highlighted doesn't exist until training camp. Yeah. And so on Jonathan's side, on the Warriors side, they can just kind of sit there, they can go on vacation, they can do their thing, they can be in the office and hope that time and the pressure that comes with it changes the stances on each respective side. Even on the Kings side, their attitude at the moment, even though the talks have ceased for the time being, is, if you call us in mid-September and you feel differently and you want to do something different, then we can pivot. Like, nothing changes between now and then. So honestly, I think it might wind up being a closer to camp type of thing.
So if you had to guess, we're just educated guess, how does this play out?
I don't have, on the Kaminga side, it does seem clear that he has a level of interest in playing for the Kings. So that obviously matters. But, if the Kings were the ones offering the 4 for $90 deals, and that would push things maybe even a little farther in that direction. But it's not. They're actually the one coming in with the more measured approach. So that leaves me kind of thinking, all right, Jonathan is not. He's not going to push, as aggressively for that scenario as he might otherwise. Then, in terms of like his level of willingness and comfort to go put a Warriors jersey back on again, I mean, that part I just can't speak to. We see the messaging and we see the tone, and you hear plenty of things behind the scenes about how frustrated he is. But it's also the only NBA environment he's ever known, and maybe he reconciles the idea of let me go in and show Steve that I can do it and show the league that I'm worth a whole lot more. So it really feels like an absolute could go either way situation. I'd be surprised if Phoenix happened. I'd be surprised at this point if any, there's other teams at times that have been mentioned, Chicago and even Charlotte, things like that. It feels like we're kind of unofficially down to the Warriors or the Kings. And I really don't know which way it's going to go.
Sam, thank you so much for your time. I know you're a busy guy, and we really enjoy your work, and really appreciate you taking some time out for us this morning.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sam.
Sam Amick, The Athletic. So we remain in a game of chicken. I mean, that's really what this is. Like, both sides know that this is the way that I read it. Both sides do not want the qualifying offer. That's what I believe. I think that Kuminga is willing to take it, but doesn't want to. And the Warriors cannot afford to have him sign that qualifying offer because that would completely dismantle all possibilities of upgrading this roster through him. And it would create a completely, I would go as far as to say, toxic situation come training camp. Maybe not with the players like Sam mentioned, but certainly between JK and the coaching staff.
This has just been a crazy. The whole thing is just. It's kind of a headache, is it not? Like, just for everyone involved. If you're a Warrior fan.
I mean, I think it's fascinating, to be honest.
Well, but has this not been like stressful and annoying? For all, I'm not even blaming Kaminga. I just say everyone involved. When you're going through the same thing, will I, won't I, do I not? Do I like you? Do I not like you? You should play, you shouldn't play. Like, we've just been yo-yoing. Everyone has been yo-yoing around. There is blood on everyone's hands.
100%. No, if he signs that qualifying offer, the Warriors have botched this. It could be Kuminga's choice. Mm-hmm. People could blame him. That's on the Warriors. Like, they let it get to this point.
I
Again,
agree.
We have a detail and a report from Sam Amick, who we just spoke to, that the Warriors turned down a trade that would bring back Malik Monk and a protected first rounder. So if they let him sign the qualifying offer and he walks for nothing, then that's what you left on the table. And I'm sorry. Like, that may not sound like a ton for a lot of people. I think Malik Monk would play well here. Plus, you're also, and this is another thing that I would like to bring into the focus. If you brought in Malik Monk, you sign Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton, that's a pretty decent offseason.
No, I would agree. And here's the thing.
If you bring Kaminga back, you risk messing up your locker room. He risks missing out on a lot of money, and all because both sides are just pissed at each other. Like, it's a lose-lose situation if he signs that qualifying offer.
I will defend JK in that I don't feel like the Warriors have given him many options, though. Right? I mean, like, they've told him through playing time and through specific things they've said to the media how they feel about him. So, like, I'm not picking a side per se in this one, but I do understand where he's coming from.
Kuminga?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
But at the same time, I just feel like
I think both sides are equally culpable in this.
I put a little more on the Warriors because you got to have a feel for what, like, if you know you're married to Dre, Steph, and Kerr, and like, if that's what you know, then what you build around them, like, that's on you. You know what those guys need to be able to highly function. So you've had multiple years. Like, Draymond signed his extension how many years ago? 2 offseasons, 3 offseasons ago?
Yeah, 23.
So you have multiple offseason, multiple trade deadlines to kind of figure out what you want to do with JK. and carve that role out and either endear him to you or you to him, or to assess what he is and say, yeah, we need something different. Like, to me, I put a little more on the Warriors. Not that JK deserves... He hasn't played well when asked. He hasn't done the little things that they were looking for to earn more playing time. Like, he has many things he's culpable of. But, like, when you're running an organization, it is up to you, ultimately, to understand the wants, desires, feels, and what people are able to and able to not come to grips with. And then you have to look down the barrel and find out what is coming down the line. That is your job, and I think the Warriors really botched this on a variety of levels. JK did too. I'm not to deny it. But it's kind of like everybody made their bed and now we got to lie in it and no one wants to.
Well, they've clearly mismanaged the situation, but it's also because no one knows what this guy is going to... No one can figure out what he is. And this isn't just a Warriors problem. Like, they probably should have the clearest picture because he's been in their building for 4 years. But there was an article written by Fred Katz of The Athletic a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week even, about... He pulled 16 executives and said, what should Jonathan Kaminga make? What is he worth? And there was about 16 different answers. Like, nobody can figure out what he is, what his potential is. And that's why, as much as the Warriors have had first crack at it, clearly everybody has a different idea about him because no one knows. He hasn't contributed enough to winning. He hasn't been given the opportunity to contribute to winning. And when he has, it hasn't worked. And that's on the Warriors. But then Kuminga hasn't played well. Like, we're at a stalemate because no one can figure out, no one can make a determination about this player after 4 years. And it's on him as much as the Warriors. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Knowing what the CBA is, that's your job, right? To see it. And I know it's an intricate, nuanced, ever-moving, ever-evolving target, right? Especially in this modern, updated CBA. But that is up to them to, like, see this coming and understand, like, hey, if we get to this point where they are right now, you're kind of screwed. So, like, in this hypothetical, if they do end up having to trade him away and they have to surrender Moses Moody, or let's just say, I'm going to use Moses Moody as because of it. I mean, it's a masterclass in how to kind of depreciate your own assets on the floor, value-wise, assessment-wise. Like, you've had 4 years. If it was like a year or 2 years, I'd hear you. 4 years?
6,000 minutes played, too.
Which I think is, like, still way, way less than Franz Wagner and all the other guys. Jalen Green, the contemporaries from his class.
Yeah, Wagner started 250 games in the NBA.
Yeah. No, I'm just going overall minutes. I did the minutes thing a couple, like, he's been hurt too. That's another thing with the Kaminga thing. Like, he has a couple of, like, this year he had a big injury, but the years before he had a couple of, like, 2-week misses that have really done him in terms of minutes logged.
Well, and that's what, like, I think the Kings like him because he fits into what their plans could be. Scott Perry's a brand new GM. Yeah, he says, I'm okay with losing for a couple of years. I'm okay trying to figure out if this kid's got anything. But there's no incentive for another team to give up anything of value. That's why, to me, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't think that Malik Monk is a perfect player. And I don't think that the offer that the Kings gave the Warriors is incredible. Doesn't knock me off my chair whatsoever. However, it is the best offer that has been on the table for this player. They've offered Devin Carter and Dario Saric. The Suns have offered Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 second-round picks. If you don't think that it's going to get any higher than that, that's a deal you have to take at this point, because I think we're all in agreement that if he's on the team next year, it's not going to turn out well for either side.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, look,
like, his days as a Warrior are, he's telling you his days as a Warrior are done.
Yeah, okay.
He does not want to come back here.
Let me ask you this, though. It feels that way right now. I won't deny it at all. And I feel that way as a Warrior fan. Like, I don't think you can reintroduce him into the locker room. There have been many times in sports where there were guys I wanted moved, gone, said they could never come back. And not only did they come back, they came back with a resurgence. Barry Zito. We all wanted him DFA'd after 2011. Everyone. Everyone, even long stretches to 2012, and found a way to like salvage what little he had. And next thing you know, boom, you needed him, right? Jimmy Garoppolo. How many times did you think the Shanahan and the Niners and Jimmy had to have a divorce? It was obvious. Obvious. They all hated each other. And he kept coming back, kept coming back, kept coming back. Alex Smith with the organization forever. I'm not saying that they can't all, like, I don't know if everyone can, but sports does have a way of sometimes surprising us. Maybe they can all thread the needle, Ev. Maybe they can. Maybe they can all play nice. I don't know. I don't think...
Well, look,
I don't think it's cast in stone is what I'm getting at. No, I know, look, on the outside looking in, it's like there's just no way you could do this. But sometimes sports happens, and I do believe they all need each other more than they want to admit.
Well, look, we got Bonte Hill coming up in just a couple of minutes. Is going to join us courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
I'm going to go all guru on you on this one.
Okay.
Rolling Stones has one of the great songs of all time. You can't always get what you want. Oh, look at Carter producing. But you get what you need, all right? And I feel like all these parties involved, like, I know they don't want to. They have to bite their lip and begrudgingly buy in. They need each other. Like, they all need, I don't know how else to say it. I know it feels like they're at an impasse and there's no way of reconciling. I felt that way many times, and in many times, people are 100% right. Is there a way that everyone could just come back to the table, smoke the peace pipe, and we're good?
Well, we got someone on the line, I believe, who's very capable of answering that question. Before we get to him, though, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And right now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, all guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Evan Giddings for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. We got Bonte Hill.
Yeah.
We got Bonte Hill in the building.
The reception. That's a Rolling Stones callback.
I got you. We got him?
I guess we don't.
I guess we don't. Just like that phone call between Mike Dunleavy and Scott Perry. Went dead. Look, they're trying.
The Energizer Bunny.
It went dead.
Are you a Duracell or Energizer guy?
Energizer.
I go back and forth. Oh my gosh. I see him on the YouTube. Look at that. And he's got like a Hawaiian shirt on. Let's go.
Oh my God. Well, I can't hear him, but I can see him. I can't hear him, but I can see him.
Tommy Bahante.
It's an Aloha Friday down at training camp.
It's an Aloha Friday.
It's an Aloha Friday. All right. Well, we're working through this. Some technical difficulties we're working through right now to get Bonte Hill on. But, again, it's like I understand why the Warriors would say no to that trade because they think they can get more. My point is...
How much more?
Maybe it's just simply a protection.
Okay.
Maybe it's just an unprotected... Which, by the way, a 2030 Sacramento Kings pick is looking pretty valuable.
Sure.
Because no one knows who that organization is going to be, which I understand is why they don't want to give that up.
It's so far down the line. I hear you. I'm not saying it's not valuable. I understand the holdout. I keep coming back to, if you're done with them, just move on. Like but I know why you don't, because you have the assets. It's just, the whole thing is so frustrating.
It's frustrating, but I also think it's really interesting. Do we have them or no? I guess we don't. All right. But while we wait to get Bonte Hill on, I mean, the way that I think about it. All right, Sam, are you telling me, do we have them or do we not?
Yes, we have Bonte.
Okay.
I see hands pointing, and I can't tell what's going on here. I feel like you're a Oregon offense on football showing me, pictures that I'm supposed to decipher.
All right, 2nd down and 10. Bonte, are you there? All right, well, maybe we could try on 3rd down. Usually the Niners are, usually they're decent on 3rd.
Is Bonte betting on himself currently on his phone line?
Bonte's turning down sign and trade offers left and right now. Look, I do not think that JK wants to be here next season. And I do believe that the Warriors have to figure out how to maximize his value this summer. This is the best offer that's been on the table thus far. And I just wonder how much more they want and if it's going to cost them in the long run. And you're smiling because I know we're working through some stuff right now.
You know what I'm smiling about? Because, Malik Monk's a nice player. It's another under 6'4" guy who's kind of ball dominant and doesn't help on defense much for what they're looking for. He's a nice, useful player. Like, he is. But they have very specific needs. And although he would help, I don't know if he helps what they're looking for. Like, it's just this. I have so many questions.
All right, third time's the charm. River Island's guest line. Bonte Hill, live from training camp in Santa Clara. B, talk to me, brother. What's going on?
I swear to God. What a start. What a start. What's going on, man? I heard peace pipes and everything. I'm all set up, and I don't know the crack staff back there, man. I guess we're technology challenged, I would say.
I mean, I think your shirt was too bright. It blew out all the lights. It blew out the mic. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm feeling good, man. Friday, it's sort of payday, even though I'm not getting paid from you guys anymore.
Where are you?
No, I'm feeling good.
Where is he?
Where are you?
He's in Santa Clara.
Well, I'm in the NFL Films room here at Levi Stadium at a media center. It's like a little club. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. They got the lights in here, got the little TVs and stuff like that.
You almost look like Mariucci.
I do, right? I just can't play bocce ball. I don't know how to play bocce ball.
Hey, what do you make of this whole thing? Like, Bonte, like, you've been, obviously, nobody has been in the locker room at Chase Center more than you since its inception. Nobody's been around this team as long as you. You've seen it from all angles. One of the greatest coaches of all time, one of the greatest players of all time, one of the young ascending players that we've had a lot of promise for. The various points that they've had, success, frustration, impasses. What do you make of the recent Malik Monk protected first-round pick, not protected first-round pick, Jonathan Kaminga trade, just the whole lot of it?
Well, the bottom line is it feels like J.K. does not want to play with the Golden State Warriors, which is what we talked about ad nauseum all offseason. When the season was over, I remember you and Spadoni, Shafsky, asked me, what are the chances Kuminga comes back and plays with Golden State Warriors? And I said there's a 90% chance he's not coming back. And, that has dipped, it's gone back and forth, it's fluctuated. And now you look at the situation, it's clear as day. He's betting on himself, which, look, Warrior fans could say he's an idiot for doing that, and maybe his career works out, and maybe it does not work out. But we do it in all walks of life. Shasky, you left your sales job. You bet on yourself to win the 95-70 game. Hell, I bet on myself to win the NBC Sports Bay Area. Evan Giddings, you bet on yourself and made it a point to make this your career. We bet on ourselves in all walks of life, so I'm not going to fault the young man for doing that. But the fact that we're here, and I could kind of see it coming once he started playing well in the second round of the playoffs, because all of a sudden he's playing like that. And I know they didn't win a game because Curry didn't play, but he played well. Jimmy played well at times. What about the guys who did not play well? And I could go down the list of guys who did not play well in that series. And all of a sudden he's saying, you know what? I've been here for 4 years. My role has fluctuated. Like, how about this? JK's been here for over 4 years. You know how many times he's played over 30 minutes in a basketball game?
15.
42 times over the course of his 4-year career, including Jackie Robinson. He's played over 30 minutes. Now, when he does play 30 minutes a game, the numbers are comparable to Franz Wagner down in Orlando. I mean, he gives you over 26 rebounds or whatnot. Now, you can say, does it impact winning? Well, who's in the lineups? Who's he playing next to? Is he playing next to Steph? Is he playing next to Clay? Is he playing next to Draymond Green? So the whole situation just stinks because I do think the young man has a promising skill set. And you look at the league, wings, defenders, on-the-ball defenders, guys who can go get their buckets. And, look, it's hard playing with Stephen Curry. There's a lot of guys who don't know how to screen or win the screen. They don't have the instincts to screen for a guy like Stephen Curry. So I don't know where this is going, but it sounds like J.K. has played his final game with the Golden State Warriors.
So I think there's so many – I mean, there's a contingent that no matter what Jonathan Kaminga does, they're going to be mad, right? So let's not acknowledge that aspect. I think where – a bulk of fans get frustrated is the domino effect of his decisions and what path he chooses has ramifications on how the Warriors can build their team. And I do understand their point of view on the frustration of the situation as a whole, but I zoom out and I'm like, the organization also bears a big brunt of this, and I don't think we're giving them enough of the same kind of energy.
No doubt. And look, I understand both sides of this. Look, we're all Warrior fans. We want to see them do well. And when they do well, it's good for business. radio, television, Chase Center. It's great for business. Jonathan Kaminga is using his leverage. And what we all want in life is leverage, right? We want leverage in every profession. If you can gain leverage and gain a little bit of power, you're going to get paid. You're going to be able to dictate things on your terms, which is what J.K. and his agent, Aaron Turner, are trying to do. They're trying to dictate things on their terms and use all the leverage they can to get the deal or play on the team that they want to play on. Now, I wish they could reconcile. I wish J.K. was a member of the Golden State Warriors because I see J.K. on a roster with Horford, Melton, and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. I'm like, all right, cool. We're cooking with something here because I believe in J.K.'s skill set. And I believe he can help this team elevate in the Western Conference. But, yes, the organization, whether or not it was trading, putting them part of a package for Larry Marketed, putting them in a package for Paul George, or maybe trading back to the second year because I get why the young man is growing frustrated, and I get why some Warrior fans are growing frustrated because every time he elevates his game, he gets hurt. Or he elevates his game and he comes back and he's coming back slowly and he's rusty or whatnot. So, look, the organization – they do bear some of the brunt of this. They do bear some of the blame for the way the situation has come. But training camp's not until October. We still got some time, and the Warriors are going to slow play this until they get the best deal that they can get. Is the Malik Monk deal good? I like Malik Monk as a player. Defensively, you're going to give up some things, right? They want an unprotected first-round pick. Sacramento doesn't want to give that up. So the Warriors, at least by waiting, has forced Sacramento, if this is true, this Malik Monk proposed deal, all of a sudden we've gone from Devin Carter, Dario Saric to Malik Monk. Now, can you get to Keegan Murray? That's what I want to know. So the Warriors, by slow playing this, have already gotten Sacramento to up the ante in a potential deal for Jonathan Kuminga to sign a trade.
Yeah, I'm with you, B. I think it's 50-50 for me. I think both sides are equally culpable in this. But in regards to the Kings offer, I thought it was notable that Amick mentioned that Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis hadn't even been discussed. And maybe that would be the next level of a potential buy for Golden State. But it sounds like the protection, at least in this particular offer, was the hang-up. I do have to ask you, though, because like one thing that I agree wholeheartedly. We have all bet on ourselves in life, and we all, I think, strive to in some way, shape, or form. However, betting on yourself in this situation looks like a qualifying offer. And I just don't know how coming back to a situation that you already don't want to be in, your employer knows you don't want to be in, like creating that sort of toxic environment. I'm not just saying from the Warriors' perspective, but also for Kaminga, where you're kind of on an island if you come back into training camp. And to me, it'd be more with the coaching staff than it is with your actual teammates. I don't think that players hold it against guys who are trying to get theirs and improve their careers. But to me, that it can't happen for both sides because I think it just creates too toxic of a situation for both Kaminga and the Warriors, and that's why eventually this has to be rectified, though I understand the one card that JK's camp has to play is that he will opt into that 7.9.
Well, I thought it was laughable the whole time when I heard about this, maybe a month ago or 3 months ago when somebody said, well, JK can sign a short-term deal, knowing that the Warriors are going to trade him in February. Yeah, really, you think that's going to work out? It sounds good, and then you get to the games. And then you get to a rather fan base hyper-focus on everything JK is doing. Yeah. Oh, wait, he just walked by Steve Kerr. They didn't even look at each other. Oh, wow, JK looked off Stephen Curry. Oh, how dare he look off Stephen Curry. All that. Come on. Like, let's live in the real world for a second. You're going to tell her, hey, accept the qualifying offer. We're going to trade you in February. And you think you're going to – we just read a story from Charvarius Ward, who, God bless his soul, lost his daughter. But Charvarius Ward came into training camp last year seeing everybody hold out, seeing everybody get their money and saying, oh, they're not even going to come at me for a contract extension? Well, you know what? I don't care what happens the first 6 weeks. He admitted that he did not care about the results of the game. He was just out there to get his. So you think a 22-year-old won't do that? Yep. Going into a situation saying, boy, I feel like my growth has already been stunted for the last 4 years. I played the best basketball. I sprained my ankle in early January. They trade for Jimmy. All of a sudden, I'm not playing anymore. I don't play basically the entire Houston series. And all of a sudden, Steph gets hurt, and they ask me to play, and I play well. The hell with that. So that whole nonsense about, oh, yeah, let's just sign him. And JK, nod, wink, wink, we're going to trade you in February. Yeah, that's going to be a toxic situation. And that's not all on JK. That's the organization as well. Knowing that a player is speaking about, I'm going to be elsewhere in 4 months. maybe I don't go hard on the screen. Maybe I don't go hard on this drive. Maybe I don't close out on this opponent because I don't want to get hurt, because I want my value to be good enough to get traded to another team and maybe get paid when I become an unrestricted free agent next summer. Yeah, it's bad right now, man. As a fan zooming out, this is not a good look for both parties, but I hope things blow over, honestly, because I think the young man has a lot of talent.
Blow over. That's an interesting way of putting it, because, like, in times of crisis, like, I always look at someone like John Lynch as a great example. Like, various points in time, he'll sit somebody down, and, like, it feels like he has the credibility and the wherewithal and just the human touch to be able to get everyone on the same page. Whether that's true or not, I have that sense he is able to do that. I'm sure Jerry West was viewed as such for the Grizzlies and the Lakers, and even at times for the Warriors. Who would be that guy right now with the organization to get everyone on the same page? If that were to happen, do they even have someone in position to do that?
Yeah, Bob Myers would have been great in this situation, right? But this is where Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr, and I think it's more important for Steve Kerr, because that, to me, is where the disconnect is, where Steve Kerr and J.K., it's obvious. When J.K. had that game against Denver a couple years ago, didn't play the final 18 minutes, Denver goes on a 25-4 run, Jokic hits the half-court shot, and then there's an article an hour later saying, that's the straw that broke the camel's back, get me out of here. Next thing you know, Steve Kerr and J.K. meet the next day, J.K. gets a haircut, and next thing you know, he averages damn near 20 the rest of the season. Well, we know how that season ended, right? They lost in the playing game. But obviously there's a disconnect with J.K. and Steve Kerr in the way Steve Kerr wants J.K. to play. Now, Steve Kerr mentioned names like Shawn Marion. If J.K. became Shawn Marion, I think every Warrior fan in the world would be happy. Shawn Marion was no scrub, a guy who averaged over 15 a day for the course of his career, was a three-time or four-time All-Star, all-defensive player with block shots. I would love for J.K. to be a player like that. But in this situation, to repair this situation, I believe it has to come from Steve Kerr. And they got to have a heart-to-heart with J.K., but maybe that trust has been broken now because it has been 4 years. And when you watch the way this season played out, that trust may be gone, and J.K. may be at a point of no return saying, yeah, I'm not buying it. I've been here for too long. I want to move on here. So, look, Joe Lacob loves J.K. I know that for sure. I know the Lakers love him. Does Dunleavy love him? I'm not sure where Dunleavy stands in this situation. But I don't love the fact that people are just willing to give away a 22-year-old athletic marvel who could defend on the perimeter, who could go get a bucket, in a league that's full of young stallions running it. And you look at the Western Conference, you need a guy like J.K. That's what we're looking for. So it would have to be from Steve Kerr, and I don't know if that trust is still there between J.K. and Steve Kerr.
Evan, does this sound like a man who was ready to walk away from radio, or does this sound like a man who's ready to do 5 more hours on this topic?
I mean, I think we could talk to him all day. We only got him for another 15 minutes. That's why I want to get this in. I'm with you. I don't think I don't think that this relationship is going to be able to be reconciled. The one between Kerr and Kaminga, and it's because of what you talked about. Like, there are breadcrumbs all over the place in the last 2 years. And last week was just another headline that confirms he does not believe that he is going to reach his potential with Steve Kerr as his head coach. I think it was a couple of years ago from his camp. He doesn't believe he can develop under Steve Kerr. It's all synonymous. It's all the same. Like, it's just written different ways. JK does not feel like he is going to achieve whatever he believes that he can with Steve Kerr as his head coach. And so that to me is the crux of the issue. If Kerr wasn't here, they might be able to talk this thing out. But I think that last week when we heard from Slater that Kerr has reached out to try and bridge things with, like, he doesn't want to hear that. And I completely understand why. And that's why I think going into training camp, the Warriors have to find a way to get something for him, because the one thing that I don't want to be reading about continuously or hearing about is how is Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga's relationship? Because that's about the only thing that people are going to be asking about come October 21st on opening night.
Welcome to Sports Talk Radio /contenting /social media. That's all everybody's going to focus on for the foreseeable future. But it is funny. One, the whole trusting with Steve Kerr, the breadcrumbs. Go back to training camp last year in Hawaii, where Draymond's like, hey, JK's a 3. He's not a 4. He's a 3. And the next day, Steve Kerr comes on and says, well, JK's a 4. I view him as a 4. So now you got a disconnect right there. One player thinks he's a 3. The coach thinks he's a 4. Think back to it. And it's just ironic to me that the Kings are in the mix right now, because it was a couple years ago during that playoff series where, we had the Hawaiian Punch incident and You're going in the first round. And I heard rumblings that JK's like, yo, come trade for me. Get me out of here. Because remember, Wiggins left for 2 months. Wanted to be for personal reasons. He was gone for 2 months. JK, people forget this stuff. And I can't stand the new age fans now. Honest to God, I can't stand them because it's all, what have you done for me lately? They forget. Because we're in the cockpit every single day. JK was helping stabilize the lineup.
I know.
He was coming along as a second-year player. Wiggins comes back. JK's back to the bench, and he's like, damn, I got the short hook because I got blown by Malik Monk 2 straight possessions. Okay, fine. It's a long basketball game, and he doesn't even play. Talking to Jordan Poole last year when he was out here to chase it, he goes, it just felt like the young guys didn't really get a sniff in the playoffs, so we kind of lost our confidence there. So it's just kind of funny that the Kings, full circle here 2 years later, are seeking Jonathan Kaminga, or they want Jonathan Kaminga bad to bring him up there to Sacramento, which we haven't even talked about the fit up in Sacramento. He wants the ball. DeRozan wants the ball. Domantas Sabonis wants the ball. Dennis Schroeder wants the ball. So how the hell is that going to work out? But I don't know how this works. I don't know how this ends well for the Golden State Warriors in terms of bringing JK back. It just feels like both parties just need to move on, get the best deal you can get, and let's just continue to keep people, because it's driving me crazy now. People every single day, what's up with JK? And the label that JK's getting. I'm not a Players fan whatsoever, but we're so quick to pivot and just rip dudes. We just rip certain dudes. It was like we focus on, well, JK got his money and losses. Well, how about we focus on the players who didn't show up in the playoffs, who shot less than 30% from three or shot less than 30% from the floor? I can name a slew of players who did that in the Minnesota series or didn't defend at a high freaking level. So, if anything, he helped the Warriors from getting blown out by 40 every single game. We should be thankful for that.
Dude, you're on fire. Just sitting back, listening, watching you work. For me, the final hour of the week. It's been great. It's great for my mentals. I'm not going to lie to you.
Is the Giants good for your mentals right now?
Honestly,
we're good for my mentals on television. Shaq got just covered 2 games and they scored 2 runs in 18 innings against the Pittsburgh freaking Pirates.
Well,
come on, man.
Hey, look, well, you're always welcome to FaceTime me and you and Serge and Richie could break it down. We definitely could. Okay, are we done with the Warriors? Is there anything else you'd like to address on them? Because I would like to ask you about the Giants.
It's your show, baby. Yeah, it's your show.
All right. No, I miss you. I talk to you all the time off air, but it's nice to talk to you on air. Giants and their moves yesterday. Look, you can make the argument they probably should have moved Wilmer Flores as well, just because of where he's going to be at the end of this year and probably not on the team moving forward. I thought they did what they needed to do, and I think the guy to me that's kind of the most frustrating, it's not Yaz, it's not Tyler Rogers. Those guys were good players. Rogers was excellent. Camilo represented so much found promise. He came out of nowhere, and you could see he had tantalizing skills. And that Game 5 against the Dodgers, I mean, it's so frustrating. And he did end up having 38, 39 saves one year, led baseball. I thought this guy, in the right situation, with the right mechanics, right team around him, he had potential to be a 300, 350 save guy. I really thought that. I thought he had that kind of makeup. And then the pitch clock happened. He loses, faith in how they're utilizing him. There was a lot going on. He loses his confidence. They shined him up this year. It's just the fact that they had to get rid of him at the deadline, which was probably the right move at probably the right time. It's just sad. And it kind of, more than even Joey Bart, or Pat Bailey or whatever, this one, he was an all-star. He was a player. And, it just didn't work out. It's a tough one to swallow for me, and it was probably the right move. Yeah.
You put me on to Doval. I remember you talk about Doval when he first came up. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? The guy just gave up 5 runs on game. You're like, 5 B, he's got the stuff. And he goes to AAA, and he get called up for one game. They've been at Colorado Coors Field.
It was.
And he looked dynamic, and they sent him back down. I'm like, oh, damn, maybe Shaska was onto something. And so he becomes a closer. And he was so dynamic to me. Once you put me onto him, I thought, man, this guy has a potential to be one of the best closers in Giants history. I mean, up there with Rob Nen, Brian Wilson, Rob Beck. He had better stuff than Rob Beck. He had better stuff than Brian Wilson. But at times he didn't trust his fastball, and that would get him into trouble, especially with the pitch clock. He would go slider, lose faith in his fastball. But he was solid, though. He was a solid player. And I think the frustrating part is you see the Hall of the A's now. I'm not a big prospect guy. I'm not going to pretend, these rankings, they're all over the place, right? I don't know what's what. But the A's came up on the number 3 prospect from the Padres system, this shortstop who's supposed to be dynamic, for Mason Miller. So I thought, man, maybe the Giants can get something really, really good for Camilo Doval, and they get some prospects here that are ranked, 10th, 12th. Or no, excuse me, that's the Mets. They're like lower teams from the New York Yankees. Yeah, it is sad. But you figured you had to make a move. But he had control. He had team control. So could you go in another direction and maybe trade another reliever and just keep Camilo Duvall? Because I'm trying to build for next season now, 2026. What does it look like for 2026? Now, you guys mentioned Wilmer Flores. Can't the Giants – would it surprise you guys if they just DFA Wilmer Flores and maybe open up at bats for somebody maybe like a Marco Luciano, like a McRae, like a Bryce Eldridge maybe in September? I don't know. But it's just sad because we're not used to being sellers, Evan and Joe. We're not used to being sellers around here in the Bay Area when it comes to the Giants. And when Devers got traded here and they won that Friday night game in Dodger Stadium and then Sunday Night Baseball, of course they lose it, but they get Devers. I truly thought this team was going to be contending in the National League. Giants fans are back. You could feel it. You could feel it when they won the last two games of that Padres series. You could feel Giants fans saying, you know what? We got a shot to compete in the NL West. And the fact that they just face planted and get swept by the Pirates at home, they've been swept by the Marlins at home. They've lost 2 or 3 to the White Sox. It's been a disaster. And it's been everything. Bad base running, bad defense, terrible hitting, runners in scoring position. They were batted under 100 with runners in scoring position against the Pittsburgh Pirates, on that 6-game homestand. So I don't know, but 3 things I'll watch it real quick. Jung-Hoo Lee, the young pitchers, Roop, Wisenhunt, Birdsong, and how does Bo Mel win over some fans again? Because everybody's out on Bo Mel right now.
Yeah, and look, I'm kind of with you. I'll say it's better to be sellers than to do what they've done, which is sit in a spiral for the last couple of years, praying to God that they turn around a false sense of hope, essentially. But we got a couple more minutes before we got to hit a break. I do got to ask you. I mean, football's back, and I got to ask you what you thought of your boy last night slinging that thing during the Hall of Fame game. And I'm talking about Trey Lance. Yeah, that guy.
I'm not going to go crazy. Look, he played against third stringers. He played against guys who probably wouldn't be on the roster once week 1 rolls around. But he
137 QBR, B.
No, look, Trey Lance, again, when he gets a shot, just like James Wiseman his rookie year, James Wiseman was getting better and better by the game, but people misremember that. We had Anthony Slater on, and he kind of acknowledged that. Like, people forget, Wiseman was getting better and better, and then the injury slipped all. And that's unfortunate. You can say what you want to say. You could revisit his history, but Trey Lance looked like that in the preseason. And I always thought, what if they just started him his first year? Look, you could have started him in Detroit. Detroit Lions sucked. It was Dan Campbell's first game. You start him with a soft landing in Detroit. You go to Philadelphia. You started 2-4 that season anyway. Yeah. And if Trey Lance would have struggled as a rookie, you could have always gone back to Jimmy Garoppolo. You could have always done that. And he would have been the savior, and everybody would say, yay, Jimmy G for president, and you would have been fine. It doesn't feel like he got the fair shake out here in San Francisco. So I'm happy for the young man. When Chris Collinsworth mentioned that he's younger than Michael Penix Jr. and the guy from New Orleans, I say, damn, he still got a lot of hope. So I'm pulling for the young man. And he looked good yesterday.
I was so happy for him. And just to look like a competent NFL player, and not even a starter or anything, just look competent and confident. And it goes back to Jim Harbaugh. There are better X's and O's guys in the game. There's no doubt about it. He's not an X's and O's guy. But there's something that I love about him. And I'm a big believer in, like, you gotta have confidence and you gotta believe in yourself. Mm-hmm. And having that person in your life that believes in you. We all need a Harbaugh in our life. And I love him for what he really does. Like, I think he believes all the stuff he says to Alex, to Cap, to all the different quarterbacks throughout the years. I truly believe he feels that way because he knows what it's like to be a scuffling quarterback with no confidence.
Told Herbert to throw 4 picks in a playoff game.
Yeah, journeyman quarterback, man, with the Bears and the Colts. I remember when he had that great run with the Indianapolis Colts where they lost on a Hail Mary, they almost caught a Hail Mary against the Pittsburgh Steelers back at Three River Stadium.
I do remember that.
Comeback, Jim Harbaugh. So situation matters, culture matters, who you're around matters, and having the right guy like Harbaugh, because I'll never forget when he told Alex Smith, they won a game in Detroit, the handshake game, and he looked at Alex Smith and says, "You're the best quarterback in the league. You're great. You're great." And I'm like, all right, Jim, you're tripping. But you know what? Look what it did for Alex Smith when he went to Kansas City. Look what it did. Look what Justin Herbert looks like. Look what Michigan, J.J. McCarthy became a first-round pick. I'm at the Rose Bowl watching J.J. McCarthy. I'm saying this guy ain't even a fourth-round pick. He got him to be a first-round pick. So Jim Harbaugh is also, man, he breathes confidence, and he knows the position. He's played the game at a high level. But I don't want to revisit and say, oh, the Niners did this. And it's not an indictment on Shanahan.
No.
The situation was different. The Niners were in win-now mode. What happened, unfortunately, he broke his finger in preseason. He broke his leg when he became a starter. It sucked.
Look, it is what it is. He didn't perform here. They made the right decision. They moved on to Brock, but I'm still rooting for the young man. So that's all.
No doubt. And there's nothing wrong with that. And people, when you do root for a guy, oh, man, you're a stan, you're this, you're that. And people are just so nasty. I don't know why.
You can't wish him well.
People are so nasty. Yeah. Good luck to Trey Lance. I'm rooting for him. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm rooting for Mike Yastrzemski with the Kansas City Royals. All right.
I got you, B.
Oh, you are? Wow, that's surprising.
I mean, I did a hit with Carrington, your boy, and KC yesterday. Just to, we're up against it. I'll brag later off air.
Yeah, Bonte.
Carrington Harrison, I'm going to follow him on Twitter. He's bringing you on the show.
Well, you got to boost ratings.
Hey, B, appreciate you, man. Have fun at training camp.
All right, boys. When you guys coming down here, man?
Next
open
Thursday.
up the wallet.
Oh, usually I'm 10 to 2,
Get
but
your
next
asses
Thursday.
down here to Santa Clara, man. You guys are missing out.
Yeah, we're up against a hard workout.
Yeah, send us a couple videos of Brock. All right, brother.
Hey, I love missing breaks.
Well, you helped us right there. Appreciate you, B. All courtesy of the River Islands guest line. A reminder, coming up this afternoon, 4:30, Valkyries take on the Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel and on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Justice as a new daddy.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter.
You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Liam Neeson.
Surprised to see me? Me too.
The Naked Gun. Now playing. Rated PG-13.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. This summer comes with a full tank and endless possibilities. Your Toyota's ready for it, and right now, so are the deals. Get a low-cost lease on the all-hybrid 51 MPG 2025 Camry or Dynamic RAV4 and meet the all-new 2025 4Runner. Summer doesn't last forever, and neither do these deals. So hurry into your Toyota dealer and don't miss your chance to roam. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. Offers end date 4/25.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ chicken strip basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Oh, man, we're having some fun today. You know what? It's been a great Friday. You know what? We got payday, pretty important. We got the end of the week. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back on Monday. Joe Shasky just talked to Bonte Hill. We talked to Sam Amick about the latest in the JK saga. Had Bobby Evans on earlier today to get us all through the end of the MLB trade deadline. And we just got donuts delivered, Shasky. Shout out to Paramount Pictures for hooking us up with some mochi donuts, coffee, in celebration of the Naked Gun movie starring Liam Neeson coming out today in theaters. Let's go check it out. You know, some remakes, honestly, I'm a bit apprehensive towards, remakes of classics. But this one I am willing to give a chance because I don't think that someone like Liam Neeson would take a role like that unless he could actually nail it.
Shout out to my boy Shukri Lama. I didn't realize he's the one who said, enjoy the donuts. He must have delivered them. I've known Shukri forever. Shukri would take you down, Carter. He's bigger than you. He'd take you down. No, I'm telling you, Shook is, he's a rhinoceros. This guy runs fast for his size. Big boy.
Only person taking me down is Jokic's brother.
Well, that and
Ben
Friday
Barch.
McDonald's.
And Ben Barch.
Maybe Ben Barch.
Get healthy soon, Ben.
I saw a bunch of stuff over this week in terms of social media and everything, everybody getting fired up. And one thing that I'm reminded of all the time, as we were in the break, we are just talking about life and everything, is tell people while they're alive and while you care about them that you love them, and let them know that you care about them. And sometimes we argue about these things that feel so important, and then you step back and you're reminded by real life stuff how inconsequential they all are. And I just look at this Jonathan Kaminga Warrior Steve Kerr thing. Not that it's life and death. It's so far from that. Is there any way all these people can just step back and realize how silly all of their, not that they're not wrong and not that they're not, you're able to feel slighted. I get that. But when you look at the grand scheme of everything and you look back and you survey all the different options, is there any way they can all just turn the other cheek, kiss and move on? I continue to come back to that. Is that just not a chance in hell that could ever happen?
At this point, I don't think it can, because at every single turn, it feels like either Jonathan Kuminga has disappointed or Steve Kerr has disappointed him. It's a relationship that I don't think it's going to be able to be mended, because there's no trust. In any relationship, you need trust. It could be with a friend, it could be with a lover, it could be with someone you've been estranged. It takes trust. And the trust between those two guys, to me, Shasky, is as close to, I'll go ahead and say it, it's as close to broken as I've ever felt. And it's because Kuminga wants something that Kerr does not feel like he deserves. He wants an opportunity to start. He wants an opportunity to make mistakes. He wants an opportunity to basically have everything that the players around him in his draft class were afforded, that he was not, because he was drafted to a championship team. And that's a benefit to him because he is able to step into a situation in which they immediately won, and he sees what winning basketball is like, but he didn't get to figure out if he could be a part of it as much as he wanted. And that's why 4 years later, it's like, why should he believe anything that Coach Kerr has to say? And why, to be fair to the Warriors, should they expect Jonathan Kaminga to come back and be a completely different player?
Well, you got to be committed to the development. That's one thing we're learning. Whether it's the Giants, Niners, Warriors,
but the Warriors
are the ups and downs.
They're not. I mean, they're committed to Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green.
And I think Dre's where I stop and I draw the line. And the reason why I say that is, did we think when he signed his extension a couple of years back, 3 years ago, he'd be the full-time starter, no doubt about it, at 35 years old? I mean, maybe some of us did. I didn't. I thought we would be in more of a transitional period. And yet we have a lot of evidence which proves that he wears down throughout the course of the season, and him playing for this team and the way they want to play ball, given the personnel that they've had, their best ball is with him at the small ball 5. But there's a depreciating line of return, meaning you go too far with him playing that position. He wears down. He just does. And so, okay, aren't we kind of at the crossroads of maybe we should explore Dre taking on the Iggy role, which will benefit his body, be able to maximize the lineups at the end of games and at the end of the totality of a season when months have been accrued, so that he can truly give you the best shot of winning in the playoffs, right? And then also simultaneously build in opportunities for someone else to take that mantle. And I was hoping that it would be some version of someone like Jonathan Kaminga.
I'm with you. And I said at the beginning of the summer, to me, it would be mutually beneficial if they found a way for Draymond to come off the bench next year.
Agreed.
And it's as much about limiting his minutes and preserving him for the postseason as it is, I think there might be a chance that another player could emerge. But that's the thing. Kuminga has no reason to believe that, even let's say they go into next year and Kuminga in a hypothetical world is your starting 4 or 3, whatever. Butler and he start, Draymond comes off the bench, which if all sides had buy-in, I think might work. But why should he believe that when things don't go well, because to be fair, Kuminga has not demonstrated an ability to impact winning at a high enough level throughout his first 4 years, that Kerr wouldn't just go right back to benching him?
Well, they have to stay
That's
committed.
what he'll do.
That's a
because
total
it's his job to win.
No,
and
I
if
know.
he doesn't think that Kuminga can help him winning more than Draymond, he's not going to start.
It's not about can he help more than Draymond. It's about adjusting the roles. Again, this is very similar to the Mike Yastrzemski conundrum, adjusting the roles so that by year's end, the younger player is better, and I'm willing to sacrifice some of the learning curve while understanding that it's not about like I'm here only to develop Jonathan Kuminga. This is about preservation of Draymond and rolling out their best combinations at the end of the season as well. Can we agree, like, the bigs destroyed them down the stretch? The final month and a half of the season, they couldn't stop a 4 or a 5 to save their lives. Could they?
No, but you also can't experiment because you were a game or two from being in the 9-10 game.
Well, I understand that.
They're not good enough to just experiment throughout the season to figure out what their best lineup is.
I think we're coming back to the same thing. Well, then you now run the other risk, which is you're going to have a worn-down Draymond at the end of next year as well, and you're going to run the risk of him not being 100%, and you're going to run out of gas. So at the end of the day, I feel like the same two conclusions are going to get pulled, which is you're probably just not good enough.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I think it's an uphill battle next season, but it doesn't mean they can't still out and go be damn competitive.
No, I agree. But I truly believe, like, if Draymond was the one who bought in, okay, and started and stayed consistent with it and understood the big picture for the rest of his career, like, that would be the ultimate weapon for him and the team. It's like, You're using him in that 20 to 25 minute a night role off the bench, primarily in the final 7 minutes to close games as a small ball 5. That would be the ideal role for him. He would thrive in that role.
But in that case, you're still removing someone from the starting lineup, and that would probably be Kaminga.
No, I don't want Dre to start.
No. But he would finish. Like he would close. Which is again an issue.
There's going to be growing pains no matter what your combinations are.
No, I'm with you.
They were very committed to Podziemski's development, and I don't think he impacted winning as much as everyone else did. Now we can argue. I think
he led the team in plus minus his rookie season.
That's not the end. They were barely a play-in team.
But he was the most impactful player on that team as a rookie.
Okay, he was good. Plus minus, for me, is not the end-all, be-all. Because you know what it's not taking into account? How you bend an entire defense by playing way too tight at the top of the key.
That's how Draymond built his career at the beginning. He impacted everything. He didn't grab
you really do think plus minus is the end-all, be-all?
No, but over the course of an 82-game season, it's pretty reflective of how impactful a player is.
No, it's a tool. He's a solid player.
One game at a time, no, but an 82-game sample is nothing to scoff
We're going to disagree on this because I watch basketball from a very X's and O's standpoint, and there are things he brings to the table. Hustle, making the forward pass, playing with pace, running in a certain cadence, getting the team into their sets. But he brings a lot on the defensive side that is maddeningly screws their defense up and makes their perimeter defense and their rim protection defense significantly worse. There's give and take. And just because you're doing plus minus stuff and you are good, who are you playing alongside? Who are the other 4 guys out on the floor with you predominantly? And if you look at when Pods is playing, predominantly he's playing alongside Steph Curry, who's one of the best plus minus players of all time.
But they've tried to play Kaminga with the best players. And it doesn't work.
What I would say to you is I don't think
worked,
they have not been pot committed for an entire year to see it through. Yes, it hasn't been as fruitful as I've wanted. I'm not here to say that JK impacts winning every single night more than Pods. I think Pods does. But to say that Pods, you say the plus minus, he's like, no, there were other guys, and that team wasn't very good too. That's another aspect.
No, I'm not saying he's a better player. I'm saying I understand why he plays more.
He plays a different position, hence why he was playing more. And he brings other things to it, but he's not a 2-guard. He's just not. And they play him in the de facto point guard on offense, 2-guard on defense role, and he's not that. He's just not.
No, I'm with you there. I don't want him handling the ball as much, but that's the best you have. Like that's why in my mind, if you could use Kuminga, who I don't think he wants to be back next season. If I could use him to acquire someone like Malik Monk, that would alleviate some of the things that I believe Podziemski cannot do or should not be doing, which is trying to score the basketball, which is starting potentially, along with Melton. I think that would alleviate a lot of pressure off of Podziemski.
I can't trust Melton at all. I just can't. I know why. I like him. Like seeing a couple of games with him, I see exactly what he brings to. Guy's been hurt for 3 straight years. I can't have as my big board as I'm doing a flow chart of what I'm looking for next year. It's almost impossible for me to say, well, this is what Melton is, because he's just been hurt for so much. He's just been hurt so much, right? I mean,
no, he has, but again, I'm trying to figure out how to do the best with what they have. Like they're going to be a flawed roster no matter who's on the team, and I'm approaching this from the standpoint of, this guy does not want to be on your roster next year.
That I agree with.
And we could talk about woulda, coulda, shoulda, but the fact remains, this relationship has to end. And I think it is at some point this summer going to.
I think so too. But in this one, like, I'm looking at, like, their number one need for me has been shooting guard from day one, or ball handling, playmaking, size defender 2-guard, like who can bring the ball up the floor occasionally. Your de facto point guard to start games is Draymond Green. Offensively, he plays point guard. That's what he does. He stands there. He doesn't relocate. He is the trigger man of their entire offensive set. And so it really complicates who you play alongside of him. And when JK or Pods or whomever is that other starter alongside him, if they're not a stretch shooter, you sag the paint, because whoever's guarding Draymond never guards him at the top of the key. They sag off him. That's the obviously the Anthony Davis set that up in the playoffs, and everyone's been doing it ever since. And so, like, a lot of these combinations, hence why I was so tantalized with Melton, is because a little bigger, can knock down shots, can ball handle, can defend, and be a guy who can play opposite Curry and make things work on both ends of the floor. This is where, and then that would put Pods in a off the bench role, which is what he would and should be. But I keep coming back to I can't trust him. I can't trust him to stay healthy. It's like their number one need is that 2-guard spot. And Kuminga doesn't fill it. He doesn't hit shots from the outside. He's a questionable perimeter defender. You would think he had a skill set that could fill that. That's their number one need. And I don't think Malik Monk's going to solve that. I don't think Devin Carter or any of these other trades is going to solve it. And I think we're going to keep coming back to them playing small ball lineups that can't get enough stops or hit enough shots to win enough games, to win this championship everyone wants to win.
Just a couple of things to update you on. This is the latest about 20 minutes ago from the Golden State Valkyries, hit with another injury. Forward Monique Billings, who missed the last game due to a sprained ankle. They won last night against the Mystics, but she's been ruled out for 3 weeks and will be reevaluated then. So another blow to the Valkyries. Also, make sure to catch the latest episode of the Garlic and Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Steven Risotto break down the trade deadline and offer their thoughts on the prospect haul the Giants got in exchange for Yaz, Rogers, and Doval. And, subscribe, download, check it out.
I just think that, in general, the way the Warriors played basketball, the guy that was completely undervalued, more nationally than locally, is just like the Klay Thompson, the Wolverine that was Klay Thompson. It wasn't just the dynamic shooting. It was his ability to guard anyone on the perimeter at any given time, which stopped the ball at the top of the key. Stopping ball at the top of the key and not allowing dribble drive penetration is the hallmark of what makes the best defenses in the league right now in the current game. And when you're going 4-on-5 defense at whoever it is at the top of the key, your entire defense, no matter how great the individual defenders, they're in help scramble mode at all times. And they have failed to find that guy. That's why GP2 plays so much, because he's one of the few guys you could throw at the top of the key and say, just stay in front of that guy as best you can. Like that is the hallmark of what made them great. And not just Klay, they had the ability to do Iggy at times. Early versions of Dre could stay in front of people. Livingston could do it at times. But Klay was the unlocker. And finding that unicorn is so much easier said than done. It's been so difficult.
They can find a two-way Hall of Famer.
They doesn't even have to be a Hall of Famer. Like if Melton could stay healthy, right, and you could find a way to manage his minutes throughout the year, his skill set, it doesn't have to be a Hall of Famer. His skill set fits really well with what we want to do. I just have a hard time thinking he will stay healthy.
Time for Fast Five. All right, got to give a shout-out. Last night, Hall of Fame game went down. Trey Lance looked good. However, it is all around who's going into Canton. And Carter was made aware of this stat this morning, but it's one of the coolest things that I've seen in sports. Shout out to Antonio Gates, whom is making the Hall of Fame, all-time tight end touchdown leader, without playing a single snap of college football. That might be one of the more ridiculous things I've ever... We're talking about basketball, who could defend... He's a power forward, and he's going into the Hall of Fame after an amazing career, mostly with the San Diego Chargers.
My final thought is this, and I know this is, we're playing the bet. Maybe pot it down just a little. I just want to say I love you to the O'Kane family. Tomorrow will be a celebration of life for Molly O'Kane, who just passed away way too young, and Phil is just, a good friend, a dear friend. It's been so good to me and my family. I love him and his family, his parents, his brother Johnny, and his two boys, two great boys, Ryan and JT. I love you guys. And obviously, Molly's gone way too soon. She's up there in heaven with my dad right now. I'm getting emotional thinking about it. So anybody that has somebody in their life that means a lot to them, I saw this guy talking about it on Instagram yesterday about he saw a father and son playing catch out in front of the yard, and it got him emotional. He wanted to walk up to him and say, hey, embrace this. And I always say this to all the kids I coach. If your parents are driving you to practice, or an uncle or whoever that person is that's close to you, tell them you love them while they're alive and embrace the good times. They're not forever. I love you, Molly. Love you, O'Kane family. I'll see you tomorrow, and God bless you guys.
That was very well said, Shasky. And take advantage of the time with your loved ones while you can. This weekend, I'm going up to Inverness for the celebration of life for my grandfather and uncle who passed away last winter.
I love you, Sammy.
Yeah, it's going to be an emotional weekend. And I say it a lot. I'm going to say it again. People, if you can, call your grandparents. Just call them, tell them hi, tell them you love them. I just got my grandma left, and so I'm going to try and I want to make the most of that time. So call your grandparents if you can, tell them you love them, and it'll just absolutely make their day if you do that.
Right on. What's up, Carter?
My final thought of the day is I don't blame Jonathan Kaminga for not wanting to be here. He has some great games, and it just feels like this guy can get nowhere on this team. It doesn't matter. He's, Kerr won't give him the minutes regardless. So, you know what, JK? Go do you, pal.
Well, he's got to get them to say yes first. they still got him.
Yeah, good point.
Well, at least for 2 more months.
I contend, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, my brother and I have had this saying, I want to be, there used to be these 2 old timers. I grew up in Excelsior, so it was an old Italian, Irish, French, Latin. It was a very multicultural neighborhood. Now it's extremely Asian American as well. But there are these 2 old timers who used to play catch on the block forever. I want to be the 95, 105-year-old playing catch with my brother at that age, throwing the rock around as all the little kids, the whippersnappers, are playing in the streets. I want to be one of those. I want to live to be 100, Evan. That's what I want to do. I want to live to be 100.
Yeah, I don't.
I do.
That sounds awful.
My grandfather's 89. He's still got an ear-to-ear smile. We're going to go to lunch now. I'm pivoting. I was going to go play 9. Now we're going to lunch, Carter.
Yeah, the moment that they're starting to think about the Veterans Committee, I think I got to hang him up.
You say that now, and as you get older and life happens, you want to be there for every little thing. Trust me.
No, right now, I want older people to still be in my life. But those older people don't always want to be in my life, and that's
I'd
kind of
rather be 100.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, sincerely though, thanks for letting me hang out the last couple of days with you guys. It's been fun.
Dude, you're doing great. I mean, we could totally disagree on Pods, and that's fine. I think he's a solid guy. I just think that on the real, like, Pods is a lightning rod for me because he's a backup point guard. And I think he's best utilized as a backup point guard. And I would love to see him there. But he's been miscast because of the roster construction. They just don't have that real guy to play alongside Steph. And so it frustrates me.
Well, speaking of a miscasting, Steiny Guru are coming up next on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Kuminga crisis.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1-pound strawberries, 6-ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intraline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control, this event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I was just looking at the YouTube chat early. Hey, you know what, Goo? I realized something yesterday after the show. How about a good morning? I already just said good morning
Well,
to you.
you know what you did, but go ahead. What you realize?
By the way, somebody should. There's only one Steiny here.
Oh, my goodness. We got to get to that.
So yesterday after the show, I was feeling a little bit better, and I figured I'd, socialize for a minute, and I bumped into two of my favorite Giants fans, and they were really down. Jim and Manny.
Oh, man.
They were really
Shout out
down.
Manny. Oh, man.
I'm not kidding you. In fact, they were so down, I bought them both drinks, and Jim and Manny were really disappointed, and Jim was saying it feels like the season's over. That's what he said. And if there's anything I can do, I think you all know, I can cheer people up. And so, listen. All right, we lost Duvall. We can get it. Tyler Ryan.
You weren't using them much here lately, but go ahead.
There's a bottom line. You go into New York, win 2 out of 3, and you go into Pittsburgh, and I'm stopping there because I'm not going to do what everybody did. Oh, then you go to Pittsburgh. No. Can you win the series against the Mets? And you get to Pittsburgh. They keep plugging away. That's what the second half of the season's about. Can you make a little noise, Goo? Can we make a little noise?
You sound like me. I'm not going to hate on you. I don't believe you believe it, but shout out to Manny and Jim. And I just want to throw you on put you on Front Street early. Don't you ever lie about a trading deadline. Those are sacred. Dude, Risotto, yesterday, I find out I'm driving in traffic. Duvall got traded. I go, for who? Steiny goes, Bellinger. And I'm thinking to myself, man, Posey done pulled it off. Bellinger has found himself. And then you don't even fix it. You let it just sit there about 40 minutes. And then I find out Steiny was just pulling my finger. Don't play with big sports news. But anyway, I'll say this to what you just said. What do you got, 53 left, Steiny? You got 53 games left. You're 6 back. I mean, the math is more than there, but you just got swept by the Pirates. You just gave away your bullpen. You gave away your bullpen, and they haven't had to save anything here lately. But what makes you think, and I'm Mr. Optimistic, put that on my coffin, what makes you think the way this team is playing that they can even win a game tonight in New York? A team that swept them at home.
You know why? It's baseball.
Oh, God.
Nobody expected the Giants. Nobody
Don't tell me what
the Giants.
It's baseball spoken.
It did. It has. And Buster addressed baseball yesterday.
I didn't like his energy in that.
By the way,
I did a TikTok video, I didn't like that.
Oh, hey, congratulations.
On what?
That's doing a TikTok video. You must have felt very proud.
Wow.
You're
jealous.
What an effort.
You're jealous.
Woo! Guru did a TikTok.
Wow, Risotto.
What was the theme?
The deadline for the Giants. It's Christmas for all these other teams, and the Giants, see you later.
So when I found out Duvall was traded to the Yankees, and then Guru asked for whom, I knew Aaron Judge wasn't going to work. All right? And then I thought, what about Volpe?
Who hit a home run?
Well, that wouldn't make a lot of sense because they just signed Adames. And I can't, it's not going to be Stanton. What about Bellinger? I bet he would bite on Bellinger.
He just hit a homer the other day, and I'm thinking, okay, right field, Belly, look at Buster.
I figured that's a perfect guy. He'd come here, he'd lead the team in homers, but it wouldn't be Judge.
You said that.
Yeah. Anyway. No.
Keith Law doesn't like the return of Duvall, and I know he was under team control until 2027. That matters, Steiny. What do you think on the package that they got? Because I'll say this about everything. The Giants got something to put into the farm system. What it's going to turn out to be, and I know Buster's high on the catcher, Rodriguez, that they got yesterday. He can hit and play all kind of multiple positions, even catcher. But what did you make of?
How do I know?
Well, Keith Law is mad like he should have got more.
Don't do this. Don't ask me about 4 prospects. I've never heard their names before this morning.
Well, there's a slogan for prospects now that you always say.
What?
It's 50-50. Like, they can pan out or not. But this Rodriguez guy looks like he might be something. And he was just one of the guys. Jesus Rodriguez, one of the multiple players that the Giants got to put in their farm, some closer than others to be ready-made, but let's keep it real and put a rat on the table. We hadn't done many rats this week. Shout out Atco Pest Control. Steiny, I'm looking at you today. You're coordinated with your brown fit. You look clean. You look young. You're losing weight. Is the Giants season over to you?
No, definitely not. And I'm not.
But what are you? What's giving you hope besides the math?
Well,
the math.
First of all, you got to remember I covered the Golden State Warriors for 12 years. They never even sniffed the playoffs. If I would have quit on the season halfway through, I would have done it 12 straight years. And I never did. We don't quit. We don't quit.
Yeah.
Bottom line is if you, and you do, think this team is significantly underachieving, they didn't decimate their roster to the extent that it's impossible for them to start winning games.
But your strongest portion of your team, part of your team.
They're gonna.
Okay, hey, listen, I'm going James Brown, one of the great songs ever, The Big Payback. You get to face two teams back-to-back that just swept you back-to-back.
Exactly.
Go get revenge, Kevin Costner.
I mean,
starts tonight.
What if they win 5 of the next 6? Let me be guru.
Hey, it could happen, but what makes you think it's going? They can't win a game.
Well, there's a lot going on here with the Giants. Obviously,
it's disappointing.
Yesterday was disappointing.
Yeah, and Buster's mannerisms, and again, I don't know.
Oh, let me guess. He didn't flip a spread.
No, he wasn't Buster Rhymes, the rapper. I don't know what I'm looking for.
What
I got you. But Steiny, they were asking him, "Where's this team? How long did you think about it?" And it was just everything was pedestrian and Buster-like. And I'm thinking to myself, what do I want him to do? A backflip, recite a rap, like goo? But there was just something, Steiny. You know what it is? I was in sales, and I know people that know how to play with the English language can motivate and sell politicians,
Okay.
And I didn't get that from Buster yesterday, and maybe that wasn't the forum.
Well, that's not who he is.
But I just was like, oh, Buster, oh. I just was left wanting something.
What?
Why
do you consistently want people to be different than who they really are? Buster Posey is about poise. He's about composure.
I hear you.
He's about being rational.
Yeah.
He's not going to, that's not who he is. Not who he is. And now, the way I like to watch sports. Yeah,
Put the volume down.
You know that I don't like to root, really. But I'll tell you what. See, now this is who I am. Now I root for the Giants. Now I root for them because everybody else has given up. Well, everybody else has given up. They stink, stunk, stank. Okay.
Look at my man.
Now they got 53 games left.
Have you given up? Let's go to Risotto real quick. Have you given up when you hear Steiny say everybody's given up?
I mean, selling is a term of giving up, but I don't think they really lost as much as you think.
I got you.
They lost bodies, but they lost 2 guys from the bullpen, which was a strong suit already. And then a guy who was struggling for the last month.
I got you.
So how much did they actually lose?
Yeah. And I will say this, not making it about me on Steiny and Guru, go figure, but I took an L yesterday, Steiny.
Which one?
Right field, Matos. I was thinking, okay, it's his. Buster mentioned like 7 individuals that could take over right field. And didn't once mention my guy. And I'm thinking, that doesn't mean anything. He'll be out there tonight, but we'll see how they do it. And to Pasta's point, those 2 guys that were stellar at their job on a good day, Doval and Rogers, don't help the team score runs, and that's been their problem, Steiny. So maybe they feel so disappointed. I'm thinking of Chapman and what he said is Rogers, and the news broke that he was getting traded. So maybe somehow they feel more relaxed and play better baseball. I know I'm reaching.
I mean, I think it's realistic to expect they're going to play better baseball. They're 2-12 over their last 14.
There you go. All right.
So, and that's one thing I want to talk about, and I just want to compare some teams that have gone through some slumps this year. But Matos, your take on Matos wasn't good, but the one on Birdsong was worse.
But that was a misspeak.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was just you being.
Yeah. No, I was looking at I had forgot the Giants had kind of fell out of favor. You know what I mean? But
sure.
I'll say this to that before we go to break.
Yeah.
Steiny, I'm telling you, man. Bob Melvin, I believe, is managing for his job. If this keeps up and it's 4 for the next 18 or 4 for 20, that's when I'm like, okay, maybe Buster wasn't thinking about making a move. But if this thing continues as is, I really do believe his job is in jeopardy if they don't kind of, turn this thing around.
Yeah, you're probably right. But you know what? Manager and these small potatoes. Small potatoes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How much different is this team really between today and 2 days ago? You lost 2 players. That's it. 2 players.
You lost 3.
Who?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll say 2. They lost Duvall 1. They lost 2 halves.
The longest tenured player in
They lost 2. Yeah. They lost 2 half players.
Oh, who cares?
No, that's not true. All right, here we go. Oh, coming up at 9:30 or 10:30, we got Marcy Weiser coming in from
it's been a minute.
From Live 105. We got about 7 things to talk to her about. We're obviously going to get into the Kaminga situation. I think it's becoming apparent what's going on here. I'll tell you. Anybody scared? The 49ers gave up on Trey Lance a little too soon. Trey Lance. And and the Valkyries, they won last night.
Yeah, another injury though, starting.
Watch the whole game, and I got some thoughts on that. Right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale isn't just hot, it's sizzling. Everything in our stores will be 25% off. Add 2 years interest-free financing, that's smoking hot. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
It's a crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
That's causing quite a bit of a...
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. Conquer your commute and save at the pump. Experience the efficient CR-V hybrid.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. There's some things that are a lot more important than sports.
No doubt, man.
They're a lot more important than, professional competition, all that stuff. Just learned some real sad news. Yeah. Greg Papa, former colleague of all ours here at 95.7 The Game, now works for KNBR. I'm not telling any secrets.
Yeah. And voice of the Niners.
Voice of the San Francisco 49ers. He has just announced or put out that he's got cancer, and he's undergoing treatment, and it's why he's not on the air at KNBR, and it's why, as of right now, he won't be doing San Francisco 49ers games. So he put out he's been diagnosed with cancer. He's undergoing treatment. He's going to fully focus on his treatment. He's going to step away. And so we wish nothing but the best for Greg Papa.
No doubt, Steiny.
He is an icon here in the Bay Area, in the media world. And thoughts and prayers go out to Greg Papa. Love you, buddy.
Yeah,
and
we both do.
Get well soon.
Yeah, Steiny, and to his family as well. And he is my modern-day Bill King. I remember him doing the Warriors. He's done it all. The A's, the Giants, and now the Niners. And I'll say this, Steiny, I owe him a lot, not to make it about me. He's a friend of both of ours, and I owe him a whole lot. My first show on this station in the daytime was filling in on the Afternoon Delight with the great Greg Papa, and he allowed that to happen. So thoughts and prayers. Kick C's ass and get better, man.
Yeah. Tough news, but
man, Steiny.
He's pretty tough.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's pretty tough.
No doubt about it.
I got to believe he's gonna come through.
Gotcha.
Papa's gonna come through.
No doubt.
Youngest person to ever broadcast an NBA game. Greg Papa, back with the Indiana Pacers.
See, I thought it was Spurs. It was the Pacers.
He was with the Spurs.
Oh, okay.
But he started out with the Indiana Pacers.
Okay, gotcha.
Tough news, but all the best to Greg and his family.
Mm-hmm.
Derek, obviously, his son. Hopefully they'll get through this.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's one thing I was thinking about the Giants, and I guess it might just be their record. But I'm looking at some of the teams in the NL. And would you agree that here's my question. Why weren't the Giants, why weren't they able to overcome this 2-12 stretch? So I'm looking at the Dodgers. They had a bad stretch. They went 3-11 at one point this season. I'm looking at the Mets. They went 3-14 over a 17-game stretch. And even the Phillies were 1-9 over a 10-game stretch. Mm-hmm. And I understand all those teams have better records than the Giants, but I'm just thinking about they're one game under 500, and they're 2-12 in their last 14. So 2 weeks ago,
man, Steiny,
2 weeks ago, they were 10 games over 500, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So
I think I have an
one
answer.
little, I get it. They're playing terrible. But did one little stretch of 2-12 just override what had happened for the first 90 games?
Well, all the teams that you just mentioned that went through spells, I think there's different recipes of spells. You still can score 8 runs, but your pitchers give up 9 and you lose. Everything's going bad. But, partner, I really believe the lack of hitting, the games that were on the line, including the Dodgers before the break, just time and time again, your best hitters at the plate through the storm up with the chance to, it's just one game, Steiny, but there were multiple games where this team with the bat couldn't get it done. And that's why I just feel like they're dead men walking, because to this day, they still, I don't believe, collectively had figured out how to get that big hit, even if they could do what baseball was talking about with that cockamamie rule of, hey, in a big situation, we can pick who we want to send up. But regardless who the Giants sent up, it was a strikeout. It was a pop-up. It was a double play. And they're in the midst of that. So when you bring that up, it kind of hit me, Steiny. I feel like that's why this one took this Giant stretch. There was water on the boat because it was the same type of slow death every time with the bat, even though the pitcher took a step back. But the hitting continuously just suffocated you, the lack of it.
Yeah, so they were 41-29 around the time they got Devers. They hung around 500 for a little while with Devers, and then the last 2 weeks they've gone 2-12, and now they're a game under 500. And that is what, to me, like, you can't tell me that Buster Posey decided to sell just because they're 2-12 over the last 14. It has to be something that he saw before that and leading up to that for him to decide we're not going to add. And the reality of the situation is they were seemingly prepared to add 2 weeks ago, and then they go on this losing streak, and all of a sudden everything's changed. And what it tells me is maybe Posey wasn't believing in this team, before this recent really, really bad stretch. And we heard as much from Dave Fleming after the All-Star break saying, well, they're going to buy unless they lose every game before the deadline. Well, they didn't lose every game, but they lost every game but 2. And so I'm just trying to figure out, what it was exactly. And,
I think I got it.
Was it just this two-week stretch, or was it everything since Devers, or was it even before Devers? I don't know.
I'll say this to that, Steiny, and I'm not going to sit here on this Payday Friday and say you're wrong, because those are your thoughts. But the bottom line to me is, did they really need a bat? If you looked at this team collectively and said everybody's failing or everybody is subpar. So if you rolled the dice, if that day does come that you'll snap out of it, well, there's your addition. Steiny, there's your ad. Chappie will take it up a notch. Devers, Adames, as hot as he's been. Everybody, all the hitters will take it up a notch. There's your ad. But now you say what you sold was your strength, and your strength has been in the refrigerator because you haven't had many games for them dudes to come out and try to save. So that's how I look at it. I don't think Buster looked like, oh, we're not good enough. I think he looked like if these guys could just get back on the horse to some degree, we'll be better offensively. And that has not happened, and maybe it can as you're 6 games back. And I don't think the worst gambler in the world would put money on the Giants to make the 3rd wild card at this point. Still could happen.
Well, I also think that, Posey still left himself wiggle room here. Like, this isn't a complete sell-off. He's not waving the white flag. And you know what? And this is the one thing I was thinking. When we talk about general managers and the great ones and what leadership, this, that, and the other thing, the one thing I was thinking is, okay, you've got some deals here, 3 deals that Posey made. Boom, we're going to judge him for it. But the reality of the situation is what's happening right now, that all the stuff we can't see, is where Buster Posey's either becoming a better general manager or doesn't have what it takes to be a general manager. And the first thing I thought about when they made these trades was, and I still don't know the answer to this, but I'll bet you one of our listeners will.
All right.
Where is Posey right now? Is he in the Bay? Or is he with the team in New York?
I want to believe. All right. But I'm like blown away that you're even asking that.
Why?
Because I would say, what does it matter?
Well, I'll tell you what it matters is I want to know what if Buster Posey's addressed the San Francisco Giants since they made these 3 moves.
Wow.
And what is his message to the team?
Willard
now?
might know.
I asked Willard, he's not sure.
Okay.
And you know what?
Is that his job? Or is that Melvin?
Are you kidding?
That's Melvin's job.
What are you, crazy?
I'm not talking to me. Jerry West going to talk to the team? Like, so what are you? Steiny, I'm blown away you're saying that.
Guru, he just made 3 trades.
Okay, and his job is to talk to the damn manager, and the manager talk to the players. If you got to go talk to the players to me, then you got the wrong manager. You brief Melvin, and Melvin talks to the troops. What am I missing?
What you're missing is Melvin didn't make the trades.
Okay, but Buster Posey, a man of few words, job is not to address the team in a new Rockney type of setting.
So the general manager shouldn't address the team.
No, I wouldn't expect him to do it.
Well, you know what? That says something about him as a general manager.
No,
then.
It says something about Melvin. He said in his presser yesterday he talked to Bob. But he shouldn't.
Who runs the Giants? Who just made moves that impacted the direction of their season?
Yeah, but who is the skipper?
He manages the players playing the game.
And we're talking about a conversation.
You don't think Buster Posey should tell the team what he was thinking?
I wouldn't. I don't think that's his job.
What are you talking about? It's not his job. I don't get that.
Bob Melvin's the skipper, Steiny. Buster talked with the moves. Chapman knew what time it was because they let them move. Like, what's Buster to say? Let me change your diaper? Like, I'm blown away you're saying that should be Buster's job.
It is that
the skipper is Bob Melvin.
Bob manages.
If Posey got to address the team, you got the wrong manager. Stay in your lane.
That's right. He made the trades. Okay. Not Melvin.
Okay, but he doesn't. Oh, he's not got to speak to the players. To what? Galvanize them?
Okay.
To show him that he's upset?
Listen to Mr. Rah-Rah. Now you don't want Buster Posey telling the team what's going on.
I stand on the rah-rah. It doesn't come from the president of baseball. So
where does
Bob
it come?
Myers, you think Bob Myers addressed the Warrior players?
Absolutely.
Oh, please.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe one-on-one, Steiny, not in a group setting. That's Kerr's job. Matt Chapman knew what time it was when he said, our guys are gone because of our inept play.
Okay.
So now a guy of few words.
All right, I'll tell you.
So you're contradicting yourself. Just 30 minutes ago, you're like, Buster's a man of, you don't have to. So now he's the one up there giving speeches to the team.
It's not a speech, Guru.
What is it?
It's I want to know if he told the team, hey, are you going to let me finish?
Well, you've been cutting me off.
I want to know if Buster Posey told the team, hey, listen, we're evaluating everything. Every position's open. From this point on, we're taking inventory of everything that happens. Or I want to know if he told the team, hey, we lost Duvall, we lost Yaz, but you know what? I'm looking in this clubhouse. Damn it, I think we should still be able to make a run here. I still think we can be a playoff team. That's not the manager's job.
If you heard him yesterday, said he briefed and talked to Bob, not the players.
Right.
And if Buster has to do that, you got the wrong manager.
So a GM doesn't talk to the players?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about talk in a setting like you're making it out to be Al Pacino in any given Sunday. It's not that.
Okay. Well, then that's not the kind of general manager that I want. I want a general manager that after the trade deadline and you do something like, okay, Buster, where to now? What was the thinking?
Play better. And that's what Chapman and the players were saying, Steiny.
Well, that's fine. Did he tell the team, we got to play better? I mean,
my guess would be no. I believe he told Melvin that.
Okay.
Wow, man. I'm sure. No, I'm not. Like, I don't know if I'm right, but I just would be blown away if I found out Buster talked to the whole team to tell them what's obvious. You guys are playing like crap. It cost us. We're selling. I'll talk to Bob. And Buster did mention Bob, that he had conversation with Bob about what was going on. But again, and I'll admit I'm wrong, if we find out Buster talked to the team.
I don't know if he talked or not. I want to know that. Because if he didn't, then that tells me the team's in New York. They're playing the Mets for 3 games. 3 of the longest tenured players on the team are now gone. And he is the leader of our organization. Yes, I do think if I were the general manager, and I think a lot of general managers would probably, if they're with the team, would say, hey, this is what we did, this is why we did it, and this is what I expect from this point out. Especially if professionalism's been one of the issues on this team. I mean, like, and I'm going to be honest, it's not Melvin. He didn't make the trades. He just manages the team. I want to know what Buster Posey said to the team, if anything. And if he didn't say anything, that to me is noteworthy also. That's all I'm saying. Ernie Chavez, Buster is the president, Yeah, I know. I got to call Buster the president. I've been calling him the GM too much. Zach Manazian's the GM. Yeah. But, to me, this is where you measure a GM. And not just the trades itself. How does it play out within the organization? Let's go to Ben in Hayward. What's going on, Ben?
Hey, I love you guys, man.
We love you too.
Great back and forth. Great back and forth. I got to say that I don't think he did this trade based on what's been happening in the last week or so. I think it's been happening throughout the year, scoring 1 run, every other game. I mean, my gosh, I felt he had to blow it up at some point, because you can't make it. You can't do that. I mean, all these pitchers, I feel bad for them because, when they just score 1 run a game, it's like, you're not going to win. So he had to blow it up. And I'm surprised he didn't even blow it up even more because, I don't know, man, since they got Devers, I don't think, I don't know. And we have to wait for that one. But I don't think that was a very good trade. I mean, he wasn't even ready to step in at first base. So I don't know what the heck they're thinking, in that regard. You spend all that money and then you don't, you're not even sure if he's going to work out at first base. You spend all that money for a DH. I don't know. But anyway, I think they had to blow it up.
Do you consider this blowing it up?
Not completely. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's got to be even more. I mean, we'll see the rest of the year, but I think it's got to be more because how do you not knock in runs when they got people on base? I mean, that's been happening all year. And when you have a makeup like that, I remember when Toronto came into town and they were talking about Toronto and saying how, hey, one of the cool things about this team, Toronto is that when guys are on base, all up and down the lineup, they're knocking them in. And that's the opposite of what the Giants have been doing.
Well,
that's $1 million question.
I wouldn't call it blowing it up either. Not even close. But obviously they made some moves out of a position of strength with the San Francisco Giants, which is relief pitching. And if they can, Buto can be the middle, can pick up for Rodgers, maybe give Ryan Walker a shot at closing. Maybe it's Rodriguez. I don't know. Maybe you don't lose anything there, or you lose less than you think, and the bats come alive, and maybe you can, tape it together that way. But I'm just wondering about Buster Posey, and if he has a message for the team, I guess that's the message for the team. That I made the moves and you guys play and let Bob handle it. That's fine. Yeah. Let's go to this is more Buster Posey, or this is Buster Posey from yesterday's press conference.
We wanted to be in a different position to add. Unfortunately, the way we played, had to make a decision here to try to add some talent that we felt like could help us going forward. Look, I knew when I took this job that one of the harder parts was going to be at some point, moving on from guys that I had a personal relationship with and I played with. Yeah, that's not an easy phone call or conversation to have in person. But overall, I think Zach and myself and the rest of the group are happy with the players that we have coming to put on a Giants uniform now.
So let me ask you this, Goo. What did Buster Posey attempt to accomplish yesterday? What was his goal? What do you think his goal
before
was?
Any move, you mean?
No, what do you think the moves?
Oh, to get more prospects, to enhance and fertilize the farm that was kind of desolate of options. I really believe that.
Okay.
And I don't think he wanted to do that from the outset going into the deadline, but the way that they played made him go that route, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was half of it. I think there was another half of it, though.
Give it to me.
We're not giving up. We're not giving up. I mean, with all due respect to Duvall and Rodgers and Yaz, they're not going to hold you back from winning the or making it to the playoffs if you're going to make a run.
But what about tonight? Let's just go tonight, Steiny. If they're up 2-1, closing situation, Rodriguez, whoever comes in, and it's a blown save, and we see that more frequently.
Well, then you know that Ryan Walker can't be the closer. Then you'll know that.
But you feel the brunt of that move is what I'm saying.
But
because you're 6 out. And some could be like, dude, you need to go see a psychiatrist.
What if Rodriguez is better than Duvall as a closer?
But then you don't.
That's what they got to see.
Then you're right. You don't miss him.
That's why they didn't give up. That's why, to me, he went halfway. Yeah. And maybe there was no way to go the whole way. But
the best ever on the chat, Steiny, all 3 players were expendable. I just know the bullpen is not. If you ask me, Goo, is the bullpen as strong as it was before you got rid of Duvall and Rodgers? My answer is no. That doesn't mean they can't win, though.
Yeah, I mean,
but you got to hit.
Yeah, I just, I think, Posey doesn't. Let's see what he says about whether this team can compete.
Yeah, nothing's ever out of the question there. I mean, we've got to play better baseball, plain and simple. We just haven't looked like the same team as we did at the beginning of the year. I felt like at the beginning of the year we harped on doing the little things right. It was clean baseball, and then we've kind of taken a 180. So we've somehow got to recapture that form, that style of baseball that we had at the beginning of the season. Losing a guy like Raj, like Duvall, like Yaz. These are veteran players that do impact your team, but we still feel like we've got a group that should go out there and perform much better than they have, the last month or so.
All right, that was Buster Posey talking about whether he thinks the Giants can compete or not after yesterday. And my question to Giants fans at 888-957-9570 is, what do you think Buster Posey accomplished yesterday at the trade deadline, if anything? The Giants are one game under 500. They got 53 games left to play. They've lost 12 of their last 14 games, and they made 3 different moves, 3 tenured players, pretty long tenured players, maybe the 3 longest actually on the team.
Yeah, so it's the longest.
The 3 longest tenured players on the team. He got some young players back, some minor league players, maybe a major league player or two. But my question to Giants fans is, what did he accomplish yesterday that may make this team better in the future? 888-957-9570. Coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries, they take on the Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
May I speak freely?
I prefer English.
The Naked Gun is the most fun you can have in theaters.
Yeah, let's go!
Without getting arrested.
Is he serious?
Is he serious? No. The Naked Gun. Rated PG-13. Only in theaters. Now playing.
Transform your kitchen with a cutting-edge design and performance of Jen Air luxury appliances available at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Known for pushing the boundaries of innovation and style, Jen Air offers a bold selection of exclusive appliances that bring sophistication and function to any space. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying Jen Air purchases. Discover your statement piece and explore the full Jen Air collection in-store at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mm-hmm. All right. Staring through my rear view, Steiny. This is Puck. Staring through my rear view. Don't be mad at me. We have sports discussions. Sometimes it gets loud. Don't play mad.
I'm not mad.
All right, I'm not mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm saying I believe that there might be some general managers that talk to the team about the moves they just made, and maybe there are some that don't.
Gotcha.
That is an indication of part of who they then are as a general manager.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like, maybe Buster Posey's not as engaged. If he didn't talk to the team, that's Melvin's job. He's not on the trip.
Right.
Then that tells me that either Posey doesn't think that's in his purview, or he doesn't think he has to do that, or it's not necessary. That's part of his philosophy then. Mm-hmm. If he talks to the team and he says, this isn't a white flag situation, then maybe he's a general manager that communicates with the players more than other general managers.
Yeah, but he's been president of baseball ops, Steiny.
That's right. I keep saying general manager. That's my bad.
Yeah, just me, Steiny, and I look at our job, and it's not pro sports, but I just really believe, one, and I'm with Austin and San Jose, the actions by Buster Posey, that was all the talking I would need, but I do love what you're saying about addressing the team. I just think that's the manager's job.
Well, I just think that if...
dude, my job's on the line. You almost got to convey that on the subliminal.
415, Steiny, you don't know Buster didn't speak to the team. That's what I'd like to know, whether he did or he didn't. And if he did, what did he say? Did he say, you guys blew it? We could have added, but we didn't. Did he say this doesn't represent any kind of white flag and we still believe we can make a run? Did he say every position's open and what you've done up to this point means nothing and we're going to assess everything from here? That's all. I mean, if let's see, if Nahigian whacked me and Dibley, I'd like to think at some point Nahigian would address it, not Lucas. That's all. About, the thinking. That's all.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking, and God bless me, we're not on the East Coast, but Brian Cashman, whatever you think of him with the Yankees, Steiny, I don't think he ever stepped over his boundaries and addressed the team over the manager, whoever it was at the time. So you could be right. We don't know. You asked Willard. But I would be shocked because I think that's supposed to come from the skipper on what time it is. And then the skipper reports to the boss. And Buster did mention he talked to Bob. What they talked about, I don't know. But, I'll stand corrected if we find out that Buster talked to the team in that type of, I don't want to say galvanizing way, but just it's kind of obvious of where they're at, Well,
what's the message that the players received over the last day?
That we weren't good enough. And that's why Chapman sounded despondent at his locker saying, we allowed this to happen for Tyler and the rest of the guys to be gone.
Okay,
that's how I took it.
All right, so if the team's despondent right now and they're looking at Buster Posey and they're thinking he just gave up or we've just given up, I wouldn't want him to think that if Posey doesn't think they've given up. Like what are his expectations today? As opposed, are they the same? I guess they are. Just play better.
But if I'm Bob Steiny, I'm thinking if we go 20-33 in the next 53, I'm just being selfish here. I'm just from a Melvin standpoint. If I'm him and I'm in control of the troops that are going to control what I believe if I keep my job or not, and let's just say we go 20-33, I think I might have to be in my bag of super bags to hope they don't quit on me. And I don't think they will. But if they go 20-33 and it's continuous, bad looking baseball, I think Melvin's managing for his job, which is way more than a playoff spot.
Well, I got the 925, you bring up a good point, and this is where I got to take the hit.
What you mean?
I keep calling Buster Posey the GM. He's the president.
Right.
He's the president. I probably should have said, did Zach Manassian talk to the team? You guys are absolutely right.
But I thought you brought that up because of the gravitas.
Why are you saying no, Risotto?
Because it's still Buster. Like, he's still doing, like, GM stuff, just under a different title.
Yeah, that's why I thought you went to Buster.
No.
Because of who he is. Zach ain't a Hall of Fame catcher.
You mentioned that it would be one thing if Matt were to address the station and not Lucas. If Zach Manassian were to address the team, that would be like Lucas addressing the station.
That's a great. And we love you, Luke.
No,
that's
a great call. What I said.
Look, I tried to help you out. I thought you were saying because Buster has the gravitas of doing it.
Maybe Manassian's on the trip and Buster isn't because Buster had to stay home. Mm-hmm. Maybe nobody said anything to anybody
except Melvin. But Buster to Melvin, that I know happened, Steiny. I heard it in Buster's thing,
right?
Or he briefed Bob.
With all due respect, I view what happened yesterday outside of Bob Melvin's purview. These were player transactions. This is a tone that's being set. It's really what they did yesterday was, it's strategy in a way.
For the future, too.
Right. So, with all due respect to Bob Melvin, you manage the game, but I think it's Posey that determines the direction of this team. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And do you give any credence to me saying Melvin might be managing for his job? It's imperative that he say something to the troops in hopes that they don't quit.
I mean,
Steiny, I've been in job situations. I won't name where.
So now
he's they tried to get the manager fired and didn't perform at their best. I'm not saying the Giants are doing that, but I believe Melvin has to really, okay, maybe there's no playoffs in your six back, but Melvin's got to really step into trying to get his guys to keep fighting.
I mean, so he's relying on Melvin for the pep talk? For the last 53
No, I'm
games?
saying Melvin's relying on the players to get them to keep fighting. And we can watch. You can lose, but still be we know you haven't quit. I'm just saying Melvin's job right now to me is, six bag, yada, yada, yada. But, man, you got to give something to these players so they don't quit or make it look like they've given up. Because I think that impacts your future as the skipper of the Giants. That's what I'm saying.
888-957-9570 is the number. The other thing is Bob Melvin really managing for his job? What if they finish 500? Is 500? Does Bob Melvin have to reach a threshold? Or do they just have to play better baseball?
Well, 20-33, I think, gets them fired. That's just me.
Then that would
74 wins.
Okay, that would be 74-88. But what if they finish? If they finish like they always finish? 80-82. Then what do you do?
He already got that year you talked about. But I love Shasky when he brought up the. That was just kind of the. What word was I looking for? The severance. Because we see guys getting ran with time on their contract. But we'll see, Steiny. If it ends up that close, I think the team played obviously better baseball or status quo, and that wouldn't get them run.
Let's go to Matt in San Jose. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, Steiny?
Doing well, man.
So I was listening along, and I'm a player. I play in the minor leagues, and we struggled through halfway through the season.
Yeah.
And it was the manager that pulled us aside and said, "Hey, look, I've had a conversation with the higher ups. If we don't start winning games, everybody ain't gonna be here." So it wasn't the general manager that came down. It wasn't president of baseball ops or anybody. It was the manager with the word from them that came down and was like, "Y'all got to figure it out. There's no two ways around it." And there was not much that he could have said beyond what the manager said that was going to change the way we thought about it. Like, we got to play better. It's pretty simple. We're 13-40. We got to play better.
No, I appreciate that. Was that
me too?
Was that in the middle of a slump, or was that when did that happen?
This was within the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. We got off to a really, really slow start. We got guys they're healthy, they're playing, they're just they're slumping. They can't figure it out.
Gotcha.
Can't get a base hit, striking out too much, making bad defensive errors and things like that. Stuff that you see in high school and in college that you're seeing in professional baseball.
Gotcha. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call, man. I mean, I don't want to get defensive, but that's who I am. Not exactly the same situation. I didn't mean Buster addressed the team because they're slumping. I mean, Buster,
because he made the moves.
Talked to the team about trading the 3 longest tenured Giants, and 3 guys that have been more a part of the Giants than any 3 guys, in the last 6 or 8 years.
Who he played with, by the way.
Exactly.
Well, he talked about that.
All right, this is what happened going from buyers to sellers.
I don't know if there was like a aha moment when we said, all right, we've got to do this. I think Zach and I and Jeremy had, just been watching the type of games we're playing. And again, we wish we were in a spot that we were adding. But as poorly as we played since the All-Star break, I think we all felt like it was the best decision for the organization to try to get some pieces coming back that'll help us in the future.
All right, so there it sounded like,
and that he did.
At the All-Star break, they were still open, obviously, to buying. But they went, 2-9?
Well, it's getting
since
worse,
the break. They only had 2 wins over Atlanta. They played Toronto, lost 3, then won 2 against the Braves, then got swept by the Mets in the 10. So they're like 2-9 or 2-10 since the trading deadline.
And you go back to New York. Like I said, James Brown, Steiny, you would think the big payback, but the season's not done. I don't expect the players to have quit, but man, you want to play better baseball. But the bottom line is what I want to ask Giant fans or just baseball aficionados. I mean this, Steiny. Let's just say you, as a fan, you giving up and you're looking forward to next year. I really, truly want to know, how do we know Devers and everybody in a Giant uniform is going to hit?
Well, we don't.
Just because it's 0-0 in regard to your record, you're 0-0. That's a question that needs to be found out. Why are we so sure they're going to compete next year? I'm hearing a lot of that, but we can't figure out, or they can't figure out why this team collectively can't hit. That's that has me pulling my hair out.
So, what are the next 50 games for then?
Well, I'm assuming you don't figure it out. Hopefully you do. We see gains. We see the Giant offense look like what it's supposed to be. I was assuming, what if this keeps up? This putrid hitting.
Well, then your team is much worse than you thought it was. It's already not as good as you thought it was. If you end up 14 games under 500, then you're a bad team. They're an average team now, and they're not playing great, and they haven't hit well over the course of the whole season, and they're a 500 team.
But when you got Devers, Steiny, I thought you were a good team. I thought you went from an average team to, at minimal, a good team. And they're not playing like a good team right now.
Well, and that's then who they are. They're like, if Devers continues to play like he's playing,
Oh, man. No, you're right. Go ahead.
But, like, what can you do then? He's here for 6-7 years.
Yeah.
But my point is that's why the last 53 games do matter. Because if this team finishes 10 under 500,
right,
then that is drastically different than a 500 team, as far as I'm concerned. Like you go, 76 and 86. I mean, then you can't fool anybody anymore. And I'll tell you why. Because it's clear that when you're a 500 team, you can fool fans into thinking you're better than you are. Because that's what happened this year, as far as I'm concerned.
And last year as well.
They've been a 500 team
I got it.
for 3 straight years. Now they told us they're a playoff team after Devers. Okay, but if they get worse after Devers or they finish 10 games under 500, well, then they're not even close.
No, man.
So, yeah, I think the last 50 games or so are
most
huge.
definitely, yeah.
But also know this is what happens when you have 3 players under contract for 5 or 6 years. It's like if Devers finishes at 220, if Adames slumps the last 50 games and drops back down to 218, and if Matt Chapman ends up at 225 with 20 homers, then you got a problem. Because then you might be looking at 3 players in decline as their salary moves up and as their salary, as they occupy too much of the salary, your salary structure, and they're not your best players.
Yeah, and that's why just me, Steiny, I give Buster all the credit in the world because unlike Farhan, I mean, he's spending the bread on Adames, on Devers, and you locked up Chapman. My point being, man.
But if Devers, Adames, and Chapman don't hit, or they underwhelm for the next year or two, when are you going to say that those were bad signings?
No, I don't. It won't take that long, and that's my biggest concern, and I want to slow down. But I'm telling you, Steiny, I am really, and maybe I'm looking at what the Red Sox are doing without Devers. But I know the Bryce Harper thing was they just let him walk. It was different, but they won a World Series without his services. I will tell you, and nobody cares about my concerns, but I will write Devers down. I'm just looking moving forward to see if you can be the Devers you were that made everybody fall in love with you when you were in Boston.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let me ask you a question. What's been the biggest problem with the Giants? Devers, Adames, and Chapman over the course of this entire season, and at least since Devers has gotten here, or the other guys, or the other players on the team that are outside their 3 best players?
I'm going to pull you, and I mean this, and I'm going you, Steiny, and you just have to do what you have to do with it. Steiny, I'm torn. I'm in the middle. I think it's unfair to you can do it, whoever you are out there watching this team, but I really believe everybody has some blood on their hands in regard to this, because I've seen the Stars in high leverage situations, especially New York just Sunday night, not get hits. I've seen it happen with the Dodgers, with the other guys. But what if I told you, man, it's 50-50 in regard to the heavy hitters and the others? I really, truly believe that.
Yeah, I would say it's mostly on those 3 guys because they're your best players. They're your highest paid players. And they're supposed to be the leaders of your team.
Even if Devers hadn't been here the whole ride? Because this offense
Devers has been here long enough now. He's been here. He's been here 40 games. And here's the other thing. And yeah, I get it. Adames, I hate to say it, he has not impacted winning this year. He's gotten his average up, and the numbers are very respectable at this point. But Adames wasn't hitting, and now he is, but it hasn't translated to wins. How many games did Chapman miss? Like 25?
Yeah. And they were missing them. Remember?
It was about 25.
Yeah.
25 games, and like I'm not ripping the guy for an injury, but his production is not there. Adamas's production is there, but I don't really think he's impacted winning. Maybe that's because he hasn't gotten any help. And Devers has been terrible.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so your three best players have not, and I get it. They're not Curry, Draymond, and Clay, but they're your Draymond, Curry, and Clay, and all three of them, to my way of thinking, have been subpar.
Yeah, and I'll just say this for Chapman.
So if they're going to be subpar, I don't care how good the rest of the team's going to be. You ain't going to be good.
But when you put two minuses together, Steiny, it's a minus. You know what I mean? It's a negative.
And that's why the people who must take the brunt of it are the best players
I had no
and your
with
highest paid players. And I just they haven't been good enough.
Yeah. And I'll say this about Chapman. Steiny, 16 homers in only 85 games. Again, you can't get the games that he's missed back, but you just think about it. If you wanted to just kind of prorate it to where he would be just with the power numbers, had he not missed that time, he did miss that time. So
well, that's that's.
I get it.
If you miss games, like I'm not holding it against Chapman, but what I am saying is then there were 25 games where Chapman doesn't give you anything because he's hurt. And you want to talk about the next 50 games? I'm
juiced for him.
Like if Rafael Devers doesn't hit the rest of the year, well, then, I'm not going into next year saying, well, he'll hit 280.
And that was and hopefully you're right. So these next 50 will determine that. Have to be. Right. You don't need Buster Posey to tell us that.
But here's the other thing.
You're right. Like, I'm laughing, but I'm excited for how this is going to finish. There is something at stake.
Well, you also got to be prepared for Devers is going to start hitting, and they still don't win a lot of games. And then what do you do?
Kind of like Adamas.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Did Buster Posey accomplish anything yesterday? And if so, what did he accomplish? You guys are Giants fans. You've seen what's happened the last 2 weeks. You saw how Buster dealt with it yesterday and Wednesday. Do you have more clarity on this team? This is Buster Posey talking about how this nosedive occurred.
6 weeks ago, there was so much excitement and positivity around the Devers trade. Can you explain what happened besides just playing bad baseball? I mean, how did this nosedive occur?
No, I can't explain it. I mean, I think we all wish we had something that we could concretely point to, but it's a really rough stretch, and unfortunately, it's one that, again, we wish we weren't in this spot that we were trading away and we were adding at this point. But no, look, like I had the conversation with Bob after the Rodgers trade and just said, from my end, the expectation is for us to go out and we're going to play hard. We're going to play hard the rest of the way. The expectation is we need to play better. I've said it from the beginning, there's a brand of baseball that our fans expect. And that's going to always be the goal. The goal is every day to go out and try to win the game in front of you. Obviously, you're not going to win every day, but the mindset, no matter what the standings say, no matter how bad you feel like it is, that's what we have to do. And, Bob obviously is on board with that.
Can we stop thinking that there's an answer to why things happen in baseball and just take what happens and say that's what's going on? I mean, what more do you need to know? Ann Killian asked Buster Posey, I know you've played bad baseball, but why have you played bad baseball? I can't explain it. It's inexplainable. It really, Buster Posey knows more than anybody else. And he doesn't even know why. But what he does know is the results that they've given him. That's all that matters. And go ahead. Why is Devers not hitting? Nobody knows. He's just not hitting. And now the question is, will he ever start hitting again? Or when will he start hitting again? But, why did Adames turn it around?
Well,
nobody knows why. He just did, and that's baseball.
No, all right, I'll give you that. But what I got from that, too, is that he did speak. Posey spoke, Steiny, and I'm saying this is natural. But the bottom line is I got from what Posey just said in that soundbite is he told Bob what's to be expected. They are not playing that brand of baseball right now, and I think that's got to turn around, and I think that was conveyed.
Well, and I think that if Buster Posey still has confidence in Bob Melvin to convey a message to the team about where they are and where they should be going, maybe Melvin's not in much trouble. And don't forget, Posey extended him, a month ago? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Now through August 10th at Big O Tires, get up to $120 in combined rebate and instant savings on select sets of Michelin tires with installation purchase. Visit BigOTires.com for details on this great Michelin offer. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Kirkton works for ESPN.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You got to ask me why that song's being played, partner. It's our anniversary by Tony.
Why is this song being played?
Because we stink here at this station. You know what today is?
No clue.
Our anniversary, 14 years of inception. 14 years, Steiny.
Of what?
Being the existence of 95.7 The Game. I'm going to give ourselves a round of applause.
So we started, the first show was August 1st, 2011.
Yes, sir. And I'm trying to effort some guys that were on that show. Look at me producing. Nothing yet. But, dude, 14. We're 14 years old. Yeah. That means something to you. Come on.
Well, I haven't been here for all 14, so it doesn't really mean a lot to me.
Well, me neither, but 14 years, man. Happy birthday to 95.7 The Game. There we go. I need some excitement, pal.
And that's it?
Yeah, to ya. Happy, this how you do it. Yeah, happy birthday, happy.
See, the difference between you and me
Oh,
is
I can tell. One has a pulse, the other is just a carcass.
No, this is the difference. You're going to celebrate 14 years, and all I can dwell on is how much better we could have been. We could have been so much better.
Oh, man.
We were like the Giants. We left so much on the table.
Oh,
it's unbelievable. Man. And that's why Buster Nahigian may make some of his own moves at the trade deadline here at 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'll tell you what, we got to give credit to, because Nahigian wasn't here on the inception of this station, Jason Barrett, Steiny. He came up with the 957 The Game. So we got to shout him out. He put me in the game.
Well, that's why you can shout him out. Go ahead and shout him out.
Oh, my goodness. Risotto, what are we going to do with your uncle, man? What happened to Marcy? I'll text her.
She got scared because we were yelling at each other.
Did that happen?
There's no way she was coming in.
Well, I wasn't yelling. Read Ralph Wiley's book, rest in peace, a great writer, reporter in Washington, D.C., Lucas Alexander. He wrote a book, a novel, Why Black People Tend to Shout. It's a great book. And I was not yelling at you. I was excited.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, here you go. This ought to wind you up. Here's some news for you.
All right.
Micah Parsons has officially requested a trade.
Trade him and get a package back. Trade him. Steiny, listen. Don't get me started. It's Friday, baby. Payday.
Micah Parsons officially requested a trade. Micah.
So did Ayuk. How did that end up? So did Debo. How did that end up? He ain't going nowhere.
Do you want to trade him?
Steiny, if it was a great package, see ya. He's like, let him stop.
Go ahead.
He's not Michael Strahan. He's not Watt. He can get bottled up by the blob. 2 linemen, one that lays back and chips them. I've seen it. So in crunch time, I'm waiting on Micah to be Superman, Steiny, but he's lighting the ass. He's a talent, but if you told me you could get a haul for Micah, see ya. And you know I'm keeping it real. I am not Michael Strahan. How could you find that fast is what makes you special. Risotto, wow.
Here's another example of stop asking baseball people or anybody why something's happening.
My answer is I don't know. This is why baseball is the greatest game ever. The Giants make the biggest move maybe of the entire trade deadline, and they did it months ago. And it was supposed to be what we all thought the perfect guy for this lineup, the guy who was going to take the Giants to the playoffs. They were going to all rally around him and be a demonstrably better offensive team, and none of that happened. This is why baseball is the best, is we slap our forehead all the time and say, why? How can this happen? And the answer is, I don't know how this happened. So I'm with you guys. I'm as confused as everyone else that the Giants hit such a skid after adding a guy who's already on a path to go to the Hall of Fame. They should have gotten way better, and instead they got worse.
Risotto, did I see you do something when the great Tim Kirchin said on his path to the Hall of Fame? Because I was coming at Steiny with that.
So, first of all, Tim Kirchin is great. Second of all, that's not a slam dunk. I'd have to look into it.
Well, Steiny will tell you he hasn't finished higher than 13th.
And he ain't finishing 13th this year. And he ain't, if this is who he is, he ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
I'll tell you what, Steiny, no victory lap for you. I'm not fighting you on nobody knows why.
Well, then
but
why,
there are penalties, though.
Why do you constantly ask me, Steiny, what's going on with Devers? Steiny, why have they, I don't know. That's why I have said Rafi Devers, he's a 220 hitter. That's who he is right now for the San Francisco Giants.
Okay, I'm going to pull up Vontae Hill and the panic meter. So we talked about the importance of, shout out B, the 53 games left. If Devers does not figure it out, my panic meter right now about him doing that and my confidence level is at a 3.5. But partner, if these next 53 play out like what he's done thus far, I'm not just going to say, oh, next season there's nothing to see here. We can count on him. I'm going to be at an 8.5 on, is it the park? What's going on? So as crazy as this sounds, from a baseball standpoint, Steiny, that's exciting. It's exciting to see if Melvin is going to get these guys to snap out of it, and they're going to play for him because something possibly could happen. And I know he's got that extension, but Steiny, right now I'm at a 3.5 on Devers. I'm just using him in this example. But if he doesn't figure it out in these next 53, I'm at an 8.5.
Yeah, well, I mean,
where would you say, okay, Goo, I totally get that.
I told you, I don't care about Devers.
What you mean you don't care?
He's not going anywhere. You can't do anything.
But as far as him not being what you thought you got, then we could say, oh, you got a problem here. Buster.
I think all three of them.
But not now. He's not a problem now.
Yes, he is. Devers is absolutely a problem. Devers may be the biggest reason they became sellers. Seriously. I mean, obviously the whole team tanked, but Devers stinks.
Hey, man.
I mean, he stinks. He just does. I don't know why.
But there's not a person yet, Steiny. I think it's unfair and too early. I ain't speaking for you. Nobody would rescind that trade right now.
Okay, but just know and acknowledge that at least for one, assuming the season plays out like it does, the moves that Buster made year one did not work.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
And
no doubt about that.
These guys are getting older.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
These guys are getting older. So, I mean, am I worried that Chapman, Devers, and Adames may have had their best years already? Of course, that's possible.
Hadn't crossed my mind. Yikes!
And that's what that's what's going to determine whether people think Buster Posey's moves were good or not, whether they can start to resemble the players they were.
Let me ask you this,
Yeah.
Sonny. I'm interrupting, my bad. Alex on the chat says, Matt Olson or Devers?
At first base, Matt Olson. Matt Olson's a great fielder.
All day, Matt Olson.
That's not even close.
Dude, Alex, I hooked you up, but yeah, you said it's not even close. And Risotto said it too.
Well,
slam dunk.
Wow. Facial.
If defense means anything,
right.
then it's not even
Olson's
close.
a bad boy.
One more time.
My answer is I don't know. This is why baseball. My answer is I don't know. This is why baseball is the greatest game ever. The Giants.
Hey, I don't know if you feel good pressing that, hearing that, but I'm just telling you, you need to know, Tim. They need to find out.
Well, Buster doesn't know. Nobody knows. That's why you only are left with the results.
My answer is I don't know. This is why baseball is the greatest game ever. The Giants make the biggest move maybe of the entire trade deadline, and they did it months ago. And it was supposed to be what we all thought the perfect guy for this lineup, the guy who was going to take the Giants to the playoffs. They were going to all rally around him and be a demonstrably better offensive team, and none of that happened. This is why baseball is the best, is we slap our forehead all the time and say, why? How can this happen? And the answer is, I don't know how this happened. So I'm with you guys. I'm as confused as everyone else that the Giants hit such a skid after adding a guy who's already on a path to go to the Hall of Fame. They should have gotten way better, and instead they got worse.
And that's
that's
one of your most knowledgeable baseball people. He's got no clue. I would agree with him that Devers is on pace. Like if the next 6 years for Devers are like the previous six,
Steiny.
But they're not going to be.
Well, you don't know that.
He's not. How old is Devers right now? Like 29?
28.
28. Let me tell you what I'm sick of with Devers. I can't stand it.
I'm all ears.
Stop looking at the damn scoreboard every time you strike out like maybe there's only 2 strikes. Biting that lower lip, looking out into the clouds.
What are you doing, man? The dude's
I'll tell
he's
you what,
struggling, man. That bothers you.
The guy. I'll tell you what. After he strikes out,
did you catch the ball?
After he strikes out, he makes the same. He has the same mannerisms every single strikeout. Let's take a look out to center field. Let's look at that scoreboard and look absolutely, positively confounded.
I think he's looking at the velocity of the pitch on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Well, I'm laughing because I'm looking, because to me, he looks at the catcher like, did he really hang on to that? Am I really out? And it's like, he's so baffled that he struck out. But I'm like, Ralphie, you're done. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Steiny. But they better figure it out. I'll tell you what, I'm ready to make a bet now. Forget Melvin.
They don't have to
doing this.
They don't have to
Risotto, help us on this payday Friday.
They don't have to figure it out. They're not in the race right now.
But let me get this off. Let me get this off. Put this in the cap. Forget Melvin. He can come back. But let me tell you what's happening next year. Pat the Bat will not be the hitting coach. Put that in the cap.
Well, then order the rings, huh?
Why did you have to take it there? I just left that there. Nobody said nothing about rings.
So you're ready to make, if this season falls apart, you're ready to make cosmetic changes.
It happens in the game.
Yes,
Barry
sir.
Bonds.
Yeah, get Bonds in here.
Dude.
Yeah.
But he would be a better hitting coach than manager.
I think he
Give
would.
him that.
Yeah, I think he would take the hitting coach job for $19 million a year. I believe he would take the job for $19 million a year.
Oh, man.
This is something about Devers. Are they going to scale back Devers' workload? Oh, my God.
Everything I'm hearing is he's good to go. He's healthy. The guy likes to be on the field and plan on him being out there.
All right. Buster saying Devers is ready to go, like Debo. Hey, any talk about Robbie Ray? Robbie Ray.
Robbie's been great this year. Again, pitching and defense wins. Feel good about him going into the season next year. Yeah, there were some calls, but I mean, we would have had to have been blown out of the water. We obviously didn't get there.
Pitching and defense. That's what wins.
Well,
so let's get rid of our best fielding outfielder and our two best relievers. I'm just kidding.
You really got me laughing on Devers and the strikeouts, but I have him looking back at the catcher to see if he held on.
No, it's a process. He looks back at make sure it was caught, and it always is.
Oh,
and then he looks out
man.
to center field with this just absolutely perplexed look on his face, like I used to look in 7th grade when the algebra test sat in front of me. Seriously, like just puzzled. What are these symbols? What are these numbers?
I was good in math.
Yeah.
Well, when you have a 1, 4,
Algebra's not even math. That's the problem.
What would you call it?
I call it science.
Oh, but look at you too.
Yeah. No. Let's see. Let's get more Posey in here, and then we'll.
Austin and San Jose Giants will trade Devers. Watch.
To who?
I mean,
you can't nobody's going to want him right now. I mean, hey, Austin, let him get a hit first.
Well, he struggled in Boston at the beginning of the season, Steiny. Yeah. It was worse than this.
No, it wasn't. It was much shorter than this.
Well, he was like 0 for his first 15, I'm just saying.
Right, that's 5 games.
Yeah. Come on, man. Dude hit 2 in Atlanta.
Okay. Sure. Let's see. Manassian on what? This is a legitimate question. What happens to the role of Camilo Duval?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of maintain the same stance. We want Bob and the coaching staff when it comes to the lineup day to day on how we do that. Certainly feel like we have some pretty good in-house potential replacements. With Randy's been great. Ryan Walker's pitched in that closer role before, so feel like we have some pretty good options there.
Yeah. Do you think they'll give Walker the first shot at it?
Oh, Rodriguez to me. And I know his elbow's been barking or something's going on, but if he's available and healthy, it's Rodriguez's job, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know. If you read Baggerly, it's like I get the sense they're just a touch concerned about
that's not elbow. No, yeah.
You know. Go ahead.
Oh no, I thought I was waiting on you or Risotto.
Well, he's the producer.
No, he had his
he had his hand up?
We're not like other shows. Our producers get action on the show.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't either.
You yelled at us yesterday. You don't think I picked the yeah. We'll talk about it.
We got the fastball today, though.
No doubt. It's our anniversary.
Here's another thing that's important. Bryce Eldridge. What's the sitch?
I think it's on the table. I would probably downplay the Eldridge piece a little bit just because he was hurt for a while this year, and we still, want him to continue to progress, get his reps, play first. But yeah, these are conversations we'll have amongst ourselves and decide on who we think gives us a chance to win. At the same time, potentially some time to evaluate as well.
All right. Here's the question I have for you. We've played all the Buster Posey sound.
All right.
How it was difficult to not add during the deadline. We talked about him trading former teammates.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about him going from buyers to sellers. He talked about how the nosedive occurred. Of course, he couldn't explain it. Nobody can. But you came in this today and said, "Yeah, Steiny, I didn't like Posey yesterday," and I'm just wondering, or am I mischaracterizing?
No.
Am I being unfair to you?
No. Okay. Every day that ends in Y.
Something bothered you yesterday.
Yeah, but I've dialed back and I've self-reflected. And listen, we can do it. It's my life and it's my thoughts. But Steiny, I know Tim Kirkland said it too. I don't like we don't know why we're losing. I guess that is, when it's just wordplay at the end of the day. But man, if you could finesse it to make it feel like you're doing it, and they are trying to do everything under the sun to find that out. But Steiny, I'm sorry. If you don't know what's going on, There's still going to be a price and penalties to pay. Who pays those, we'll see. But just because you don't know doesn't make it right. It's got to stop. And I guess initially when I heard that, I wanted more Mike Ditka from Buster Posey. That's not who he is. So am I mad at it? No. But now when we hear Tim, that sound from him saying nobody can explain it, I guess, Steiny, I am maturing. So Jim Mulay said, "Goo maturing." I am. But, Steiny, I don't like that. And so you can't lie, but I just don't think that's good enough to say, I don't know why it's happening.
All
that
right.
means these next 53 might look the exact same. And even if you knew what was happening, that's still on the table.
So when Steph Curry has a 6-game stretch where he shoots 32% from 3 and, 35% from the field.
That's different.
That's unexplainable.
Yeah, but that's different.
How?
Because it's one guy.
Well, I'm talking about Devers.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about the whole offense as a whole.
Well, I'm talking about Devers in particular.
Oh, right. Well,
what happened to Devers?
Yeah.
Why isn't Devers hitting? Nobody knows. Well,
now,
why
when you
does
say
Curry
it to
go through
him,
a shooting slump?
I got you. But, Steiny, here we go. I'm just keeping it PI. 100.
Nobody knows anything about why.
What about this?
S happens.
When we just funnel it down to Devers, I'm okay with it if it was Shasky or Bonte or whoever, Steinmetz. But when it's a whole collective of a team with the stick, regardless if you got your better hitters, your middle hitters, that's what's concerning me. What would you say to me?
Well, it's not their whole team. Adames has come around.
But Steiny, you're the guy that said if I look at it from the whole spectrum,
but you're
ain't been what we thought.
You're saying the whole team right now is not hitting.
It's been, their offense has been a D+ or a D or F.
You're right. For most of the season, it has.
No doubt.
So
that's what makes me feel like.
Why are they going to be better next year?
And that's what I told you an hour ago.
Well,
I keep hearing that.
Yeah.
You better be better. You got talent on this team.
Why should they be better next year?
You got hitters. I'm not saying Rod Carews and Paul Molitor's. I'm telling you, Steiny, this team is better than it's producing with the bat. That's all.
See, I think
honestly, man.
I think the beauty of baseball is that over the course of the season, you see the cold hard facts about who you are as a team.
Okay.
And if the Giants, whatever they finish this year, it's going to be who they are, obviously. But if this team, I know what's going to happen if they finish 10 games under 500. I know what's going to happen.
No, I don't know where you're going.
It was Buster's first year.
But wouldn't that still be disappointing? Because then I could say, like I am lightweight. Steiny, Risotto, you guys think I'm playing? What is Gabe Kapler thinking right now? Like, I'm serious. He was a joke, and maybe I need to check myself. I'm not saying that was the wrong move to get rid of him. I understand it. But I know he's washing his face or brushing his teeth like, you guys thought it was me talking to Giant fans. I'm just saying year one under Buster, if this doesn't get better and they end up 10 under, Steiny, I lightweight want to say this was the Farhan model. But that would be unfair to Buster because this is only year one. How about that? And these moves, you're replenished or you got some groceries to put back in the farm and you got a couple guys. Budo will be up here soon. If not tomorrow or tonight, you got other guys that are close to coming to being an option.
Yeah.
So I don't think Buster, year one, I'm going to check myself, Steiny, I'm maturing. I think that would be unfair in year one to say it was a failure.
Oh, this has been an absolute failure. And one of the reasons it's been a failure is because, to you, is because you thought they were going to make the playoffs.
Oh, there's no doubt.
You thought they were going to be better just because they had Buster Posey.
And Devers.
And they added players that you thought were good, and they're worse. They're worse.
Make that make sense.
The players on their team aren't as good in general as
wrong,
you all,
man.
And I did too, thought.
Risotto, you subscribe to that?
I think I'm beginning to think more and more that the worst possible thing you could have done is replace a guy like Farhan Zaidi with his ideology with a future Hall of Fame catcher who won 3 championships for that team.
Man.
Just because the expectation level, we've completely isolated things down to Farhan's way and the other way. And there's only 2 expectations now of how a front office should be run, and it's completely shattered any realistic thinking the Giants fans
that's
have.
nice, man. That is nice, Steiny. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
I saw a headline.
Kaminga.
And we'll...
we got to get to him.
Where is it? Funny headline. Keith Law in The Athletic. It said, Yankees acquired Duvall for not much. Give away very little.
He has something going on with the Bay, Keith Law. Come on.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's the beauty of it. You know, the Giants made 3 trades, and they got 8 new players. Let's see if any of the 8 new players, let's say, are a factor next year.
Yeah.
And if they're not,
prospects, Steiny, they're a coin flip.
they don't even have to.
They're a coin flip. You never know.
Okay, so if he goes 0 for 8 on the coin flips, well, whatever we do, we can't criticize them. So they're good trades regardless, even if nobody comes here and ends up helping. All right, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Transform your kitchen with a cutting-edge design and performance of Genair luxury appliances available at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Known for pushing the boundaries of innovation and style, Genair offers a bold selection of exclusive appliances that bring sophistication and function to any space. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying Genair purchases. Discover your statement piece and explore the full Genair collection in-store at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
In Russian Hill, 57 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's a slapper. Drake.
Right,
Dude, you can't bring me down today.
real big news.
Get me some good news, damn it.
14th. We're 14 years old today. Apparently, we started 14 years ago today.
You are something else, man.
Jeez. Would you say it's been a success?
Oh, my God, yes.
Would you?
We're home of the Warriors, the flagship.
I would say we're the equivalent of a 7 seed in the NBA.
You know what? This is where get your boy, man.
What?
You know what? Turn your paycheck in today. If that's how you feel.
We're still
just
gonna,
return
well,
your
it's
paycheck.
direct deposit, or I would.
Just send it back
I
then.
can't do anything with it.
Dude, we used to be the flagship for the Raiders. Remember those days?
No.
A's. Those were the days.
And that's what got us off to such a slow start that we're still making up for it. No.
Oh, man. Hey, we got What's Bugging You today. Don't forget. You know you two are like a term paper.
You know what? That's right. I got to,
the fact that you got to think about it, man.
No, I think I know what I'm going to do at restaurant.
How about the opposite of what's bugging me? Shout out direct deposit. You mentioned it. Isn't that one of the greatest inventions ever?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Risotto. And it's so great that now we take it for granted.
But hold on. You're telling me you guys missed Risotto may not even have experienced this.
Nope.
The days of the white envelope for your boss and they would milk it and they would decide when they'd pass it out, Steiny. Those were the days. That was the real payday. Yeah. Lunch break, you go to the bank.
You know, here's the way I look at our 14-year tenure or 14 years. We're still in trust the process mode. We're like the Sixers.
Dude, man.
We're like the Sixers, only it's like year 9. I'm messing around.
Yeah. Should we have the listeners describe
the
14-year tenure in one word?
Yeah, 14 years in one word.
Steiny's the guy at the best man at the wedding saying, yeah, my man was nice with the ladies.
I would not say that.
Hey, toast, yeah. Oh, man.
Well, we got some more Jonathan Kaminga news.
What would you, and Sam was great this morning. We got to sound. I want your adjective to describe this. Like, how heavy was this news to Steiny? Was it new news or a nuggy nug?
Yeah, it's a little nugget. It's a nugget. And, every time I see the Warriors, I'm still mad at Goo. Every time I see the Warriors, turn down another offer for Kuminga, I always want to ask Goo, but I thought the Warriors were going to do him a solid. I thought the Warriors, they're going to do right by Kaminga.
If the protected and unprotected portion of this thing is real, component is real, that tells me, forget Steve Kerr, because I think Kerr wants him gone. Joe Lacob don't want him gone, Steiny. That's just my 2 cents.
So the latest from Sam Amick is that the Warriors have turned down an offer for Kaminga, this is what the deal would have been. Jonathan Kaminga and either Buddy Hield or Moses Moody for Malik Monk and a 2030 protected first-round pick. And the Warriors told Scott Perry, B.J. Armstrong, Vivek Ranadive, pound sand.
You are not getting Moody or our other only shooter in Buddy Hield, Steiny. Hell no. Oh, Shout out Dave Fleming.
What?
Yeah.
What? So you're saying
Shut up.
They're untouchable? Moody and Hield are untouchable?
I mean,
that's a new low for this
Steiny,
organization.
you know this team needs shooting. We talked about it all summer. You ain't getting Buddy. Buddy ain't going back to sack. I truly, I'm being real. I don't want Kaminga gone, man.
It's too late. You bring that guy back now, you're asking for trouble. There's just no doubt about it. Here's Amick.
It hadn't really been known exactly what the Kings were putting out there in terms of an offer and why the Warriors, hadn't bidden on it just yet. And so that's, Malik Monk, who's obviously a pretty darn good player, a guy who was in the 6th Man of the Year running not too long ago, and who, until this recent front office regime change, was kind of seen as part of their future. Malik and a first-round pick that eventually got to a place where it was 2030 lottery protected.
All right, Sam Amick talking about Warriors not interested in Malik Monk and a 2030 protected pick for Jonathan Kuminga and Moody/Buddy Hield. If you're a Warrior fan, would you have taken it? Do you like that deal? Or not?
I'm trying to think of Monk as a Warrior. Is he, because the Warriors play different, Steiny. And he's a bucket getter. Don't get me wrong. I like Monk. And I thought about if you had him coming off the bench, he is way more polished at scoring, and he's made more big buckets and bigger sequences than Jonathan Kaminga. So I guess if it had to happen, I wouldn't be mad, but I'm not sending Moody or Buddy with that, Steiny. Anything with that package.
Well, here's what Amick said about what the Monk fit might look like in Golden State.
I like it. I like Malik's game. It's funny. Last season, after the Kings traded De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio, you saw the limitations in Malik's game because they put him in the primary point guard spot, and he's a fantastic playmaker, but there's just something that didn't work about it. You just don't want. I don't think Malik being the number one guy at that spot. The Warriors' landscape is so much different, where you talk about him being complimentary, but being dynamic and not being asked to do some of the things that were outside of his skill set like he was last year. The guy can light it up. You know what I mean? He just absolutely can light it up. And if you even compared, like, let's say that in the Warriors front office, it was a Buddy versus Malik comparison. Malik doesn't shoot the lights out quite like Buddy does, but he can shoot that thing. And he also, in an ISO setting, just when you need to give Steph and Jimmy, a break offensively, he's dynamic. I've seen him win games for the Kings. You guys remember in the playoff series between the Warriors and the Kings, Malik had some amazing games. Yep. So basketball-wise, I think it could be fantastic. And then you add that to a high-level first. Like, it's a pretty decent offer that again, I could see transpiring in an actual deal down the road.
That was Sam Amick of The Athletic. And you want to talk about somebody that's tapped into the Bay in Sacramento, it's him.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
that's our guy.
There's nothing that I don't believe that he's saying right now. But the Warriors turned down Malik Monk and a protected 2030 pick for Kaminga and either Moody or Buddy Hield.
Yeah, that's what I'm not doing, Steiny.
If you want a piece of good news,
give it to me.
Okay, so let's be logical here, and I get that everything that's reported isn't necessarily
fact
on the I'm saying I don't think it necessarily happens in order, but the reality is we've heard 3 offers. The first we heard from Sacramento was Devin Carter and Saric.
Yikes.
The second we heard was from Phoenix, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 seconds. Well, now the Kings have made another offer from Malik Monk. This is telling me that each offer got better over time. To me, the Kings' first offer was not good. The Suns made an offer that's better, but they didn't take it. The Kings just made the best offer out there. I think we can all agree on that. It still might not be good enough, but it's better than what they offered initially.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me the Warriors are prepared to just keep laying low, keep in this situation,
just holding out.
And if they believe that they could maybe get a better deal for Jonathan Kaminga. So
How big is the protected, unprotected to you component of this?
With the Sacramento Kings?
Yes.
Huge. Like, unfortunately for the Kings, you have to weigh in the fact that they're not a successful organization. They haven't been. And a lottery-protected Kings pick, it's like, well, that's, to me, not worth a lot because it's probably going to be protected.
Yeah, right.
If history shows anything. Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth?
Hey, I'm in the bank, so shout out to Johnny Kemp. Friday night just got paid. But listen,
Nice.
Listen, man, Sacramento, get away from us with your stinky offers. Yeah, it got better, but I'm still mad that you offered Dario Saric and who? Devin Carter? Come on, man. And you go offer that second Royce O'Neal? Child, please. Let's get to the real offers. This was almost won until you wanted Moody or Buddy Hield. We'll do straight up Kaminga. We'll do straight up Kaminga for Malik and a first. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Let's do that one. That's a good offer, right?
But you don't want to give up Moody or Hield?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm with you.
We'll go deep in the bit, but yeah, it's going to get better. The offers will get better.
All right. Thanks, Big Smooth. I mean, my question would be, do you like that trade more than Kuminga playing on the 7.9 qualifying offer?
Well, that's the nightmare for the Warriors. You cannot allow this thing to end up with him leaving and you get nothing for him, right? Remember I was telling you that would suffice for me for the season, but then when it was all said and done, there was no more Kaminga, and we got nothing for him. That would be a nightmare.
You can call me crazy, and I have been called crazy before. If I'm the Warriors, I got no problem moving off either Hield or Moody. I don't like their contracts. I just don't.
But what are you going to do for shooting, Steiny?
Well, we're not a championship contender anyway, so...
Are you telling Steph that? I don't think Jimmy, Dre, and Steph think they're not. Like, I think they believe.
Well, I mean, you don't have a lot of shooting now, so...
That's what I'm... But...
And Moody, I don't consider Moody a shooter.
I don't either, but I was putting... he did pretty well for himself up into the playoffs. But I'm talking about, Buddy, where are you going to get that shooting from? And Monk is streaky at best, but he's a bucket getter. I've seen him. We've seen it in the playoffs. But, man, Steiny.
Man, what?
Jonathan Kaminga really wants to go to a lottery team and be a starter. That I get.
So the reason I would move Moody or Buddy Hield is I can't stand that both those guys, those are the two guys on your team that are under contract in 27, 28. So, yeah, 925 says they're both very good contracts. I don't know. I'm not quite with you there. I actually, Moody making 12 this year, he better be better than last year if he's going to make $12 million.
Yeah.
And, I do think, I get it, Buddy Hield's a shooter. Moody hasn't been consistent over his career, but I do think there's a little redundancy there with those two guys. Here's more Sam Amick.
Yeah, I do. I mean, and honestly, I don't want to get this part, kind of strike the wrong tone, but because I'm not trying to indicate that it's close at all. The Warriors have not, they've characterized it as not being very close with the Kings. But, hypothetically, in my mind, if the Kings were willing to budge on the protections, so the first discussion was the 2031 first-round pick, and the Warriors would get the least favorable of the Kings or the Spurs first-rounder. Warriors didn't want that. So then they talked about 2030, and that's lottery protected. So to me, if the Kings down the road came off those lottery protections, maybe did top 12 or kind of, budged a little bit from there, does that change it for the Warriors? And then the other, element that has got to be accounted for is that.
That was Sam Amick. We'll get to the rest of that in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. And I am with you 100%.
I didn't see it.
He says, so the Warriors give JK multiple DNPs and an inconsistent role for 4 years, but they want an unprotected pick back for him. They are being delusional. I don't know about delusional, but I am absolutely positively with you. The rest of the league, like the Warriors, are not a bunch of idiots. You think they don't see something wrong with the Warriors? Like, they know the Warriors aren't in love with Kuminga.
Right.
And they know that the Warriors asking for something ridiculous doesn't make sense because they don't like him. They don't like Kaminga. The whole league knows that something's going on with Kaminga and the Warriors. And so, like, if I'm another team, I'm like, who the hell are the Warriors to tell us an unprotected, you don't even want the guy? You know what?
But if you want him that bad, though, Steiny.
But that's the point. Right. I'm not sure people want Jonathan Kuminga at a certain price. Yeah. Now, the Kings apparently are willing to take Kuminga at about 22 and get and give up Malik Monk and a protected first. Warriors say that's not enough. I mean, I got to tell you, like, if I'm another team in the league, I don't know that I don't know that I can do better than that. I mean, Malik Monk is a legitimate top 6 player on a team.
All right.
And an extra unprotected pick is still an extra pick. So,
but we're talking about that we know what Monk is. And I like him, Steiny.
Monk's better than Jonathan Kuminga.
No, but we're talking about Monk is not 22 years old.
He's 27.
Is. Yeah, JK is. So
right.
What it's about to me, I really believe Joe Lacob is not in the camp of, I'm just trying to give Kaminga off to get him out of here. I really believe that's what's holding this thing up. Even if people on the Warriors brass are in his ear saying, just do it. Come on, we'll take Steiny. I really believe that.
Believe
and
what?
That Jonathan Kuminga is still loved by Joe Lacob. Like, I think he's going to somehow to come back this season.
I believe that sentiment is irrelevant. I really do. I think Joe Lacob loved Klay Thompson, but business is business. I'm sure Joe Lacob likes Jonathan Kuminga, but he will not, like, I think that's what we're finding out. That's what I think we're finding out. Friends, not friends.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. What it shows me is that the Warriors, they ain't doing any favors for anyone right now.
But what about themselves? Are they putting themselves in harm's way?
They don't think that this is a good enough offer.
No, that I get.
Okay, well, if this isn't a good enough offer, then what if they don't get a better offer? Now what are they doing?
Well, did Sam mention that Phoenix had put something together, that was becoming?
I mean, I would much rather have Monk and one unprotected first than Royce O'Neal, and Nick Richards in 4 seconds.
Well.
That's me. What would have to happen for the Sack trade to here's where he gets into Moody and Hield.
The Warriors, to do this deal, would have to move off of either Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. And my understanding is that there's avenues for them to do that. As far as appetite, I don't know how they see. I mean, you guys know, like, Buddy had some incredible moments in the playoff run last year. And so I don't know, as far as just their preference, how they see that. That's another complication. But I'd see more of a pathway to that deal than any other. And to your question, yeah, I think that's the best thing out there as far as what I know.
See, go ahead. I just believe, Steiny, and I don't have the intel, but I believe that if Lacob was really ready to part with Kaminga, this thing could have been done a while ago with whomever. But what I just shared with you all, the fact that I believe there is a part of Lacob that wants to be blown away with the deal to part ways with Kaminga, I really do believe that's what's holding this thing up.
That the Warriors want
or Joe wants, like a king's ransom.
Okay, and what if he never gets the king's ransom, Lacob? Then what do you do on October 1st? Do you just take a deal? Or
No, but then if he does a qualifying offer, he's out of here after the season, and you get nothing.
Well, you could still theoretically trade him during the season, but it would have to be to a team that he wants to go to.
So he would have the power.
Exactly. Then the Warriors might, hey, we got a deal for you to go to the Lakers. Yeah, I don't want to go there. I'd rather just test free agency, and then you know what? You lose me for nothing. I mean, I don't think this ends great for either party. And
what about the fit for Monk in this
let me
system?
tell you something. And that's
The fit.
That's what I was going. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say, when you say everything and anything for Steph Curry, what that means is you cannot trade for a player that you believe doesn't fit with Steph Curry. By its nature, what that means is by doing that, you constrain yourself. And my question would be, Steph's 37 years old.
Yes.
And we are still, we have to acquire a player who must fit with this guy for 2 more years, and to hell with the 3rd year if Steph's not here, because the next 2 years mean more than that third. I just don't like it. To my way of thinking, that kind of strategy has just it just limits you in a lot of different ways.
But how do you get out of it if this is your reality right now?
I mean, here's the bottom line.
Because you've committed to doing what you just described.
That's right. And you know what? And whether you like Jonathan Kaminga or you don't like Jonathan Kaminga, the reality is if he's not a Golden State Warrior next year, it's because of the Golden State Warriors strategy that they devised, which is everything and anything for Steph Curry. Okay.
I've said I'm on that. I get that.
Okay, well then then we can't complain when they move Jonathan Kuminga at 22 years old. And that's the part where I am with people, whether I love Kuminga or don't, or I'm in the middle. The idea of this team at this particular time moving a 22-year-old, to me, is preposterous. And I'm not even the biggest Kuminga fan, as you all know.
No, I got you.
But trading him just makes no sense. Now, I don't want to pay him. I don't want to pay him crazy money either, but
he's part of my future. He would be.
How in the hell can a team whose 3 best players are over 35 kick a 22-year-old to the curb?
Yeah.
And
Did you hear anything on this from the 415, Steiny? Because we've always talked about, and I'm just bringing up Jordan Poole because I'm thinking about him, but we always said he's kind of kept quiet or kept it close to the vest about, his departure here in Draymond. Any take, Steiny and Goo, on Jordan Poole's comments about the Warriors picking Draymond over JP, Clay, and now JK? I have not seen that, but if that's out there, that's the first thing I'm going to read when we get off of work.
Why don't you read it during the break?
Yeah, but what if it's long?
You have 7 minutes.
Well,
just read the headline.
You know what I will.
You know what's funny is I heard something about the Poole comments.
Dude, wow.
And I was like, I'm not going to.
I got to say something, too.
I said, I don't care. And you know what? I'm going to go look it up, and I won't be able to figure out whether it's real or not.
Oh, boy.
And whether it is real or not, it still's kind of meaningless anyway. The guy's in Washington. And so, I don't even...
No, he's in New Orleans.
Oh, that's right.
And can I tell you real quick, Dr. Darryl, Steiny, this is why you say you love me sometimes with my corporate game. Why do I feel like the fact that Looney is with them and now a teammate not bringing back memories, but it's confidence to where now Jordan can speak on what he couldn't speak on because now he's comfortable with Looney there.
I can't find that he said anything.
Oh boy! So it may not. It may be AI.
It's exactly like the. It's exactly like the dude who was caught in the Coldplay video. The dude, like, I don't believe, and I'm probably wrong, but I don't believe he's suing Coldplay. You can't I don't believe it. He can't. But maybe he is.
It says it on the ticket.
On what ticket?
On any ticket that you get to a public event like that, it says that you could be recorded.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, there goes his case.
So I like when I hear
he's got bigger fish to fry anyway.
My first thing was
to stay.
When I saw he's suing Coldplay, I'm like, that's got to be a joke. There's no way. There's no way. Like, what's going to happen? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get more into some of the Sam Amick sound. I get it. It's Jonathan Kuminga, but Warriors have now turned down 3 offers for him. Each one has gotten a little bit better. He's starting to like what they're doing right now. I could understand that. Like when I heard this trade, when I heard they weren't interested in this one.
What do you mean you like? What do you like?
That every offer has gotten better.
All right, I got you.
So maybe the waiting game is working for the Golden State Warriors and Mike Dunleavy. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Stop. Do you know how fast you were going? I'm going to have to write you a ticket to my new movie, The Naked Gun.
Liam Neeson.
Buy your tickets now and get a free chili dog. Chili dog not included.
The Naked Gun. Now playing. Rated PG-13.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy Roy, the man. By the way, we started the show this way, and I want to pass along some news. A downer. We all know him. Greg Papa, one of the Bay Area's greatest play-by-play men. He announced today that he's got cancer. And, he's going to focus on undergoing treatment. And as he works toward a full recovery, he's going to step away from his broadcast duties, both KNBR and as the 49ers play-by-play man, at least for the time being. And we all know Greg Papa. We're not going to pretend that we don't.
That's our guy.
And we wish Greg nothing but the best. Our thoughts are with him and his family, his son Derek, obviously. And hang in there, Greg, and we're all pulling for you. And, both Guru and I can both confidently say that, you helped each of us in our careers.
No doubt, man.
And we want nothing but the best for you.
Right.
So, good luck to Greg Papa.
No doubt. And I sent him a text down, and he responded, and I told him we're all thinking about him. And the bottom line is he's earned it. We call him the Godfather and the play-by-play for every team here in the Bay. So this is a battle he can win, and he has our support. So you hate to kind of read this stuff, but positive spirits and love, and we shall get through this.
All right. Just hate to do it. Back to Kaminga.
Why you hate to do it? I mean,
because not because of Kaminga, but because of,
the stalemate.
Just going from what we said about Greg Papa to back to
gotcha.
sports.
No doubt. That's why I love you, man.
But here's now, Sam Amick of The Athletic wrote a story that the Warriors have turned down an offer for Kuminga that would have included Malik Monk and a protected 2030 pick. The Warriors would have had to give up Kuminga and either Moody or Buddy Hield for Malik Monk and a 2030 protected pick. Now, the one thing Sam said is, the Warriors want that protection to come off that 2030 pick, and maybe we got a ball game.
Yeah.
But you know what turning down this trade means to me? They don't like Monk.
Oh, and I understand it.
Okay, well, then, to me, if you don't like Monk, whether or not you pull that protection off a pick, 5 years from now, if you don't like Monk, you can't. I wouldn't make the deal whether it was protected or not. So, I mean, maybe I'm jumping the gun, and maybe Dunleavy knows that they can milk this further and get a better deal.
No,
but it kind of tells me they must not be crazy about Malik Monk.
And I kind of understand that. And again, Steiny, we can go across the board. Then, okay, let's take Monk out of it. Who would be the player that would suffice coming back in a move for Kaminga?
Probably Keegan Murray.
Yeah, and Sam told Butch and Evan that, what was it, Ellis and Murray haven't even been brought up in the deal, basically.
Well, probably because the Kings are saying,
hell no.
Don't even think about it. This is Sam Amick. He was asked, does Jonathan Kuminga even want to play for the Warriors right now?
Yeah, I think that's pretty evident. He's talking about or signaling that he's potentially willing to pick up the qualifying offer, which is, about as dicey a move as you can come across in today's NBA. If you break down the math and you start talking about $7.9 million, versus the 21.7 the Warriors are offering him to stay, it's tough for him to make that up, in his next contract. And I think speaks volumes about how he sees that situation. He wants control, and he wants, his freedom, but that's where restricted free agency is challenging. As far as just take the contract and the money aside and the mood, that part, we know the backstory. Steve Kerr is somebody who has obviously at times been frustrated by the limitations in Jonathan's game, and it's pretty evident that the Warriors are willing to move on.
Sam Amick of The Athletic. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Jose. What's going on, Rob? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, fellas. Hey, Steiner, when you said, they're all in on this idea about committing to Steph and it limits them, I wish they would have done this years ago before they drafted Wiseman and Kaminga and flipped those picks and just said, we're going to do this for Steph. The 2 timeline thing is what has set them back and why we're at where we're at now. I feel like if they just would have committed to Steph back then and said, this is our window for him, we're all in for him, we don't need to get younger guys, we could flip the number 2 pick to get what we can, and have traded Kaminga earlier or traded that pick, I feel like they'd be in a lot better spot than they are right now, and thinking that now we have to maximize Steph for the last 2 years of his career instead of years prior to that. And I feel like the 2 timeline really just set us back.
Rob, you're speaking my language, and I've kind of been saying that for a long time, and that is that I truly believe the Warriors had given up the thought that they were going to win another title after Durant had left and with the Clay injury. And at that point, when they thought their run was at least coming to an end or that they didn't think they had another title in them, that's why they drafted Kaminga and Wiseman and Moody, who only had 1 year of college experience, rather than look to trade those picks for guys who could help immediately. Think about that for a minute. The Golden State Warriors right now don't have a lot of assets. They don't have a lot of flexibility. And here we are in 2025, and they've made it clear they're still going to do everything and anything for Steph Curry to try to get that 5th. And yet, back in 2020, they weren't doing that. They had committed to going with younger players. So they went with younger players. The surprise championship came in 2022. And then at that point, they said, oh, my God, we just won a title. Now we got to run it back. And now we got to do everything for Steph. Well, those 2 years that you stopped doing everything for Steph, that hurt you. That hurt you. And then now going back to do everything at Steph or for Steph leads you to say, well, now, is it too late? Because he's 37.
Well, I'll say this to that, Steiny.
I think they made a big, they made an error. They calculated incorrectly back in 2020. You can't tell me that Lacob and Myers thought this team could still win a title and then showed it by drafting Wiseman and Kaminga, 2 guys that had absolutely no basketball foundation.
All right. I'll say this to that, because you set up the timeline. They do have an asset, and they just can't solve it or figure it out and get traction from it. And I do believe Jonathan Kuminga is an asset. His game, his age, that's what hurts, Steiny. They just can't make him fit. So when you say they have no assets, I get it on the perimeter, but the bottom line is it's a failure from everybody involved that if he's out of here, you couldn't find a way for this to work and him be a part of the future. Yeah. I'm not even saying a one or Curry, but damn it, this dude can play, Steiny, and they just can't even figure out how to get him up and running in this system. Like, make that make sense.
Well, I mean, and if you want to,
damn. I'm here.
Here's the bottom line. Like, whether it's Kuminga's fault, here's what I think. Whether it's Kuminga's fault or the Warriors' fault, he didn't improve enough in his 4 years here. He didn't.
But Steiny, he was a teenager damn near when you got him.
Then if I hear no doubt. If he had improved, he would have gotten paid last year. I don't think the Warriors think that he grew his game enough over the last 4 years. Now, then we can get into, well, they didn't give him a chance. And we can get into, that's what coaches do. They make a player better, but maybe Kuminga's work ethic. That's a huge discussion. There's no doubt about it. But do you buy even what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Kuminga's improved dramatically in 4 years. I just don't. Am I right or wrong?
I think you're wrong.
Okay. What has he added notably since he was a rookie?
I think he's mastered going to the rim and getting fouled. That I believe. Like, he could do it. Now he knows he can do it. And I'll just say this real quick, Steiny. Just think of the knife that's in his back. That's going to be strong. When Wiggins was gone and couldn't be found and we didn't know what was going on, okay, why am I even bringing that up? For whatever reason, he was out, you ball out, and then as soon as he gets back, they just yank you out of it. That happened, okay? And they made a decision. So it hasn't been all peaches and cream for Jonathan Kaminga, man. So I'm just saying, and you're young, impressionable, you haven't lived all that, you don't know the NBA life. So you could take stuff that the older guy would have been able to process more so than being stunted in regard to your growth on how they've treated you. And it's obvious. This is what I don't like about it. This is the Pepe Le Pew of it, the stench. It's Steph Curry himself last year, as this team was floundering, talked about Jonathan Kuminga he has to be a part. Draymond talked about it. I can picture how he had his elbow on the desk rubbing his hair after a game, talking about what Kaminga meant. They got to play through him. And then Steve Kerr telling Willard Dibs and the post-game people listening about Kaminga, it's his time. And then this happens to where he's getting DMPs. Somebody take me on that trip, on that road, as to how anybody wouldn't fall off mentally getting their chain yanked like that.
Well,
that's all, Steiny.
Well, here's the way I think the war, and I'm gonna say it in a dramatic way, but Kaminga balled out. No, he didn't, and that's not me saying it. If the Warriors truly believed that Jonathan Kaminga over the 4 years has balled out, he'd be paid right now. So clearly, they don't think he's balled out. They think he's scored.
Yeah, that's strong, Steiny. Ball out is strong.
I'm not saying I'm not coming down your road. I'm saying we must come to the conclusion that the Warriors, they do not like Kaminga as much as a large percentage of the fans.
Jimmy Butler that to me just what's the word, Steiny? When the relationship's over, that severed the relationship. That trade, right? That was it. And I believe had he not got hurt, he got hurt. That's on him. He got hurt. I don't believe they have Butler. I'll stand on that. But that's neither here nor there. The situation is they do now have Jimmy Butler. And as old as the Warriors are, is Joe Lacob really ready to say night-night on Kaminga? I just say no, Steiny. Like he's got to get overwhelmed. And I believe his son and everybody, Mike D, is in his ear like, Joe, let's take this offer. And he's still holding on.
Okay, then okay. Lacob likes him. Why doesn't he just give him $28 million a year? You know why? Because he knows he's not worth it, even though he likes him.
Right.
Like, I love J.R. Smith, the nitwit.
Yeah.
Who used to play for Cleveland. For some reason, I love J.R. Smith. But if he were asking for $23 million, I'd be like, I don't like you that much. And 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The 415 says they won a championship after the Wiseman and Kaminga picks, though. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, is before they won the 2022 title, after Durant and Klay Thompson got hurt in 19, and Durant left, and they knew Klay was going to be out for a year, the front office, I believe, wholeheartedly believed they were done winning titles. That's why in the subsequent 2 drafts, and unfortunately Klay got hurt that second year, which probably made him think it even more, that's why they went and they drafted 2 projects. If they thought they were still in their championship window in 2020 and 2021, why would they ever draft 2 projects when here we are 4 years later, and now we see what it looks like to do everything for Steph Curry in a 5th title? They didn't think they were going to win anymore.
But you can't tell Steph that, though, Steiny.
They were telling Steph. That's why Iguodala was pissed off. Because they did draft Kuminga.
Yeah, right.
And they did draft Wiseman, and they drafted Moody, and the Warriors, Lacob included, started talking about how, these are our 3 guys for the next run. And the veterans are saying, what are you talking about?
Well, that happened.
They've got so much growth before they can even sniff, being a pro, let alone being a championship professional.
I was yelling Bradley Beal. Remember, his name was coming up for the pick. Somebody like that. So,
I mean,
I can't lie and say Steph and Andre didn't get on a podcast talking about management not knowing how hard it is for them what it takes to win a chip, man.
I mean, think about this for a sec. When the Warriors had the 2nd pick, there was a name, I've said this a million times, there was a name that they could have gotten, Miles Turner. But they didn't think Miles Turner was good enough, or they liked Wiseman more. That was in 2020. Well, here we are in 2025, and the Warriors probably would have done anything they possibly could to get Miles Turner. Why? Because they're all about a title now. They weren't all about a title in 2020. They were starting to rebuild. Man. Tim and Raleigh. What's up, Tim? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, Guru, I'm not going to get deep into the value of Kaminga. Guru, what you just said about the second year, you proved everything on that one. The majority of current players, former players, everybody on the outside looking at this scenario agree with what you're saying. Like, that second year, the guy showed you what he was doing, and he got yanked, and it was done at that point. But so I'm not going to even get into that no more. You're never going to convince Steiny or certain people on the station, just never going to be convinced. The kid has played 42 games in 4 years where he's played over 30 minutes. I'll say it again, 42 games in 4 years and where he's played over 30 minutes. And it's nothing else really to talk about. But I will say this. People are taking this qualifying offer as though JK won't do it. The Warriors are going to be in extremely bad position if he does that. Not only does he control if he gets traded, and I think what people are slipping on, he's going to lose out on some money, but guys, I don't think he will be 23, and he will have already made $35 million
I know.
If he takes that. Let's not slip on that. So if this kid takes the qualifying, he's going to bank $35 million, and he becomes an unrestricted free agent. and the Warriors get nothing. So sitting here talking like the Warriors better be very careful on all this saying no to everything, because I'll say it again. If there are members of the Warriors organization that feel like Steiny, that he is of not much value, then why the hell are you holding him hostage? Don't be hypocrites. Listen, I don't agree with Perkins much, but don't be hypocrites. Don't try to get all this value from somebody you don't value. It doesn't make any sense. Free this guy. Phoenix wants to give him $90 million over 4 years. Let him go. Sacramento wants to give him $63 million over 3 years. Let him go. Because you know what? He may take it the $8 million, and then he can go wherever the hell he wants. And let's not slip on the fact again. And by a year from now, this young man will have made $35 million when a lot of players' careers are just getting started. So don't think he's not thinking about that. So we can sit here and act like the Warriors are Billy Badass all we want, but if he takes that qualifying offer, it's going to be poison and toxicity in that locker room all year. They're going to get asked about it all year.
Yep.
And I don't think nobody wants that.
Tim,
we're going to be talking about it on this station all year.
Tim, let me ask you something. Okay, you and I have a different opinion on Kaminga, right? You like him more than I do. Okay. And that's fair. You think I don't like him, which is not entirely true. But you and I are a lot. If you think he's great and I think he's okay, we are still aligned that they're on the verge of moving a 22-year-old at this particular time of where they're at in the franchise. Like, we don't have to agree on how great or how not great he is, but I completely agree with you that where they're at now is just it's gotten messed up. It's messed up, and
I agree.
That's what we can agree on. Like,
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Steiny. I agree wholeheartedly, brother. I just think. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, like, if you think he's a 10-time All-Star, or let's say you think he's a Hall of Famer, I'm not saying the guy's useless. I'm just saying
he's not.
You know, I don't think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Okay, big deal. Like, but he's still a player who should be able to help you.
This is my thing, Steiny. What I think you don't give him enough credit for is what Guru said earlier. The amount of 21, 22-year-olds whose mental capabilities would be in the toilet after the career he's had at this organization. Do you know how many 20-year-olds would have lost everything after they fill in for a veteran and the team plays winning basketball? You help get them to the playoffs, and as soon as the guy comes back, what did you, Guru, just say? The knife went in his back and he was yanked out of there. Steiny, that has happened to this young man multiple times, and the fact that he is still even close to what he is why I respect him. The mental makeup of him is what I respect a lot of, and I don't think you even come close. And you played ball is what I don't understand. You know how much the mentals mean in this game, and to go through that kind of mental torment and still be able to go and perform, I give him nothing but credit for that, Steiny. So I agree with what you're saying. It is bad. And I just think, let the guy go. What does it matter at this point? You can't be a hypocrite saying, I want that, but you don't even value him yourself.
Gotcha.
And I think what they are sleeping on is that this young man may take those $8 million and literally be able to control his own destiny a year from now. And I don't think to him what's even more impressive, I don't even think he really give a damn about the money, Steiny.
Maybe
because
not.
The Warriors are offering a little bit more, and then the Warriors are offering more than what Sacramento is. So
yeah, I got you, Tim. We got to go, but good stuff, Tim.
Mm-hmm. We definitely pro Kaminga, Tim and Raleigh.
Yeah,
but I know Steiny going to call me crazy, and we got a date at the cafeteria. But the bottom line is, every day that goes by, I just feel like Joe Lacob. It signals to me. And I'm not telling you this means how what's going to play out, but I go to bed at night knowing Joe Lacob is thinking twice, 4 times a lady, 3 times a lady. I don't want to give up this kid up.
And here's what I hate. That's great.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but the fact that Joe Lacob likes Jonathan Kuminga and maybe even doesn't want to part with him Sorry, doesn't matter anymore, even though you're the owner. You know why? Because he doesn't want to be here. He does not want to play for the Golden State Warriors.
And we all understand that. I know I wouldn't.
Exactly.
And I'm up here being selfish, calling myself I'm rooting for Kaminga. I am, but I'm rooting for the Warriors. Like, I just want them to go figure it out. But while you do that, still be in a Warrior uniform. Because I will say this to Tim's point, and I heard the guys in the morning, Bonte, everybody at different junctures. Steiny, call me naive, Ate. I just don't believe if they brought him back amongst the teammates, there would be bad blood. I think he's already been mentally, I can't stand the coach,
it's about
whispering under his breath. Yeah, but I'm saying they're OGs. I don't think it would be any drama. I really don't.
Oh, my God.
Because if there hadn't been now, it would have already popped off.
Okay.
I really believe that.
It has. It's been.
Yeah. But not to the point to where we started shows where Kaminga and Curry are at each other's necks or Draymond, you know?
888-957-9570. If Jonathan Kuminga's back on this team for the qualifying offer, you think?
I think they could get through it.
Smooth sailing.
Well,
you don't think you would take that chance, or you believe in everybody that they could overcome it?
I do. For one season.
888-957-9570.
Because it could happen.
But to me, it would be more likely that it could be a disaster. And what do Warrior fans think? I mean, if this guy says, listen, Warriors, I got news for you. I ain't doing anything except taking that qualifying offer, and the Warriors don't have a sign and trade, are you willing to bring Kaminga back and say, you know what? Fingers crossed. I'm not. Coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Washington Mystics. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Don't miss comedian Louis Black's farewell tour, Goodbye Yeller Brick Road. He'll be performing at the Masonic in San Francisco on August 16th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I think.
Tell me what you think, Steiny.
I think it's a bad idea to have Jonathan Kuminga on the Warriors.
Can't do it.
Now let me ask you this.
That's nice.
Let me ask you this.
All right.
Because there's
lean back.
I still think something will happen before he actually plays on the qualifying offer. However, if he plays on the qualifying offer and he comes back here for $8 million.
Wow, okay.
And now he's got a no trade, essentially, and he will become a restricted free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I refuse to go into the season like that if I'm the Warriors.
Okay.
I just
That's a choice.
Because unless you want to just say, take the qualifying and sit at home. I can't have a guy on the team that we all know doesn't want to be there.
But Steiny, I think you lived that 2 years in a row.
Right, and how did it work? What you don't understand is that over the course of the entire season, over the course of the entire season, the Warriors and Kaminga are going to be asked about it. Kerr's going to be asked about it. How come he didn't play? How come he did play? Are you guys still thinking of moving him?
Steiny, that's happening now, but you're just saying it'll be at a greater extent because
you ain't going to win like that.
Yeah, hey, and I know I'm going to take – I got to be careful here. I know I'm having some fun with this one, but if he were to do that, and let's say he balled out and somehow they had a successful season, who's to say he doesn't get that contract here? I know that is more likely on the chessboard of Goo.
How's he going to have a good year here if the Warriors stay relatively healthy?
Yeah.
I can't see it. I can't see Kaminga.
I was sixth man of the year.
Not being crazy about being here. And on top of it, by the way, this is just another year where you're not going to get consistent play. No chance. No chance. Now, what if, is there any chance, Kaminga's camp wants 3 for 82. That's what we heard. Well, what if they took 3 for 70? You know what, Jonathan? I'll take 3 for 70. Okay, now he comes back 3 for 70.
All right.
Does that mean, then there'll be no problems? I don't know. The money's taken care of, but we still have the issue of his role. And that's where I do think, who called Tim in Raleigh?
That's more than money almost, as crazy as it sounds. You put him on the Kings, he's probably starting.
So I don't know how this ends up.
Yeah.
How does Sam Amick of The Athletic think this is all going to eventually play out?
On the Kaminga side, it does seem clear that he has a level of interest in playing for the Kings, so that obviously matters. But, if the Kings were the ones offering the 4 for $90 deals, and that would push things maybe even a little farther in that direction, but it's not. They're actually the one coming in with the more measured approach. So that leaves me kind of thinking, all right, Jonathan is not going to push, as aggressively for that scenario as he might otherwise. Then, in terms of like his level of willingness and comfort to go put a Warriors jersey back on again, I mean, that part I just can't speak to. We see the messaging and we see the tone, and you hear plenty of things behind the scenes about how frustrated he is. But it's also the only NBA environment he's ever known, and maybe he reconciles the idea of let me go in and show Steve that I can do it and show the league that I'm worth a whole lot more. So it really feels like an absolute could go either way situation. I'd be surprised if Phoenix happened. I'd be surprised at this point if any, there's other teams at times that have been mentioned, Chicago and even Charlotte, things like that. It feels like we're kind of unofficially down to the Warriors or the Kings, and I really don't know which way it's going to go.
All right, there's Sam Amick.
Man, in a dream world, Steiny, I would love Keegan Murray. Who wouldn't? But they are not parting ways with him. And that I wouldn't even lose sleep over that. You know what I mean? I'd be like, man, that's my preference. But, man, what is it going to take for, Joe Lacob to sign off on and company?
If you take everything out of the equation, who's a better player, Keegan Murray or Jonathan Kuminga? If you had a choice, between the two, who would you take?
Okay,
I'll take the other guy. You have the first pick.
I'm turning into. You're rubbing off on me. Okay. I got to do this.
What?
Right now?
Yeah,
it's Keegan Murray,
and that's why they're not going to part with.
In 3 years, I believe it'll be Jonathan Kaminga.
Well, Keegan Murray's as old. Well, Keegan Murray's every bit as old as he's 22, 23, right?
Yeah, but he's a good player. But Steiny, he doesn't have that lion in him that I see when Kaminga has it going. That dog that sets guys apart. And I could be wrong. I mean, you would obviously sound like you would take Keegan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, I always think it's kind of interesting that people say, well, okay, yes, Steiny, you're right. Right now, Keegan Murray's better than Kaminga, but what about in 4 years? All right, what about in 4 years? If Jonathan Kaminga improves over the next 4 years like he's improved over the previous 4 years, Murray will be a better player still in 4 years.
If Kaminga's in this same situation to where he's 4th or 5th fiddle.
But I'm just saying, I don't care what role he has in the next 4 years. If he improves like he did for the Warriors, Keegan Murray's going to be better than him again in 4 years. I always reject the. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Why don't you think Keegan Murray has a better upside than Kaminga?
I think he's kind of one-dimensional, Steiny. He's a great shooter. He's got the size, but I don't look at Keegan Murray as a guy that's going to take you off the dribble and go to the cup when all else fails. I think Kaminga can improve his shooting, and he's one of them guys that when he gets hot, his shooting will come with it. But his ability to come downhill, Kaminga, and soar through the air with that hammer, I'm betting on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because I think the players who tend to improve are, I don't know. Here's the other thing that I'm kind of hearing from Kaminga, and I get it. He's 22 and he has I need to play. I got to play.
He's not wrong.
Right. But just playing and just scoring 21 doesn't mean you're improving.
Yeah. But to him right now, Steiny, that's would suffice. That's what he wants.
Why would he become a better, this is the other thing. Oh, the Warriors culture's so great. They're great. They're great. Okay, then why would Kuminga start to rebound in Sacramento? Why would he become a better help defender in Sacramento? Why would he have a better handle in Sacramento?
I know you're going to think I'm crazy, and I'm not caping for
The Warriors weren't preventing Jonathan Kuminga from improving on his own.
But, Steiny, I guess if you're guaranteed 30 to 35 minutes a night, 32 minutes a night, he would know to keep that going. That would come with it. And I got to be honest.
So Jonathan Kuminga at 22 years old, in his mind, says, I'm not rebounding until I get 30 minutes a game.
And that's not fair for me, but some days it feels that way. But others it doesn't. And then you think about that Laker game last year on the road to where he was rebounding, and it's like, gosh, why can't you just bottle this up nightly? And he can't. And I understand it. But I will say this to what you're saying. I don't believe Jonathan Kaminga is looking at the checklist of, let me show Steiny I can rebound. If somehow a team pays for my services and I'm guaranteed 30 to 35 minutes a night, I believe that alone would feel like 8 rebounds to him, Steiny, just knowing when I show up to the arena, I'm getting those allotted minutes, man. And I don't care if we win or lose, and that's sad. I'm putting that on there. He just wants to ball.
Well, and there's an easy answer to this, and that is blame Steve Kerr. But, Jonathan Kuminga shot 45% from the field this past year, his 4th year in the NBA, and that was 6 percentage points down from every single year at least. He shot 51, 53, 53, and then last year he shot 45.
Damn.
So he shot it worse. 3-point shooting, first 3 years, 33-6, 37, 32-1. Last year, 30. So he got worse at 3-point shooting. Free throw shooting. Last year, he shot 66.8%. The year before, he shot 74% from the line. Rebounds, about the same, 4.8 to 4.6 in 26 to 25 minutes. So I'm just saying, like, that trajectory stopped this past season. And again, I get it. I'm not saying there's nothing to it. It did have something to do with his role and Kerr and all that kind of stuff. But maybe the Warriors look at it like after 3 years, he should be further along. He's not. And maybe the Warriors feel like we can't keep rewarding him with 25 minutes a night when we need him to do more things.
Well, Steiny, let's put another rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control before we get out of here. I know we got another hour or so. But when he got hurt, they had given him what he wanted. So, you know what I mean? Not only was it they were
pretty much a 500 team.
No doubt. I was just saying from his he was getting that, and I'm being selfish and personal, but from his standpoint, he was getting run.
Well, and the part I always hate, and people take this as, Steiny, you hate Jonathan Kuminga, but like, I don't doubt that if he plays 30 minutes a night, he can get you 20 a game.
All right.
But like, does it translate to winning? And I'm not. I can't just automatically say, "Oh yes, it translates to winning."
I got you
because I haven't seen it. Let's go to TC in Sacramento.
TC,
hey TC, what's going on, my man? TC, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny.
Hey,
Steiny Guru. What's up with my boys? I ain't holler at the homies in a minute.
Yes, sir. What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
Hey, listen. Hey, y'all caught me. Hey, listen. I had the phone on mute. Hey, y'all caught me, but it's good. I'm back on. The homie asked me why I haven't been calling in because I told y'all, bro, I'm jaded on the Niners, bro, and y'all know how I feel about that dude, Kyle, bro.
Yeah.
And how I listen. But we talking Kings and Kaminga. I don't want to get on Lance. Lance looked nice last night. He worked on that later ball. Jim Harbaugh finna have that kid looking nice.
Uh-oh.
As far as the Kings, period. I'm telling you. As far as the Kings and Kaminga, bro, that's a good deal, bro. For Monk in that first-round pick, maybe somewhere down the line, the unprotected might get took off. But other than that, bro, that's a good deal. Y'all get a microwavable score to go with Steph, Jimmy buckets,
and y'all get that first-round pick, bro. We get Kaminga over here, give him his deal, give him his starting role. It's a win-win for both sides. The only hang-up on this deal right now is the Warriors are saying, man, the homies up to I-80. Do we want to send this kid there, right? The Warriors want to do the deal, but it's us. Steiny, hey, Goo, y'all know what time it is, bro. It's the Kings. That's why this deal ain't being done yet. It's gonna get done. It's just gonna take time, though, because it's us. It's the Kings.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call.
You think the team has anything to do with it, Steiny? I don't.
No, I think it's just coming down to whether the Kings offer enough to the Warriors and whether the Warriors offer enough to the Kings.
What do you think of – oh, go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
What do you think of Monk overall? Like, what's the skinny on the Steiny computer of Malik Monk at his juncture now in his career?
He can score.
Yeah,
he can score. Can play make a little bit.
And he can score from all three levels, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll find out whether this was the best offer that the Warriors got.
Well, like you said, it's improving, so if they keep playing the waiting game.
Okay, put it this way. If you asked me if the trade, like I would rather have, of the two deals, the Phoenix, Royce O'Neal and Nick Richards and the Kings, I'd rather have the Kings, which would be Monk and a protected first for Kuminga and Moody.
All right.
I would if you can get the Phoenix Suns to give me Grayson Allen, to me, I would rather have Grayson Allen rather than Malik Monk. Okay. Not yet. They're not yet doing it. But that's why, we had a caller in yesterday who said they've really botched this. Well, not yet. Not yet. Let's see what they get.
Yeah.
Or don't get.
All right.
Let's go to, Guru in San Jose. This has got to bother you.
It really doesn't.
Oh, really?
Imitation is the best form.
Hey, Goo, how long have you been Goo?
Hey.
I've been Goo for about 33 years.
How many? No, this is the guy. It's his real name.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So he's this is the original, unfortunately, Goo.
He was named Guru.
Yeah. All right. What's up,
baby?
Yeah. What's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to talk about that Malik Monk offer. It's actually a bad deal, and I'm going to go into why. And so, because of the base year compensation rules, it's the 3-year, $63 million contract is what Kaminga is getting offered, right? So I'm assuming $21 million is going off the books per year. So if you're doing that, then the Warriors can only take back $10.5 million in a trade.
Yeah.
Now Malik Monk is taking $18 million. So the Warriors either by taking that contract hard cap themselves at the first apron, which means that they'll find it extremely difficult to sign anyone other than Horford or Melton, depending on the contract that they are asking for, or they have to add other pieces to the trade. Now, let's rehash this conversation. Would you trade Kaminga and Buddy Hield for Monk in a first?
Well,
no, you wouldn't.
Well,
right?
It's either
I wouldn't.
And I don't know if you didn't hear it or not, Goo. The deal would be Monk for Kaminga and or Hield or Moody.
Yeah, and that's a bad deal.
Okay.
If the Warriors want to do that deal, because the Warriors are then like trading away a really big part of their tradable assets for this year, only just to get Malik Monk. And I don't feel that's a great deal. Malik Monk is a good player. I feel that he fits, but that's not a good enough deal. They have to remove the protection on that first round pick. Otherwise, it's not a good deal.
Gotcha. Good stuff, Guru. Appreciate it. Yeah. We have a contest coming up anytime soon.
Wow.
We have another lucky break coming?
We actually had 2.
Did you win them both?
No, I wasn't in. I was only one. Remember,
The first one?
Was Meatball and who was the other guys? My guy.
Matthew Bissett.
My guy.
So-
I follow him on Facebook.
So
there
you
was-
won the first one.
Yeah, I won
and the
the
second
original.
one you were on the staff already.
Yeah, and they had me come the last day.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Damn, son, that was 12 years ago, man.
This from the YouTube chat from the best ever. What? Ain't no way Grayson effing Allen is better than Monk. Yeah, I don't think so either, but he's a better fit. Better fit, I think.
Malik is a baller. The more I'm thinking it's not him coming off the bench, because that's what he would do. He would be off the bench. Man.
Well, you indicated that one of the scary things with Malik Monk is he's not a great shooter. Shot 32% from 3.
Yeah.
That's why I like Grayson Allen, who led the league in three-point shooting 2 years ago, and last year shot 42% from three-point range.
How many games did he play, Sonny?
The whole season. He started 75 games 2 years ago for the Suns. And not only that, who's a better defender?
Well,
Malik Monk or Grayson Allen?
I got you.
Yeah.
Man, when will this saga end?
Can we be
man?
on? Let's.
When will it end?
We know why people don't like Grayson Allen. It's got nothing to do with his game.
I'm going to do what you do on the show. Hold on. I'm going to put some mustard on it. Say what you mean.
People don't
mean what you say.
Most people don't like guys from Duke. He's portrayed as like this
A dirty
spoiled
player.
brat.
Yeah, and a dirty player.
A dirty player.
Yeah.
And then I'll take it one more step further. There are people out there, I think, that just, they don't like the way he looks.
All right. I gave you.
There it is.
I'm with you. They look shame. I'll say this to that, though. I was listening to Evan and Shasky this morning. I'm bringing up another guy random, and I got some trivia for you today, baby. Steiny, if there was a way you could get who I love and
Giannis?
I kind of respect him. No, he's on Phoenix now via Houston. And Evan and Shasky.
Dylan Brooks?
Man, they both signed off on I wouldn't be mad. He's a joke. But if you know ball, he ain't no jokes.
Well, I don't think he's a joke.
He could play, man. Just saying.
I think Draymond Green would love Grayson Allen.
I just want to go home.
It's great. You find it odd that they've been kind of quiet on this matter? No podcast
Who?
from Dre?
He's done podcasts.
I haven't heard anything.
What are you talking about? He called Kaminga an idiot 3 weeks ago.
That was in print.
You're an idiot, but I'm not talking about you, Jonathan. Come on,
That was
Draymond.
Bochy. I'm trying to effort a guy we work with.
Which one?
Townie.
He won't come on.
He said what time, and then when I told him the time, it's been cricket. So
he's got a big A's game today. Who are they playing? Who are the A's losing to today?
Let's see.
Oh, man.
Curtsy.
The gamblers should know. That's why I don't.
They're playing Arizona.
Arizona sold.
Bet the A's. The D-backs have quit. They've quit. The Giants better not do it. Where you watching tonight?
What game?
Valkyries. We got the Valkyries, and then we have Giants.
Watched the Valkyries last night. Took a couple notes,
Dude,
and I'll give them.
got hurt,
and
man.
I'll give them to you.
All right.
I should say the second half.
Monique Billings, man.
Let's see. I would say that the best player. Who do you think the best player is on the Valkyries?
Well, I thought it was Thornton. It was Thornton before the All-Star, before she got hurt.
Who was the best player on the floor, do you think, for him last night?
I'm going to say, I watched the game, Steiny, and I'm thinking, you tell me who you have.
I think it's Martin.
Now that,
she can get her own shot better than any other player I saw on the court. I might be wrong. Look, you know what? I watched one game, locked in. It just looked like Martin is, she can get a look. A lot of guys, a lot of players on the Valkyries, at least, they struggled to get their own shot. It looked like Martin could generate it.
No, that's
better
everything.
than anybody else.
But yeah, the young rookie I'll just say this about that, Steiny. The young rookie was hitting threes. I like her. And now this is where you guys are going to laugh because I butcher her name. But also, too, Steiny, I'm just looking, and I'm like, man, help me with the Janelle. Help me with that last name.
Yeah, you got yourself into this one.
Yeah.
Saloon?
Oh, Saloon, thank you.
A salon.
Yeah, Salon.
Right. What about her?
No, I like her game. I like Kayla Martin.
You know
I like all of them. Tiffany Hayes is that's the Jason Kidd of the team.
You know what I wrote down about Salon?
Tell me.
You can only play her short stretches.
Why do you say that?
I'll tell you why. She's got have you seen her shot?
Yes, no doubt.
Okay.
I can picture it right
She
there.
will not be able to make a shot if she's tired. She won't. It's like,
now I wonder if that applies to all of them.
no,
a lot
because
of people,
she shoots like kind of a jumper, and it's a little bit flat. So I'd be a little careful playing her if she's not really. I'd worry about her when she gets tired. That's all. Now she made the game winner last night.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. They're in 8th place now.
But Tiffany Hayes too, Steiny. I like her a lot.
Veronica Burton, by the way, she's really good too.
No doubt.
Let me tell you who I do like though. Citroen.
Look at you.
Citroen. I'll tell you what, she made a great play on a fast break where they threw ahead to her. She had a catch on the move, gather, finish. Nice move.
Yeah, and we can't get Liti too, Steiny. She balls.
Yeah, she's got to take care of the ball.
I'll say this. They've had 2 back-to-back big road wins after losing to the worst team in the W, I believe, to start a Sunday.
You know, everybody wants us to talk.
To the Sun.
A lot of people want us to talk more Valkyries, but do they want me to talk Valkyries like I talk about the Warriors? Would you really? I wonder.
Maybe not yet.
I wonder. That's what I mean. I don't know.
Well, we're friends with the head coach. We had her
no,
on
we're
the
not. No, we're
We
not.
had Natalie on the show, Steiny.
Right.
She said,
That
come
doesn't
out,
mean-
pull up.
That doesn't mean we're friends.
Wow.
You know what?
I got some trivia
She's
for
too
you.
serious for me.
Just stop. She's
I'm
coaching.
just being honest.
I mean, what do you want her to do? Light a cigarette?
Well, no, I get it. It's her first year.
Dude, she's coaching. She coaches hard. I love it. Her team plays like her. That's what the Melvin thing. You take on your coach's personality.
She's very serious. Well, maybe
Nakasi.
Maybe your players are going to get a little tight. I don't know.
They're balling right now. 2 big bounce-back wins without their best players.
What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary Lake and Ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards the master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shetty.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Tom Papa on his Grateful Bread tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on October 4th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I got my own complaint.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, what? Who do we got? My man! We really got this guy?
I told you. And I'm going to tell him you thought he wouldn't come on. He would big time us.
Let's welcome in. You probably remember him from one of the greatest shows of all time called The Pulse. Let's welcome in Chris Townsend.
Yeah.
What's up, Townie? How you doing, my man?
Two of my all-time favorites. You think about everything that we went through. Yes, Steiny, you and I go way back
yes,
when
sir.
you were a Warriors beat writer and I was on KMBR. But, yeah, when we did the Pulse together at 95.7, then when they put me with you guys to do Warriors, what an experience that was.
Right.
I love you guys, man.
I love you back, Townie. You are my guy.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm doing great, man. I'm in a suite here in a hotel in Sacramento, living the dream. Life is good.
You doing any Raiders stuff this year?
No, once the Raiders moved, it's just impossible to do two teams in two different cities. So I knew when my last year with the Raiders, I knew that was it. So that's why I thoroughly enjoyed my time, being able to work with Brent Musburger and Lincoln Kennedy and travel, those years that I got to travel with the Raiders all over, even to London. So I loved it. I loved every minute of it. But I knew that last year because at that point I had left 95.7 and I had gone to work for the A's full time. So working for two organizations was tough. And once the Raiders went to Vegas, I knew I was done.
Townie, I'm telling you this, and you know it. You raised me, and Steiny won't get jealous. You were my guy. I remember the nights. All the time you had me to the house. We watch NFC championship games. So you are my dude, and we still stay in touch. But I want to ask you this question. And you're big with the A's. You are the A's. But what is your take? And will you be honest with us right now? Because I'm addicted to social media and how much you're on it. And just the state of sports and social media, Townie. Where are you at on all that stuff I call smut, but I can't put the phone down?
I hear you. It's the way we get our information, right? It's like the same. It's like the same thing with politics. I'm really off social media. I got off of it.
Wow.
Once you go to work for a team, it just doesn't. It does you no benefit to really be on it. I mean, I still follow certain people for information, but I'm not tweeting out my information. I mean, it's like one of those things. If you want to hear what I have to say, you'll see it on TV, you'll get it on radio or on the stream today. But, yeah, it's tough because one little screw-up, one little thing can hurt your career dramatically. So it's like be very, very careful when you're people in our business because people want to take everything you say. They want to skew it. They want to change it. And Steiny, you did a lot of television, but it's different now. Like when you do TV, people will rip it. Next thing you know, they're putting it out on social media and they're trying to change it on you. And then, of course, the talk show that I do, A's Cast Live, that's on the stream. We got people that are constantly ripping video off of it, and they try and go after you. One, put it this way, no one's looking after your best interest is the best way to put it.
No chance. No chance. If you don't know, it's the 14th anniversary. It's the 14th anniversary of the 95-7 The Game. Chris Townsend was there in the early years. Chris and I had a show for about, 9 days?
I listened to every episode, man.
No, I mean, seriously, we just started, and then Townie moved to another show. But he's a radio broadcaster and senior producer at the Oakland Athletics Radio, and he does the A's Cast. He's also the host of A's Cast Live. Let me ask you this, and this is more of a serious type of question, but you're a baseball man, and the Giants just sold. And Bob Melvin is their manager, and he is starting to get some heat about the way the Giants are playing, which has been a little bit sloppy, and people are now saying, he's not an emotional guy. Is he the right guy? You know Bob Melvin incredibly well from his days with the Oakland A's. What's your take on Bob Melvin as the Giants manager?
I love Bob Melvin as a leader. And to me, where we are in baseball today, because I know a lot of people are going to go about the offense, and actually Guru reached out to me about this, and I said, well, look at the baseball team, right? I said, how good is the Giants pitching pretty good? You say yes. You say, is the Giants defense pretty good? You say yes. You say, okay. Does Melvin get credit for that? Or are we just going to give Melvin all the grief for the offense, which, by the way, the managers don't pick the offense. Right? It's in Major League Baseball today, these front offices have more control than they've ever had in the history of baseball. And when things are going good, all the guys from Harvard and Yale and Princeton and all their data and all their analytics, they want to tell you how smart they are. And the minute that their analytics and their data, and the minute it goes bad, all of a sudden it's now the manager's fault. So I ask you, I think one of the great ones we just saw with the Seattle Mariners. The Seattle Mariners have changed managers from year to year. Is there really much difference in their two teams? Now, they've just made two of the biggest trades with Suarez and Naylor, but was there much difference in their win-loss between the two managers? No. The managers don't pick the players. They go back to old Bill Parcells' line where he says, hey, I want to be able to shop for the groceries. So did the A's have tremendous offenses under Bob Melvin? Yeah. Well, all of a sudden, people can't hit because of Bob Melvin? The players are the ones swinging the bat, right? And Bob Melvin's not. I mean, obviously, I'm a very pro-Melvin guy. I can't stand the Giants, but I'm a pro-Melvin guy.
Look at him.
I'm going to tell you, is Bob Melvin picking the guys who are swinging the bats? So all of a sudden, Bob Melvin's not a – see, to me, what's important about the manager is the guy that's got to be the leader, the guy that's got to deal with the personalities, the guy that has to deal with the egos. I always say the guy at the front of the plane, the front of the bus, has to be the leader. When we're getting down to can a team hit or not, is that really about the manager, or is it about who's picking the players?
Chris Townsend joining us on 95.7 The Game. He was part of the original 95.7 The Game lineup a long time ago, over a decade ago. Now he works for the A's. You can hear him on the A's cast. Go ahead, Goop.
Townie, I got to run this by you. All three of us are from the Bay Area, and, there was a dust-up between Harper and Manfred, and I got to tell you, partner, all off season, I hate the Dodgers. I hate the Yankees because when there's something big, these teams can just throw money at their problems. I do have a crush on Ohtani, Townie, but when you look at the state of Major League Baseball and the haves and the have-nots, and you hear about that story with Harper and Manfred, should baseball have a salary cap?
There are three groups of people that don't want a salary cap or some type of labor structure. That's players, that's people who make money off the players, and that's the media people who suck up to the players.
Wow.
Everybody else, we all sit and watch the NFL. We all watch the NBA. We all watch hockey, and we say, how do they have some type of salary structure and it works there? But baseball people try and tell you it doesn't work. Are you out of your mind? And isn't it funny that it's a guy that has over a $300 million contract is stepping up to the commissioner saying, get the F out of here? Do you realize over 90% of players would actually make more money? You would rise all of these younger guys and all these other guys up in salary if there was a salary cap. This is an archaic system that's just to protect for the top guys who are, at one point we were thinking 200 million, 300 million. Now we're talking 700 million. The system is set up for the superstars to make a ton of money. A salary structure would actually raise everybody else's salaries.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, last one, Townie.
We miss you, baby.
I don't care if nobody knows or not. How are your daughters doing? How old are they? And tell me about them real quick.
And are they still acting?
Well, you guys think about, you're saying it's 14 years ago. I mean, it's crazy how old my kids were when we first. Remember the first when we flipped from 95. So you got to remember what people are listening to right now is a sports station. Used to be a country station. 95.7 The Wolf, right? I'll never forget when the A's we first went over there and it was like 95.7 The Wolf. Oh, it's now time for A's baseball. You're like, oh my God, what are we doing? And then we flipped it to Sports Radio 95.7 The Game. That was about a month into the season. And then I guess it's today is when we switched it to 95.7 The Game. My kids were just little when we switched to 95.7 The Game. And now they're going to be sophomores at Cal. So when you talk about how time flies.
Bears. So both of them are at Cal?
Both of them are at Cal. We used to do Townsend twin jokes. They were little girls. They used to tell jokes.
Hey, Guru.
Wow.
And now they're sophomores in college. But, hey, let me tell you something. I just want to say thank you to everybody over there because what I have now, the ability to do radio and to do television on NBC and everything that we're doing with the A's Cast, and I know it's going to be really tough with the move to Vegas, but just want to thank everybody over there because I wouldn't have what I have now if it wasn't for everybody over there at 95.7.
Yeah, the man,
Townie, we love you, man.
No
I don't know what country club you belong to down there, but damn it, invite me to tee it up with you soon.
That would be San Jose Country Club, my friend, and you're invited anytime.
Townie.
All right, man. Hey, Townie, love you, buddy, and all the best to you and your family, my man.
You guys keep killing it because both of you guys made this for yourselves.
Wow.
And I remember when they first put you guys together and we're like, is it going to work? And, oh, my God, do they like each other?
This is my guy, Townie.
What you guys have built because of who you two are is something really special, so cherish it.
Wow,
Thanks,
Townie, that's my man.
Thanks,
that's
buddy.
our man. That
Chris
was
Townsend,
great.
you can hear him on A's Cast, works for the Oakland A's. Fixture in the Bay Area. We go way back with Chris Townsend.
The Pulse.
And let me tell you something. As Gary Radnich would say, he's one of the good guys.
There you go.
Love Townie.
No
Love
doubt.
Townie.
So
If you're on, I'll tell you what, if you're on the YouTube chat, Townie used to do this thing that he's now known for. I'll do it. And it's when you were on late night, okay, and there weren't a lot of people listening. And the subject wasn't that interesting, but somebody started to talk. He would do this. He would put his two hands together and then hold them wide, and it would mean stretch. Keep stretching. Oh, man. Keep stretching, and it became part of who Townie is.
No doubt. I think he joined Roast not too long ago. He was on in the morning with the guys. Yeah. Now, Steiny, do we have time? I know you like trivia. It's Friday. It's payday. Risotto, do we have time to cue up that music so I can ask Steiny some NBA super random knowledge, but I took it from the chat, and then I made it mine.
Is it just one question?
Yeah, it's one question with multiple answers.
Oh, okay.
There's 12 NBA cats, guys, meow, that have multiple NBA Finals MVP. Can you name them? There's 12 guys with multiple NBA Finals MVP.
I could get pretty close.
Okay, I figured that. That's why I said let's go.
Bird.
You got Bird, 84 and 86, all right?
Magic
Johnson, 80, 82, and 87. He did it 3 times.
Kareem.
71 and 85. He did it twice.
Michael Jordan.
No, can you get these? Go ahead. Everyone, 91, 92, 96, 97.
I'm going to go with Akeem Olajuwon.
You got that. He's on the board, 94 and 95.
Tim Duncan.
You got Duncan I got it right here. You got Duncan. I'm trying to give you Duncan's year. 99, 2003, and 2005. He did it 3 times.
I'm going to go
You're running through this.
I'm going to go with multiple MVPs.
Dude, you got 1, 2,
I'm going to go
4, 5,
with
6. 6 more to go.
Oh, Kawhi Leonard.
You got it. He did it in 2014 and 19. 5 more.
Shaq.
Yeah, look at
Kobe.
Shaq did it 3 times. Yep, and Kobe did it twice. 2009, 2010.
6, 7. I got 9. So there's 3 more.
There's 3 more, and I'm staring at them.
I'm gonna go with
1. I'm a little shocked that it wasn't your first answer.
John Havlicek.
No.
Give me the era.
1 did it in a Warrior uniform.
Oh, Durant.
Yeah, that was 17 and 18. Shoot. So there's 2 left. I'm afraid 1 for you. I don't know if you'll get this one, but there's 2 left.
George Mikan.
Nope.
Oh, Bill Russell.
Nope.
Bill Russell never won multiple MVPs?
No, there's 2 left, Steiny. And I proofread this one. There's 2 left. I can't believe you're missing these. 1 I won't believe, but the other one I'm shocked. He has a son named Bronny.
I had LeBron, didn't I?
I didn't hear Bron.
Oh, shoot.
Risotto, did you hear Bron?
I missed him.
2012, 13, 16, and 20.
All right, who's the last one?
Willis Reed. 70 and 73.
Okay.
But no Russell on there, Steiny. I got the list up.
Here's the bottom line.
You ran through that, but yeah.
Willis Reed should have 1. And Walt Frazier should have the other.
Willis Reed, Steiny.
You ever want to look at look at Willis Reed's game where he limped out onto the court.
It's one of the most iconic moments.
Yeah, then take a look at what Walt Frazier actually did that
It wasn't
game.
about that. It was the emotion of what he did just coming out there.
He played 4 minutes. I want to say.
But the triple-double was him coming out there getting dressed.
Can somebody check this out? You know how I always say sometimes numbers stick out for me? I want to say Frazier was like 38 and 14.
Yeah, Sam Loveland texted me. He
What?
was a little disappointed. It took too long for you to say KD.
I forgot.
That was
I forgot.
I was like, that's going to be the first one. But you kind of ran through Willis Reed. But see.
Hey, by the way, for all you Giants fans out there saying fire Bob Melvin, Chris Townsend just told you to stuff it.
But he said it was personal.
He's a leader.
Yeah. I didn't want to. We were fighting others. I don't say. I let it. Hey, today I didn't want to fight, but all right. I'll tell you what. These 53 matter for Bo Mail. I don't care what you say, Steiny. They do, man.
Yeah. Nobody's saying they don't.
All right.
Nobody's saying they don't. Let's see. Getting low on my list here.
Risotto got Devontae drops. You're killing it today, man. Oh, man.
You know the Birkenstock building, right? You guys know the Birkenstock building in Nevada?
I'm not going to front. I don't.
Really?
Yeah.
So you ever gone up 101 to Petaluma or Santa Rosa?
Does it have anything to do with Birkenstocks, like the sandals?
Yes. Yes.
It's like a factory?
In Nevada, yes. If you drive up north on 101, to your left side, there's a building in Nevada that you can see up on the hill.
He says your left side.
And
okay.
it's really, it's a funky building. And that's where they used to make Birkenstocks. Now, they haven't for a while, but I just saw a story in which it's been bought by some kind of institute, an art institute, and apparently they're going to turn it into a museum. A museum. It's a very Google it. It's a funky-looking building, and I want to say you can't miss it, but apparently all you guys did.
Yeah, I've heard of Birkenstocks, but
yeah, that's where they were made.
I got it.
That's where they were made.
Dude, Valkyries tonight. Dude, back to back. Dude, they are, man.
Why?
Like, I'm excited. I like how they play.
Now, maybe you can help me.
Or maybe not.
I think you might be able to. You know how, like, I called, KTMZ, like, you're really good. Oh, Steiny, you see what J-Lo did to Diddy? And, hey, Steiny, what do you think's going on with Chris Rock and Jada? And did you hear what happened with Shannon Sharp?
It's pop culture, Steiny.
I know.
Yeah.
And usually I don't take an interest in it. So I'm asking you why I have taken such an interest. And for some reason, though I don't know these people,
Clay,
I'm happy for them. No, Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson, they're dating. I don't know why.
Okay.
I think that's cool.
What about Clay and Megan?
That's got
Pamela Anderson.
That thing will be done by October.
Yikes.
Anyway.
I'm looking back. Yeah.
Shout out Baywatch.
Which was top 20 of my show.
Hey, Steiny, Ken here.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Liam Neeson thing, did you see the article that was written about it with Pamela Anderson? She said that Liam Neeson never watched Baywatch. And she goes, oh, really?
I mean, I never watched it.
I don't find this couple interesting like Clay and Meg. You know what I'm saying? That's more my era.
Why?
Clay and Meg. This is like the honeymooners.
Anyway, we still got 5 minutes.
So what do you like about it? Like, what's captivating you about this couple?
I like her now because of the whole makeup thing.
Did you ever not like her?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, when she was with Tommy Lee.
No, that's the version I love. Now, I was a huge fan then.
Yeah, I didn't like Tommy Lee.
Well, you were jealous.
Yeah, of course. Okay, 408 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steiny, Game 7, Walt Frazier.
Oh, my God.
36-19 and 7.
Jesus.
Yeah, no. Willis Reed deserved the MVP. He had 4 that night. He had 4 points. Oh, but he limped. He limped out. He limped well.
People love Townie, Steiny.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Remember Take It or Leave It?
That one I don't remember.
No.
What was it about?
No, he would give you two, like I'll say, bologna or spam. You got to pick one.
Well, I want to leave it. I want to leave them both.
Vodka or Hennessy? I know you. I got my
I'm taking the vodka.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Shout out New Vodka.
But
how's that going, by the way?
Dynamite.
Hit your check? From a guy that asks people how much they make, stop.
It's been hitting.
Yeah.
It's been hitting. All right, we got crossover coming up next. We think Willard's gonna. I know what Willard's gonna do today.
Well, I was listening to him yesterday, like I do every day. Their theme was kind of they were going back and forth on was it a sell or a soft sell. But I'll tell you what.
Oh, I like that. Soft sell.
Yeah.
Who said that? Was that Dibs?
No, that
sounds like a Dibley.
No, that's me.
Well, I'll ask Dibley.
I've been using here lately. You haven't picked up on a soft reset. Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you. You can use soft.
Risotto on fire.
You can get soft. Use soft reset for the next year.
Yeah.
Just lose tomorrow's not promised.
Yeah, that's kind of played out.
I know.
Yeah, you miss it. Because when you bring up things I don't do, that you're telling me you miss it.
I don't miss it.
What a nice thing for Townie to say that we built something.
He knows how to play the game.
Look at kid like, no, seriously, Stein, we've been together 8 years, man. 8 long years. Boy, I should have patches and balls.
Have you ever said thank you?
Every day I go out with you outside of the station is my thank you, man.
Oh, boy.
How am I not bald?
I mean,
dude. God, I do love you, man.
I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But,
Go where?
I was just going to invoke some names from the past.
I got to tell you, I'm mad.
Good.
And Marcy, she stood us up. And you let her skate.
Really.
Well,
Not really.
Oh, boy, what happened? What'd I miss?
That's when we were back and forth. And I was like, first of all,
you are so soft. If that's I'm never really mad. It's radio mad. Oh, my goodness. I got to text her and apologize.
No, you don't. Here's why. I sent a text to her at 10:43, and I said, really sorry. Guru and I got into it right before 9:30. And she said, she said, you mean 10:30? And she goes, no, I'm not mad. I forgot.
No, she came to the window.
That was it. No, but she came early when she was doing
bottom
that.
line is in the future, don't take this stuff personal. If you do, I'm doing a bad job.
You jumped me.
No,
you
I'm
jumped
loud.
No, you jumped me. Which is fine.
Yeah. Hey, that guy talks to you so bad. I got to deal with that stuff, and I still like you. It's fake. Guy, soft as
8 years.
Dude, how am I not have bald patches?
2 presidential terms.
Dude. So who was in office when we started? That would have been
who cares?
Yeah, Bush.
All right.
Who cares?
Coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Washington Mystics. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 4. It's all brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Now through August 10th at Big O Tires, get up to $120 in combined rebate and instant savings on select sets of Michelin tires with installation purchase. Visit BigOTires.com for details on this great Michelin offer. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Dan Dibley. Hey, gents, how you doing, man?
Hi, boys. Do you think they know? I know Dibs knows.
It's a lot of things I don't know.
It's our 14th anniversary. Dibbers.
Yeah, you know that.
You did the first. We just had Townie on, Uncle Townie.
You had Uncle Townie?
Yeah,
we did.
He was great, man.
I hope he didn't claim that he was the first ever hire.
No, he did not go there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because he and I have had a long debate about that because he actually was not hired. He was inherited.
Oh.
What happened was the station launched and this station had the A's, and he came with the A's. So he actually was not hired. But he was retained.
There you go.
Correct, but right? not hired. Okay. Not hired. Like Beaumel was retained.
Wasn't
he hired? Not by Buster Posey. Right. He was
inherited.
But he had been hired by the organization. Previous regime. Correct. Yeah. So Townie was retained, never hired, and I was hired by
That's my
Jason
guy.
Barrett.
Hold on, dude.
And the final meeting we had. Glad you finally said his name.
Yeah.
I always feel like 99.9% of our listeners are like, I don't know.
Dibs and Steiny got something out of him.
Like Dibs making that noise. I don't know what that is. But Former some guy. PD, he hired me twice, fired me once.
Oh, my
and
man.
I'll never forget our. That's a 2-1 victory, by the way. Exactly. It sounds like the teams that play the Giants. Yeah, exactly. Very good. That's the Pirates. The day that he officially was like, I'm going to give you the green light. I'll never forget it. We were at Jillian's, which I don't even know if it's there anymore. Actually, I remember this day. Across from exactly across from Moscone at the Metreon, and we're watching the Giants play. And here comes old Scotty Cousins around third, and Buster Posey's trying to make a play.
Oh, no.
And Cousins careens into him, and Buster's in pain.
Not
and
talking about this.
Former PD, it's not too soon. Former PD Jason Barrett looks at me and goes, "That's not good. I got to go to the bathroom." And he goes to the bathroom, and I'm watching this, and Buster's like, he clearly is in some sort of pain. And that was the day, I think it was May 26th of 2011.
And you immediately were like, I better leave the home of the Giants.
No, I mean,
like right now.
I was like, go A's.
Okay.
I mean, and we had Mel in a weekly and the whole deal.
So we've had two bosses. One was a he, and the other's a no.
Or look.
Look. He's the best.
And the other guy was Shorts, eh? Which is what Don Collins, "Oh Canada," famously said to me.
It also describes his tenure as well. But anyway.
I mean,
those are all my guys. Yeah.
That is a rare find.
That's a good one.
That's a rare find.
I didn't hear it.
He said short.
I heard it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, 14 years ago today.
Wow, man.
It was Rise Guys, and actually I was able to bring the station on the air with what we used to do that were called sports updates.
Wow.
I mean, you remember that, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
And you guys still do it on the
Sports
weekends.
updates.
You got an update guy.
Well, sort of. Like, we just have him come in and talk for 6 minutes. Yeah, he comes in, and I'm like, just hang out.
But he does an update, and then he hangs out.
Right.
The Reds are in a little trouble. Get a rain delay in Milwaukee. I listened to it.
Yeah. And then next thing you know, he tells us what the live golfers made this weekend. And it's like, he came in 18th place and made $8 billion.
Right.
Back to you.
But that's like the last bastion of what we used to do. And, my career started with that on another station doing, sports and traffic updates, Let's go to Dibs. What's going on in the Nimitz?
That's how all of our careers started.
Completely, right?
Well, not all of us.
I mean, Guru started at Shadowy Bars.
You tried to ruin me.
I didn't try to ruin you.
When you put my notepad on Twitter,
I shed light on your bullet points that were on an envelope. And if you want to, look
at... putting two
I love it.
And the way you show prep today is not entirely different. But now your bullet points are on actual pieces of paper.
You guys are great.
You've come a long way.
He's got a salary now.
Oh, yeah? Steiny also has been hired and fired by the station repeatedly.
In town, he had the pulse. I used to listen all the time.
Yeah.
7 days.
Well, in town, he was like his fifth different partner.
Well, remember what happened? I can't remember who left, but we were supposed to do the midday, and somebody in the morning left, and he moved Townie.
Oh, we got fired.
No, it was way before that. It was way before.
No. It was after that, because we got fired March 11th, 2014. I'll never forget it.
Damn, right, but I was working with OC. And
Sean O'Connell.
The only reason I
UFC?
worked with OC was because the show that I was supposed to do with Townie never got off the ground because somebody in the morning left. And that's when Townsend...
They went to Bucher, Townie, and Huff.
Exactly.
And by Huff, I don't mean the Niners edge rusher. I mean
and when you say left, you don't mean on your own accord.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I left.
No, you didn't get fired then.
Fired?
No, you got fired with Whitey and Kreidler.
Correct.
Well, then you got fired twice.
Steiny, I got fired once. And when we got fired, they replaced us with Bucher, Townie, and Huff. And the afternoons brought in some guy who will remain nameless. And immediately, our station is going to TV ads. Don't miss Rick Bucher, Aubrey Huff, Chris Townsend, Damon Bruce.
Wow. All right.
Damon Bruce took the afternoon.
Got the days wrong,
No,
man.
I'm totally confused.
No, you shouldn't be, because the morning show became Bucher, Townie, Huff for about 7 weeks.
Who was it before then?
Whitey, Crides, and Dibs, the Rise Guys. Na 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 na.
Something's not adding
up. It's time for questions for Kreidler.
I don't know the answers to these questions, but
Dibs
I
is
believe
on it. There's no doubt. He's like R2-D2. And Steiny is like...
I don't know what happened, but I believe my partner.
Dibs is spitting it out.
So Damon went to the afternoon solo, and then the middays was you and a variety of other people. And then the morning show broke apart because turns out Aubrey Huff... maybe not the best guy.
Yeah.
Rick Bucher didn't want to wake and have takes.
On Twitter,
And so that's when Townie pivoted to the afternoon, and everything spun off of that from there. And that's when you had a variety of hosts. You had OC. You had the one guy, rest in peace, who I don't remember. And
Michael Urban.
No. And the other host, rest in peace.
Our guy Mike.
Remember the other guy who he passed away like 9 years ago?
The other guy.
You had like 7 different fill-in hosts, as I recall.
But I did
We're
work.
talking about history, Risotto.
But I
sit back, Rice, and learn.
But I did work. I worked with OC for 11 months.
Right.
So he became like my full-time partner. Before that, there was a rotation.
It was a rotation sensation.
Yes.
Correct. And then I believe you also got fired.
Yeah.
And then you got brought back before I did.
You remember that one, don't you?
Okay, hold on one sec. Mike Yam is still alive, I believe.
I'm not talking about the Yammer.
Mike Yam is very alive.
Yes.
I know Mike Yam.
Because I worked
We had him on the show.
I used to work with Mike Yam at Pac-12 Network.
When you close your eyes and remember, I can't remember the man's name, and I feel terrible about that, but he passed away a long time ago, and then you got
What's
replaced
the first
by
name that you can't remember
What was he
in
like?
the history of our show.
Do you remember anything about him?
I mean,
Hey, Willard, you all right.
he was transient. He was in and out, and you were going through a complete rotation at the time, and then you got OC, and OC
I need
stuck.
to know now.
And then
I feel terrible for the man. Dan Dibley could name the roster of his second grade class.
right.
Right, but you can't remember this guy's name.
And the way
My
he
God, he never left an impression on anyone.
It's bothered him.
Not Michael Urban.
No.
That's
And,
our guy.
I
Rest
mean,
in peace.
Herbs was an original member of the station, and yeah, rest in peace. You and I both went to his
We need,
funeral.
you know who we need? Ernie Chavez.
This
Ernie will
was
know.
pre-Ernie,
Stephen
though.
Babb.
Ernie was
Stephen
a baby.
Babb would know.
Yeah, Ernie was a baby then.
Stephen Babb would know, but anyway, happy 14th birthday to the station. And all you people out there, and you know who you are, who thought, hey, you'll never last. And even the Oakland Athletics yourselves, oh, it's not us, it's you.
It's not us, it's you.
How'd that age, Ace?
You remember that?
I remember
everything.
I didn't even live back here yet, and I saw that on
was
Twitter,
bad,
and I was like, oh. This was before every other tweet was that snarky.
No, right.
So I was like, oh.
Wow, man.
Snap. Like, wow. That was a hell of a video.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, man.
if you want to do a Mount Rushmore of my attributes, grudge holding is definitely on the Rushmore.
Okay, wow.
For sure.
We've had a great, fun show, but we got in a fight early.
I'm not doing this.
And I got to tell him. And it wasn't a fight, because I'm never really mad at this guy. No. We talked about the moves that the Giants made yesterday. And Buster, his message to the team, I said that funneled through Melvin. Melvin, if there was even a talk, he addressed the troops. The president of baseball ops would never tell the team what they already know is what Chappie said. We guys are gone because we didn't do our job.
Let me guess. This fight actually started well before you guys got on the air.
No, right.
Am I correct?
Because Steiny was like, well, Buster probably told the team this and that. I know he didn't talk to him, Willard. If anybody talked to him, it's Melvin.
Why'd you text me that at 8:15 this morning to see if I knew the answer to this?
Because I brought it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like I didn't bring it up before the
I
show.
go check with Willard. He goes, I already texted him. But that's not Buster's. Normally, if you had to test and you had to, I think the skipper, if there's a message, it comes from the skipper. Not president of bank. Cashman ain't talking to the Yankees about the moves. Dibs, help me. Willard's on the side fence.
No. Well, I don't know the answer in this particular case, but I'm going to push back on the idea that what you're making sound like that would never happen.
Totally happen, but it would come from the skipper.
No. I'm saying that it absolutely could come from the president of baseball ops, especially when the president of baseball ops literally used to be a teammate for some of the people who are in the room and is probably a good solid 20 years younger than the manager. I don't know that, and Buster does like to delegate, but no, he may. Listen, I know for sure that he did have some individual conversations.
No doubt. That I get.
You know, even with the guys who stayed.
Yeah.
But did he address the masses? I don't know. But
then he brought up the station real quick. It's kind of funny. If I were to leave or he were to leave, Lucas wouldn't come in and talk to us. Then he would be the one to be like, hey, I need to speak to you guys. And we love Luke. You know what I mean?
I said if all of a sudden Dibley and I got whacked out of nowhere after the dust settled for a day, like Lucas wouldn't sit down the staff and be like, Here's what we were doing, guys.
It would be the bomb.
I have so many thoughts running through my head that I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say right now. I mean, this has happened, and nobody addressed anybody.
That's true.
It's happening in the room.
Hey, don't talk about that.
Anybody.
Do me this one favor, Lucas. If it all goes down like that, don't sit in the adjoining office and weep.
Okay.
Because the former assistant PD, who you know, Mark, you know him very well, and I won't name shame him here because whatever. I may need him to hire me in 2032, but I get fired and I walk by this man's office and he's weeping.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, you weeping? I'm the guy with the cardboard box with all my stuff. I got headphones. I got a clipboard. I got notes.
You got a check coming. I know, man.
I feel like Chris Paul. You weeping?
Yeah.
So you weeping?
He has a way of internalizing other people's problems.
Anyhow, Lucas, when I get the Ziggy, shout out Dick Vitale, just hold your tears until I get in the elevator.
You're listening
Come on.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And let me tell you something. They don't need soil. They don't need water. But drywood termites will eat your home from floor to ceiling. August, it's the start of swarming season for drywood termites. So if you see a swarm, you got to call Atco Pest Control for a free inspection and a customized treatment plan. Mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment, and you'll get $10 off any drywood termite treatment this month. Go to AtcoPestControl.com today.
Good job,
Are you guys getting a drink today? Did I hear that? Are you getting a drink today?
I'll get a haircut first.
Well, of course. On the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll meet up at the cafeteria.
Yeah. No, because I feel like you won't have anything left to talk about, because we kind of that's what we just kind of did for the last 15 minutes. I feel like we had the off-air conversation. We just did it on air today.
A little bit.
We have a lot. We have a lot of topics.
Yeah.
All right. We have a lot of topics. All right, I'll start just to start. It's not really a great one.
Don't judge it. It's your feelings.
You know what bugs me? What bugs me is when you go to a Mexican restaurant and you're excited because you love Mexican food, and they bring the chips and they're out of a bag. You know it and I know it. You and I both know what a bagged tortilla chip looks like as opposed to a homemade tortilla chip. If you're just going to get Pedrino's bag of tortilla chips, you can't charge $9 with like salsa then out of the bottle too. It's like, I want authentic. I don't want it out of a bag. I was going to say authenticity. I got them a little mixed up.
Authentica.
I'm about done today anyway.
Aren't the chips free?
Nevertheless.
Okay.
It depends on where you go.
Yeah, I know. You said you're not going to pay $9, and I wanted to know what Mexican restaurant you were going to where you're paying $9 for the chips and salsa.
Just,
Okay.
It was for
yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Sorry.
Like, hey, can I have some chips? Or here the chips and salsa with a meal. I mean, I can spot a bagged tortilla chip across a bar. And it's like, okay, they're bagged. I don't want bagged.
On the heels of that, like Chevy's.
Oh my God!
Is it fair to say rest in peace?
Yeah. I think it is.
Yeah.
Are there any Chevys left?
No, one by our. It's good done.
We had one in, I guess, Greenbrae, right there in the Bon Air Shopping Center. We used to go to, and then the late go-to was the one in Emeryville on the water.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Apparently, we still got one in Santa Rosa.
Night.
Santa Rosa.
Okay, we need to
There's
do
still
a live
one in the
remote
Union
there.
too. There's one in the Union City.
Clearly, you're talking about their chips and salsa.
Those
Correct.
things were,
Before you even
they were
light and light,
and before you even cozy into the back of your chair and scoot up to the bar, it's already in front of you.
Oh my! Talk about it.
You know that chip that gets wrapped around itself about 4 or 5 times.
Yes.
That was the best part of the day. If you got one of those,
you're winning.
Oh God, you stared at it for 3 minutes before you ate it,
and you wondered how much salsa you could actually scoop onto that quadruple chip. And then still the flaky crunch.
We had one in Foster City.
Bowls.
There was that one in Dixon that we used to drive by if you're ever on your way up to Sac.
Yep.
Oh, man, we hit them all.
All
We hit 'em
chips
all.
and salsa must answer to the Chevys.
Fresh
Chips and
Max.
salsa.
Rest
I'm with
in
you
peace.
there.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
know
I
what?
love Chevy.
Can I go next? Because
Yeah,
mine's
go
food.
ahead.
Mine's food too. This is really honestly bugging me. Stickers on fruits and vegetables that don't have a skin that you cut off. I don't we are in an AI, right?
It's real.
Every billboard that you walk by in the city is basically just a big sign of like, well, you're about to lose your job and we don't need humans anymore. And we're just fed this constantly. But we can't come up with the technology to put a sticker on an apple that won't come off. Or if it comes off, it leaves some sort of sticky residue on it. An apple, I eat the outside of it. If it's on an avocado, fine. But if it's on an orange, fine. If it's on an apple, what are you doing? What are you doing? Put a sticker on that I can just pull right off. Is that so hard? Am I asking too much?
Nope.
No, I don't believe so.
That's all I have to say today.
Wow. I'll say this to that. Social media, I love you. You are my best friend. I'm trying to quit you. I can't, but I can't take what happened last night. We are so bored that we're trying to act like Trey Lance, who I like, and Jim Harbaugh, who I love, still want him here, Dibs. Yeah, he hit Trey Lance on both shoulder pads before the game. But don't get on my mentions and act like Trey Lance won the Super Bowl and threw for 5 tugs, and he's back. I'm rooting for him, and I like Jimmy, the ball coach, but the reaction makes me a hater. It was a Hall of Fame preseason game. He threw 2 touchdowns, but he failed in Dallas technically. I'm rooting for Trey, but last night you would have thought Trey Lance won the Super Bowl, and Jimmy was getting credit for bringing him back. That ain't happened yet.
No, but he's back, and we got into this a little bit. I do think that if he's going to,
I didn't know.
If he's going to rehab his career, I do think that Jim Harbaugh is a perfect guy to.
No doubt.
And last night. It was July football, which unless you're in the UFL, it probably doesn't really matter. But good for Trey to actually look, competent, right? And threw 2 touchdowns, which. And Mark's giving me a look right now.
I'm with you, Guru.
He came down when I wrote
kept going.
Play a football game.
Steiny comes in this morning, Harbaugh. I'm on Trey. He talking about Trey. Come on. I'm rooting for the kid.
It's almost a shot at him that he's starting the first preseason game. Like that tells you to what level they value him. They stuck him out there for the entire first half before the calendar even flipped to August.
Him starting that game.
I mean,
all right.
So yes, go Trey.
Yeah.
Go Trey.
And I'm rooting for both.
I hope it goes
of course.
great.
Yeah, I mean, rooting for Trey and rooting for him to do well. Yeah. Well, I guess it's me, and not easy. And you could do this one every week on what's bugging you, and what's bugging me is cancer. And we've all been touched by it, I'm sure. And Mark's cousin and my mother-in-law got hit by the same thing, pancreatic cancer, and a good friend of mine earlier in the week just got diagnosed with prostate cancer. And so now, he had the removal and, there might be a little bit left over or whatever. And then we find out today that on this day, the 14-year anniversary of our station launching, one of the OGs, Greg Papa, who's now at KNBR, and he's the Niners play-by-play announcer, he announces that he has cancer. And so it hit me deeply, not only today, and, he and I had been in conversation over the last couple of weeks, and I said, where you been? And he said, I'm hoping to get back soon. And so when you get that from a colleague, especially in a job like this where, you can pretty much sit here and do the job unless you're really, really sick. And so I was kind of holding my breath. And yesterday we had our show meeting, and I told my team, I'm like, I don't know what it is, but doesn't seem good. And then the news breaks today that Greg Papa's got cancer, and he lost his brother to cancer, who is his role model and his best friend. And Greg Papa, to be frank with the audience, was my role model as a kid. And he turned out to be my mentor. I was lucky enough to work with him. And I was, a big part of how he got to be a part of our initial lineup at 95.7 The Game. So I've known Greg for 25 years. And so the news hit me today. And I just want to say, and I know you guys have done it before, and Mark as well, like on behalf of all of us, to Greg Papa and his entire family. He's got 5 kids, and including a guy who's on the air right now at the other station. It's like, we're pulling for you. It's thoughts and prayers is so cliche, but I'm definitely thinking about like what we can do and how we help him, and it hit me today. So Greg Papa, we're thinking about you. We love you, and man, fight that fight, bro.
Yeah. Just saw him at Splash a few months ago when the Warriors season was still going, and you never know what's going on in someone's life, but he seemed to be in good health and good spirits and all of those things, and we shared a really nice conversation. And I mean, there's not a whole lot to say after that. Yeah,
he's my Bill King. He's my Bill King.
Thinking about Greg, I grew up, like his voice still is in my head. For every Warrior game that I watched, like for me, like when I talk to Greg, it's like I think of Sleepy Floyd.
That's it.
Like I just hear
it was
that
in the
voice.
movie Freaky Tales.
Yeah, Sleepy Floyd forecourt, and I've talked to Greg about that. Like that's just in my mind, and to get to do shows with him and be around him and everything was a super thrill. And so just thinking about Greg.
Yeah,
and we reached out to him
when I was in my early 30s, still trying to like carve my way through. I worked as a stage manager on TV broadcast. You know who that is, Steiny, like the stage manager. And
Charlene.
Charlene was one of the people who told me and taught me how to be a stage manager. So for college basketball, I would be Papa's stage manager, and my job would be to get him the hottest cup of coffee that you could possibly find in the arena or outside, and I would do that. And then I started bringing him tea that I would brew from my house in a carafe that was hotter than any coffee you could find.
Oh, man.
And he would tolerate my tea, but after like 5 or 6 games that we would do together, he's like, no more tea. I want hot coffee. But through all that, he taught me how to prepare for a play-by-play game with his board, his interviews, all the prep. He's cutting out like microscopic article snippets. And
the man.
Yeah, the man. And he taught me how to do play-by-play. And so I've always had a deep affinity for Pop.
No doubt. And he's shown me nothing but love. Real quick, Willard and Steiny, I told you this on air. He had a show on the other station. I called in. Dallas was playing the then Raiders. And he goes, meet me at parking lot A. I'll get you on the field. So I'm there, my friend, boozing before the Raider game. And Greg's nowhere to be found. They're laughing like, Pop ain't coming to pick you up. And all I hear is this beep, beep, a drop-top Mercedes. I hadn't even met him. Guru, get in. Took me on the field. Quincy Carter was the worst thrower of football ever. But got me on the field. And it was incredible. Papa is the man.
I'll give you a really quick one. This will make you guys laugh. Like whenever you decide that you're going to get into this business, there's always a bunch of people to warn you the same thing. It's not safe industry. It's just cutthroat, and God, you're not going to make any money in your 20s, and you're fed with this idea of like financial fear. But I'm like, this is what I want to do. Years and years ago, I was still in high school at San Mateo. I went to a sportscaster camp that was put on by Barry Tompkins and Dan Belwamini at Dominican College in San Rafael. And me and my best friend, who is now the voice of the Phoenix Suns, went to this broadcaster camp as high school kids. Sleepaway. We go for an entire week. Well, one of the first guest speakers that Barry Tompkins had was Greg Papa.
Oh, man.
And Greg pulled up in this convertible. He had sunglasses, and he pulled up, and we all looked at him, and I went home, and I went, Mom, you can make money in this business.
No doubt.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. We're going to do it. And I'll never forget that visual the first time I was around Greg.
That's dope.
All right. Well, we love you, Greg Papa. Get well soon.
Yes,
and thoughts and prayers to you and your family from 95.7 The Game. I'm about done today anyway.
Aren't the chips free?
Nevertheless.
Social media, I love you. You are my best friend.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Stay cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. Here we go, Friday. Here we go. I'm glad that everybody got to kind of put that out in the world and say that. That's how we feel about Greg. I think everybody listening knows exactly kind of how this all works. Sometimes I don't know why everybody's got to act like the other side doesn't exist.
What other side?
Oh gosh, can't bring up a name that used to work here.
Sure.
Or blah blah blah. It's like, I don't know, man. Like let's cut through the BS and do
Right.
life and so we're thinking about Greg, and I'm glad everybody was able to say that and share some stories. And Greg, I think I know he's responded to a lot of people. He's seemingly at least in good spirits, and hopefully Greg can be just fine.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, from personal experience, as do I, where, the fight is sometimes a win against cancer, and by a win, it's a temporary or maybe it's even a longer-term win, and sometimes you're going to take the L. So every time you have somebody enter into it and go through it, you hope for the best, and you hope that it's early and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, our thoughts here, especially on this day, Mark, where it's 14 years to the day where we actually launched. And I'm the one person here who actually cares the most about it. And
you were here.
I was.
And not here, because here wasn't here back then, but you were here.
And here was not there, but it was there, the previous building. And I've been here for 13 years and 1 week. Of the 14 years. I had a 51-week unpaid vacation, so I definitely take a certain amount of personal pride in what we have today.
You should.
And I do, yeah.
You should. Absolutely. And it's been a blast to be a part of it here on this end of it. It was already a decade in when I got to join up, but here we go.
You're like a bandwagoner.
Yeah, kind of. Yes,
but you've taken it to another level.
Well,
so
whatever. I mean, we're all doing what we do and having a good time with it. I will tell you, I am shocked about something that did not happen in the crossover. Shocked.
What would that be?
Well, so did a lot of tuning in today. Been driving around a lot, doing a lot of stuff, whatever, running errands. And at one point, I'm listening to Steiny and Guru have a debate about something that I feel was at least a cousin to a debate that you and I had briefly during the week earlier this week, but it kind of got beaten up and beaten down by just constant trade deadline stuff and the surprise of the Giants becoming sellers and all of this. But it was a pretty hot debate, and it's a hot debate that I think they took two sides, and we would take two sides, separate sides on this. And I'm just shocked that at no point did we get to the idea of whether or not the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga, if they wanted to, if the money worked, could they all navigate an actual basketball season together in a perfect world? Steiny thought no.
Yeah, I knew it.
Guru thought absolutely yes.
I'm Team Guru.
And I'm Team Steiny.
Yeah.
Like in the most firm possible way that I could be. And I'd almost love to hear more about it. And the reason I bring it up, I don't want to assume that all of you have been tapped into the sort of quote unquote news of the day. But there's an article written on The Athletic by Sam Amick, who is a wonderful and very tapped in NBA reporter. And for the first time, he put new names into the conversation that has clearly and reportedly gone on between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. He's got numbers. Jonathan is said to be offered about 3 years and just a touch over $60 million, actually annually a touch less than what the Warriors have reportedly offered, but for an additional year. And he put the return in there. And the potential return that the Warriors to this point have said no to is Malik Monk and a future 2030 lottery protected first-round draft pick. And apparently, as Sam puts it, the holdup is that the Warriors would do this except for the lottery protection of the pick. And if they would remove that, maybe you got a deal.
Right.
And so that's kind of what got everybody going on this conversation. And I think there's a lot of different legs on that spider that we'd like to discuss. Do you think they should do the deal, not do the deal? By the way, there's a financial aspect to this that I feel has been under-discussed so far today, which is that if you bring on Malik Monk, you probably do need to get rid of another player.
Absolutely.
Either Buddy Hield or Moses Moody. And Sacramento is not only motivated. I hear a lot of the JK fans here in the Bay Area. Sacramento wants him. Right. They also want to shave money. And so money is always a part of these NBA deals. And so that's part of their motivation. So want to definitely get to all of that. But I think at the core of this conversation is what's better for the Warriors, to keep him or to do a sign and trade. And I'm so firmly on the sign and trade side, not because I'm taking sides. I just don't believe the two sides can conduct this and have it not affect the Warriors negatively.
See, I do believe that they can conduct it and they can have it work to the extent that you get to January or February and then you can trade him. Maybe it lasts the entire year. I just don't think that if you get into a season and whatever resolution happens, and the resolution involves Kaminga staying a Warrior, I rely on the veterans on this team, the coaching staff, the front office, the owner. I do believe that they all can come together and work with Jonathan Kaminga on, the reality of what the situation is. It doesn't mean that you're going to be here for 5 years and now you're not going to ever play at all. I look at Steve Kerr as a master communicator, and when he leaves the NBA, whenever that is, if it's 2 years or 10 or 2 months or 2 weeks, whatever that's going to be, he has a role in this world as a communicator. I think that he's somebody who could go to Kaminga in his camp and whatever people he has, if it's Steph, it's Draymond, it's Jimmy, it's Dunleavy, it's Lakeup or whatever, you sit down and you have a conversation and you figure out how you can make it work for both parties. I think that this situation is unique in that way to where they can make it work.
I don't disagree with the sort of the baseline of what you're saying. Master communicator, cooler heads, blah, blah, blah. JK has been very mature with the way he's conducted himself, I believe. Largely has been, you know what I mean? Like he's not made a huge fuss. And then when they do turn to him, he's often there with at least some things that statistically look good, right? He went out there in Minnesota, scored points when asked after being just left on the bench for a long time. Like I think highly of the people we're talking about. And I think that's what you're saying. My issue isn't with the people or the communicative aspect of it. My issue is with the situation. I think they can communicate through it fine. I think they could have a conversation. I think everybody could walk out the door nodding. I don't think they can execute it. I just don't see how they can execute it. It's so clear as day to me that Jonathan wants minutes and numbers, and the Warriors could not be less motivated by that. And what the Warriors want is compliance and fit, and that does absolutely nothing for Jonathan. And I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong or otherwise. It just, that ain't going to work. And we've clearly arrived at a spot where people are getting very ready to speak on it publicly. And that tells me that now we're at odds. Now we're really starting to push leverage buttons. And to think that, remember now, this is a group that will travel together and work together every single day, and an NBA team is a small group of people.
Yep.
It's not football, and we already watched the football locker room get blown apart by this stuff last year.
And we watched the Warrior road record suffer because they weren't really on the same page.
Right. Now, that was because somebody really hated it. Like, two guys hated each other, right? They were like really.
Right.
And so that's sort of on the emotional end. But I don't see that's why I said what I said the other day about the toxicity. It doesn't mean Jonathan's toxic, and it doesn't mean the Warriors are toxic. It means the situation is and threatens to be if you welcome that into your daily grind. That grind has got to be about a common goal. It has to be about nothing other than winning the basketball game. And it's not between these two right now.
Right
it
now,
just isn't.
I mean, it's August 1st.
But it hasn't been for a long time.
Right, but we have between now and October 15th. And so, if things get to the point where Kaminga either has to take 2 years and 45 and give up a player option for year 2 or play on the qualifying offer. If those are his only 2 options, then he comes into October with a certain choice. Either, you try to do what the Warriors need you to do while also trying to fulfill your own goals, or you can, be somebody who is a malcontent or a me player, and if they're going to DNP you and whatever can devolve from there. I don't think that we're at the point yet where Kaminga has the ability to just say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to just be this player no matter what. I do think we have a long time. October 1st is when he either has to sign his QO or not. So there's still 2 months worth of posturing that can go on.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that we're in a rush right now. I'm just saying that you can't open camp like this. Can't do it.
You can't, but camp's not going to open for another 6 or 7 weeks.
I mean, of course, again, this doesn't need to happen today. I don't think that it will. I get that we've got new, fresh meat now because we've got a name. And by the way, it's not a boring name. Like some of the names that have been thrown out there with Phoenix and Sacramento to this point are kind of silly. Now you're talking about a 27-year-old who scored 17 points a game last year. We're talking about a real basketball player in Malik Monk. We're not talking about second-round draft picks. We're talking about firsts. And so now we're starting to talk about a real thing. And I think the deal itself, in theory, is an interesting one. And we'll get to that. But the Warriors, whenever it gets to this, the Warriors cannot let it get to the point of Jonathan Kuminga on the qualifying offer. And honestly, I know how I would handle it, and I have a feeling they would too. If it came to that, that's so nuclear. If you really think about what's at stake here, that's so nuclear. And if all it is $8 million and Jonathan signs $8 million, if I'm the Warriors, I'd threaten to just be like, well, then don't come. Stay home. Because that's nuclear. The qualifying offer is such a middle finger to this situation that means you are walking into camp already livid with one another.
Most likely.
And no, if I'm the Warriors, no, you don't get a key to the building then.
Well, then, I mean, you could offer him 2 for 40.
And they have.
You offer him 2 for 45.
And they have.
Right. So if you don't want 2 for 45.
Doesn't want to be a Warrior.
Well, then what do you want to do? Do you want to sit out the year? Then sit out the year. And you know what? You go from 2 for 45 to 1 for 8 to 1 for 0. And if you want to do 1 for 0, do 1 for 0. And if you're going to be that toxic, then we don't want you anyway.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
That's not where I think that we are yet.
We're not there yet.
No, and I don't think that we'll get there.
No, I don't either. But my point is I don't think he can be on the team this year. I've made that very clear.
I know, I do think that he can be on the team. And I wonder about the role of the agent in all this, because it feels to me like he has mismanaged it like 11 different kind of ways.
He's busy right now. He's on Twitter fighting with fans. So there's that. All right, we'll let you hear some of what Sam Amick had to say, the specifics of the relationship, whether or not Jonathan wants to be a Warrior. He addressed all of this with the Morning Roast today. Coming up at 4:30 today, Valkyries and Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. We're brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Your phone calls are welcome right now. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1 pound strawberries, 6 ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Transform your kitchen with a cutting-edge design and performance of Genair luxury appliances available at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Known for pushing the boundaries of innovation and style, Genair offers a bold selection of exclusive appliances that bring sophistication and function to any space. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying Genair purchases. Discover your statement piece and explore the full Genair collection in-store at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days, now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Tom Papa on his Grateful Bread tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on October 4th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there he is. JK.
Yep. 6 man this year.
For someone.
The Warriors.
Is that honestly your prediction?
My prediction in this moment,
what is your prediction?
My prediction is that he gets traded to Sacramento.
Mine too.
And the only sticking point right now, there are two sticking points. One, the Warriors need to offload salary to make it work. I don't know what the Kaminga sign and trade number will be, but whatever that number is, it's either going to be a Buddy Hield number or a Moses Moody number. It all depends on what the Kings absorb and then what the Warriors are able to get back, right? And the other piece is this conditional or this protected first-round pick. And I said this to the group earlier. I'm at the point now for the Warriors, if you really want to get this done, then fine. It's a protected first-round pick. Who cares? So you don't get it in 2030, then you get it in 2031.
But then it would be the worst of two picks between the Kings and Spurs.
Right.
Is what it would kick to. If the Kings did have a lottery pick in 2030, you wouldn't get it. Instead, you get a first rounder the next year, and it would be the lesser of the Kings or Spurs first round pick.
Right. The way I look at that is the Kings are always bad. They're always in the lottery, except for 1 year in the past 20. And the Spurs, if you want to go ahead and set your Wemby clock, when you get to 2031, do we think that Wemby's going to still be a Spurs?
I would argue yes.
Well, he doesn't have to be.
He doesn't have to be.
He can get one of those Supermax deals and whatever.
But they're doing a wonderful job of putting people around him.
Right.
And you know, he's still such a pup, and they're going to have the bird rights and the Supermax and all of the I mean, yeah, I would bet that he would still be a San Antonio Spurs.
The bet would be, but honestly, if I'm the Warriors, I would not let that be a sticking point. And if they believe what you believe, which is this thing is, shout out Britney Spears, it's so toxic that we can't make it work. If you get Malik Monk, and I do think that you'd probably get a second or a couple of seconds in the Buddy Hield to whoever
I don't know.
shuffle.
Yeah,
I don't even know how that would work. But if you get Malik Monk and Horford and Melton and maybe a last-minute GP2, and you don't have to worry about what you're calling toxicity, that's a win for me.
But I would lean toward what your point was 10 minutes ago. No hurry.
No, I agree.
Yeah, so why? Don't take it right now.
Of course.
I think that people look at that and they go, come on, just do it, first-round pick. Think to yourself, okay, go through whatever draft you want, last handful of drafts. How big of a difference is it to pick in the top 10 or to pick more closer to like 15 to 20? I think it's wildly significant.
It depends on who you are.
It is, and it also depends on that particular draft, and there's no way to scout that right now because those kids are still in high school. Some of them are in middle school, quite frankly.
Exactly, right?
So
your son could be a lottery pick.
He's
a little player.
Anyway,
a little player.
Little. Anyway,
well, based on your family, he's going to be 6'7". Your oldest son might be 6'7" by the time you get home,
and still can't dunk. But anyway,
ouch.
But we can't. we can't jump. I'm sorry, white men can't jump. It's a true phrase. Anyway,
Willard men can't jump.
No, they can't. But anyway, point is this: I think that's very significant. Think to yourself when you go into a draft, how do you feel about the chances of getting a real player if you're like picking 5th versus if you're picking 17th? That's a thing. That's a real thing. So I get why the Warriors are balking at that right now. And it is only August 1st. So no, they don't need to hurry. However, you start to wonder about all the different cooks in the kitchen and what they're thinking about it. I don't know if you caught this. There was a recent ESPN broadcast where Mark Spears was the guest, another very highly tapped-in NBA reporter. And he said he ran into Gary Payton II recently. And Mark looked at him and said, "What's going on?" And Gary looked at him in the first sentence out of his mouth, "Waiting on JK."
Of course.
That was Gary's answer to what's going on. Waiting on JK. And he goes, and so's Al Horford, and so's DeAnthony Melton, and each of those people have their own lives, their own agent, their own families, their own geography, their own homes. Is everybody just going to chill and wait? And for how long? I don't think they've got a bunch of people knocking down their door. It's been such a weird and kind of like stiff market this offseason. So I don't think there's a whole lot of spending left to happen. So I think these guys assume that they are probably going to be Warriors, but at the same time, it goes one way if you trade him, it goes another way if you keep him, for sure. That's a totally different financial structure, and so it trickles down. So I don't know what level of urgency there is. It does not feel like there's much.
No, because if you already have talked to Al, and Al said, yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell people I'm going to retire or wait, and the Warriors are like, yeah, you're coming, and Al's like, yeah, whatever. The money's not huge. I want to play with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, so great. And Melton's getting better off his knee, and he's thinking, I was actually doing great with you guys, and I'm going to have a role. I'm going to come. And Dunleavy's like, yeah, okay, take your time. And GP2 is thinking, you guys have my bird rights, and so whatever you actually pay me doesn't have to affect your tax the way it would another team. And you know what? The offers really aren't there for me, and that's why Kevon Looney was at day 2 of free agency or day 1. It's like,
yeah, it was I think it was at least day 2.
Right, 2 and 16, pow. And it's like the Warriors weren't going to offer him that, and so he bounced. And so if Gary had an offer like that, I think that he already would be gone. And if Al had a really big offer somewhere that he wanted to be at, he'd be gone. And so if all these things are like handshake, wink, wink, let's wait, they're in no rush.
I keep looking at this situation. I try to do this, and there's some guesswork involved, and I'm not going to act like I've got it all figured out by any stretch, but I look at when you get a negotiation or you get a standoff, what is being asked for and what is being threatened. And here's what really strikes me in this situation. Do you want to know what the Warriors are threatening? You know what they're threatening JK with? Being a Warrior.
Right.
That's what they're threatening him with. If you don't kind of comply to what we want, and hey, Kings, if you don't comply, then JK, your punishment is you're on the team. And what I take from that is that while we sit here and I listen to very reasoned points like yours with regard to, hey, these are adults and they're smart, and JK has been, right, he's got a good head on his shoulders and he's been mature through all this, and Steve is a master communicator, and you got Steph and Draymond and veterans around who can help the whole thing. This is the Golden State Warriors. This is the most expensive franchise in basketball. Like, they really, really know what they're doing. You're right, but that's what we know. What we don't know is what's going on behind the scenes. And my read on this right now is that this is way more dramatic, way more contentious, way more bleep you than what anybody is ever going to let on publicly. And you can see it by the little leverage points that are being pushed. Okay? These reporters that keep flying out to watch Jonathan work out, they're not doing that on a whim. They're being invited to come sit with Jonathan so that he can tell his side of the story and get that out there and use social media and his agent to leverage the situation. There's a reason that it's taking this long and this much information is flowing. It's because these two sides do not see eye to eye even a little bit. And the idea that this will be fixed to the level that where people can actually play winning basketball together and have everybody happy so that stats are happening and wins are happening and floor spacing is happening and other players on the minimum are all, like, I just find it all far-fetched. I find it incredibly far-fetched.
It's a bit of a long shot, but I do also think about two things. One, if the Warriors offered 2 and 45, 2 years and 45 with the team option, and Kaminga said no, which is reported, I believe it, and all the rest of it. So if you're the Warriors and you're thinking, all right, you want to get paid, and let's be honest, you know and we know that if we sign you to this deal, we're going to trade you. We're going to do everything we can to trade you in January, and that's what you want. That's what we want, because we get $21.5 million back in salary, and so it's kind of like what they did with Jordan Poole. It's what they did with Chris Paul, although they got nothing for it. It's what they did with D'Angelo Russell. It's what the Warriors do. Kevin Durant, he agreed to a sign and trade. Klay Thompson, sign and trade. Like Kaminga, if you would just like play ball with us.
Yeah, but you're asking a lot. I don't know.
Not really.
I think you really are.
It depends on what he wants to do. And so you offered Kuminga 2 and 45, which is more than 7.9. And I do believe that, the agent and the player know and the team knows you're going to play here for whatever, 4 months, and then we're going to trade you. And, we're going to trade you, but he wants the control.
Right, but
and
that's
so
a
you
lot.
want the control.
That's a lot. If you've got Phoenix already offering you $90 million and you've got Sacramento offering you $63, and you say, hey, we'll offer you $45, I know you're thinking about AAV, but the bottom line is Jonathan's like, dude, you're asking me to not have millions of dollars guaranteed.
Right, but
by the way, you're going to, at minimum, you can promise me that you're going to trade me. You don't know that you're going to have another taker for me. Plus, by the way, I have no idea where that is. Are you sending me to Charlotte? Are you sending me to New Orleans, Washington? Where are you sending me? Secondly, now you're asking me to play for you for at least 4 months, which is kind of excruciating because I don't even know if you're going to play me. And so my stats are going to suffer through this period of time, by the way, and I might also get hurt. No. I get why he's like,
Sure.
No, I don't want to do that.
Well, I get that part of it, but the other piece is you don't get to decide where we trade you. So if you want us to trade you to Sacramento because
he does
it's a 3-year deal,
but that's partially his choice because he's signing.
Sure, it's his choice, but if Sacramento is offering you a deal that you don't love, and I think that Malik Monk and a protected first it's probably fair, but really it would have to be an unprotected first for the Warriors, and then you have to send Buddy Hield somewhere, and maybe you get a second back, and Sacramento gets a little something for their effort. Whatever it is, if the Warriors don't think that is a deal that is fair or good, and it's interesting to note that the offer from Sacramento feels like it's gotten better. Initially, it was Dario Saric.
Exactly. So keep waiting. Maybe it will continue to get better.
Keep waiting. And so if you're the Warriors, you are in no rush because whatever else you're going to do in free agency feels like it's already like wink, wink, nod, nod, done.
Right.
So, yeah, you're good. You offered Kuminga $2 and $45, and he said no. And so, all right, JK, you go ahead and keep shopping yourself for these sign and trades. And if we find an offer that we actually like, we'll do it. If not, we're going to call your bluff.
I mean,
for
listen,
7.9.
At a certain point, what's interesting here, and this is part of what the Warriors' power is, it's almost like you're kicking to JK and his agent, hey, you go negotiate
Exactly.
with
You do the work.
You go tell them to up their offer if that's where you want to go, because we'll send you there.
Sure.
But not for that.
Right.
Like, so that starts to happen. And is JK dying to go to Sacramento when Phoenix is offering him 90? No, he's probably dying to go to Phoenix. But Sacramento's better than Golden State. And so,
Phoenix doesn't have a first-round pick to give.
Correct.
So
correct.
And if the Warriors are saying we need a first, as a part of the deal, and Phoenix is like I mean we kind of already
Phoenix is a mess.
They're a mess.
They're a total mess.
And so and Sacramento's not going to get rid of Keegan Murray as much as I would have thought. Hey, he's in a final year of his deal that actually might work. And if it's Malik Monk and I'm the Warriors, I'm thinking, okay,
good player,
good start.
Yeah, it's a good player
and a great fit, I think, for this team. A 3-and-D guy.
I agree. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, Sam Amick, Kim on the morning show, had some very, very key comments. We'll play him in just a moment, but want to get to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hi, Trevor. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? I don't understand why he's not taking the 2 for $40 unless he's just wanting to force a trade right now. So I kind of agree that this is just one big game, I feel like. I know he wants to be out of there, but I think 2 for $45 for Kaminga. If I'm Kaminga, I'm looking at that and taking that because you look at it from two sides here. If you get traded halfway through the year before the deadline, that's great. If you don't, you're getting more than what the Warriors what you're going to sign for, right? At the $7.5 million. I'm trying to understand why he wouldn't do that.
Because Trevor, because there's 2 reasons. There's 2 other teams that are offering him way more. Number 1, and number 2, those teams are also offering him more playing time. I don't like. I totally get what you're sort of like where you're coming from, but if you notice what both teams are balking at is the idea of Jonathan Kaminga still being on the team. That's what everyone's balking at. Like I
agree, but you're saying 2 teams are offering him money.
They are,
and the team that's in control is the Warriors right now.
Correct.
So those teams, that money is irrelevant. It's what the Warriors like. And so that's why I'm saying if I'm Kaminga and I'm looking at this, I know I have no power to force that trade even if it is worth more money. So how does that? I'm just looking at it from a logical standpoint from Kaminga's side and thinking, why keep playing this game when you're not going to get anywhere with it?
Well, I get, Trevor, thanks. I think the answer is he doesn't want to be a Warrior. That's why. And the leverage that he has is if he can get the Warriors to believe that he'll play on the qualifying offer, then they lose all control. They lose all control. Now suddenly he has a no-trade clause effectively as someone playing on the QO and becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, and the Warriors can lose him for nothing, which is what they do not want to do. That's the leverage Kuminga has. The problem with that is that represents his absolute lowest dollar amount by a significant margin, and I don't think the Warriors actually believe that he'll do that. If they get to the point where they believe that he'll do that, then that might force a little bit of action.
It might, but at the same time, I don't think that they're going to just take an offer because they're feeling like he's pressuring them to, I dare you to keep me and watch what happens when you keep me. I do think that the push and pull of it, and it's playing out in the media now, and you're right, that makes it a little bit more toxic where, many fans are like, wait, you wouldn't want to take 2 and 45? That's way more than what you're going to make, even though you have to give up 2 years of control. You'll still be a free agent when you're 25, and so in the Warriors, the report that they're no longer pursuing these sign and trades, even though I'm sure they're taking calls and they're still kind of poking around. But the ball right now is more in Kuminga's court about, all right, go out and bring us an offer that we love and we'll get you out of here.
Sam Amick, The Athletic, is the one who wrote the article and had the terms earlier today. He was on the Morning Roast with Shasky and, let's see, it was Evan today, right? Yeah, it was Evan and Shasky today talking this out. And he was asked, if Jonathan Kuminga has any interest in even being a Warrior at all.
Yeah, I think that's pretty evident. He's talking about or signaling that he's potentially willing to pick up the qualifying offer, which is, about as dicey a move as you can come across in today's NBA. If you break down the math and you start talking about $7.9 million, versus the $21.7 the Warriors are offering him to stay, it's tough for him to make that up. In his next contract. And I think speaks volumes about how he sees that situation. He wants control, and he wants, his freedom, but that's where restricted free agency is challenging. As far as just take the contract and the money aside and the mood, that part, we know the backstory. Steve Kerr is somebody who has obviously at times been frustrated by the limitations in Jonathan's game, and it's pretty evident that the Warriors are willing to move on.
Okay, so basically his response there, and again, that's what I'm saying, the idea of playing on the qualifying offer is about as loud of a statement that you can make that I don't want to be on your team. And so that is my way of getting control so that I can firmly, once and for all, get the hell out of here. Is he going to leave that many millions on the table to do that? Maybe. Listen to this answer with regard to scar tissue between the player and the staff.
So, my feeling is I think the players can, but man, there's just a lot of scar tissue between the coaching staff and Jonathan. And especially, I thought about this last night as I was writing this piece. If he takes the qualifying offer, I know fan and media-wise, we're guilty of glossing over because they make so much money, they're not as human as everybody else. But think about the human factor and going to work every single day, knowing that you just took the option that jams up your employer strategically in a pretty major way. Yeah. And you are compromising your own security in a pretty major way at the same time. That's a calculated risk by definition. From a work comfort environment type standpoint, that sounds miserable to me. You know what I mean? It just sounds like I did this because that is the strategy, but now we have to live together and work together. And I say live together because these guys this is not a 9-to-5 deal. You guys are together all the time. So does that, how does the coaching staff use Kaminga if he's on the qualifying offer and there's maybe hard feelings about him taking that approach? Just what is the vibe? What is the mood? I could see it impacting, what they're trying to accomplish for sure.
I mean, and he's talking about the coaching staff, and I know where my mind goes. I know somebody who has very little time left in his career. And if a young player on the team, quote unquote, jams up the plan while Steph literally, I mean, many people think this is already over, but any flickering hope of Steph Curry achieving something at a championship level gets, quote unquote, jammed up by this situation. Again, I go back to my original point. That makes me think, no, y'all can't play together. You can't do this.
Well, we don't know what actually they feel, and we don't know what actually can be rebuilt if this is the way that goes. And you mentioned the nuclear option, and I do think that is the worst-case scenario where he just says, fine, no sign and trade. I don't want your $45 million because I don't want a team option for year 2. Then I'll just bet on myself. And he already put that out on social media. I'm not afraid to bet on myself. And it's like, okay, bet on yourself. And like you're saying, you get into a spot where, the coaching staff might look at it and go, this is not going to work. And so we're just going to go ahead and give you the Reese Beekman treatment, and you're going to be a DNP coach's decision. We're not even going to dress you in games because we're so far down the road, and we don't think you fit, and we don't like the way you're going about things. So that could be worst case for both sides.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Chris Rose is going to join us in 20 minutes. He's awesome. We love having Chris on, and we can talk to him about anything, certainly after the trade deadline. But Cleveland and the Niners on each other's schedule this year. We can talk NFL with him as well. So that's about 20 minutes away. Let's twist this conversation this way, though. And you can weigh in. 888-957-9570. If this thing went down with the Kings and the Warriors had to give up Moody or Buddy, which one you giving up? It's Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save on organic blackberries and raspberries with Prime. Get 2 half pints for $7 through August 12th. It's time for the best and juiciest of the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into video only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Yep. I mean...
And I got your back, JK. I'm out here fighting for you. I'm fighting for my life. It's true.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan
Not
Kuminga.
again.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Hey, Dibs.
I mean, twice was unnecessary. My
Dab
pick
Nation,
stink.
this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Here we go.
Hey, Dibs. Your pick stinks.
Yeah, it's actually nice of him. There was just one pick that
He's going to play it one more time for a specific reason.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Can we say it together?
Dibs, your pick stinks.
3, 2, 1. 4 was unnecessary. Yeah, it really... But sometimes unnecessary.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
This is Santos. Just whatever. They all think my pick stinks, and... You know, I had last night, I had it nailed over a touchdown and a half for Trey Lance. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was not your pick last night.
Whatever.
You made that up.
Would have been.
You made that up.
Let Trey cook.
Oh, God.
With every throw he made last night, that was in Shanahan's face.
Oh, yeah. Boy, I bet
Shanny,
Kyle,
you blew it.
I bet he had a hard time sleeping last night.
Well, you know, we feel like we kind of blew that. I mean, I stand by the draft pick and stuff, and then, you know, trading him was too premature and stuff because we had to overpay Brock and stuff. And, well, I mean, Trey looks good and stuff.
Can't wait for Kyle Shanahan press conferences.
Let's go, Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle.
First game in 8 days, right?
Well, no.
First game.
Yeah, thank
air
you.
quotes.
They're
two
not
fingers.
They're not called air quotes. Yeah, they're 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I don't know if he gone, but like I'm ready to share a painful opinion. If it comes down to Buddy or Moses, yeah, you got to let Buddy go. And I hate that because he's funny and he's Buddy and he's buttered and he's Batman and he's 2 fingers.
I'm Batman.
He's freaking delightful.
He's awesome.
And there are nights where he can win you a basketball game. He did it in the playoffs.
And he plays every single game.
Plays every game. He's a phenomenal shooter sometimes, right? He's very streaky like often shooters are. But for me, the reason you have to stick with Moses Moody is the part of the court we never talk about, which is what happens on the other end. And I know that Moses was terrible in the playoffs, and now we know that his elbow was just awful and he, or thumb or whatever the hell it was. He couldn't shoot. And so, okay, I get it. So it's a little bit of a bad taste in our mouth. But at the same time, what I saw is somebody who was quickly developing into that player who could take who could take on the role of guarding the best player on the other team. What he did against, for example, Cade Cunningham at the end of a win against Detroit late in the season, I thought was just absolute next-level stuff. GP2, A, I don't know if he's going to be on the team, and B, I think he's losing a step. And so I think that from that perspective, I think Moses Moody, younger and more valuable long-term, even though the entertainment side of me, the joy side of me would rather Buddy Hield would stay. But if you got to get rid of one of them, I think the basketball move is probably to keep Moses.
Agreed, and I do think that the 3-and-D aspect of it is what carries the day, where you've got a guy who can play much better defense. And yeah, you'd like Buddy's shooting, because if you think about a team without Buddy and you do have Moses, well, Moses is not as good of a shooter, and you've got Draymond who doesn't really shoot it, and Jimmy doesn't really shoot it, and TJD doesn't shoot it, and you start to go all the way down the roster, and you don't have as much spacing as you would with Buddy Hield. But the Buddy Hield contract is really attractive. He makes about 9 this year and then 10 the next, and so it's a contract where if you're a team looking for just a shooter, somebody to come in and you come in and shoot, buddy. He's a guy who can be very attractive if you need a third team to facilitate it. And the reason why we mention it is if there's a sign and trade with Sacramento, you would likely need a third team to take on about $8 to $11 million worth of contract.
Yeah, but you don't have to, by the way, but that's an apron deal. The Warriors would want to clear some more salary. It's not a rule or anything like that, but they would probably want to do that. Sam Amick this morning did weigh in on the potential of Malik Monk's fit with the Warriors. Sounds like something you and I would both be in favor of, but we'll hear that in a second. But first, Benjamin in Petaluma next up. Hi, Benjamin. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yep.
I was just taking a look at our lineup stats from last year on the NBA website, and Moses was in both of our most played lineups, and that's our best net rating was with him in the lineup. So when it comes down to it, I mean, you're adding shooting with Malik Monk in that deal. Sorry, I love Buddy too. He's great, but gotta say goodbye for that defense. And again, Moses is proving young winning player. I don't think it's any question.
Yeah, Benjamin. I like, as painful as it is, that is I think how I would play it if I were running the basketball team. If I were a fan, I would and that was it. And I mean, I am, but the fan side in me does not want Buddy Hield to go, just for the press conferences, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and the enjoyment, and he and Jimmy Butler have become, a total buddy comedy after games, and those are things from an entertainment standpoint that have great value. But Moses Moody, if you did trade Kaminga in a sign and trade, and you want to look at the young core, Wiseman gone, Poole gone, Kaminga gone, Moody here, Pod's here. And, sure, TJD. Sure. I mean, we can go all the way through to, Tui and Will Richard, and, those are going to be rookies and whatnot. But the two-timeline guys, if we go back to the two-timeline ideology, which was never their ideology, it was ours, and it was about Moody, Kaminga, Poole, and Wiseman. And you'd only have one of those guys left, and it would be the lowest drafted player. Oh, no, Poole was a lower drafted player, but a guy who averaged 20 a game, and you'd be left with just Moody. Two timelines would officially be dead.
Well, I think it already is.
I agreed. But,
you know what I mean? But,
the Kaminga departure would really, for me, signal the official end of two timelines.
I hear you. So here's what Amick said about if Monk could and how he would fit with the Warriors.
I like it. I like Malik's game. It's funny. Last season, after the Kings traded De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio, you saw the limitations in Malik's game because they put him in the primary point guard spot, and he's a fantastic playmaker, but there's just something that didn't work about it. You just don't want. I don't think Malik being the number one guy at that spot. The Warriors' landscape is so much different, where you talk about him being complimentary, but being dynamic and not being asked to do some of the things that were outside of his skill set like he was last year. The guy can light it up. You know what I mean? He just absolutely can light it up. And if you even compared, like, let's say that in the Warriors front office, it was a Buddy versus Malik comparison. Malik doesn't shoot the lights out quite like Buddy does, but he can shoot that thing. And he also, in an ISO setting, just when you need to give Steph and Jimmy, a break offensively, he's dynamic. I've seen him win games for the Kings. You guys remember in the playoff series between the Warriors and the Kings, Malik had some amazing games. Yep. So basketball wise, I think it could be fantastic. And then you add that to a high level first, like it's a pretty decent offer that again, I could see transpiring in an actual deal down the road.
Okay. Okay. And by the way, I completely agree with that thought process, and I know where my mind goes. Go back to the playoffs just this year. And what did it feel like watching the Warriors on offense? It felt to me like when they were playing the Houston Rockets, their experience allowed them to win that game win that series because the Rockets were so kind of like young and streaky. But from an athleticism standpoint, didn't it look like, wow, the Rockets, when they're going right, like they can just get a shot. Like they had so many people who were longer, taller, younger,
faster,
bouncier than the Warriors, and so they could get a shot. And the Warriors, because they're the Warriors and there's the brilliance of people like Steph and Jimmy Butler and whatnot, like they were able to cobble it together. Buddy had a game, but that idea of we're getting late in the shot clock, we need to just find somebody who can go get a shot. It kind of became, well, Jimmy can go to the free throw line. That kind of became what the Warriors did.
Right.
It's late in the shot clock. Hey, Jimmy, go get to the line. Wouldn't it be nice, and this was reminiscent of the first Warrior, kind of the first part of the dynasty, when they lost in the finals to Cleveland, I believe that this was the phone call from Draymond to Kevin Durant. Like, we don't have anybody who can just, you know my nickname for it, the here you take it guy.
Exactly.
You take the ball. Go create a shot. And the Warriors don't have that. Malik Monk does that.
He does that.
He does that.
Especially off the dribble.
Yes.
If you look at his three-point percentages since he left the Lakers, they've been subpar. Last year, 32.5% from three.
Not great.
And again, it would be better on this team because of the Steph gravity, for sure. But that's not the player that you would need him to be. He's a guy who doesn't need to start. He did a lot last year, but prior to last year, he didn't start a ton in his career. And he's a guy who you can give him the ball and say, all right, go cook. You know, not every possession. He's not a high usage guy, but when he has the ball, he can score in the mid-range. He can get to the basket. He can shoot the three okay. He becomes a much more, I think, fittable offensive piece than Kaminga, who only does the one thing, which is, I need the ball. I need to cook. I need the ha-ha. Malik Monk can do a little bit more than that as a more dynamic scorer.
Well, and a creator, by the way. This is someone who averaged almost 6 assists a game. Like I love the way Amick kind of put it there, which is like you don't want him to be your primary, like the offense is running the ball through his hands guy, but he can do that in spots and really do it well as a complementary piece, which is obviously what he would largely be here because of the presence of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And I think it's also what you said there at the beginning. Like, what has Malik Monk done for the majority of his career? He's come off the bench. Malik is not going to be like, I need this and I need that and I want to start and this is how many minutes I need and all of that stuff, because you're really asking him, if he were to come to the Warriors, to do exactly what he's already been doing. And he kills the Warriors.
Right. So
that would be the end of that.
Addition by subtraction,
yes.
A little bit of that. And, you know, a guy who can just step in and play the role you need him to play. And, you know, Kuminga then would be traded to Sacramento, and he likely would be their starting power forward, and they could shuffle Keegan Murray around, and they could do things with their offense to where Murray's now the small forward, and, you know, Kuminga gets a chance to play in a role that he wants. And unfortunately, it would probably involve Buddy Hield or Moses Moody being on the move, depending on the money. And I'm kind of with you. Like, as much as I would hate to see Buddy go, I do think that would be the better loss for the Warriors.
Chris Rose is going to join us next. I think this is going to end up happening. You notice how many reporters have spent the last 6 weeks going, look, the most likely thing still is JK returning to the Warriors. And all of a sudden, in the last 48 hours, they're like, kind of land 50-50. And Sacramento's offer moved, reportedly.
Big time.
Reportedly. So this would be my guess right now. This would be my guess. All right, 4:30 this afternoon, Valkyries and Chicago Sky. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, there it is. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Chris Rose, who is fantastic on baseball and everything for that matter. But Chris Rose, one of our absolute favorites, is going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
When businesses thrive, Communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The back-to-school deals at Kohl's are so good, it'll feel like spoiling yourself. With 20% off the stuff your kids will actually wear, like jeans, tees, sneakers, and more. You can do it all without overdoing your budget. See? Sometimes parents get spoiled too. Head to Kohl's or Kohls.com to start the year off right for less. Select styles. Coupon ends August 10th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Discover the innovation and luxury of Jenn-Air appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying purchases. Explore the full Jenn-Air line in-store or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota Hybrid. Check out the hottest deals on 17 Toyota Hybrid models from the longest-lasting brand on the road. And right now, get a low-cost lease on 2025 Prius. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care. That's 2 years of complimentary maintenance. These deals won't wait, and neither should you. With more MPG and a new Toyota Hybrid, it's time to hit the road. Toyota, let's go places.
Offer available through TFS suppliers with premium rated credit. Offers end date 4/25.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Predictions.
Yep.
Sports predictions.
They're great.
Who would have predicted the Giants being full-blown sellers at the deadline?
Nobody 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago? Buster Posey was on Sunday Night Baseball talking about who he was going to try to go trade for.
That's awkward.
That was Sunday. Today's Friday.
Well, he actually did trade for, I believe, 8 different people.
8 players. Yeah,
so he's not wrong.
They're people.
They're actually human beings. Shout out Blade Tidwell.
You know who else is a human being?
I know a lot of people.
Well, Chris Rose is one of them. River Island's guest line. We love Chris. John Boy Media, NFL Network. He's been everywhere throughout his career, and now he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a human being, Chris Rose. Hi, Chris. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, one of one.
Yes.
Gentlemen, one of.
The only one with NFL, MLB, and BattleBots on his resume, I believe.
True.
And, well, soon to be American Gladiators. We're bringing that show back.
Come on, Chris.
Yes. So we shot it recently. We shot 2 seasons. It's going to be on Amazon Prime early in 2026. It was a ton of fun. So for those of you that remember the original version from 85 to 96, and then they brought it back, I believe, with the Hulkster about 17 years ago. I don't think it went great, but this one's we pay homage to the original while kind of turning it into the 2025 version. It's a lot of fun.
I have a deep respect for you, so this question comes from that space. Have you ever been offered a job and said no thank you?
What are you calling me? A job freak?
Yeah, that was aggressive.
A busy man.
I'm sitting with Dibs, so I know how he meant that, but I also get how you took it.
I get it. I get it. No, hey, listen, you're talking to the guy that called Celebrity Boxing 1 and 2, so I have to take this. You know,
so you said yes to that too.
Yeah.
I called Greg Brady against Danny Bonaducci. I called that fight. So that is on the resume. And folks, as they say, the Rose kids need shoes too.
Well,
so you know, sometimes you got to accept that stuff.
I love it.
Our producers called, and what did you say, Chris?
I don't know. What did I say?
You said yes.
You doing?
You said yes. I mean, here you are.
To this?
Here you are.
Well, now I really regret it. But other than that, we're doing great.
Oh, man. We're just a little bit bitter over the fact that our Giants have gone in the tank, Chris. I'm sorry.
Wait a second. Hold on. You guys know what, I'm a fan of, right? You know where I'm from.
Cleveland, yes.
Yep.
Right? Well, your closer had to clean out his locker because he got traded. Our closer had to clean out his locker for another reason.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
at least you got something for yours.
Well, fair. I mean, you got good betting advice.
No comment.
Okay. Some people value that. But, no, what is your perspective on what was clearly, throughout baseball, the most stunning about face in terms of the plan?
I think it was smart. I hate to say this, but even when the Giants were off to that great start through the first 6 weeks or whatever it was, I was skeptical at best because I did not love their lineup. And then they made the trade for Devers, which although I don't think that Rafael Devers is a $300 million ball player because he's a great hitter. He really is. But I don't think he adds much else. And so I personally would say if I'm going to pay $300 million to a guy, I'd want a little bit more elsewhere. But I understand why Buster Posey did that, right? They've had such a tough time getting elite hitters out to that ballpark for whatever reason over the last decade plus. So I understood that. But even with Devers in the middle of that lineup, it just didn't feel complete enough. And this team... I hate to say this to Giants fans because I like watching them. I know some of the guys on that team. I like Buster. This is not a good enough team to make the playoffs. And it wasn't before yesterday or 2 days ago when Rodgers first got traded. It just isn't good enough. And they're going to have to do a long, thorough search in the offseason to see how they can supplement this lineup yet again. I know Giants fans are sick of hearing this, because it feels like we talk about this every offseason, but they have to do it. They're going to have to figure it out. You've got kind of your cornerstone with Devers, who, when he is right and when he's mentally good to go, he is an elite hitter. So you've got that. Now it's how do we figure out the rest of the lineup, because it's just not good enough.
Do you think it's fair to look at Devers after almost 8 weeks and say, well, it takes time for a player to adjust to a new league, a new city, a new ballpark, and all the rest of it? Is that a fair grace period to give to a guy?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's hard. Let's put ourselves in a guy's shoes, and people will say this. Well, you could pay me $300 million and I'll move anywhere in the country for it. It won't bother me. Well, we're not paying you $300 million because you can't freaking hit the ball out of the infield. And same thing for me. So they're not asking us to do it. So let's take that off the table. He's not like us. He is superhuman when it comes to this ability. He knew one organization. And I think that the way that things went down in Boston, and he shouldn't be absolved from the situation. He created part of this. That my guess is that it bothered him. And I think if you were to sit down with him at some point, it could be a year from now or whatever, and say, do you regret how things went down in Boston? He probably would say yes. And so my guess is that not only are you moving, and you're moving your family across country to a new organization and everything else, and they might be excited to see you, and they might have a press conference like instead of a trade, they signed you to a free agent deal. That was bizarre. But I think that this whole thing is screwed with him a little bit mentally. I really do. And I don't think you'll start seeing the best of Rafael Devers till 2026.
Chris Rose is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, John Boy Media, and Out and About NFL, apparently American Gladiators. We could go through all the list every time, but Chris, we know Chris, glad to have him. Chris, when you look at this situation, when you make a statement like that, like, I just don't think the lineup's good enough, does that kind of absolve Bob Melvin from any of what has taken place? What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I do think that there's limitations in this lineup. I just do. But the things that he can control and has to be on top of have been sloppy. The last 7 to 10 days have been horrible to watch. And it's not just Elliot Ramos. I mean, there's been some other things. Heck, even the play the other day, was it Rodgers that I saw that was covering first?
Yes.
And didn't know where the ball was? Like,
correct.
That was bizarre. And we've seen some stuff, right? Ronald Acuna scored from first base on a ball that was hit like 60 feet past the infield. That stuff was weird. Those are the areas where I don't care what your lineup looks like. And I don't care who's learning new positions and maybe is playing a little bit out of... That stuff shouldn't happen consistently. It can happen here and there. I mean, Austin Wells the other day for the Yankees forgot how many outs there were. And he said, yeah, I was just being a dummy, and that happens to every good baseball player, good team. But when you're fighting for the ability to maybe add players and you're getting swept at home by the Pirates, like, that sort of stuff is inexcusable. And to me, that does fall on leadership a little bit.
And at what point, then, do you start to hold leadership accountable in the ultimate way?
Well, let's put it this way. If you fired Bob Melvin, does this team become a playoff team?
Not just because of that, no.
No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, Gabe Kapler got them to 107 wins a few years ago, and then a couple of years later, he's out. Like, the manager situation is tricky these days, particularly because nobody is honest with the public in terms of what is decided before a game, how much does the manager actually do during games. You'll never hear it out of a manager's mouth because they want to make it feel like they do kind of rule the roost, right? Just like in the old days, in the 80s and 90s, before front offices really took on a new role in the game. And you won't hear it out of the front office because they want to run and hide if they don't want to be held responsible for what happens on the field. They only want to be held responsible for who's in the dugout. So nobody will ever tell you the truth on that sort of stuff. So at the end of the day, you just kind of, it's interesting because I'm obviously a big Terry Francona fan. I've known Terry a long time, but based on what he did in Cleveland, Well, he gets down to Cincinnati, and they're like, God, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't know how to manage a bullpen. I feel like I'm watching David Bell teams all over again, and I just sit there and I laugh because I'm like, really, guys? This is what we're doing now? Like, nobody likes either your manager because of his bullpen decisions or your offensive coordinator because the guy sucks and can't call plays. Like, just stop with that. Stop complaining.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right, but it goes even further than that. Like, this won't surprise you because the Giants have had such a hard time hitting the ball, but we get calls on the daily of, like, fire Pat Burrell, the hitting coach of the Giants. And I think a lot of us are like, what the hell does that do? Like, what? I mean, have we reached a spot, Chris, where these managers and coaches that we talk about, is it almost nameless, faceless, doesn't even matter?
I'm not going to go as far as saying it doesn't matter because I really do believe that the term manager is most applicable. Like, the leader in the dugout's not called coach; he's called a manager because he really has to manage people. And that is the number one thing. And he has to kind of smooth over all the rough edges as to why somebody is not playing the day after they hit a home run. Well, why the hell aren't I playing? Well, it's because of these numbers that were sent down from the front office. Look at the spin rate that you would have to face, and it doesn't match up with your swing plane. Like, what? Excuse me? I just took somebody into the bay yesterday. Doesn't that count for something? Well, it should, but here's why it doesn't. And so the manager has to work. And if they don't have that ability to sit down with their players, then they cannot get the best out of today's players. And so I think you have to have tremendous people skills with the 26 dudes in your clubhouse and with the media with whom you have to meet before and after games. And I know people don't want to hear about that necessarily, but that has become a huge, huge part of what the manager does these days.
And have we gotten too far down that road, Chris, where the spreadsheet and the spin rate and the StatCast, has that become too much of a force in how we go ahead and manage baseball players?
I think so. Because at the end of the day, those sheets, although wonderful, and some players love the information they are getting, love it. At the end of the day, when you get into August, and bullpen arms are literally dragging on the ground as they're walking out to the bullpen to do their work for the day. Those sheets don't allow you to look into a player's eyes and see how they're doing. And that's where managers come in handy. They have to be able to say, well, yes, on most days, this sheet, the if-then sheet scenario that I have been given before the game makes a ton of sense. But today it doesn't. And that is why I'm going to go a different direction. And so it is important. All of the information we've received, and I'm not saying that it's ruined the sport, because I'm not one of those guys at all. But I think that to just say, well, a manager is a guy who's out there to answer just the media's questions, that's not good enough. I think there has to be some responsibility to have a human feel during the game, too.
Let's not forget that our friend Chris Rose is also doing great work each week with the NFL Network. Who's the quarterback of the Browns?
Well, there's 4 guys that we're going to give an opportunity to, gentlemen.
Okay.
It's tough to stop.
Yeah, we're a lot like a kindergarten class this year in preseason, right? Everybody gets an opportunity. They'll all go home with a trophy. So that'll be nice, a little participation trophy. I actually call the Browns preseason games on TV. So 1 week from today, I will be in Carolina, and I do not know who will be starting yet. We're not privy to that information. I will say this. The Browns preseason play-by-play job is the best one in the NFL because every snap counts. I mean,
yep.
It really, and you know, I think we really do have 4 guys that you could make an argument for would start at some point this year for the team. Now, I don't think it's necessarily best, but you could make an argument that any of those 4 could and or will start for the brown and orange at some point.
And it's fair to actually say that, and I hate to put you on the spot. Do you remember the last time a Browns quarterback started every game in the regular season and who that was?
It's probably Baker.
Yep, it's Baker.
Yes, I know all the jokes about, the 87 last names on that dude's jersey. I get it. I understand. We've done a lot of this to ourselves as an organization. But we got 2 first-round picks next year, baby.
Yeah, boy.
Let's go.
Yeah, both probably lottery picks if things go, the way as expected.
Yeah, we'll see. The Browns do have some talent on defense. I think things got so out of kilter last year. They still have a couple of elite players, obviously led by former Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett. Denzel Ward had maybe his best year season ago. Unfortunately, they lost his cornerback counterpart, M.J. Emerson, to an Achilles this week. But they've got some good players on that side of the football. So I don't think the wins and losses will be great, but at least I think we'll be kept in games because of that defense.
How's the idea of the Niners and a 4th place schedule grab you?
Yeah, I like it. How's Ayuk doing?
He's gonna miss at least 4, but it might even be half the season. He's not going to be ready.
Yeah, that's too bad. So I've always been a big fan of the Shanahan-Lynch tandem. I actually called John's first game when he became an announcer in Fox. And so I've just always been a fan of his. I like him. They're going to have some adjustments in order to catch the Rams in this division. But I think that they could have a shot, and it's going to be really interesting to see what Brock Purdy, now $200 million man Brock Purdy, is going to be like. Because that's, I've talked to athletes in both the NFL and Major League Baseball. It's not the pressure they feel to get that next contract. They feel an immense amount of pressure once they get it to prove that the organization was right, to trust them financially. So I think that'll be really interesting this year.
Outside of your Browns, is there a team that you look at as one to watch who is going to be better than what most people think they're going to be?
Oh, by the way, I didn't say the Browns were going to be much
I just
better.
was trying to discount them from you in case you wanted to, get another preseason plug in. I thought you had that choice of the other 31.
Let me think here. I think the Patriots are going to be significantly better. I had the good fortune of calling not one, but 2 of their games last year, and I can honestly say the offensive line and wide receiver rooms were 2 of the worst units I'd ever seen in my life. They were brutal, and Mike Vrabel's going to come in there, and he's already changed everything. He's a great, great coach. I'm a big fan of Drake May. I really am. I think he's going to be spectacular. And they've gotten 2 legit tackles in there. One they drafted 4th overall. Morgan Moses is a guy that's done it in this league for over a decade. They have solidified themselves to the point where Patriots fans can now turn the TV back on without sitting there and going into convulsions, having to watch their offense try and make first downs. So I think that they could probably win 7 games, but they're going to compete every week, and they're going to be in this thing.
Chris, when's American Gladiators coming out?
First quarter of 2026.
Woo!
I'll tell you, obviously it's a new group of gladiators because I'm not so sure you want 60-year-old gladiators out there towing the line. But it was awesome, and the competitors were fantastic. Like they're legit athletes now. If you go watch on YouTube one of the old shows where Mike Adamle and Larry Zonka are co-hosting it. It's hilarious to see some of these just regular people. You're like, come on now, really? It's just like we threw a leotard on somebody that was sitting in section 101, row T, and asked them to come down and compete against these enormous American gladiators. The people we have today are something special.
That said, do we still get the leotards?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I just
wait. Were you asking if I was wearing a leotard while I was calling the events, or
I wasn't, but I am now.
Yeah, I wore my Borat outfit.
Oh, good.
The green.
Nice.
Yeah, I figured I'd go with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because we want sexy time on American Gladiators.
That's tremendous.
Awesome.
Chris, thanks, buddy. Good to talk to you.
You guys as well. Call anytime. Actually, lose my number.
Okay.
We'll do this again at some other point. Enjoy the weekend, everybody. And Giants fans, hang in there. I know it. I feel your pain.
Oh, man. Do you know how many people have come on this show over the last 3 years and ended the conversation with Giants fans, hang in there?
Yeah, well, listen, I don't have a ton of sympathy when you've won 3 World Series since 2010. It's only been about 80 years for my franchise.
There you go. There you go.
Hang with them.
So get over it is what maybe we should be saying.
I'm not saying get over it. You're allowed to sulk a little bit.
Okay.
At the end of the day, go pop on a highlight from somewhere. You'll be fine.
There you go. All right, Chris. Thanks, bud.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris Rose joining us here on the River Islands guest line on Willard and Dibs. He is always up for a good time.
Yeah, super great. And I'm just looking at my list of cities since 2000, the year to have how many appearances in the Big Three in the big games. And Cleveland's got 6. 5 Cavaliers, 1, it was the Indians then, and 0 Browns. So outside of LeBron and the Cavs, they've had 1 appearance in the big game, the big series, the big dance in 25 years.
There's just 6 appearances total?
Yeah. 5 Cavaliers.
5 Cavaliers.
Cleveland.
And 1 when Cleveland lost to the Cubs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good memory, 2016.
Yeah.
And then the Browns have not quite gotten there, Mark.
Okay, correct. And let's see.
The
Warriors have done that by themselves since 2010.
The
correct?
Warriors have 6 as well.
Yeah,
they won 4.
6.
They lost 2.
Right.
And the Giants have
3.
4. 2002. I know you've blocked it out.
2002. I did block it out.
And then the Niners have 3. So the Bay Area is third only to Boston and L.A. With their 13. Boston's got 17.
And L.A. has how many?
15. And that does not count the Angels.
But 14.
You can do that if you want.
Not 15.
You can say 13 then.
Oh, yeah, 13.
If you want.
No, 14. 13 and a half.
Nick Wright actually had a post today on social media. I was going to share it with you because he is actually targeting you.
Okay.
It was about the people who look at LeBron James and the bubble chip and they think some kind of way about it.
I don't get too much into the bubble chip.
You're less about that when you're the Dodgers one.
Thing. Yeah. And by the way, since we've got 10 seconds to talk about this Giants year is exactly why I don't count the Dodger COVID championship. Where were the Giants after 60 games? Oh, better than they are now because 60 games ain't a season. It's not even half a season.
But they made the playoffs that year.
Right, well, who cares? Who cares where you are in 60 games? That's not a season. It's a snippet of a season. That's all.
Yeah.
And who made the playoffs that year? The Giants didn't.
They must have.
They didn't. They went 29-31. I remember very well. They did
16 teams made the playoffs.
They did not make it.
All right. I mean, that would be stunning. If you can't make the playoffs when they take literally more than half.
It's not would be stunning. It happened, so it was stunning, apparently. I still remember Austin Slater struck out on a bad call to end the season. They had a shot to go to the playoffs if they won the last game. But they didn't.
Wow.
They lost. And they went home, Dibs.
They went home.
And they put their masks on and they watched the World Series.
Dodgers beat the Brewers, the Padres, the Braves, and Tampa to win another chip.
Yeah, Blake Snell. Got pulled out of the game. Got pulled out of the game too early.
Yeah.
By whoever the hell the Rays manager was.
By himself.
Yeah, well,
is what happened.
No, it wasn't. He appeared to be very upset. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the Warriors situation shortly, but I do want to talk real quick for a bit about the way Buster Posey sounded yesterday. I think there was something there. So we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. You know it's my bank. I've been telling you this for the better part of 6 years, going on 7 years as a customer, and I'm going to keep talking about it because it's a bank that you should be a part of. It's a family-owned bank, and as mentioned, it's got the family-owned feel. It's a community bank that cares about you and your community. They started this back in 1964, 61 years ago, and they wanted to build exactly what this is. Not only a bank with one branch, but an ecosystem that is here for everyone in the Bay Area with 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. You deposit your money money with Fremont Bank, as I did today, and the money gets reinvested into home ownership, philanthropy, businesses, everything else that works here in the Bay Area. The money stays local, and the money works all around you. I want you to go into a branch either tomorrow or early next week and see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a local bank that works for you, not a big box bank, but a local institution. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
He's still blocking a left.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
The right lane there, and then a second crash.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. Skip the gas station. The all-electric Honda Prologue makes every drive a breeze. Your next adventure starts here.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all got to stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break. And best to you.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I have a deep respect for you, so this question comes from that space. Have you ever been offered a job and said no thank you?
What are you calling me? A job free?
Yeah, that was aggressive.
A busy man.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I wish Chris understood right off the bat the jealousy from which that question came.
A little bit.
That I also share, by the way.
Right.
I mean, he's like, yeah, John Boy Media during the baseball season and just NFL Network during the football season. And then, when there's this little space in between, it's called February. I have this 1 month off. I don't know. We'll go film American Gladiators in my Borat suit. I mean, that's right. That's Chris's life. The only downside is that he roots for Cleveland teams.
Yeah.
That's the only area where we're not jealous.
That's actually where I respect him almost the most because he has stuck by it. He's from there, even though he is American Gladiators. And I always shout out his role in BattleBots. And I don't even know if you know about BattleBots.
I know very well about BattleBots.
Yeah, robots fighting, and he is the play-by-play guy for robot fights. I don't know if he still is, but when I saw him pop up on that, because my son, when he was about 16, we got into it, and it's Chris Rose. It's like, oh my God, Chris Rose is doing BattleBots. This thing must be real. The man works everywhere.
Yeah. Good for him.
And I had to ask him, and it's rare that I give you the sign of hey, I got to follow up. Let me get in here real quick, because I just had to know. Was there one time when so-and-so offered you a gig to do whatever, and you're like, you know what? No, thank you.
Yeah, that's beneath me.
Or I'm busy. The man's always busy, but he's never too busy.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good for Chris. It's good for Chris.
It's great to be a Rose.
I used to sit there and think that, can you make sense of Ryan Seacrest's career? And I mean that from a functional standpoint. Can you make sense of how he's where he is when he's there? I've never been able to make sense of it.
Like how he juggles it all?
I don't know. Like he was doing, obviously, the national radio situation for a very long time.
Yep.
But then he was also there was American Idol and then, some of the reality programming, and he'd be jet setting around to sort of host that. And then somehow in the midst of all that, there was a lengthy period of time where he just ended up sitting next to Kelly Ripa every morning in New York. I'm like, how are you there? How are you awake? I don't understand. Yep. And so I needed somebody, somewhere along the road, we need to check and see if Ryan is AI.
If he's not just a series of robots?
I don't believe it.
Well,
that man would have had a nervous breakdown by now.
Probably, except for something I learned about 2 years ago through my lovely wife's supper. Mm-hmm. She loves anything Bravo.
Okay.
And she loves reality TV. Right now, we're heavy into Love Island.
Oh, God.
Believe me, it is.
Oh, it's over already, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're only halfway through season 7.
Wait till Mila's a teen. You'll be there for the first night of every episode.
I will have hearing aids and cataracts by the time she's at that point.
And those hearing aids will be used to listen to Love Island.
The greater point of this conversation, and you're not wrong, the greater point is, as we're watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and unfortunately,
disappointing.
My lovely wife has found that on Xfinity, and I love you, Xfinity, they have a channel dedicated to every episode, so it plays on a loop. So you can go to a channel on Xfinity, and they play Keeping Up with the Kardashians from 2011. So as I'm waiting for her to go to sleep so I can change the channel to what I want, I'm looking at the credits, and up roll the credits, created by
Ryan Seacrest.
Oh,
yeah, no, I knew that too.
So he doesn't need to do a damn thing.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying that he has to hustle like Chris Rose, but you can fly Kelly, you need me in New York? Hold on, let me get on my private jet and sleep.
I've learned that it's us out here in the real world that imagine if you were given wealth to take care of the rest of 8 lifetimes, we would go to an island and just put sunscreen on and sit there. That's the way we dream it. It's not the way it actually looks or goes. And there's tons of examples of that. Does Tom Brady need to fly around and broadcast games?
Does he need to be at Raider practice today with a play sheet?
Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know what I mean? Do you need to do it? No, he does not. He does not need to do this. But some people are just wired that way.
Yeah.
To where it's like they bring a grinder mentality to being a billionaire. And I think it's hard for us to understand, because a lot of us, like when you grind and only make whatever you want to call it, $50,000 a year or $100,000 a year.
I wish.
I mean, these aren't great Bay Area homeowner salaries, but do you know what I mean? Like if that's your mentality and that's what you're doing, I think you dream it as, if I win the lotto, I'll just stop. But these people who are used to grinding but being made billionaires for it,
sure,
on some level, I don't know, it hits different. It hits different because some of them keep grinding.
Right.
Even when they don't need to anymore.
And this is where we talk about owners, and we look at Joe Lacob, and it's like, why can't you just pay into the tax? And why can't you go into the second apron, Joe? Right. Your franchise is now worth $12 billion. What I've learned,
maybe 14,
whatever it is, and he doesn't own it completely outright.
Well, that's part of the answer, is he does have other people to answer to.
The real part of the answer to me is these people don't become this wealthy by just taking losses. So,
correct. Also correct.
Like
yes.
Jed York and Parag and whoever else down in Ninerland, they're not into taking L's, because Joe Lacob, I don't know if he started with absolute zero, but I know he came from a fairly hard scrabble situation. So you get to that point, and you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm good. I'm going to give Kaminga 2 years and $112 million because I really like him." No. Just one quick aside: Tom Brady's net worth $300 million. Ryan Seacrest $450 million. So,
oh yeah, Seacrest out.
Seacrest in.
Yeah, for sure.
The money.
For sure.
But to your point, like rich people, I don't know if you ever reach that point where you're like, cool, I'm worth $450 million. I'm good.
Well, especially when you're, what's Tom, 46? How old is he?
At least, yeah, probably 46.
Okay. Well, like, I love when people are like, so just stop. Well,
yeah, he'll be 47 on Sunday.
46 years old. We just stop living, stop doing stuff.
Yeah, my bad, 48 on Sunday.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I always call... when I call my parents, the first thing we do, because it is how I start conversations. You know how I start conversations.
Can I have some money?
No. Well, I usually save that for a good 6 minutes.
Nice.
But no, that opening, like, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? And they don't know how to answer it anymore. Because they're not doing anything.
Right.
Like my
dad.
It's
better than how you doing.
Right.
Oh, my back.
Oh, they're in pain. Yeah. Right? My dad.
Better to ask, what are you doing,
Dad's
right?
doing a crossword puzzle. And I always just start laughing. And I go, I can't wait until I get there. Because what I need right now in my life is less stuff to do. But what do they need in their lives? They need more stuff to do. They kind of wish that it was back in the old days when somebody was relying on them and they could get from one room to the next without it being horribly painful. So I don't know. That's probably part of it. It's a 46-year-old guy. He doesn't want to just stop and stare at the wall and do a crossword puzzle.
Right.
You have something to do.
There's life to live, and you're in the mix. And I ask my father-in-law the same thing. Hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Well, pop?
What I get back is... he's looking at Keith Law's assessment of what the Giants got back at the trade deadline.
What did Keith say?
Keith's assessment was, pretty poor deal. The Yankees sent their better catching prospects to Pittsburgh in the trade for their closer.
For Bednar.
And I responded with, their closer is better than our closer.
Well, their closer went first also.
And I do think that he's a better closer than our closer, but and then he responded with, so are their prospects. Their overall trade grade put them in the loser category.
The Giants.
Yes, and this is from Keith Law.
But that's just the Yankee trade.
Correct.
What did he think of the Tyler Rogers
trade? We didn't get that deep into it.
Oh, come on.
We got into a deeper debate about Jesus Rodriguez, and I said...
the catcher.
Yeah, I said I think he's a good hitting catcher, and Pop came back with, he's primarily a third baseman.
Well,
and
no,
I said,
that's
and I went back and said, well, I mean, he's played a lot. I said,
Pop.
I said he's actually played every position except short and pitcher.
But the majority of games this year,
late
catcher.
Yes, and so, and then, he says, I guess you can't fault Buster to restock the farm system. And then he goes on to say his concern is that the same people who evaluated this talent are the same ones who've been doing it for 6 years. And the system that Buster inherited. And I do think that that's an interesting way to look at it.
It is.
because the scouting and friend of the program and that same construct is kind of still intact.
It is, and so that is kind of what I took from listening to Buster talk yesterday. If you were with us right around this time yesterday, Buster Posey and Zach Manassian spoke live after the trade deadline efforts. Tyler Rogers, Camila Duvall, and Mike Yastrzemski. By the way, remind me to tell you what my mom texted me this morning about Mike Yastrzemski.
Oh, wow.
It was a very unforeseen stray that came flying my way. But anyway, when I listened to Buster, and this is, I'm going to freely admit up front, this is not fair because I wasn't in the room with Buster. I wasn't on the Zoom. We were doing our radio show. So I'm only hearing him. I couldn't look into his eyes. And it's trade deadline day, which means he's probably tired. Like, he probably didn't get a whole lot of sleep the last 48 hours, is my guess. It's also emotionally draining, so I'm told. He's got to go look at Tyler Rogers right there in the middle of a game and be like, so you don't play for the Giants anymore? Like, that's hard. So I get all that. However, I can only share what the vibe was for me. And when I listened to Buster talk, he sounded somewhat defeated and really down and a little bit short with his description about kind of the current state of the people involved with the Giants. And so here's an easier way for me to say that. It felt to me like Buster is very frustrated, really upset that this is where the Giants are, and in the mood now as he comes toward the completion of his first full year, he's in the mood to be like, so all that status quo that I kept when I got here? How about if we don't status quo next year? I think that's his mood. And when I listened to Buster yesterday, I came out of there with a much more uneasy feeling with regard to the status of everybody. Melvin, Burrell, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Kyle Haynes, right? I'm director of the minor leagues. And all the way down, up and down. And I don't know if you have the sound as a side-by-side in front of you. You probably don't. I just was thinking about it as you were laying it out. But
after Devers, you mean?
Buster sound from Devers, we got a dude. And the exuberance and the enthusiasm and the positivity versus what we heard yesterday, which is, we wish we were in a different spot where we could buy, but we're just not. And so what a difference 6 weeks makes, because that was June 15th.
I know.
That is a grand total of 46 days, almost 7 full weeks, 6.5 weeks, and you go from, he's a dude, it's time to go, to, this is what we had to do, right?
You're not wrong, but you keep saying what a difference 6 weeks makes, and I'm telling you what a difference 48 hours makes.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman was interviewed after Wizen Hunt's game on Monday night and essentially indicated to assembled reporters, like, we still feel really strongly about this group, but let me tell you, these next 2 ball games are huge. These are huge ball games against the Pittsburgh Pirates. They had lost 4 in a row on the homestand, and they sat 1 game over 500. And the thought being, if we can beat the Pirates the next 2 nights, we're 3 games over 500, and feel pretty good that we can at least show signs of life to our front office. And, in theory, we would be maybe 3 or 4 games out of a playoff spot. And let's go. Let's see what they're going to do for us. He knew. Matt Chapman knew. They've got to go win those games. And they went out the very next night on Tuesday, and that was the Verlander game. And, 1-1 tie deep into the innings, and what happens? That's the night that Chris Rose is talking about with a tie game, and here comes Tyler Rogers to have a ball stuck in his glove, followed by a grounder to the right side. Rafi Devers takes off for right field. Casey Schmidt hucks it off of a runner, and everybody's going all over the place, different directions. Pirates win 3-1, and as the story goes, Buster calls the rest of baseball and says bullpen's available. That's when it pivoted. I think it pivoted when they lost Tuesday night. We're watching Casey Schmidt throw the ball off a runner. Buster Posey's watching his team throw the season away. That's how recently this was going to go a different direction, I think.
I think you're right. And, you look at what happened on the homestand. They went 0-6, and no Giants team had been that bad since 1896. And I did a little research on 1896, and that was the year that Utah became a state, Mark. Utah became a state. We got up to 44 states. The last time the Giants blew a homestand like that, Utah got to be the 44th state. You know what gas prices were in 1896?
I'd like to guess. I don't, but I'd like to guess.
There was no gas.
There was no gas. Yeah. Trick question.
There was no cars.
Mean-spirited.
Actually, brilliant on it, sir. I was going to give you plus or minus a penny. There was no need for gasolina. There were no cars. So that speaks to just how big of a calamity that was.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Going to go to the phones in just a second. Here's Buster Posey yesterday.
I don't know if there was like a aha moment when we said, all right, we've got to do this. I think Zach and I and Jeremy had, just been watching the type of games we're playing. And again, we wish we were in a spot that we were adding. But as poorly as we played since the All-Star break, I think we all felt like it was the best decision for the organization to try to get some pieces coming back that'll help us in the future.
I think he's stunned to be having this conversation. I think Buster is as stunned to be having this conversation as we are to be watching it.
He is classy and he is sad, but he knows what the aha moment is. You just can't say it when you're in that spot. And you just mentioned the aha moment, which is Rafael Devers goes on a field trip. Rodgers runs to the bag and looks the wrong way. Casey Schmidt does his best Brock Purdy impersonation. He pumps left and then he just fires into traffic. That was the aha moment where you look at that play, and maybe it was the Ryan Walker comebacker where he does a 180 swivel to try to turn 2 when 2 is not available. There were multiple aha moments, but if you're Buster and you're watching this, as buttoned up as he was in his career, and he will go to the Hall of Fame, I believe, based on how polished he was. Like, he's not an elite hitter. He's a great hitter. He's not an elite defender. He's a great defender, great teammate. He's a winner. He's a leader, all those things. And you watch this, and it's like, put a tent over 3rd and King, because this thing's a damn circus.
Yeah.
Those, I think, were the aha moments,
right. There's been a bunch of them.
A bunch, yeah.
And I just got to think, you're nailing it. He's classy. He knows how to handle a conversation, handle a room, handle a clubhouse. He knows how to do that. But, dude, if you turn every camera off and promise him 100% that there's nobody listening and there's nobody watching, I got to think that Buster flipping Posey is disgusted by what he's watched since the All-Star break. Disgusted that somebody who handles himself that way, plays baseball the way he does, has the knowledge he has, to be watching people running around out there, not knowing the rules of the game, not knowing where to throw, not knowing where the ball's coming from, not knowing how to hit a cutoff man, just not knowing how to put the ball in play when there are runners at 2nd and 3rd with less than 2 outs. Just like this is not the game that he played. And I know that when he took over from Farhan Zaidi, that was his promise. It was like sort of internally. I know externally what he said was, we're here to create memories. Internally, he's like, we need to rebrand the baseball that we play. And then they did. And then they didn't.
Right. And you even heard him yesterday, and he said this 2 different ways, and I wrote it down on my notes. We're going to play hard, and we're going to play better. That was a direct quote from Buster, and talking about, no matter what happens the rest of the year, they're going to play hard, and they're going to play better. And by play better, what I heard him say is, we're going to be fundamentally sound. We're going to make the right play, base running, fielding. We're going to move guys over, situational hit. We're going to play hard, and we're going to play better, ... or else, because you've got a lot of guys they just picked up, and a couple are already on the 40-man roster, and you've got more help coming. So if you are a fringy kind of guy, or even Patrick Bailey, you had to notice yesterday that they picked up a catcher who is a AAA hitter, and he's on his way sooner rather than later.
Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara. Hi, Chris. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Yep.
I realized that, I'm certainly not against Bob Melvin. I think he's a brilliant baseball guy. But at the same time, when you guys next interview him, I had a couple questions maybe you posed to him. Because, he graduated high school in 1979. And so he's just a few years older than me, but his cohort finished university not before the internet, but literally before personal computers. And when he first started managing over at the A's, his daughter was 23. She's now 38. So back then, he was able to connect probably on a generational parental level with his players. And now, frankly, most of his players are going to think that his daughter's an old woman. And so how does he respond to the current generation? My youngest kid's 18. So although I'm just a few years younger than Bob, I maybe have my kids a little bit later. And boy, I can sure see the difference just even within the generation of my own kiddos. And you add COVID on top of it all. And I don't think he should be fired. I think he's a brilliant baseball guy. But I think it's a fair question for those of you guys who really ask him to say, hey, Bob, what do you see as different with this generation? And how are you adjusting to make sure that you're getting in these guys' heads the proper way?
Yeah, it is an interesting question. Chris, thanks. He is about 10 years older than what the average age is of Major League Baseball managers right now.
Well, how old is he? Like
63.
Okay.
And the average age is about 53.
You know who won a World Series when he was 68? Very recently, right? Thank you. You keep doing it.
Yeah.
I'm 70.
Yeah.
He was 68 when he won it. So I don't think it's about age, and I don't even think it's about ability to connect to younger people. It's about clubhouse culture and accountability. And right now, I'm seeing a team that is lacking accountability, and it's not just on Bob. It's from each other. It's from the coaching staff, Pat Burrell, Matt Williams, all the rest of it. So it's not just Bob's old, so there you go.
No, I agreed, although not all people, no matter their age, are built the exact same. So one 63-year-old could be a lot, quote-unquote, older than a 68-year-old. But I'll tell you what I see, whatever this does for Giants fans. Look, if you're going to talk about connecting to the players, because, by the way, young players, well, some of them are young, some of them are veteran. That's a completely different relationship. And largely, it's the player relationship with other players within a clubhouse that I think matters the most. But just if you're a recent Giants fan, here's one thing I can tell you without a doubt. If what you're focused on is connection from manager to player, oh boy, it's better now than it was with the last one. And he was Mr. Young, let's put a thirst trap on Instagram. But if you, again, and I'm not even taking a shot at him, the manager. He won Manager of the Year. He won a division against the Dodgers. But if you want to talk about connection from manager to player, there is no question that has been improved from Gabe Kapler to Bob Melvin. And every player in the clubhouse will tell you that.
So it's not only about age, it's about relationships. Yes. And, you got to that end of that last season from Gabe, and there was a Posey problem, as Guru likes to say, because they're playing cards during games, and they're more worried about their card game than they are the actual baseball game. And so Gabe Kapler can be however old. He's probably 44 or 45. He's not as old as you, that's for sure.
No, he is. Gabe's 50.
Sneaky old.
Gabe is 50.
Man.
I know.
Don't we both wish we looked that good?
I got to be older than him because we were born the same year, but I was born in January. I don't see his birthday. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. His birthday was yesterday.
Well, happy birthday to Gabe Kapler.
Gabe turned 50 yesterday. Yeah.
I celebrated with curls and bench press. But so for me, it's not about age. It's about relationships. And I do think that Bob Melvin is great at relationships. And you can have a good relationship with a guy and he can still go out there and not know how to play first base because he's brand new at it. even though Bob and Raffy may talk on the daily and Raffy may go out there and work on his craft, the guy's played, 8 games at first base?
Yeah.
And we're expecting him to automatically know how to play the position? First base is one of those positions that is very nuanced. It's not like playing left where, all right, if there's a fly ball, I go catch it. And if it's between me and the center fielder, hopefully he and I can communicate despite a language barrier on who's going to get it.
Right.
And then if it's not a fly ball, hopefully I can catch it on a bounce and know where to throw it. First base is kind of funky.
It can be, yeah.
I mean, you got to decide,
footwork.
Do I go? Do I not go?
Exactly.
All that.
He's already made that mistake a couple times.
Yep.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up next, if you are just joining us, there was a bit of that's interesting with regard to the Jonathan Kaminga situation because of an article by Sam Amick of The Athletic earlier today. It put numbers, it put a team, it put trade demands, everything in ink for us to see. And then Sam immediately came on the morning show here on 95.7 The Game. So we'll let you listen to some of the specifics of what he had to say, and then we'll talk it out right here on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1-pound strawberries, 6-ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Transform your kitchen with a cutting-edge design and performance of Genair luxury appliances available at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Known for pushing the boundaries of innovation and style, Genair offers a bold selection of exclusive appliances that bring sophistication and function to any space. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying Genair purchases. Discover your statement piece and explore the full Genair collection in-store at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control, this event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Now through August 10th at Big O Tires, get up to $120 in combined rebate and instant savings on select sets of Michelin tires with installation purchase. Visit BigOTires.com for details on this great Michelin offer. Disposal fees extra, not valid for other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Texting Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
DQ presents the sound of happy. Hear that? That's the DQ chicken strip basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
San Francisco, it's 62 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
When does Outside Land start? Because we're having some confusion in here. It's
a week from today.
Yeah, it's next weekend.
Yeah, that's a Grateful Dead thing that's going on at Golden Gate Park today.
So
throughout the week. A 60th anniversary party, concert, the whole thing.
Also known as the Outside Lands pregame show.
I guess so.
All right.
And if you're going to set up for a concert, you might as well set up a week early and let the hippies roll through.
I asked because, Lucas, this riff that you're hearing right here, you know who that is.
It's got to be Big X the Plug, right?
I'm so proud of you for even remembering his name.
I called him Big X the Nub a couple days ago.
It wasn't even Big X. It was like Big D the Nub
Something.
or whatever.
I don't
He goes,
even know.
what the hell did you call him? Hey.
Totally.
I told my daughter and my younger son, because Abe's out of town today. We're going to see him tomorrow. But I said, we're going to drive him nuts all week because he sees Big X the Plug next week. And so I said, every time you see him for the next week, hey, just say, Abe, hey, Abe. Just do that. Do his name in that voice all week.
Because that's his noise, the A.
Yeah. Yeah, Big X the Plug. Hey. And so just, Abe, what do you want for dinner? Like, just do that all week long until he loses his mind. So we're going to try it, and I'll report back.
Knock it off, Dad.
Dad. Hey, Abe. Yeah.
Pretty funny.
Outside Lands next week.
Awesome.
Be there. Some people will be there courtesy of us.
And that's great.
95.7 The Game.
Yeah. And I will be there instead of being here.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, all right.
Hey.
Look at you.
On Friday.
So you're picking Outside Lands over us?
For a day.
Did you do a 3-day pass?
No, just the single.
I was going to say, what kind of money you got over there?
My boy John Summit's performing Friday night. Gotta see him.
Who else are you looking forward to on Friday? Is that just it? Or
there's a group called Arm & Hammer. Haven't seen them. Excited to see them.
The baking soda people, right?
It's just a generational gap.
I mean, Arm & Hammer? Baking soda. Like,
I know.
Keep your fridge clean. That's their big hit. No? I don't know. It's Friday. We've already lost him.
Hey!
Totally. We've lost Willard. It is totally generational. I could ask you for 7 more bands, and I probably wouldn't have heard of any of them.
Abe bought a 3-day pass. Yeah. Yeah.
With his money?
With money that he thinks he has. Yes.
Hey!
Abe.
Man.
Abe. That's what I was like, Abe.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you'll see him out there. Just look for him. He'll be the 6'8" guy begging somebody to buy him a drink.
Is he a Doja Cat fan? Because she's also headlining Friday night.
No. Anybody
I heard it's her.
Anybody who gets
maybe
easy.
Beck.
Take it easy.
Beck, yeah. Okay.
Beck, okay. I had a hurt my heart moment this week because my daughter's going, but one day, just Saturday. And I was like, at one point we're driving around, I go, hey, who's going to be there? Like, who's going to be there your day? Who are the headliners? And she's reading through, and I joked with her. I go, you know you're old in life when somebody can read to you everybody who's at Outside Lands, and you've heard of none of them. None of them. And especially in the age of TikTok, like, there are celebrities. I mean, people who couldn't walk down the street, and I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. But then she started reading off the roster, and she's like, Beck. And I'm like, Beck! You know what she said?
Who's he?
Who's Beck? What do you mean, who's Beck?
Yep.
Honey, soy un perdedor. Come on.
Get with it.
Why are you looking at me like that, Lucas?
Don't know what that means, but
I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? It's his... Come on. It's his biggest song.
He's performing with a symphony Friday night.
I know. I know it's a little bit of a twist.
That'll be great.
Yeah. All right.
And I'm looking like Ludacris. Yeah.
Luda. Yeah. That's, by the way, that's where the 50-year-olds and the 16-year-olds meet. Everybody's heard of Ludacris.
I hope you go see Doechii. Coming off of the Grammys, I became not a huge Doechii fan, but I became more familiar with her stylings. Very, very good. Very entertaining.
Doechii?
She's a rapper. Yeah, she won the Grammy. Right. She's got, she's not afraid to use words that would have us lose our FCC license.
Well,
I'll just say that.
I mean, that's all artists, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
That's where you get that little parental advisory logo thing on the music.
And Arm & Hammer is ARMNHMR. Like,
yeah, Arm & Hammer.
Do you think you're cooler when you don't use vowels?
Yep.
Because you're not.
Shortens it up.
You're just not.
Don't come down their road.
Like,
it's not
Six Lack. The artist like, Six Lack.
It's not like somebody with a Tesla and the anti-Elon sticker. Just relax. It's fine.
Deadmau 5?
Yeah, just let them spell it however they want.
Fine.
All right? You listened to a band called In Excess that used 4 letters. You did.
In sync?
You did.
I actually didn't. Yeah,
you did.
Not a big NXS guy.
But you heard it. It was on the school dance. You danced to it.
And there's other ones, too, that you could use. But, I mean.
Anyway.
Just because you eschew vowels doesn't make you cool.
No, but
it
it doesn't not make it cool either. You do you. All right? This is San Francisco.
I mean, good Lord, Outside Lands. Like, you run through, there's like 80 bands.
Yeah.
So if you want to see like 22 of them when you just wear track shoes and you just run around?
Yeah, you don't even know. These people don't know where they are.
Right.
They're going to be wasted. Like, I mean, Lucas you're going to be wasted. So wasted.
Taking the day off so I could start early.
I mean, my God, listen to him. How long ago did you ask for a day off? When did
2 months ago?
Yeah, you're going to be very inebriated. You know what that is? Hey, I need page 3, by the way. I never got page 3. I only got page 1 and 2. Now people think there's a script to the radio show. They're like, Mark doesn't know what to say.
Can't go anywhere without it.
Anyway.
What is an inebriation sensation? I would love to off the page.
All right. By the way, obviously.
Yep.
There. Somebody asked for it. I do request. It's Friday. That was on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line in order to celebrate Gabe Kapler's 50th birthday.
Right.
And you said what he celebrated with, but you left out the fact that he clearly had a New York strip, medium rare.
No doubt.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Just to close the book on Kapler, I was looking for a midday coffee today, so I went by the Starbucks where I bumped into Gabe Kapler.
Gabe Yapler's Starbucks.
Yes, and I felt like Dwayne Kuiper was on the call for a road home run.
Gone. Oh,
gone.
The Starbucks is gone.
Gone.
Damn.
Gone.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff leaving that area of town.
Yeah, and a lot of those coffee places leaving this town, too. So
yeah,
gone. But I was going to pop in and get a Mocha Venti Grande with the light foam and a vanilla splash.
I'm not out about anybody losing their jobs, but downtown San Francisco could lose a few Starbucks. Like, I mean, there was, right?
And they have, yeah.
Yeah, like few years back, you go back and you're like, sometimes you're sitting at a street corner and you're like, there's one there, there's one there,
yep.
There's one there. It's like 3 in a block. Like, do we really need that many Starbucks?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Not anymore. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Kind of a fun, interesting Giants discussion we had there, sparked by Chris Rose for sure. But yeah, let's circle back to the Golden State Warriors and set the table for you with regard to what happened earlier today. And when I say what happened, it was actually nothing that happened. Somebody just wrote something and published it on the internet. And his name is Sam Amick. He's a wonderful and very tapped-in basketball writer, works for The Athletic. So he writes another Jonathan Kuminga update, which I feel like has been out there 100 times the last few months. Somehow, some way, because you got to get to paragraph 18 to get what I think we think is the big boom out of this story, which is that the Sacramento Kings offer to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga now has names and faces, and they're new names and new faces. And so the word is that there's an offer on the table that would give Jonathan Kuminga a 3-year deal in Sacramento worth just over $60 million. But the Warriors would get Malik Monk, and the Warriors would also get a 2030 first-round draft pick, but lottery protected. Sam indicates that that's the holdup. The Warriors would probably do the deal if Sacramento removed the lottery protection. Some people might think that that's splitting hairs. I think that's actually a pretty big deal. I get it. I also realize it's only August 1st, and nobody needs to blink yet. But that's a new deal. It's a new offer. Financially, it would probably cause the Warriors to add more to the deal, so they would lose either Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. So add that into it as well. But the overall point I keep coming back to is as this thing keeps building and people keep pushing leverage buttons and Jonathan is threatening to play on the qualifying offer and the Warriors are threatening to, I don't know, like we'll do nothing, like we've pulled sign and trade talks so you're not getting to play or start anywhere else. All of these threats keep building, and I've never, ever felt more firmly that these two sides cannot play basketball together this year. Like, I'm having a hard time seeing it through the weeds. I get some people, like the finances will work out. The finances are not the issue.
No, they're not.
The issue is how do you put that guy over there on the bench and then get ready to go play a basketball game and have everybody pushing for a common goal, which is the only way that sports works.
Because it may be the only thing that both sides can do. And if that's the case, then you have to go about mending fences. And we've seen fences get mended in more dramatic and more awkward ways in different sports. So I do think that if you got to that point, which would be darn near October, unless things broke sooner than that, if the word comes out definitively that the Warriors are done pursuing a sign and trade and Kaminga is done looking to accept the Warriors' 2-year offer, then you get to the point where, all right, if he wants to play basketball, it'll have to be on that qualifying offer. And at that point, I do think that both sides would have to come together and figure out how to make it work. Oof. Because the Warriors, if they have Kaminga still on the team, they're going to want him to play well, and help them win. And if he's on the team, he's going to want to play a lot, help them win, and help to rebuild his value to where when he goes out in the market at the end of the year, he's more valuable than if he sits out the year or if he goes into sulk mode. So I do think that if he comes back in whatever way, shape, or form, but mainly in the qualifying offer, if that's the way this goes, I do think that it's in both sides' best interest to make it work, and I think they will.
Okay, it can be in their best interest, but I don't think they will. I think the point that you're making makes sense in all of the normal ways, but it leaves out what got us here. Like, I whenever I listen to people talk about this, it just feels so oversimplified. Well, you need players, and you need to play well, so get out there and play well. Well, no, that's not how it works at all. And that's not how we got here. One thing that I think is wildly underrated, because the Warriors have never said it publicly, Jonathan has indicated publicly that he feels like the Warriors have held him back, right? You know what the Warriors have never said publicly, but I know to be true? The Warriors feel very held back by Jonathan's unwillingness to do what they've asked him to do.
Well, they've said it, but not in so many words.
They've said it directly to some of us who are, when we're not red light on. So these two sides don't know how to play together. How do you fix that? There's no way to fix that. You can't do that in a room. You can't do that with words. You can't do that with money, and you can't do that with motivation. The bottom line is Jonathan wants minutes, points, focus, all of those things, not what the Warriors are interested in at all. And I do not see how there's a scenario where people have a conversation and suddenly figure that out, because they've had tons of conversations about this.
Well, this is different
tons.
now. This is a different scenario because
not really.
Well,
everybody still wants the exact same thing,
right? But now he's going to be in a situation where he has to do what the Warriors want in some extent to get the minutes, to get the numbers, to get the impact, to get the market, to go out there as a free agent and get what he wants. And they have to enable him, give him the minutes, give him the ability to go out there and score, because A, it's best for the team to have a guy who can actually go out there and play, and B, they're going to need somebody to play basketball because you've got an older team and you need somebody to play minutes. So I do think that there's an area where both parties can serve the same means.
Yeah, I hear you. I just don't think it exists, because you're also talking about your premise was based on him playing on the qualifying offer, and if he plays on the qualifying offer, I'm telling you, the minute he arrives, everybody hates everybody. Everybody hates everybody. That's Jonathan making a power play, and as Sam Amick detailed to the guys this morning, it is completely stripping the Warriors of basically what they're trying to do with other players, with their roster, with trying to win for Steph Curry. It messes the entire plan up. It also represents Jonathan leaving no less than $37 million on the table. It is such an insane nuclear option for both sides. It ruins what everybody wants. Jonathan wants money. He won't get it. The Warriors want peace, calm, tranquility, effort, and wins. They won't get it. Like, if he signs that QO and comes into play, I'm telling you, you're walking into a room that is filled with tension.
Right.
And that's not that. I just find that
fixable.
to be. I disagree.
Well, I think that you're in a spot where you can go a number of different ways. Then, if you are Kuminga and you want to play that way and you want to be mad and you don't want to do the things that the Warriors want to do, okay, fine. Then we'll go forward without you, and we just won't play you, and we'll do whatever we have to do, and you can be inactive. We can have you in street clothes, and Kaminga can not play basketball for a year, and he can be paid $6.9 million to sit at the end of the bench or not even come out of the locker room, whatever that wants to be. It can get worse than what it is all I'm saying. And
right, and I think
it can get a lot better than what it is,
Nobody wants any of that.
No, and I think that it can get a lot better. Yeah. So, however this all goes down, if Kaminga is a Warrior, even if it's a 2-year, $45 million deal, and it's a team option, and Kaminga realizes with his agent that this is the best we're going to do, we got to just make the best of it and go play. At that point, I believe that both sides can come to some sort of an agreement over how to make this work.
You got an ironclad faith in these two sides.
Well, especially in the Warriors side.
Well,
and also in the Kaminga side, because what's he going to do? What are you going to do, Kaminga?
What we've been doing.
Wait, this is the offseason, though. This is not the season.
No, but this relationship has been this way for a very long time.
Well, this has been worse than what it's been. And it got really bad at the end of the year when he got the DNP.
I don't think so at all. I don't think this is worse. I think this is exactly how it's been. We just know about it now because we have arrived now at restricted free agency.
I don't think that this is how bad it was when he was playing 28 and 30 minutes before they got Jimmy Butler.
I mean, he called Shams to blow up Twitter 2 seasons ago. 2 seasons ago.
his agent, whatever.
Well, I mean, that's a conversation between the two of them.
Sure.
You know, I mean, like,
he went and Steve and they talked it out, and Steve portrayed it as things were better, and
that's what they're good at. That's what they're good at.
That is what they're good at.
You know what I mean? David West, y'all don't even know what the hell happened in this locker room this year. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not privy to any of it either. I see the residue and the remnants of what has been a really difficult run to get on the same page. And I believe that Sam Amick is really referring to that when he makes this comment that I'm going to play for you in just a second. But before I do that, I want to mention for you Valkyries fans, that game has tipped off against Chicago. And the Valks have won. There's got a good little road trip going all of a sudden here. They've won a couple this week. And now they're going to try to do it again against the Chicago Sky. If you'd like to listen to that game actively right now, it is on the Odyssey app. Some of you might be on the Odyssey app listening to us right now. If you prefer to click over to the Valkyries game and check that out, add its Odyssey app, click on or search Valkyries, and their own dedicated channel will pop up, and you can listen to the game. Valkyries and Chicago Sky. All right, listen to this from Sam Amick, the Athletic, with regard to the relationship between Jonathan Kaminga and the coaching staff.
So, I mean, my feeling is I think the players can, but, man, there's just a lot of scar tissue between the coaching staff and Jonathan. And especially, I thought about this last night as I was writing this piece. Like, if he takes the qualifying offer, I know fan and media-wise we're guilty of glossing over because they make so much money, they're not as human as everybody else. But think about the human factor and going to work every single day, knowing that you just took the option that jams up your employer strategically in a pretty major way. Yeah. And you are compromising your own security in a pretty major way at the same time. I mean, that's a calculated risk by definition. Like, from a work comfort environment type standpoint, that sounds miserable to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like I did this because that is the strategy, but now we have to live together and work together. And I say live together because these guys this is not a 9-to-5 deal. You guys are together all the time. So does that, how does the coaching staff use Kaminga if he's on the qualifying offer and there's maybe hard feelings about him taking that approach? Just what is the vibe? What is the mood? I could see it impacting, what they're trying to accomplish for sure.
I hope everybody soaked that in. I think that's one of the most important things that has been said in the calendar year 2025 about Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors. I feel that strongly about what he just said there. A ton of scar tissue between the coaching staff and JK. If it gets to him playing on the qualifying offer, then they have to live together. Quote, that sounds miserable. How will the coaching staff use him, knowing that the decision that he made basically cratered all of their plans for the season? So I think a lot of us in moments like this, we get into it's almost like we're watching a reality show and we want to pick a side, and what we're watching is a high-level business negotiation. And we think about, okay, how would we do this? And who's going to win the negotiation? It's kind of like what we did with Ayuk last summer. And then you get to the end of the negotiation and you're like, okay, end of story. It's not the end of the story. Now they've got to go live together. Now they've got to go play. And filled with tension. Filled with it. And I just don't understand how the hell anybody wants that. And I firmly believe we've arrived at a spot where there's no way to avoid it.
I don't know if you can avoid it or not, but you can certainly try to avoid the feelings once you get into that, because whatever he decides to do, and if it's take the 2 years and 45, if he eventually says, all right, you know what, I'll take that even though I don't have a player option and I'm here for 2 years, he still might be upset about that. And if he plays in the qualifying offer and he's only making 7.9, he might be upset. And if the Warriors trade him in a sign and trade and they get whatever back and it's not good enough that they want, then they might be upset. Either way, one or both sides are not going to be happy based on where we are right now.
Well, no,
most likely.
Yeah, if they make the sign and trade, though, then that's actively something that they did, and then they can. Then you can move on. You don't have to get
right. But if you end up giving up Buddy and Moses and Kuminga,
but that's what you did.
Yeah, you did that, but it may not be a deal that you actually wanted to do. So I think you've reached a point where neither side is going to be totally satisfied no matter what happens unless Kaminga really wants to be a king and he gets a king's ransom to go out there and cook and be a starter, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Other questions that you can answer. Do you think Malik Monk is a fit for the Warriors? If you had to give up Buddy Hield or Moses Moody, which would you give up? That's actually a poll on our Twitter feed as well. 888-957-9570. We launch directly into your phone calls next. Jose in Mountain View, you'll be first up. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Justice as a new daddy.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Liam Neeson.
Surprised to see me? Me too.
The Naked Gun. Now playing. Rated PG-13.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Discover the innovation and luxury of Genair appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying purchases. Explore the full Genair line in-store or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
So I'm at the gas station earlier today, and you know how when you get a text message, you can only see like the first line or whatever, and you got to click on it if you want to read the whole thing?
Yep.
So I get a text from my mom, and I'll read it in her voice because that's how I hear it, how I hear my mom's voice.
Mark,
I now hate the Giants. I'm like, oh boy. Oh, there we go.
That's all you could read.
Well, what happened?
What do you have against Blade Tidwell?
What? So I click on the text, and here's the full text. I now hate the Giants for trading Yaz. He was my favorite player on the team. That was the text.
That's it?
That was it. Now, I bring it up because we have a development. Is it in Kansas City or are they on the road?
In Toronto.
In Toronto. Mike Yastrzemski, in his first at-bat as a member of the Kansas City Royals, has hit a tater.
A tater?
He tatered. Home run.
Man.
For Mike Yastrzemski.
All right.
In his first at-bat as a Royal. He is 1 for 1 with a homer in his Royals career. So, by the way, this is how I responded to my mom because I just wanted to, you do understand, Mom, that this wasn't the Giants just like hating Mike Yastrzemski or being mean to him or something like that. Like, this is a business. And so I said, he's a free agent at the end of the year. Based on the situation, there's not much reason to not turn him into something.
Nice.
What do you think? The response that I got to that was,
they turned him into a Royal.
No. I said, Mom, there's no reason for them to not turn him into something. She goes, but I don't think they did. So now my mom is Keith Law.
Nice.
So this is her breaking down Junior Marte.
Oh, I love
who's 21 years old, and he's an A-ball. So now, and apparently she don't like him. She doesn't think he's ever going to do it.
She doesn't like the player.
And then I just can't help myself because she's my mom. I'm like, but Mom, Mom's a minor league player. I don't know how anybody could know in the whole world what the hell the Giants just turned Mike Yastrzemski into. I did not get a response to that text message.
Right.
However, I did just text her, Mom, Yaz homered in his first at-bat as a Royal.
That probably won't play well.
She just said, well, good for him. We're eating now. 4:51. It's time for dinner.
Does she want a Royals Yaz jersey
I think she wants
Hanukkah?
She wants a Royale with cheese is what she wants. Yeah.
Well, good for Yaz.
Yeah, good for Yaz. Exactly. Good for Yaz.
It's what we talked about yesterday, hoping that he goes out there and just tears it up so that when he's a free agent in October, he gets to go out there and get more money.
Cynical Giants fan Lucas says, first home run since July 2nd.
Yeah.
So
it's not cynical, it's factual.
Yeah, where the hell was that when you were playing for the Giants?
Yeah, I'm sure his replacement is going to tear it up here tonight in New York. So,
who's his replacement?
Matos, I suppose.
Well, he was already on.
I know, but he gets to play now. Cleared the runway. Right, that's what we do.
Yeah, time for a ramp up. So here we go. All right. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Sam Amick's article in The Athletic today, which details the latest with the Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga, and I think suggests that tensions are rising. It also puts a new spin on a potential offer from Sacramento. Amick states it as Malik Monk and a 2030 lottery-protected first-round draft pick, and the only reason that the Warriors haven't taken it yet is because of the lottery protection. By the way, I'd like to add that into kind of what we're talking about here. If that's how close you are on August 1st, if literally the only thing preventing you trading Jonathan Kaminga is that the pick that's being sent back to you has protections for the first 14 picks.
Yep.
If that's it. That suggests to me, now I think that that's not nothing. I think that matters.
I don't think that's the only thing, but
that suggests to me that you're getting close.
For sure.
You're getting close. And if you're getting close, I always kind of talk, well, hope this doesn't hit too close to home for anybody on this show or others on this station, but like I always feel like when a couple starts talking about divorce, you're divorced. You know what I mean? If you start making
not always.
But if you're making plans and you start threatening that, and it's like, all right, this has arrived at some level of toxicity.
It has, but I think two things. One, you can throw out the idea of divorce in a heated moment, and then unless you start calling lawyers and drawing papers, then it can just be empty rhetoric.
Right, but there's a lot more in the moment.
This
has been, as he called it, scar tissue. This has been going on for 3 years.
Scar tissue can be not healed, but you can loosen it up through stretching and other, stim and other workouts. Scar tissue can be worked through. So I don't believe that this scar tissue is at a point where it's irreparable. The other part of it, and you say they're close, and I do believe the Kings part of it could be close, but the other piece is, based on Sam Amick's reporting and what the math would tell you, they're going to need to do something with somebody else. And so that other piece, you need to find another team to either take Buddy Hield or take Moses Moody. And when you do that, they're going to have to compensate Sacramento most likely with something like a second round or a couple of second rounds. You need a third team to facilitate this on behalf of the Warriors to make the money work for Golden State. Sacramento's fine money-wise. They're going to send out $18 million, and they're going to take back, $22 million, let's just say. So that's not going to hurt them. The Warriors can't take 18 back. They can only take back half of that, essentially, or half of the 22. So if they take back 11, then they're going to have to get rid of some to balance out what that's going to actually be. So that could be the other sticking point in this. Ultimately, if I'm the Warriors, I go back to the Kings and say, all right, we want it unprotected. You want it lottery protected. Let's just make it top 7 protected. That way, if the Kings go into the lottery in 2030 and the balls bounce and the Kings wind up with the 8th pick, the Warriors get it. Well, if it's the 7th pick, then we have to wait a year.
I'm largely with you. I think it's easy for us fans to just kind of get willy-nilly about this because let's be real. I don't give a rip about 2030 draft. It's 2025. You start talking to me about prospects that right now are in 7th grade. Like, I don't even know how to quantify that. I think most Warrior fans look at this and go, can we have Malik Monk on the team next year? That's how I look at it. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I think Malik Monk's a really nice player and a very interesting fit, and I like that idea. That makes a lot more sense than bringing back Jonathan Kaminga and tension, to me, based on where they've all been. So, do whatever you want, but they're the ones who know how to quantify that. Like, what does that mean? Lottery protection, 2030, 2031, it kicks into this, that, the other. Like, there's ways to value that, and that's what these general managers do. But as a fan, I don't really give a rip. like whatever, what asset you have 5 years from now that even when you do that is going to be some 19-year-old kid, like whatever. I'd like to see Malik Monk play on this team. That's what I'd like to see.
He would be more helpful this year than Jonathan Kaminga would be based on everything we know about the toxic relationship, quote unquote, between the Warriors and Kuminga. I'll agree with that. The best case scenario for me would be Malik Monk and whatever pick in the future, and you give up Kuminga and you give up Buddy Hield, and then you're able to bring in Horford and Melton and maybe GP2. There's been talk about that as well. So if you're able to add Monk, keep Gary, and bring in Horford and Melton, and you lose Buddy and Kuminga and Looney, if that's your offseason, you're probably a little better, I would guess.
I think at this point, based on the way things have transpired, you'd probably feel pretty good about it.
You'd feel pretty good, and you could look at your core of 10 guys and think, all right, that's at least competitive, health being what it hopefully will be. And so that's the best case scenario, is that you're able to get something better for Kaminga than what's been offered so far.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who are playing right now against the Sky. Valkyries app is there for you. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Here's Sam Amick this morning on the Kings' potential offer.
It hadn't really been known exactly what the Kings were putting out there in terms of an offer and why the Warriors, hadn't bidden on it just yet. And so that's, Malik Monk, who's obviously a pretty darn good player, a guy who was in the Sixth Man of the Year running not too long ago, and who, until this recent front office regime change, was kind of seen as part of their future. Malik and a first-round pick that eventually got to a place where it was 2030 lottery protected.
All right, so there are the details right now as it reportedly stands. Let's go to Jose in Mountain View. Hey, Jose, thank you for calling. What's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, not much. I'm just hanging out, man. I'm happy it's Friday. Thanks for taking my call. And I like your mom's take. I think she needs a podcast, man. Sure.
I've been trying. I've been trying for a while, Jose. She does not like speaking in front of people.
It's all good. It's all good.
I know.
But look, with this thing with the Warriors, what gets to me is basically, it's like history repeating itself. I saw this a long time ago. I was so darn excited with Chris Webber coming over, and then Don Nelson and him in class, and that thing ended out badly, and we suffered for a long time for it. And it looks like we haven't learned our lesson. With Coach Kerr, look, I love the guy. I respect him. I'm so happy we've got 3 championships for the Bay Area and for the Warriors and the organization. But in the end, because of his mindset and the lack of playing time for the rooks, it's going to cost you 2 people that you drafted early on without giving them that much experience or exposure in general. You're going to let him go, Kaminga, and then you might have to let Moses go too, or even Buddy Hield. And you need shooting one way or another. So we got to look at it from that perspective too. Does that mindset and personality and coaching, where Kerr's reacted a certain way with the rooks, really worth all this stuff? We don't talk about that.
Well, Jose, can I ask you a question about that? Because whenever I hear people say it, it's very easy to say, and I very much understand the emotion with regard to wishing that things had been kind of more open and accessible for young first-round draft picks over the last 4 years. But do you really wish it had gone differently? Like if you were to sit with Steve Kerr, would you suggest that he handled playing time differently over the careers of Jonathan Kaminga and Moses Moody, knowing that in that window they won a title? They won a championship ring in that time. So, like, how would you have them do it while they're trying to win, but then also apparently turn the keys over to young developing players?
Well, hey, they didn't have a problem with Podziemski, did they? So you can look at it no matter how you want to look at it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It worked out for Podziemski. I wonder why. Maybe there was more opportunities for him than Kaminga. But if you see a pattern developing already between Kaminga and Moody and Podziemski, I can tell you one thing right now, man. I don't care how much you push Podziemski. I'll go with Kaminga and Moody all day, and not Podziemski. And I'm a Bronco alumni. I've watched them play at Santa Clara. Those 2 other guys are more dog than pods.
They're more dog. Wait, Jose. They're more dog. More dog. Okay, Jose. Thanks. They're more dog.
Well,
This is what gets me.
And it's always an interesting thing.
This is what gets me. Apparently, a professional sports is now about, it's about identifying who is the best individual and who has that, the ha-ha, and who has the dog in him. That's now what we're doing. I understand why we all disagree. I was over here thinking we were trying to win the game.
Well, you are, and that's where you look at teams such as Detroit and Cade Cunningham, where he was drafted number 1 overall, and he was given a ton of time to play. He was great. He got a huge, huge contract, and it took him till year 4 to get his team to the playoffs, and they were first round and out. But he's paid, and he's a dog. Jalen Green, same thing. First round pick, played a ton. Took until year 4 for him to really pop. They were the 2 seed, first round out. So we can go through all of Kaminga and Moody's draft class, and you can look at that and say, could Kaminga have been in Detroit and gone out and averaged 18 to 22 a game? Absolutely. Would they have gone 19 and 63 like Cade's team did? Absolutely. Right. So we can talk about them being a dog. The Pods one's always interesting because when you look at his first 2 years, and he's played in 138 games, he started 61 games, he's averaging 10 and 5 as a guard, and he will never be as talented as Kaminga. And I think that he's as much a glue guy, if not more, than Moses Moody. The reason why he played as much as he did is because he played the role. They needed somebody to come in and do what he does. He came in and did those things, and you get to play.
Yeah,
it's not about dog when you're a championship caliber team. Oh. It's about role.
I just hear a lot of people that sound like they want 2 teams. You want two teams.
Timelines.
Well, but 2 teams. That's what you want. You want, like, no one's giving up the 2022 championship. At the same time, apparently throughout all of that, you wanted a runway that saw players who had barely had their 21st birthday to be getting 28 minutes. And I'll never understand how people think that these things can happen simultaneously. They can't. They don't, ever. It doesn't happen that way. So when people talk about, like, look, we all take sides on this. I'm trying to arrive at a spot where I'm like, because I really don't even think it's relevant anymore. I'm not, this isn't about, was JK right over the last few years? Were the Warriors right over the last few years? I've said this 100 times. I actually think both of them have behaved pretty admirably, considering a tense situation. I think JK's been very mature. I think the Warriors are a quality organization and know exactly what they're doing. Doesn't mean every decision is perfect. Nothing is. But when you look at the last handful of years, I would love for someone to explain to me how it is that what you were asking for was even possible. How is it possible that these guys all got a bunch of minutes? So this is one area where I do take sides. When Jonathan Kuminga says, the Warriors have stunted my growth. No, the best you can say, in my opinion, is that the situation stunted your growth. But Steve Kerr and the Warriors did not do this to you. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at Steph Curry's greatness. That's what stunted you. You got drafted by a team that's good.
Exactly.
I don't know any. Nobody's wrong here. Nobody did anything wrong.
No, and this year, Oklahoma City is a complete anomaly as far as a championship team that had younger players as a part of their core. And you look at it and you had Kason Williams, 21, Holmgren was 22, Jalen Williams, 23. Even your veteran, Gilgeous-Alexander, is 26. Wiggins, 26. This team is not the norm, and because you had so many young guys playing together and gelling together, it wasn't a case of the Warriors in 22 when you had Moses Moody and Kaminga, both rookies, alongside a ton of veterans. Wiggins was late 20s, and Steph and Draymond and Clay were all in their 30s, and so it's a different situation when you get drafted into a team like that, where they were not thinking about a championship, but they had a great year, and they went on a run, and they won a championship. So because of that, if you want to call that a stunting of your growth, I get it, because the next year comes around and, man, we got a championship, so we still feel like we're in that window, and so you're not going to have minutes available for a player like Kaminga, who's yet to prove himself at the level that these Oklahoma City young players did.
Let's go to Ray in Walnut Creek. Hi, Ray. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
I'm just getting home from work.
Well, congrats.
Yeah, I actually wasn't going to call. I always listen to you guys, but I wasn't going to call. But, man, after hearing that caller, Jose, I just had to put in my take. I don't know what these people are thinking. I also have a friend who hates on Steve Kerr, but why do they act like he picks and chooses who he wants to play? It makes no sense. I heard you guys say Podziemski, he took his opportunity and he made the most of it. Let's talk about James Wiseman. Obviously, that was a bust, but who else were we going to take at the time? Anthony Edwards was already gone. We're not going to take LaMelo Ball when we have Steph Curry. So we took a chance. It busted. Let's be honest. It wasn't because Kerr didn't like him. The guy had no hands. He couldn't rebound. It sucks, but it's true. Look at him in Detroit. I still don't see him playing. So it's just really ridiculous. Also, another thing, I can't believe he said that those two guys are more dogs than Podziemski. That is just crazy. Sorry, Jose, but that's all I have to say. Thank you guys once again for taking my call.
Ray, appreciate it.
Enjoy your Friday. Yeah, he's home.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I don't want to get into the whole, like, who's more of a dog. Like, I just don't even know why it's relevant. But if you do want to get into these, and I don't think they're productive, but again, conversation has been taken here. If you want to get into comparing minutes for people like Kaminga and Podziemski, I would love for Jonathan Kaminga to sit there and explain. In fact, even if he were in a room with only his biggest fans, explain to them how Brandon Podziemski is getting another rebound and a half per game than you, with your height and your athleticism and the fact that technically you're a power forward and he's a two-guard. How? How is he getting another rebound and a half per game over you? And you're going to start talking about who's a dog,
who got the dog,
and
yeah,
who deserves what. Why does everybody just dismiss stuff like this? Why? Coaches play who they think is going to win the game. It's the end of the story. They play who they think is going to win the game, and that isn't even about individuals. It's about how the group all performs together. But I think if Jonathan approached the game a little bit more like Brandon does, maybe Jonathan would be getting exactly what he wants right now, but he's not, because he doesn't.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest issue that you could see as to why at the end of the year, when you get into those really, really important games, Kaminga was getting DNPs, even though he was all the way back from the ankle. Pods was in there, if not starting many of those games, and Kaminga was, languishing on the bench. Last year, JK pre-injury was a plus 13 overall in 32 games. After the injury, he was a minus 7. So for the year, he was a plus 6 over the course of, let me see, that would be 47 games.
Which I think only when it gets to a large sample like that is where those actually tell a good story.
Right. And Pods for the year, I believe, was, I have it here, he was a plus 259 for the year. Which, again...
Plus 259 to plus 6.
Right.
Okay.
And, Pods played in 64 games, and he got to play with Jimmy a lot more than Jonathan did, and he got to play with Steph and Draymond, and he got more minutes and all the rest of it. But when you look at just that one stat, you could see where Pods, and, I've run through the lineups a ton of, like, 2-man combos and 3-man combos and 4-man combos, and Pods is among the most productive 2-man, 3-man, and 4-man combos across all personnel. Pre-Jimmy, post-Jimmy, with Steph, with Draymond, and all the rest of it.
There's one more from Sam Amick I would love to kind of work through and let you all hear, because I think this is kind of an interesting way to look at it. From the perspective of Jonathan, is this Sacramento possibility the best way for this story to end?
Yeah, I do. I mean, and honestly, I don't want to get this part, kind of strike the wrong tone, but because I'm not trying to indicate that it's close at all. The Warriors have not, they've characterized it as not being very close. with the Kings. But, hypothetically, in my mind, if the Kings were willing to budge on the protection, so the first discussion was the 2031 first-round pick, and the Warriors would get the least favorable of the Kings or the Spurs first-rounder. Warriors didn't want that. So then they talked about 2030, and that's lottery protected. So to me, if the Kings down the road came off those lottery protections, maybe did top 12 or kind of, budged a little bit from there, does that change it for the Warriors? And then the other, element that has got to be accounted for is that.
Okay. That's, we might want to rework that comment. Because we're not working teases into our
cuts,
into our sound cuts. Did you even hear that, Lucas? Yeah, this one, the second one from Sam Amick goes, now the second aspect that matters here, and then it stops. So I don't know. Text Lubman and just be like, amazing.
Yeah.
I don't want to blame Lubman. Maybe it wasn't him, but whatever.
Steven.
Okay, risotto.
Protections become interesting and important, and I was just doing a little research back in, I guess it was 2014, when the Warriors traded Monte Ellis for an injured Andrew Bogut, and then promptly said to Steph, you're done. You go ahead and rest that ankle. They went into tank mode because their pick was top 7 protected. They ended up landing at number 7, and they took Harrison Barnes the next year. And the rest is history. Jackson out, Kerr in, championship on the mantle. And because of that, the NBA actually changed the way the lottery works to where, now if you finish in the top 3, you may not be in the top 3 in the lottery. So because of the tanking of the Warriors and other teams. So I do think the protection of this pick becomes important.
It matters, yeah.
Sam even said maybe it's top 12, or I was thinking top 8, or, it might end up being top 10, or whatever they can negotiate. That becomes a big piece of this conversation.
All right, so then you start thinking about it from the Kings' perspective, and would they be motivated to start budging, as he says? Move it from lottery protected to top 12, or is it top 10, or whatever? Make some sort of move in the Warrior direction. Would the Kings do that? Well, there's a few questions in there that I guess we don't know the answer to. How much do they love Jonathan Kaminga? I think question 2 is how motivated are they to save the money that this would save them? And then the third question is, how badly do they want to get Malik Monk out of town? It wasn't that long ago that they signed Malik to a new deal. And I think it's actually a pretty team-friendly deal for somebody who plays as well as he does at his age. He's only 27. Monk's a good player. But for some reason, with a new regime coming in, he has become someone that they now do not see as their future. So I don't know. The only one that I can't answer is how much do they love Jonathan Kaminga? But I think in their minds, if they're now rebooting, well, you'd rather have someone that's 22 as opposed to 27, and you would definitely love the salary relief that it brings you. So I got to think the Kings are a little bit motivated to make this happen. And if that's the case, then yeah, maybe waiting a little time does get some sort of a budge and a move in the Warriors' direction.
Yeah, the sense I got from reading the Sam Amick piece and great interview this morning with the guys is that they are going to do everything they can to stay out of the tax. And so
the Kings or the Warriors?
The Kings.
Okay.
The Kings. The Warriors are just trying to avoid the constraints of the various aprons. Yeah, so that's where the Warriors are, but the Kings want to stay out of the tax. And you look at Zach LaVine making $47.5, and he's making $49 next year on a player option. Oof. So you're kind of stuck there. And he can still be a good player, but he's not your future. He's 30, and at the end of next year, even if he takes his player option, he's going to be gone. So you're thinking about this year and also additional years down the road. You've got Sabonis for 3 more years. DeRozan, you'd love to find a taker for DeRozan. He's 35, and I don't know if he fits with what you're trying to do.
I think what you're saying right now is really, and again, I'm no expert on the Sacramento Kings, but if you think about it logically, the Kings 2 years ago thought they had action.
Yep.
They, whoopsie-daisy, they were adorable, and they ran into the Warriors, and they lost in 7 games. And then they came back and went, but that's a building block, we're going to head somewhere. And then they had a very disappointing season, and then the Kings kinged. They did what they did. They started making confusing moves. They fired their coach. They sent De'Aaron Fox out of town. And now you're suddenly left with the acquisition of older, really high-priced players, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, as you're detailing. Plus, you're the Kings. Therefore, that means when you run your business, you cannot run it on the idea that we will land major names in free agency. You can't do it. You are not one of the destinations in the NBA. So that means you have to find other ways to do it, draft and trades. It's kind of like the Giants finding a left-handed power hitter, for example. You're going to have to find different ways to do it. I don't know if the Kings think Jonathan's a star, but it makes sense for them to sort of take those lottery tickets, if you will, young players who could develop into something, because it's the only way that you're going to get star players to Sacramento. And so this makes sense for them. It, like, nothing they have done over the last year and a half makes sense. But they're here, and now that they're here, getting Jonathan and getting cheaper makes sense for them.
It does, especially if you can do that, and in concert, you can find somebody to take DeMar DeRozan. Then you've got that salary slot, and you can take your young star that you drafted, Keegan Murray, and you can give him what he probably deserves, which is a nice big extension. You get the rookie extension, and then you realize, all right, Zach LaVine, you've got another 2 years if we have to have you that long, and then we can go ahead and do something with your $49 million salary slot. So if they can find some takers, especially for DeMar DeRozan, who still is a good player.
Sure.
Now, he's probably not a $25 million player, although, heck, I mean, that's not even that much in the NBA anymore, but you might get to a spot this year where you find a team who's looking for a good, solid scoring 6th or 7th man off the bench, and so you start to free some things up. You got Kaminga in on a workable deal. You extend Keegan Murray. Keon Ellis is a good young player for them. You start to line things up to where, like you said, you're not going to be able to, hey, we're going to get Giannis. He's going from Milwaukee to Sacramento. You do have to operate a little bit differently.
I'm just chuckling because, my God, they messed this thing up. It's so funny that, and you notice this. I don't think this is a coincidence. Who are the two teams who are after Jonathan?
Two teams that have struggled a little bit in the front office.
Two teams that have totally mismanaged their situation over the last
18
24 months.
Yeah.
Total, absolute, clear mismanagement.
I'm not a Kings apologist, but they were in a little bit of a tough spot with De'Aaron Fox because...
Well, but didn't they put themselves there?
I guess. You fired your coach, and I guess...
Right, but before that, you're playing the Warriors in the playoffs. You're the 3 seed. Everybody's hunky-dory, and you look like a team that's on the come.
Well, and you lost. I mean, that happens.
Yeah, that's just one round. Like, come back and do it next year.
They tried, and then
they just dumped everybody.
Exactly. And that's where, if De'Aaron Fox, your star, comes to you and says, hey, I want to be traded, I mean, what do? You're kind of in a tough spot, and that's where Sacramento and I think Memphis is going to look at the same thing with Ja Morant, where, Ja has had his off-court troubles, but if Ja gets to a spot where he's like, I don't want to be in Memphis anymore, and what do you do about it?
It's interesting that when we look at other teams and we go, gosh, when a young player comes to you and says, I don't want to be here, well, you got to get him out of there. Well, that's exactly what Jonathan has done. But we don't have to get him out of here?
No.
Why?
Because he's only making 7.9 if he wants to come back.
Well,
and
no,
he's not your best player.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. Like, if De'Aaron Fox says, I want to be somewhere else, well, you got to do something about that. He's your best player. Jonathan Kuminga is not your best player.
No.
He might be your 7th best player.
I keep coming back to this. This 7.9 QO that so many people have been talking about as an option, I don't think it's an option. I think it's a negotiating ploy that both sides are using. Both sides are using this. But of all the things you and I discussed, and there's openness to this opinion and that opinion and otherwise, the one thing that I am most firmly against is the idea of either side showing up and having Jonathan Kaminga on the team for $7.9 million. I literally think both sides would despise each other if it got to that. That is so bad for both sides That represents Jonathan losing millions. It represents the Warriors losing their plan. It represents Jonathan doing something solely out of the seeking individual power of the situation. I don't blame him for any of this. I'm just saying neither side can let this happen. I think they would despise each other. And I just don't see how there's a win in that for anyone.
Depends on how Steph and Jimmy and Draymond feel about it. And that really is the part of this that we don't know and we probably will never know. If they are behind the scenes saying, we cannot play with Jonathan Kuminga, so do whatever you have to do, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, and Steve Kerr. You got to do what you have to do. Or the other side of it is, we might be able to make it work. Draymond said his comments weren't about Kaminga, and he went out of his way to make it clear that it wasn't about Kaminga, when, in fact, it was about Kaminga, but it was also about all the other guys who are not signing deals and didn't sign deals and don't understand how all this works. So that, to me, is the real mystery of this. Do the core Warriors, how do they feel about playing with Kaminga?
Well, I get that, but okay. I want everybody to really, I know sometimes we sit here, we chat, we play a soundbite. Listen to this. Listen closely. It is 1 minute and 19 seconds long. Do you have a minute 20 to listen to Sam Amick, tapped-in NBA reporter, explain to you where the relationship is and how it would feel to all sides for Kaminga to play on the qualifying offer of $7.9 million. Is everyone ready? I want you to listen to this and then form an opinion on whether or not you think this sounds like a realistic thing that people can do.
So, my feeling is I think the players can, but, man, there's just a lot of scar tissue between the coaching staff and Jonathan. And especially, I thought about this last night as I was writing this piece. Like, if he takes the qualifying offer, I know fan and media-wise we're guilty of glossing over, because they make so much money, they're not as human as everybody else. But think about the human factor and going to work every single day, knowing that you just took the option that jams up your employer strategically in a pretty major way. Yeah. And you are compromising your own security in a pretty major way at the same time. That's a calculated risk by definition. Like, from a work comfort environment type standpoint, that sounds miserable to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like I did this because that is the strategy, but now we have to live together and work together. And I say live together because these guys this is not a 9-to-5 deal. You guys are together all the time. So does that, how does the coaching staff use Kaminga if he's on the qualifying offer and there's maybe hard feelings about him taking that approach? Just what is the vibe? What is the mood? I could see it impacting, what they're trying to accomplish for sure.
Miserable. Absolutely miserable. You take the option so that you can have power over your career, which, again, I totally get his desire to do that, maybe even his right to do that. But as he just put it, you take the option that totally jams up your employer and robs you of not less than $37 million.
Potentially.
And act that like everybody will just show up to work the next day and be like, all right, where do you want me on this play?
That's right.
Oh, my God.
That was his feeling. He starts the whole thing with, my feeling is, and then he talks about scar tissue, and yes, there's scar tissue, and
he's
these guys are all together, and they live together. Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't mean that you can't work through the scar tissue and work through the relationship, and whatever money you think he's giving up, he may be able to recoup on his own in the free agent market in the offseason. So
jams up the employer. Like, understand that all the options on the table that are normal here, the Warriors have played, well, there's option A, there's option B, there's option C, and that's how, Al Horford might fit in and DeAnthony Melton and this, that, the other. But instead, Jonathan Kaminga takes the option that jams up your employer. This could mean other players that were supposed to come don't come. This could mean that as you've even pointed out, Steph Curry and Draymond Green show up to camp feeling some kind of way. Jonathan's over here being like, I left millions of dollars on the table because I'm so ticked at you that the only thing that motivates me now is stealing the power so that I can get the hell off this court as fast as possible.
Well, they could have fixed this by giving him the player option for year 2 in his deal. Maybe he signs then. So it's not like he's jamming them up. He's trying to get what he thinks is fair.
No, I didn't say he's jamming him up. Sam says that option is the option that jams up your employer, the qualifying offer.
But the employer is the one at least partly responsible for the fact that we're in this spot.
Of course they're partly responsible.
So for me, it's unfair to say he'd be jamming them up by taking the qualifying offer, where if they gave him just the player option for year 2 in the scenario of 2 years and 45,
why would they
maybe
do that?
That gets it done.
Why would they do that?
Why would he take a 2-year deal where he has no control over his future to stay for a team that he doesn't want to play for?
He wouldn't.
Well, then he's not jamming them up.
He needs to play for another team.
That's why he's not jamming them up if he takes the qualifying offer.
Yes, he is.
He's not, because the offer that they gave him is not good enough in his eyes. It's not fair
good enough. It's literally,
so there you go.
It's literally more money than the Kings are offering him per year.
The Kings are offering him a chance to actually play basketball and be able to go out there and make mistakes and not get DNP'd the next game.
Right, because they don't care, because they're not trying to win. They're the Kings.
Don't make it seem like he would be jamming them up.
These aren't my words. These are Sam's, and he's literally talking to the people involved.
Agreed, but I don't think from the Kaminga side of it that I would feel like I'd be jamming them up.
Again,
personally.
You're jamming yourself up, too, and he detailed that very well. This wasn't a comment to be made out to, now let's take sides. My point is if Jonathan takes that offer, you arrive to camp with an incredible amount of tension from both sides. From both sides.
Sure.
Not just the Warriors being mad at him, but him being very mad at the Warriors. And for the life of me, when we look at Bay Area sports just the last 3 years, it's wild to me how many of you think that this can all just be smoothed over.
Well,
Charvarius Ward is in Indianapolis telling you that last year went sideways because everybody was mad at everybody over money. Jordan Poole and Draymond Green get into a fight.
There you go.
You never win a road game again.
How come that didn't get smoothed over, you think? Because
these things can't be smoothed over. Because you allowed
the guy who threw the punch to go to ring night.
Well, that's a completely different conversation.
You want to talk about smoothing things over and jamming things up?
Yes, they can't be done, Dibs. These egos are massive.
They can be done, but you have to go about things in a certain way.
Give me an example.
You can look at the Kevon Looney situation, and he had a games played streak, and then the coach tells him, nah, you don't get to play. Sorry, streak over.
Right.
And Looney even said on his way out, I felt like I was in, I was out. You need me, you don't need me.
Right, and now he plays for another team because he was in his feelings.
Because that was the way that situation was handled.
Give me an example of when this kind of tension just gets smoothed over and then off to the sunset we go to win games.
Well, we'll see about Brandon Ayuk, but he is still on the team.
Another great example.
He got hurt, so and you use that example, I think, erroneously because he got hurt.
It was awful before he got hurt.
Well, he was starting to play pretty well, and he got hurt. So, I mean, you always look at Ricky Pearsall's 3 games in garbage time, and you talk about how, Ricky's going to cook.
Look him up.
Yeah, look up the Ayuk numbers.
Look him up.
Look at the film.
Look up. I watched every game.
So did I.
heard him
he was starting to play well.
Yeah,
that was in his first game that he played when he had the drop.
He was not starting to play well.
He was starting to play well, and he tore up his knee.
He had a good quarter in one game this year.
Okay.
That's a fact.
And so you think that if he would have stayed healthy, then the discord of the offseason would have dogged him all year?
He wouldn't have gone for 1,300 yards. I know that.
Well, it's because he missed, the first 3 or 4 games?
No, he was there on opening night dropping balls in the end zone.
Okay, so, the discord of the Jonathan Kuminga situation automatically is going to lead to a failed year.
My opinion, for sure.
I disagree.
Depends
on how they handle it.
The examples are everywhere. When you have people who are not a fit and they get in their feelings and ego starts driving the bus and everybody is all up in their feelings about all of this stuff, we have 0 examples of when that just gets smoothed over and figured out and it goes well. But my God, we've got a ton.
Year 3.
What about it?
That was clearly something where they were in their feelings, and he and Draymond were going back and forth, and they were doing battle, and they went to the NBA Finals.
They went to the NBA Finals.
Right, and they only lost it because he got hurt, and Clay got hurt.
And you're talking about a generational, overwhelming amount of talent.
Mention a time where there was discord, and there was discord. You had shouting matches in the locker room. Okay. You had shouting matches on the court. Are you saying that was not toxic in that third year?
Certainly not to this level.
Well, we don't know what this is.
Nobody was losing any money then, and again, you had an overwhelming core of talent in their primes. That's not this. Well, we don't know what this will be, and you're projecting, and you're allowed to. How is it? Dibs.
What has happened on the court with Kuminga and the Warriors since this started?
He's been
not
benched.
A thing.
He's been benched.
But that's not going into this contract. He got benched. Players get benched. I get it. We haven't looked at this season yet and seen the toxicity that you are projecting.
I'm not projecting. I'm telling you what's already here.
You predicted it.
It's already here. It's been here and now getting worse.
It's not. I don't believe it's here.
Ask
you can
Jonathan.
say that it's here.
I mean, what's scar tissue mean to you? That's projecting?
That's from Sam Amick, right?
Right.
Okay. That's not Jonathan. That's not Steve. That's not Steph.
Okay, so now Sam doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's saying my feelings, and I believe that he's dialed in, but until I see...
My feeling was after the comment about the scar tissue. There's nobody out there that doesn't think that there are problems between Jonathan and the coaching staff. There could be problems.
I'm not guaranteeing that there will be problems.
There are.
No, there have been.
And there was and there is.
But you're saying there will be, and I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not willing to say that.
I don't know why it would change.
Because a lot changes.
Yes, in fact, it's getting worse.
Play the Steve Kerr cut about how when Kuminga's in camp, we're going to work on making this happen.
Okay,
you won't play it.
First of all, I don't have it, and second of all,
you don't believe it.
Steve, what's Steve going to say? Dibs?
I asked him.
That's not an objective voice in that with that question at that time.
Well, none of this is objective.
He's not going to rip Jonathan Kaminga.
It's all subjective.
What would you like him to say? Oh, if he comes back next year, no, I'm benching him again.
Exactly.
He sucks.
If that's how he felt,
well, no.
Put your name on it.
My God.
Stand on it.
Master communicator, your words. He's brilliant in front of the media. He knows what he's doing.
And I believe that if Kuminga comes back, Steve Kerr would find a way to make it work.
By the way, he also didn't say what you often say that he said. He did not say.
What did he say?
He didn't say, I promise that I'm going to do that. He said, we're going to give it a good look.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
look at it.
I promise. What does that mean anyway? Of course he's going to look at it. And with the camp, you get him into camp.
Yeah.
And it can certainly work.
I know if somebody basically took $37 million from me, I know that I'd be there the next day to just be like, what you need me to do?
Well, they didn't
what do you need
take
me
it
to
from
do?
him. He
That's
chose
how
not to
he's
accept
gonna
it.
view it.
Well,
he already views.
And again, you're projecting his views and his feelings, and I'm not ready to do that.
Dibs, the behavior is everywhere. This
is off-season posturing. This is what athletes do.
He's been doing it his whole career. They've been using reporters. They've been using social media. He has said it himself. He's clearly frustrated. He is done being a warrior. It is in every article and every interview that he's done the last 6 months. He doesn't want to play here. So why on earth are we going to somehow, with now ratcheted up millions of dollars and even more emotion because of restricted free agency, we're going to sit down, have a conversation, and just make it all okay? I just think that's very far-fetched.
I think that it is the only thing you can do if it gets to the point where he has to be a warrior because no trade happens, then you got to make it work.
No, you got to make the trade.
No, well, you got to make it work. If you can't make the trade, if Sacramento doesn't come off of the pick and you don't think that the deal is fair and you're not getting back what you think you should get back, you make it work. You've been in situations where you made it work, and maybe it's for a month or 3 or a year or longer. I've been in situations professionally, personally, where
not ideal.
You make it work. I mean,
not with this on the line.
It's one season.
I've never had a company offering me $90 million and felt like the current company is blocking me from getting it. And that's how he clearly feels.
Well, he could accept their 45 and be a warrior, knowing full well that if things aren't working out, that they're probably going to trade him anyway. But whatever advice he's getting from his agent is not the advice I'd be giving him.
Understood. And my opinion is the fact that he's not turning down 45, or the fact that he's not signing the $45 million, is evidence of what I'm saying. He is that disgusted by the idea of still being a Warrior under their control.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the way I read it. I think that he is put off by the idea that he'd have to have 2 years of being a Warrior.
Right.
And not have the control after a year if they didn't trade him.
That's what I just said.
Well, you said, like, he's so disgusted by the idea. I think it's more about 2 years. If it was 1 year and he had a player option.
I agree with you.
I think that he would be.
But he does not want to play for the Warriors under their control.
Exactly.
Under their. He hates the idea.
Right, and I don't blame him.
That tells
After
me
4 years of being, Jimmy jacked around and not being able to play and DNPs in the most important games of the year. Steph gets hurt. Now you need me. I cook. We go 0-4. Who cares? He had averaged, 24 a game in the Minnesota series in those games?
Although you know that I reject the idea that he has been, quote, Jimmy jacked around, you're making my point for me. I'm not projecting.
And I'm not saying that
I'm not projecting forward.
Like he deserved more than what he got. I'm with you when it comes to the playing time.
I'm talking about where this has been. And they are mad at each other.
See, I don't know if they're mad at each other.
I do.
Well,
I do. And I'm not.
I'm sure he's frustrated.
I'm not making that up based on an article.
Well, and being mad at somebody is different than, professionally having a difference of opinion over who the player should be for this team. I mean, I don't think it's personal. I think it's just a case of he thinks he is one thing and the team wants him to be something else. And if they don't match up, we're in an impasse.
Well, I don't think it's personal, but I think that he's taking it that way, and I think players always do. And if we want to use a different example, look at the Ward conversation that Mike Silver had that we talked so much about earlier this week. He literally was like, it wasn't personal. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were straight with me the whole time. I love them. It's all respect for them. But yes, I also was totally offended because you want to be wanted. You want your company to be like, dude, we love you. Here's the money and here's the time and here's the effort. Like, we're going to put that into you. That's what everybody wants. And he's never gotten that here. Whether he's earned it or not, that's for everybody to debate. But it doesn't matter now. It's over. We've reached free agency, and everybody's done what they're going to do the last few years.
Well, he hasn't reached free agency is the problem.
But my point is Jonathan is not going to get 30 minutes and 22 a night here. He's not, unless big names get hurt.
Right. And, he may not have the opportunity to do that somewhere else. So if you wind up in a spot where this is all you got, shoot your shot, it's all you got, then he's got a choice to make, and so does the team. If they can't trade him, and even if they want to trade him on a sign and trade, he may not want to sign that deal. If it's 3 years and $51 million in Sacramento.
I feel like we wouldn't be hearing these rumors about Sacramento and Phoenix if Jonathan wouldn't sign them. I think that he's willing to sign them.
We'll see. Yeah. And depends on what the compensation will be.
We're sponsored by Safeway. Some people want to weigh in on this. We'll do it next on Willard Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
May I speak freely?
I prefer English.
The Naked Gun is the most fun you can have in theaters.
Yeah, let's go!
Without getting arrested.
Is he serious?
Is he serious?
No.
The Naked Gun. Rated PG-13. Only in theaters. Now playing.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
After my wife passed away, selling my house and moving on felt overwhelming.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Frank sell his house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
Now I'm closer to my family, and I feel great.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school. You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The pitch. Yastrzemski hits it high in the air, deep to right field. Lukes is back toward the track, at the fence, looks up, it's gone! Into the Royals bullpen! Welcome to the Royals, Mike Yastrzemski. His first at-bat in a Royals uniform puts his new team in front. It's 2-1 in the top of the second inning.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey. 96.5 The Fan, an Odyssey station.
Love it.
With the call on Mike Yastrzemski's first at-bat as a Royal.
Okay.
Gone.
Yeah. 1 for 3. He's driven in 2 on the day.
A 2.
So, a double play. The Fan, The Game. Every sports station in the country, I believe, is either The Fan or The Game, which, and on our 14th anniversary here at 95.7 The Game, I should just say it, we were thinking about the name before we launched the station, and I was here, and I had 2 suggestions. 2. One was 95.7 The Play.
Okay.
Which, after, and he does another one. Another one. Thank you. And the other one was 95.7 The Catch in honor of Dwight Clark.
Okay.
And Dwight Clark Day is coming up on Thursday, 8/7. And also for Willie Mays, The Catch.
Love it. Okay.
And then what happened?
So
those are good ones. I like them.
So
that's our old PD.
We're going to take those into account. Thank you for your suggestions.
Dude. Go on.
And we'll get back to you on that.
And the game it is.
Hey.
I don't know if we were the first station to be the game. I'll do that research. It's possible. 14 years, dog.
Maybe.
You got to Google it.
Probably not.
I mean, there was the fan everywhere before, including our Kansas City brethren right there, calling the Yaz homer.
Yeah.
I'll do my homework.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. Instead of yelling at you for another half an hour.
Deep dive Dibs.
Yeah.
Boy, you can't yell at me for another half hour because I'm leaving in 12 minutes.
Let's go to the phones, and I'll do my homework on this 14-year anniversary of 95.7 The Catch. I thought it was catchy, literally. Anyway.
Jason in Santa Clara. Hi, Jason. Hey, what's up?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to turn my radio down.
Good idea.
Do you guys really think that Jonathan Kaminga is a superstar? Like, he needs to be paid as a superstar?
Well, I don't think anybody's...
He will be...
Nobody's talking about paying him like a superstar. Superstars are making... Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making like $75 million a year. But I don't know, Jason. What do you think? I don't think he's going to be a star, but I don't know that even matters in this conversation, you know?
Well, I think it does because you guys threw up like the Zach LaVine, like, okay, he's making, what, 49? Jonathan Kaminga will be a journeyman that will go from team to team. He'll probably play for 6 or 7 teams, make maybe 350 million. Great for him. That's awesome. Hats off to him. Do your thing, but he's gonna average 15 a game, maybe 5 rebounds, and he still hasn't matured as an individual. Like, the male brain, at 25, that's when you actually mature as an individual for a male. That's proven. It sucks for him that he came in so young. Same with Wiseman. Bad for him, but we just go away. Just have someone else pay him. And we got Steph, we got Jimmy, we got they're all old. I got it. I understand, but that's championship pedigree, and this is a child trying to play a man's game, and he cannot keep up.
Well, okay, Jason, I think you're being a little bit hard on Jonathan Kaminga.
Way too harsh.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why, you would call him a child and all of these things. Like, but I don't know that it's relevant right now what each of us think Jonathan's going to be, because now this is a negotiation, contractual. What are you worth? What matters right now, actually, is what Jonathan thinks of himself, and whether or not he is solely focused on finding that out. And then what also matters is what is someone else willing to give the Warriors for him.
Right.
We're sort of past that conversation. What do you think he can be?
No matter what he gets, if it's a sign and trade, he's not going to get superstar money. Zach LaVine's paid like a superstar, and he's not. If Kaminga gets, what's the Kings offer, 3 and 71?
No, it's like 63. It's about 21 a year.
That is so far from superstar money. That is starter money, and that's good money, but NBA-wise, that would probably put him average annual value at about 70th in the association. So let's not call him a child and say he's not a superstar. He's not. Could he someday? Sure. He's 22.
Could be. I think that's what he's hoping to find out. James in San Rafael's next. Hi, James. What's up?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I got a couple things. First of all, Willard was definitely, I agree with your take earlier, and it would not be beneficial for the Warriors to have JK on the roster next season. This situation's got to get figured out now. And as a Dubs fan, I am praying the Kings remove that protection from that first-round pick, and we could make that trade happen, because I would personally be thrilled to have Malik Monk on this roster next season and be done with this Kaminga situation. And then I do have to say, you guys, you hit it on the head earlier. You got to give up Buddy and keep Moses if you're going to do that. And lastly, I got a bone to pick with Steiny, so let me get this out there real quick.
Right,
Steiny was insinuating, he was insinuating earlier today that the Dubs made the mistake when they drafted Kuminga and Wiseman back in 2020 and whenever Kaminga's draft was. But my point was they went on to win a championship. So even though they didn't contribute it to that championship, if you traded them for another player like Bradley Beal, who was rumored at the time, you never know how that would have gone. So my point is the Warriors didn't make the mistake in drafting Kuminga and drafting Wiseman, but they made the mistake in not moving them sooner after that championship win.
That's an interesting point, James. I mean, what you're basically saying is, because I was listening to that as well, that Steiny was like, they drafted projects, which means they thought their title run was over.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's fine. But to say, to have done it differently might have helped. It might have hurt. Like if you change the ingredients in your soup,
it
might be worse.
And you drafted Wiseman because you thought that he could be something someday, and same thing with Kaminga, who was just 1 year in the G League, and he was an unfinished product. And then you win a championship in Kaminga and Moody's first year. Wiseman was hurt the whole year, and so all of a sudden now 2 timelines is off the table because you got your 4th title.
Let's keep it going. Let's go to Tay in the city. Hi, Tay. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hi, how y'all doing?
We're doing good.
Tay.
How are you?
Mark. Can Dibs get some airtime a little bit, bro?
Tay, I'm doing great. I'm getting all I need, Tay.
Right,
Tay, I'm getting all I need. Go ahead, my friend.
You, Dibs.
Talk to me, Tay.
All right, so he said, so everybody say J.K. can't fit with Jimmy, right? Mark, you feel that way, right?
I mean, Steve Curry said that.
This is
all.
The numbers would meet that out.
But he missed 31 games.
Right.
That didn't have nothing to do with him struggling. He missed 31 games. It was just a fit, right? All right. It was just a fit. And then y'all want Monk. He averaged 17 points with the green light on a team. Y'all didn't think Kaminga averaged 16 points with a coach that doesn't believe in him?
I mean, I just find this, like, Tay, with all due respect, I really find everything you're saying right now to be totally irrelevant. Like, you're talking about 2 players in 2 different scenarios. We're talking about what they might look like in like a different scenario. Well, you don't want Malik Monk to have the green light. You want Malik Monk to actually have some people around him to take the lead and have him be a complementary player.
I ain't got that much time, though, but he's
You're right.
42% from the field and 32 from three-pointer.
I love that you went to, you know what, Tay, we're going to move on. I love that you went to Basketball
Tay,
Reference.
talk to me.
Yeah, I love that you went to Basketball
Call
Reference.
Call me at home, Tay.
Yeah.
I got time for you, Tay.
What's your number, Dibs? Go ahead.
It's 888-957-9570.
There is